than I need to hear. But we got to blame the NFL. They're looking at ticket sales and jersey sales, and they don't care if it's Pacheco or Kelsey or who scored it. They're gonna cut over to her as much as possible to get more viewers, sell more tickets, sell more jerseys. And as much as it kills me, that's who we got. That's the NFL front office is the one who's to blame on that.
I hear you, Matt. I'm done with my Swiftie take. I don't need all the ladies hating me. Look, it is what it is. I just said what I said.
There's a lot of men Swiftie fans too. You don't get that popular without being popular amongst all, people.
You sound like a Swiftie.
I could probably sing some of the songs when they come on.
Come on, don't.
I don't. Honest to God, you know me. I would admit my musical, diversity, but I don't know many of her songs without hearing them.
All right, we are back up on YouTube. Check out YouTube. We are back up and live on YouTube. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Deli Boy, what's going on?
What's happening, guys? How we doing?
I mean, it's Cowboy Week.
Hey, let me just say this, Joe. You can attest to this. We were raised to at least hate two teams, three right there. We were raised to hate the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Dallas Cowboys.
Yep.
You could even throw in the Lakers there, here and there, but they were kind of But we were raised to hate the Dodgers and the Cowboys, and I'm going to raise my boys to do the same thing. I can't wait to see them this Sunday. Here's the other thing I want to say. Guys, I think we've been running CMC a little too much. Now, he's probably the greatest midseason trade in Niners history, probably the greatest running back in Niners history, even though he's only played, 15 games? But I just got to say, I got to see more Mason. I got to see more Mitchell. I got to keep his legs fresh for the season. I mean, let's play him against the Cowboys, but, this last game, we didn't need to run him to the fourth quarter. I mean, it was great to see him run those 4 touchdowns, but at the same time, did he need to do that? Did he need to run all those times? No, I'm not taking away his greatness. I'm just saying I need him fresh. This is it's a long season, guys, and I want to see him at the end of the season playing. All right. And about the Taylor Swift thing, yeah, I agree. I'm so over it. It's a little too much, shoving it down our throats a little bit. Yeah, I get it.
They're going to come to Pacifica and find you.
Be careful. The Swifties are out there.
Let them. Whatever. My wife's a Swiftie.
Oh, she is?
She's seen Taylor Swift a couple times. She didn't see it this last time since we had the baby, but she's seen her a couple times, and she's I think she's a little over it, too. It's a little much. She's even asking me, who's this Kelsey guy? And I'm like, oh my gosh.
That is why they're doing it.
I'm trying to tell her, she's like, is he a good player? I'm like, oh, he's all right. Yeah, he's pretty good.
Yeah, he's great.
Tell her, he's phenomenal.
Yeah. All right, Deli Boy.
All right, Deli Boy. Good stuff.
All right, guys.
Thank you. YouTube's back up here. Thanks for the patience. Bonte, you have a toddler. Comcast visit text line. You have a toddler. Unfortunately, a lot of kids' movies use Swiftie music. Well, you know what? Maybe I'll become a Swiftie one day.
Do you know what's sad? So yesterday, or 2 days ago, it was the Sunday Night Football game, right? So it was Jets-Chiefs. They panned to Travis Kelce on the sideline. Benny looks up from the couch. He was playing with something. Hey, Mom, that's Taylor Swift's boyfriend. Not even who that is. That's Taylor Swift's boyfriend. Jade is a Swiftie, by the way. She's already brainwashing my son, Bonte.
The greatest tight end maybe ever?
That's disrespectful.
Maybe?
No. Can't block. Can't be the greatest tight end of all time.
I feel bad for Travis Kelce.
Okay.
I feel bad for Travis Kelce in this sense. He's in a no-win situation.
What?
He's in a no-win situation with Taylor Swift.
Every time I turn on the TV, he's on a commercial.
Yeah, that's fine for now.
He's winning.
That's fine for now. Let's just see how it plays out. Hopefully, he marries Taylor Swift. Just saying. Hopefully, he marries him. Because, the Kardashians have a clan, right? They have a cult. I don't even like saying clan. The cult.
Yeah, but the Kardashians aren't talented. At least Taylor Swift is talented.
But you know what? They got a lot of followers. And when one of those dudes...
I do not think that the Kardashians, maybe amongst adults, are more popular. But Taylor Swift's impact on kids, I think you're kind of... Well, look... You're not understanding how big she is.
Well, all right, Beyonce then. Beyonce's huge. I think she's just as big as Taylor Swift. When Jay-Z came out to open her concert,
I don't know.
How many people said, get this hype man off the stage?
No, that I agree with. But
That's Jay-Z.
Bonte.
And he's in a no-win situation.
Taylor Swift's She is worldwide.
Beyonce's not worldwide?
Famous. Of course Beyonce's worldwide famous, but like little kids live for Taylor Swift.
So
5-year-olds. I don't know if Beyonce hits like that. I know she does amongst the older demographic. Like, I think you're kind of not understanding the magnitude of Taylor Swift. Beyonce, that parking lot was packed for hours for merch. Not even for the concert, for the merch.
So Taylor Swift, 273 million followers on Instagram.
Oh, my God. She's got more than every NFL team combined.
Beyonce has 317 million followers on Instagram.
Is that the only metric that we're doing?
No, I'm just saying. I think you're underselling Beyonce. I don't know, though. I don't know. Yeah, I guess,
I don't know. Because I don't want the Beyonce hive coming after me.
Right.
Lady Gaga clears both, by the way, but go on.
BPA.
Brian, let's go. Let's go.
BPA.
I need some Giants talks, too.
Yeah, sure. That wasn't what I called in for. By the way, I'm not, I don't care about the Taylor Swift thing. So I'm not going to be weighing in on that either. I like her a little bit, and I don't, I don't care. But
I don't.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't have not a lot to criticize with the Niners, but like at this point, you're looking at what are the threats to like winning a title, right? What are the reasons why they might not win a championship? And I look at that second DB, that second corner spot is not good enough, right? Lenore or Thomas, I don't trust either of them.
Yeah, that's the problem.
And that's the kind of thing that you go into a big game with a liability at one of your two corner spots, and that'll kill you.
Yeah.
We've seen it kill teams before. We've seen it kill the Niners before, and they have $40 million in cap space. They have a ton of draft capital. Go out and trade. You don't even need you see the solid corner, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Competent
corner. And that's, to me, that's a threat. That's, if you're all in and you're like, we got how many, 2-3 years of Brock at $800K, then go be all in. That's what I'm saying.
You're what? And you know what, BPA? I think the 49ers have proven they will be all in.
Yeah.
If they find a weakness and they say, you know what, we could shore this up. Because in the back of their minds, they know we have to match up with Philly.
Yes.
We have to match up with Dallas, and we have to match up with Detroit.
And Philly's passing game, because of Devontae and because of A.J. Brown, strikes fear in me.
Yeah, I mean, certainly. It would be, if they had a solid second corner, that's an elite all-time defense.
Are you shocked? Are you shocked that Farhan still has his job, BPA?
Look, here's my theory is, this is what I believe. I believe that they know he's done, the front office, the management team. They know there's no free agents in this class. There's no fixing it either way, right? And so Farhan's just their sort of deferred scapegoat, right? Which is, in 12 months, he's done. And he'll deserve it, by the way. But, like, why fire both your scapegoats now when you can sort of have a scapegoat in reserve, which is what Farhan is? In 12 months, they can blame him. Then they can start over.
Wow. No doubt. God. Wow. Good stuff, BPA. We're going to talk to George Kontos on the other side. And it's time to get into Farhan's idea. We're going to spend the next segment talking to Little Giants. Farhan speaks at 11 o'clock today. I have no idea how he still has a job, how he's allowed to usher out Bruce Bochy, hire Gabe Kapler with the baggage that he had coming into the situation, and then fire Gabe Kapler and have the opportunity to hire the next manager. I just don't know. I just don't get it. I don't get the logic. The Giants are a mess right now. They are an absolute dumpster fire. When you compare to what we saw at Chase Center yesterday and the vibes, they're talking about. I asked Draymond, "What do you mean?" When we're doing a promo show, I was like, "Said it's the biggest year of your career." He goes, "It's about this thing right here. It's about the thumb."
One for the thumb. He gave you the Joe Montana.
Joe Lacob. We're trying to get one for the thumb.
Do you remember those?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, that whole one for the thumb. That was like the best.
They're thinking about a championship.
One for the thumb.
We got BPA calling in. All our roasters on YouTube. Our roasters on Comcast Business Text Line. When it comes to the 49ers, we're talking about Lombardis. What are the Giants talking about?
Did you tell Chris Paul my quest for Chris?
I did not get to that. Did not get to that.
We will get to Giants on the other side.
George Kontos coming up. Brought to you by
Would
the
you
Lost
tell Bob personally that I said hi?
No, I will not. Oh, yeah, I didn't tell him that. I actually did. The Los Altos Village Association strolled through beautiful downtown Los Altos, tasting fine wines and enjoying live music at the Downtown Wine Stroll. Friday, October 13th at 6 p.m. I may have to check this out. The Wine Stroll is sponsored by Diamond Brokers of Los Altos and The Post. Get tickets and info at downtownlosaltos.org. Soda, the nationwide weight loss. If I had one wish. All right, reason why we're doing that. Reason why Spinoni came back, because during the break, we were talking about, Taylor Swift and the Kardashians and Beyonce and Ray J. And it was just like, look, man, when the Kardashians move on from a guy, their fan base cancels that dude. Like, Ray J hasn't been the same post-Kardashian. Tristan Thompson hasn't been the same post-Chloe. I guess he's still trying to hang around.
Was Ray J ever,
pre-Ray J?
A-list?
No, he
wasn't
A-list.
Beyonce's an A-lister.
He wasn't A-list, but boy, he certainly isn't what he is now.
Okay.
He was elevated a little bit because he was Brady's
I think the
brother.
common denominator amongst Ray J, Tristan Thompson, Ryan Humphries, B and lower. Chris Humphries, excuse me.
Yeah,
B and lower.
Since his 82-day marriage with Kim.
Do you know what I mean?
Think of Kanye post Kim. Oh, yikes.
I mean, even Travis Barker is the most accomplished person, and you don't know who that is, but
no, I do know. He dates Courtney.
Yeah, but do you know what he's like?
He's like a musician, right?
Yeah, see, he's very popular amongst the rock scenes. But again, he's like a legitimate, was a big artist with multiple big hits.
Yeah, well, let's get George Kontos on the line. Let me tell you, on the golf course, he hits Bob's. I saw him at Presidio Friday afternoon, Celebrity Golf Classic, thrown by a boy, Charlie Boots. And then, of course, got the news that Gabe Kapler was let go before the Dodgers series began. So good morning, George. We haven't really talked about it, but it's kind of driving me crazy, the Swifties. I don't want to get canceled here, but are you a Swiftie, George? Be careful. Be careful.
I wouldn't call myself a Swiftie, but I definitely have some of her songs in my Spotify playlist.
I'm not mad at that.
She apparently is the most Spotify streamed artist and followed artist in all of the Spotify platform. But I don't know. That's not the end all be all.
Yeah. I'm not mad at that. It's just, I just don't get it, but we move on. I don't want to spend too much time on that because I know you got things to do, George. Good morning, and thanks for joining us. Thoughts on Kapler being let go? Let's just start right there. As Farhan's going to speak in a couple hours here down at Oracle Park, I'm going to go attend that bad boy. Your thoughts on Gabe Kapler being let go 3 games before the season was over?
Well, I think there's one of those situations where the information that the decision had been made might have been leaked. So I think they were kind of hands tied behind their backs just a little bit with having to make a move. But, as Farhan said, they wanted to do it just so they could move ahead on a clean slate. There always has to be a scapegoat when a team isn't playing as well as it's viewed as they should. And unfortunately, that happens to be the manager a lot of the time. And you can by no means blame everything that went wrong on the Giants season on Gabe Kapler. But he was just the guy that kind of had to take the blame, unfortunately.
Well, can we acknowledge? I mean, I get it. He's probably not the greatest. I'm not here to defend Gabe Kapler's, business, baseball acumen or any of that stuff. But all his principles are the ones that Farhan shares. We all agree that the opener is not his idea. The lineup changes, the subbing in slates in certain situations, all comes from up top. So to me, if you're rejecting Gabe, I understand, but aren't you also, as an ownership group, rejecting Farhan? Philosophically?
I think it was very telling when Farhan said that they need to have some sort of differentiating opinion. So, Gabe and Farhan made those decisions together, and it was one of those things where you're either going to have both of them go together, or they're going to take a new manager who comes in and try and work together.
Well, okay, so let's be realistic here. Your top 10 players in terms of payments this year: Jock Peterson, Conforto, Crawford, Alex Wood, Manaea, Stripling, Rogers, Wilmer, Flores, Yastrzemski, Logan Webb, and Slater. Okay? I can make the argument 3 or 4 of these guys actually had career years this year, and that's not good enough. None of those guys that I'm listing outside of Logan Webb is a everyday player for any of the playoff teams. I actually think they kind of overachieved a little, and I don't think that's a hot take.
No, I mean, I can't disagree with you. I think the thing that has made the Giants organization what the Giants organization is over the past 4 decades is you've had a superstar to root for always. And it seemed like that lineup this year just didn't have that guy, that staying power in the middle. The guy, I mean, Buster Posey was the most sold jersey for the Giants this year. And I think that they're going to look at ways to get back to having a lineup that you can have 5 or 6 consistent guys in every single day. The platoon situation under Farhan, I think we've established, is not going to fully go away, but I think you have to have some consistent players in there that fans can come to the ballpark and try and get behind on a day-to-day basis.
I'm with it. George Kontos, analyst on Giants pre- and post-game on NBC Sports Bay Area, does a hell of a job. Love his breakdowns on the Giants, and, of course, won a World Series with the Giants back in 2012. And, of course, he hits bombs on the golf course. We'll end with that. But when you look at this roster here, you brought up the Buster Posey jersey sales. I guess that's the first step, right? They have to get a big name. Do you think Farhan understands that now? Saying that, boy, I got to get a superstar at least to get the fans back, because that's the most disappointing aspect to me this season is that the fans just stopped going. They're 17th in attendance, Kontos. When you were playing with the Giants, the place was packed. You couldn't get a ticket.
I mean, I mentioned this on the broadcast. We sold out 555 straight home games. That's 7 straight years. And granted, winning caused a lot of that. But I think that there definitely needs to be a superstar in San Francisco. We're a top 5 market. This is a team that has a very rich history. There are guys that are part of that history around all the time. And I think moving forward, there needs to be, some sort of integration between the champion blood that we have and the new regime, so to speak. I think all of it needs to be put together moving forward, because this is an organization that superstars should want to come and play for and ingrain their own part of it in the history.
Is it going to be a tough sell with the way they play baseball, with the philosophy of the platooning and the opener? How do you sell that to a star? How do you sell that to free agents here to come play in this organization, George?
Well, you know what? It's funny you mentioned that. I was at Mario Alioto's 50-year celebration last Thursday, and he took the stage and he said something that really stuck with me. He said, "Sell the fans what they want to buy and not what you want to sell." And I really took that to heart, because the fan base is who you always have to appease to. They're the ones that are going to have the positive sentiment or the negative sentiment. And I think that there really needs to be a differentiating of opinions. And, Farhan's got the way that he's comfortable doing it. And I think that you have to have guys sitting around the round table with differentiating opinions who are going to try and put the best product on the field. Superstars, I think, is, maybe at least one. You got to get somebody that you can buy jerseys who you can plug into the middle of the lineup. I also think that the opener situation, it really hindered them this year, having only 2 bona fide starters and then 3 openers throughout the course of the majority of the year. And they almost made the playoffs until the very end with that strategy. I just don't think that's the most favorable way to go about it.
Are they closer to a World Series today than they were when Farhan took over in November of 2018?
I personally don't think so, no. I mean, I think you had what happened in 2021. Farhan and Gabe were huge parts of that. Guys had really good years. There was a little bit more of a bona fide lineup that you saw every day. I think that you got to go back to the drawing board and see what gives you the best chance to get back to the postseason year in and year out after this season.
If you could get truth serum into either one of these guys, Larry Bear or Farhan Zaidi, what's the question you would like to ask them?
I think the question is, what you do moving forward, how you rectify what happened this year and try to make sure that it doesn't happen again, because this team, when it was firing on all cylinders, we saw how good it could have been. But when one of those, breaks in the cogs happened, it seemed like everybody fell apart. And then you can't really do much about what the offense did. That was just from July 18th. They were last in almost every offensive category. That was just one of those fall off the cliff type situations. But I would ask what you do moving forward to make sure that this type of thing doesn't happen again.
It wasn't all doom and gloom. I think there was some positives to take away, and I know we've been a little doom and gloom about the Giants on this show, but Logan Webb, he showed that he could be a top of the rotation guy. Camilo Duvall showed that he could be a premium closer in baseball. I know September was a little rough for him at times, but he had a spectacular season, and he was an all-star. There were some positives. What other positives did you take away from the Giants in 2023, George?
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, you had guys earlier in the season. The rookies are a huge positive. You saw some guys in Patrick Bailey who has emerged and done such a great job with the pitching staff. Logan Webb accomplished his goal of leading the league in innings and being a guy who set a very good standard of what is expected from a Giant starter. And that is something that you need to feed off of. I mean, when he was talking about it in his meetings with the media, he said that there's an expectation that you need to come in here and try and win every day. It's not like we need to hope we can win. Our expectation is to go in and win every day over the course of 162 games. So there are definitely some really good positives. Mm-hmm. The Rogers brothers did a great job this year. The bullpen, for the most part, did great. And I think that you have some pieces, if you can get a few more bona fide starters, that makes that bullpen really deep from the 6th inning on.
Yeah, no doubt about it. What's the offseason look like for you, George? What are you up to? Are you going back to Chicago? What's going on with you?
Well, it's an 82-degree day in Chicago, and I'm standing over a 30-foot putt right now thinking about how you would putt it, Bonte.
Oh, boy.
I wouldn't do that.
By the way, George,
I wouldn't do
you
that
wouldn't believe this.
you.
You can ask Kalina. I swear to you, I made a birdie for us on a putt. I swear. I forget what's hole.
Was it a tap in?
It was the only shot I had.
Did you kick it in with your foot?
No, I didn't. I couldn't believe I made it, man. Alec Kalina was like, oh, my God.
No.
I even got a high five.
All right, hey.
Hey, I'll tell you what, though, for the first 5 holes, though, man, you were doing some groundskeeping.
It was terrible.
My boy's getting an invoice for some clippings?
It was rough.
Who has more hope? The 2024 Giants or Bonte Hill's golf game?
Honestly, the 2024 Giants have way more hope. Better get some lessons and hit the range, baby.
Hey, an undisclosed person said to me the other day, which was a funny joke, Bonte might want to just try pickleball.
I wonder who that person was. Joe Shasky. No, George, that was rough, man. It was good, but it was good to see you, Kalina. You guys did a great job, man, on that golf course. George is no joke on the golf course, man, and he's no joke when it comes to television, man. You did a hell of a job. I can't wait to see what you do next season on Giants Pre- and Post Game Live. Thanks for always joining us, George. Have a good offseason.
Thank you, fellas. We'll check soon, and thanks for having me.
See you, buddy.
Absolutely. George,
right,
man, the drip is real. Who told you that? Who?
Oh, that was just a joke I saw online. Someone hit me up on Instagram. There was like, one of these golf nerds. B, let's have a
I need some lessons, though. I need some lessons.
Dude, everyone sucks in golf.
I'm looking forward to it. Kalina he was like, dude, just stick with it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Stick with it.
Frustrating.
Yeah.
It's frustrating.
I know guys that have been playing for 30 years. They're like 40 handicaps.
It's really eating me up.
What?
It's eating me up.
What?
The golf game. I get out there. I got the clubs. It is eating me up.
You've never even played 9 holes. How could it eat you up? Like, you just starting. Do you think Steph Curry just started dunking when he was 5 years old?
No, it's bothering me, though.
Bonds was just hitting bombs at 4. Like, I get it.
Yeah.
Can we have a sophisticated Giants conversation?
Sure, why not?
All right. So the Gabe Kapler firing, to me, is just, it's such a scapegoating. I am not here to say that Gabe Kapler is some baseball mind that must be preserved. I don't even think he's that great, okay? But I do understand and acknowledge almost all of his decisions are going to be in unison with Farhan Zaidi. You brought Farhan in to outthink the rest of baseball. That's why you brought him in. You brought him in to control the payroll, and you brought him in to improve the farm.
Yep.
Okay? Well, now that the shift has gone away, now that the opener has been completely exposed and diluted, now that stealing is back in the game, all right, and now that we look up and 6 years later the farm is not that much better, what has he really done? And then I'm looking at this roster, and I'm like, again, I'm not trying to cape up for Gabe Kapler.
Yeah.
But, like, Jock Peterson was the highest paid Giant this year. All right, whatever. Conforto, Crawford, Wood, Manaea, Stripling, Rogers, Flores, Yastrzemski, Webb. Webb's the only guy who deserves to be a top 10 guy on anyone else's payroll in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. Name me one of those guys. Those are the top 10 guys that are getting paid. Yeah. Name me a team. Is it Dave Roberts? Is it Joe Torre? Is it John McGraw? Bruce Bochy in his prime? Name me a manager who's winning 85 games.
No, but I want to go back.
With that top 10 guys.
None of these guys are.
So then why is he being scapegoated?
Because we knew this would happen. When Farhan hired Gabe Kapler, coming off of what happened in 2015 when Gabe Kapler was the Dodgers director of player development, and he oversaw a situation where a Dodger minor leaguer player initially videotaped a fight with 2 women who they met through Facebook. The situation was messy, and Kapler tried to play mediator.
Very
confusing. He should have gone.
Yeah.
Very confusing. And he spent 40 minutes of his introductory press conference discussing that situation, not discussing how he's going to manage better from what he did in Philadelphia. Philadelphia was a train wreck, and Howard Eskin, I'll never forget Howard Eskin, the King of Sports in Philadelphia, 94 WIP, when he told us, Kapler was too friendly with the players, and they ran him over. And I started to see, well, they did suck this year. But look, listen, they didn't suck, and they weren't entertaining. And everybody's taking notice. People in the Warriors organization look at the Giants and say, boy, how are they that bad? People at the Niners, I'm sure,
because of the roster.
Because of the roster and the way they present their product to the fans. You got to present this product to the fans. The fans want to be entertained. They want to see bombs.
It's a
they want to be excited.
Business.
You're 17th in attendance, and when I said last year I'm not spending a dime on that team, I didn't realize how many people was going to take that to heart because a lot of people reached out to me and said, Bonte, I didn't go to one game this year. I can't. Bonte, I was with a guy, Al, owns 2 grocery stores out in Marin. I forget the grocery store's name. I got his number in there. But Al, he was in our group with Kontos and Kalina, and he goes, I didn't renew my season tickets. I can't do it. So when you think about the moving on from Bochy, who had a year left on his deal, and Farhan basically said, you're going to be a lame duck this year. We're not going to make major moves. You're going to be a lame duck. And we're going to move on from you because we're going to shift our philosophy. And everybody was excited about that, and some of us thought maybe Bochy was long in the tooth. But it was very apparent that Bochy was not done managing baseball.
Oh,
he still had the itch. We knew he would come back. It was just a matter of when, not if. And he came back to Texas, and now he's going to coach playoff baseball. So you move on from that. You hire a guy who had that situation with the Dodgers, and he was a lame duck manager in Philadelphia where he got fired. And you get to keep your job and be in the process of hiring another manager and playing Kapler for your moves. Every Giants fan out there who's smart, the Lutmans, the Shaskys, all these Giants fans who go crazy on Twitter and everything else, we all understand Farhan writes out the lineup card.
Absolutely.
We all understand Farhan deciding what moves need to be made in the 7th inning if said pitcher's on the mound and who you need to pinch hit for. So why is Kapler being scapegoated? I don't think he's the greatest manager in the world.
I don't either.
I didn't lose any sleep over him being fired. But boy, to me, it feels like it should have been a package deal.
Well, the way it was is either you're keeping both or you're removing both.
Right.
To me, they go hand in hand. And then this thing of like, well, now I'm going to do things different. Well, that's not what I hired you to do, right? Like my boss, right? He hired me to give opinions and be Joe Shasky. If I came in here and pretended to be Colin Cowherd, it wouldn't work.
No.
It wouldn't work, right? I have to be myself and what plays to my strengths, right? What Farhan's strengths now are going to all of a sudden be negotiating long-term deals, making big, bold trades.
Well, that's
not his strengths. That's not what he was brought in. Now, with baseball evolving, wasn't his strength, we're going to use the data to shift? We're going to use the data to use the opener? Well, now that baseball has changed a lot of those rules and your fan base has rejected the opener, what value are you bringing?
Yeah, I don't know.
I thought you were supposed to be a wizard at the draft.
Well, this, to me, Farhan firing Kapler before the Dodger series, which took away from the Willie Mack Award. We should have spent more time. Who won a Willie Mack? Tyrod Estrada? Thought it could have gone to Logan Webb. I don't even know. I even think they got that wrong. Well, no disrespect to Tyrod Estrada.
But
he had a good year, but he was hurt multiple times. Logan Webb was a rock.
Yeah.
Wilmer Flores was a rock. Those 2 guys needed to win Willie Mack. I'm sorry. That's just my opinion. But you overshadowed the Willie Mack Award at its ceremony by firing Kapler.
Yeah.
Heck, in a way, it overshadowed Brady Crawford's possibly last game as a Giant. You know what I'm saying?
Which feels like he's being ushered out.
You could just wait for the 3 games. You made the whole damn series against the Dodgers awkward by putting Kai Correa in a tough spot.
Do you think Kapler is, honest to God, you think he's a baseball moron? Because I do not.
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you really think that Gabe Kapler sat there all in spring training, watching over the last 2 years, Wilmer Flores field ground balls at third base, not being able to throw without a cutoff from third to first, and skipping the ball 5 times? You think someone who played the game, Gabe Kapler, is like, yeah, Wilmer needs to play third for me? Like, honestly.
Yeah, no, I don't.
No,
I don't.
That came from Farhan.
Not only that, Farhan getting out ahead of this. He basically has deflected the blame by saying, I'm going to go to the ownership and recommend that we fire Gabe Kapler to save his butt. That was a smart strategic move by Farhan Zaidi, I believe.
Well, I had heard a rumor that Greg Johnson wasn't even in the country.
Yeah, well, I've heard that rumor too. And, and
that if you want to run a business that way, well, then you're never going to be a successful person running a business.
Kontos brought up the Mario Eliotto celebration, 50 years in the organization with the Giants. And I've heard from multiple people, that Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler, it was a bit awkward with them at that ceremony.
Amongst each other?
Sitting there together, amongst all the Giants legends there that play baseball one way. And they're looking at Farhan and Kapler as like, look at these guys. Look at these guys. Do they understand what this organization stands for? Do they understand what this market wants? Farhan basically tried to make us the Oakland A's of the West. And I'm saying that because the A's are in the East Bay. Without the prospects.
But you got to payroll. At least the A's brought up prospects and played them.
And don't tell me the ownership is cheap right now. Now, I will listen to the ownership group not being all in on winning, because I am open to that. Okay. Are they all in on winning?
Okay.
It looks, these player options, $15 million for him. Hey, you can opt in, and we're showing that we're spending money with a $183 million payroll.
Long-term.
Yeah, exactly. Not committing long-term deals. So I could talk about that. But Farhan, saying that it's time to listen and adapt. You're 5 years into the program.
I'm 6 now.
Well, it was 6 now. And wait, we have to wait another year for you to adapt? At least with Shanahan, we're saying, hey, we're in year 6 of Shanahan. He doesn't have a quarterback. At least they were knocking on the doorstep of a Super Bowl.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
The Warriors.
Mark Jackson was more successful than Farhan and Gabe Kapler.
Exactly. The Niners.
That's a crazy sentence.
That's a crazy sentence. The Warriors. Hey, we're going to try to win championships while bring up the rookies and get them up to speed. Well, you know what? It wasn't working. They pivoted.
This is the organization that fired Dusty Baker on the heels of losing the World Series.
I know.
They fired Felipe Alou, and he won an NL West wire to wire, right? Let's also remember what they are as an organization. And I think that they've really forgotten and have gone way off base from what they were and what they are. And they view themselves disproportionately to where they really are in the league. They think they're the Red Sox and that's where their status is. And right now, their status is not the Red Sox at all. You're
not even the
close.
Padres.
You're closer to the Rockies than you are the Dodgers.
Yes, you are. And I know Giants fans will laugh at Padres. Well, they didn't do anything. And look at what they did.
Bold.
But at least they're entertaining. At least they got some dudes.
Yeah, I agree. And they finished higher than you.
Yeah, exactly. They tried to make a run for it. So, and so when Farhan says Friday afternoon, being open and flexible to different ideas, different perspectives is something I'm going to have to take going forward. He told that to reporters where Sam Lutman standing right there.
But here's my problem.
He's standing right there. Yeah,
last year, at the end of the year, okay? And again, I'm being reasonable here. At the end of the year, he said, we're going to be more athletic, we're going to play better defense, and we're not going to strike out as much. You know what they ended up doing this year?
Setting the franchise record for strikeouts.
Had the least amount of steals in baseball, had very minimal range defensively, and did not hit any home runs, from what they were telling me. And they were non-committal to the youngsters. And look, I like Patrick Bailey. I think he's really good defensively. Anyone who thinks he's in the same breath as Buster Posey is tripping.
Yeah.
His numbers are closer offensively to Joey Bart.
Yes.
And that's not, I'm not, go look. Buster Posey was a number 3, number 4, number 5 hitter, batted 300. And yes, there were years he didn't have big home run numbers because of the hip.
Right.
He was a center of the order 300 hitter for every year that he played, essentially. Mm-hmm. Patrick Bailey had career highs.
Career highs.
If you look at his minor league numbers versus career highs at the big league level, I don't know if it's sustainable offensively, and it's very below what we expected for. So don't do that to the kid.
Yeah, don't.
Buster Posey is a greatest catcher in Giants history type player.
Well, shout out to Carlos Ramirez who did a great job on pre and post, but he said that, and Laura Britt on the set was like, yo, can we chill off the Patrick Bailey, Buster Posey comparisons? Let's not do that to the rookie.
I like Bailey.
Right, and I like
he's the only young player they committed to. This year, I had to get a feel for who Ramos is. I wanted to see what Matos is. I'm selling my Matos stock.
Real quick, just on Posey, I think people forget the impact he has as a rookie. He carried the lineup
20 home runs
in a 3-hole.
Yes.
He carried this lineup, whether it was 3-hole or 4-hole, he carried that lineup.
He was one of the great professional at-bats in our lifetime.
As a rookie.
Will Clark, Barry Bonds, Buster Posey.
Just
if you're having an at-bat for your life, the last 40 years of Giants baseball, it's one of those 3.
Yeah, no doubt.
Would you agree?
Absolutely, but as a rookie, when we want to compare Patrick Bailey, as a rookie, Posey handled a staff that had Lincecum, Kane, Bumgarner, Jonathan Sanchez. Some big boys.
And Brian Wilson.
And Brian Wilson in the back end and a great bullpen with a great core 4.
And beat the Dodgers down the stretch and beat the Padres down the stretch to win the West.
So don't
when
do
it was
this.
Tougher to make the playoffs.
That's what I'm saying. Don't do this with Patrick Bailey. Buster Posey was electric as a rookie. But I want to get back to Farhan for just a second in his quotes on Friday. He also added this. This is from Farhan Zaidi. I said this a couple times publicly, and just to reiterate it. The thing that has been on my mind and on the minds of other people in this organization is, as a group, as a team, we played our worst baseball when it mattered the most. I know you guys in the media have been working on figuring out why that happened. And there's a lot of questions for fans on why that happened. We have a lot of work to figure out why that happened. But we felt like step one was making this change. We're looking for new and different leadership in our clubhouse, a different dynamic there. There's a lot of responsibility going around and a lot of sense of accountability for what's happened today, starting with me. I know that it's ultimately my job to put a product on the field that our organization is proud of, that our fans are proud of, and frankly, that just hasn't happened in the last couple of years. That's been difficult for me. It's been difficult for a lot of people. I also feel very determined to fix it. I think collectively we can fix it. We're not satisfied with how things have gone the past couple of years. I know I have to think about things differently. I know as an organization, we have to do things differently, and a lot of those things are difficult, starting with the move today, releasing Gabe Kapler. Now, he says we played our worst baseball when it mattered the most. And I will ask Farhan Zaidi, are you really surprised that you played your worst baseball in August and September? You had 2 starting pitchers in your rotation.
You were anchored by J.D. Davis, Lamont Wade Jr., and Wilmer Flores.
Yeah.
Name me a team. Like, B, those guys had career years, all 3 of them.
Yep.
Career years.
Yep.
And that's how below the bar that they are. Corbin Carroll was awesome from day one, but he's not the only reason why the Diamondbacks kicked your teeth in.
Right.
Okay? They had a better bullpen when it was all said and done. They had a better starting staff with multiple elite pitchers.
Right.
And their top to bottom lineup with Marte and all the guys, Perdugo and all they were balling. Alec Thomas was better than any of your young players.
Yep.
And he's underwhelming by the standards of the Diamondbacks.
Yep. No, he is. But I'm thinking about these quotes from Farhan because I wrestled with these all weekend. Listening to him live, listening to Willard and Dibbs break it down. And I just, for the life of me, all night, I was texting the Boston man too Friday night, and I texted Trey and I said, I can't believe Farhan Zaidi still has a job.
Well,
I just cannot. I'm trying to be logical here.
No, I'm with you.
I asked somebody with the Warriors yesterday. I said, how would you accept if a GM, and no, it wasn't Joe Lacob, so I'll say that on the front end, it wasn't Joe Lacob. But I asked somebody, I said, how would you feel if somebody came out and said, I'm having a hard time signing guys because of the logistics of the city? And that person said,
it was insulting.
That person said, yeah, you should probably be fired. You should not have a job if you don't believe you can bring in free agents.
I got a text message from a prominent former Bay Area sports anchor who I look up to. I'm not going to reveal this person's name. And he was disgusted at the way Farhan deflected blame and the way that our own local media, which he was a part of for a long time, didn't press him on him being the reason. He was so let down by his brethren, and he was furious that this guy was able to continue to giggle during. He was laughing.
He was giggling.
He couldn't believe it. He was laughing after firing somebody that he hand-selected, and it was all because of him.
And you know what? I'm trying to keep my cool because Lutman convinced me last night to go down to Oracle Park with him and go to this presser. And I'm getting angrier and angrier just thinking about him giggling after firing Kapler after a lost season. And then, not only are people coming out of work, Dave Fleming. We love Flem. He joins us every single week. I think he's joining us tomorrow for the last time this season. Hopefully we can just have some one-offs. Dave Fleming. When Dave Fleming gets upset, he's the most calm, cool, collected dude I've ever met in my life.
He's reasonable. Very reasonable is the way I would put it.
Dave Fleming, last week on the Morning Roast, said this about using the logistics and politics of the city on not being able to attract free agents and having to stay local to sign guys. Here's Flynn.
I don't want to hear from anybody about taxes and California and all this. I mean, the biggest stars in sports are in California, and some of them are right here in San Francisco. So I do not believe that should be an impediment to building a championship baseball team.
Flynn came out and said that.
Don't you find it hypocritical that they basically move off of Bochy, who I would describe him as the ultimate gut meets analytics manager, right? He's both. Because people pretend like he didn't go off data. Oh, he went off data. He didn't have Johnny Sanchez hitting, Chase Utley with Affelt waiting in the pen ready to go if you aren't 5 moves ahead of every single person.
No doubt.
And those who remember that Philly series know exactly what I'm talking about.
No doubt.
All right? He was forward thinking.
You're preaching.
All right? You moved off of one of the great clubhouse managers of all time only to fire a guy who you told me data was everything. And the reason that you cited was he had lost the clubhouse. Is that not ironic?
Yeah,
is that not irony?
That is unbelievable. That is unbelievable.
There's not. And here, Sam keeps texting me this question, our producer, and I love Sam. Is there anything Farhan can do to win you over? Is there any move he can make to win you over? I'm done. I'm out. I don't care if this guy brings back Ken Griffey Jr. in his prime. I am so out on the brand of baseball this guy wants to play.
So
it is not look around the bigs at who is succeeding.
Yeah.
You could have had guys, Arias, who led baseball in the National League in batting average, could have been had for a pitcher this year. You didn't trade for him.
Nope.
Were you in on the Juan Soto deal? Because
Nope.
it sure felt like they didn't like your farm system.
No, it didn't.
Have you been in on Matt Olson, who led Atlanta as well as other players?
50 burger in terms of home runs. 50 burger. How many did he end up with?
We talk a lot of
55.
Fonte, we've talked. I think we've talked too much about free agency.
Right.
Personally, I believe that actually it's not the greatest path of improving your team.
No.
It's a way to supplement your roster.
It's a start.
It is, but you could make trades, and you had 5 years to build up the cupboard, and still no one wants to deal with you.
So
your big acquisition in a pennant race was A.J. Pollock. You walked into that clubhouse and said, "Hey guys, I got you A.J. Pollock, and he's going to bat third."
And that was coming off the heels of Alex
Really?
Cobb. And that was coming off the heels of Alex Cobb saying, I hope we really go for it. I hope we really go for it. And look, I agree with Farhan without selling because I didn't think he had anything to sell. I really didn't.
Yeah, but
Who's
you
really
lost
gonna
the
tuck her?
clubhouse
But you did
by
lose the
doing that.
clubhouse.
You have to
Yeah, no
understand
doubt.
the ramifications.
I do understand that.
They needed enforcements.
Look, I understood that, but I understood it because I thought, okay, Montos is going to play every day. Luciano's going to come up. Kyle Harris is going to come up. Casey Smith. And that's why I said, maybe you do have to fire this guy.
But they didn't commit to those guys.
That's what I'm saying. That's why my whole premise on selling was that I was under the impression they're going to commit to their guys in the last 3 months of the season. To let them play in a pennant race and let them taste it and what it's like being a Giant.
Did you see the lineup Friday after they fired Kapler? Basically, the season was over.
Yeah, I did.
You played Yastrzemski and Wilmer again.
I know.
And Wilmer made multiple errors on the set. I said, why is Casey Schmidt not at third base?
Yeah, I know.
You have nothing to lose.
I know. It's bad. So you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Don't forget about YouTube and Twitch. It's powered by our friends at First NorCal Credit Union. And shout out to the Comcast Business Text line. I want to read this quote from Yastrzemski. And then other side, and let's get in the media day with the Golden State Warriors because I want to feel good about myself.
One last point after that. Go.
Yeah, I want to read this about Yastrzemski because we have about 6 minutes to the break. Apparently, the players forgot how to push back because there's a lot of things going on in the clubhouse. We heard about player meetings. We heard about Alex Wood talking. We heard Alex Cobb talking. Ross Stripling was talking about the Fed IL. All these guys. And from hearing from other Giants players over the last weekend, it's about the players. And Farhan has acted like it's not about the players. It's about his plan and his process. So Yastrzemski said this. Mike Yastrzemski, who I know is not the greatest player in the world. We get all that. He goes, I think a kind of fend for yourself type of atmosphere somehow fell into place. I don't know where it came from, but it kind of took over where everybody felt like they could do their own thing, and it made it feel like there wasn't an entire group effort or a sense of unity. When you look at successful brands and successful teams, they have unity and a common goal. And I think that we need to refocus on that and to generate a very narrow window of where all of your eyesight should be. That was wild. Logan Webb called for big changes. And he said, as a kid growing up in Sacramento, watching from afar, there just seemed to be a certain way that baseball was done here. You walk in a clubhouse and you're across the way from a Buster Posey. So it's like, I'm going to do everything I can try to be like that guy. Respect your peers. Respect your elders. Respect the game of baseball. And then play as hard as you can and compete every single day. I'm not saying we haven't done that. I'm saying if we can't emphasize that a little bit more, maybe we have 6 or 7 more wins and something like today doesn't happen in terms of fiery Gabe Kapler. And when I think about players, not playing hard or focus on anything, I can't help but think about Jock Peterson, the guy you gave $20 million to.
I heard from some people who work for the Giants, the disgust level on Jock Peterson internally is through the roof. Through the roof. In terms of his ethic, work ethic every day, and the standard he's setting for the other guys who look around him, basically, he was enabled to eat himself into DH role and get $20 million a year and just not care that much.
Yeah, no doubt.
That was the feeling from people that I heard from. This isn't me. I'm expressing what I've heard from very reliable people who know what they're talking about.
And I've heard basically the same rumblings.
And more worried about card games than he was about actually, fielding fly balls in the outfield and hitting and things like that. I want two quick points.
problem in the clubhouse?
2 quick points. No duh when you treat people like a yo-yo and you're moving guys on and off the roster left and right. Sean Jelly was optioned like 25 times this year.
Like I said, they even missed a boat on a sponsorship deal.
Right.
Should have been Amtrak because the Sacramento shuttle was in full swing.
Yes.
They can't get enough gas for that shuttle.
We could talk so much about all the different moves, and I do believe the Joey Bart miss by the prior regime absolutely was a monumental miss.
But
you can't miss it, too.
But you'd have flipped him.
No, but
if he's not your guy, flip him and get him out of here.
That's my point. And here's the other thing. Like, the great Giants trades of all time, Kevin Mitchell, JT Snow, who you referenced, Jeff Kent, all trades, Hunter Pence, trades. You know what you have internally, and if you don't value it, you move it. The big draft whiffs. I'm telling you, drafting Hunter Bishop and passing on Gunnar Henderson and Corbin Carroll. Those were the two. The best young player in the American League, arguably, and the best young player in the National League were in the same draft, and you took a guy who can't get out of Double-A. We could talk all day about all these other drafts, and there's a lot of misses. We do this in every sport, and I understand it is a crapshoot. You whiffed on two guys.
Yeah.
Two guys who went within 25 picks after Hunter Bishops, who are franchise-changing players.
Yep. And you know what? Farhan got to keep his job. So we're going to go to the presser at 11 o'clock, and we'll see what he says. I may get a question or two in, but I'm going to sit back and let the beat writers do their thing early on, see what happens. And I wonder if Greg Johnson's going to be there. So I want to ask him, as an owner of the baseball team, how do you feel about your president of baseball operations basically blaming the politics and the logistics of the city for his reason not to secure a superstar? We don't want to hear that. We do not want to hear that.
I don't understand how Farhan's going to be able to evolve his baseball principles when all of his principles are set in stone over the sabermetrics obsession that he has. You know, he has openly said the Bill James book is his Bible to how he views baseball. Yeah. And Bill James himself is like, some of the things I put in there are not meant to be the word of the gospel.
Yeah, no, I don't know. And, we talk about Jock Peterson. I remember, Mark, I keep bringing this up. I don't know why. But when they gave him $19.6 million, I said, who in their right mind is giving Jock Peterson $19.6 million?
And then J.D. Martinez gets $10 million and has like 4 times the year.
4 times a year. And it's like, it wasn't just Mark, but it was a lot of Giants fans coming at me saying, it's just $19.6 million. What? $20 million for a guy who can use soda? Jock Peterson?
Yeah,
Tell me he can't use soda.
You should sell him on soda.
And I should sell him on soda because it worked for me and it'll work for him. I don't know if he can catch a fly ball, but damn it, he needs it. And it's a nationwide weight loss program that is 100% over the phone, Jock. You got 3 cell phones right now. Use one of those bad boys, talk to my nutritionist, Lauren, and get you on this plan. Look, it's no appetite suppressants. It's not a workout program, Jock, which seemed like you didn't want to work out anyway. No counting calories, no pills. It's all about learning healthy, sustainable nutrition, eliminate junk foods, beverages, and bad eating habits while creating good habits via a personalized eating plan. Accountability, simple to follow, and big results. Jock, it may prolong your career. I'm telling you, soda. Check it out. SOTAweightloss.com, sodaweightloss.com. You say it with me now, Jock. It's state of the art. All right, that's enough on the Giants. 888-957-9570. Good Lord. What a dumpster fire they are. Let's talk about the Golden State Warriors. Because the vibes, they're immaculate. That's what we're going to talk about coming up, presented by Flag and Anthem.
Brought to you by Flag and Anthem. Premium clothes without the premium price tag.
It's officially fall here in the Bay. And what better way to welcome the change?
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Moses Moody. Saw him yesterday, man, looking good. Braids were tight. Fresh lining from my guy Pat down to District Barbers. What up, B Hill? I know you're listening. The Golden State Warriors. Let's smile a little, folks. 888-957-9570. To what you heard yesterday from Chris Paul and Draymond Green and Stephen Curry, Steve Kerr, Mike Dunleavy Jr., Q, Ron Adams. The list goes on and on and on. How are we feeling about the Warriors this morning? How are the vibes? They start training camp today. They'll have their first practice. They'll be scrimmaging together, off-season workouts. They'll be coming together. It feels more connected, but we won't see until the regular season starts how connected they are. Will it work with Chris Paul, whether or not the bench thing happens and everybody fixated on that? I'm more worried about Jonathan Kuminga taking that leap. Is he ready to take that leap in year 3? I can't wait. He was excited yesterday. I was excited. Andrew Wiggins, the most slept-on storyline with this basketball team. Feels good. Chopped it up with him a little bit. He feels good. Everything's behind him. And this guy's ready to play every single night. We forgot how two-way Wiggs was balling before he suffered a right adductor strain. I'm feeling good about the Warriors. What a contrast between the Warriors, the Niners, and the freaking Giants.
My favorite part of yesterday was seeing Chris Paul essentially diffuse the whole starting thing right off the rip.
Let's hear it.
I actually had an opportunity in 2008 to come off the bench for the Olympic team. You know what I mean? And that went pretty well. And I think anybody who knows me knows that I'm all about winning. You know what I mean? Whatever I can do to help our team win. So I know coaching us, we're going to talk about it and see what it looks like. We've been hooping all summer, and I think, you know, for the season, you know, it's going to be whatever to help our team win. And I think I've at least tried to show or proven that my entire career. So
how'd that make you feel?
It made me feel great because it tells me that, you know, last year was about credit and who still's got what and who's going to make what and who needs to get extended. Whereas now it feels about more maturity. It feels more about, you know, let's accomplish something together. And to have Chris Paul, who say all the right things, right, in front of the podium day one, like, we can let a little air out. You know what I mean? Like, right. You can exhale a little. You can all just take a deep breath. And I think that this is going to end up being a really good start to the season. Yeah. Now, I don't know what's going to happen. You got to play games. You got to play well. I'm sure at the first sight of adversity, we'll all have our microscopes out and we'll be looking for drama. But for him to diffuse a situation, like, yeah, you got to play the game part element to it. But this is kind of why they brought Chris Paul in. They needed an adult in the room.
Yeah, no doubt.
And I think that this was a big step in the right direction.
Well, again, pivoting off of, hey, we're going to bring in the Jordan Pooles and the Wisemans, and we're going to play these guys, and we need them to help us out. And it's like, you know what? It just doesn't fit. It just doesn't. I think Wiseman could still be a very good player in the NBA. Guy averaged 14-9. Nobody's watching Pistons basketball, but I still think he has a bright future. We know Jordan Poole is going to get buckets in D.C. And then Kyle Kuzma's going to put on a show. Now, will they win a lot of games? That will be determined. I'm pulling for them because DeLon Wright's on that basketball team, starting his 9th season in the NBA. Shout out City College San Francisco men's basketball team.
9 seasons.
9 seasons, DeLon Wright.
Wow.
JUCO product. Love it. Little brother for Darrell Wright. Chris Paul, just watching him navigate through media day. And we ran a promo together, and his acting skills, and you know, one of his good friends.
Did you hit him with the "you acting"?
No, I was like, you know how to act. He was out here, you know I do. But Big Dog City was roommates with one of his good friends, so I brought him up. It was like, yeah, that's my guy. That's my guy. And well, Big Dog City used to room with him at Morehouse College back in the day. And I was mentioning, like, yeah, he used to always talk about this guard from North Carolina. He's going to be the truth. He's going to be the truth. Lo and behold, it was you. And, you know, it turned out to be you are the truth. You know what I'm saying? Whether or not we like it or not. Chris Paul's walking into the Hall of Fame, and he's on a short list of one of the greatest point guards of all time. So that I am eager to see that second unit. And here's another aspect of it. We haven't even talked about GP2 being healthy. GP2 is running around. We 11 deep, dog. We 11 deep. And Dario Saric. Dario Saric, I thought, was very insightful on the situation here with the Golden State Warriors.
Why? Why do you say that?
Because he said, I've been on a lot of teams, and he's been on some big boy teams.
Mm-hmm.
The Suns, the Sixers. We forget that final series flip when he tore his ACL with the Phoenix Suns and gets Milwaukee. But he was talking about, guys don't buy in the role sometimes. They want to be the guy. And you realize on a team with Steph and Klay and Wiggins and Draymond and CP, just find your role. Help the team. It's about winning the championship. It's about hanging a banner. And then when I look at Sarge's skill set with that second unit, with Jonathan Kuminga, the guy could pick and pop, the guy go down on the block and finish. He played with Chris Paul down in Phoenix. He knows about the pick and roll. He's a big, tough guy. Look, is he a leaper? I'm not sure. But the guy knows his assignment. And when you get guys who know their assignment, and when Chris Paul's handling the ball and Kuminga's out of sorts, hey, Kuminga, get down there. Set the screen now. I think the second unit is going to be so much better when they're going to stabilize the game, when the starters get off to a hot start, and boom, Chris Paul's there. Now, the lineup's going to change, and I heard Steiny last week saying the lineup's going to change game by game, and that is true. That's what the Warriors do. They evolve. They change lineups left and right. You never know who started, which is why I tell fans not to get fixated with it, right? But Chris Paul or Sarge bringing the grown-up, that grown-up mentality to that second unit to help out of Moody, to help out of Kuminga, I think the Warriors I think people are underselling the Golden State Warriors this season. I really do.
I'm excited to see it. I mean, I'm really excited to see it. It did feel like everybody was on the same page. I was listening to a little bit of the Rudy Gay stuff, and, you got Saric, Rudy Gay, CP3 on that bench now, or on the team, that's different than having Patrick Baldwin Jr., who is bright-eyed and has never played a dribble in the NBA. Right. That's different than having, James Wiseman like you had at the start of last year. It's different than having, the year prior when they had your boy, the bowling ball, as the backup point guard. Mm-hmm. They've got a little more. And I listen to Corey Joseph as well, and I see another guy who's happy. I think he can help them. Now, I still think they need another big, like somebody who's a functional big who can give them a couple minutes in a pinch. But I like collectively where the chemistry's at, and I think the chemistry is very important.
Here's Draymond on both CP3 and himself, of course, being on the same roster.
If you've ever watched Chris compete, he's kind of you may say the same thing about me, and that's okay. But he's also one of the most competitive guys that I've played against over my 11 years in this league. I'm also an extremely competitive guy, and I'm not backing down from anyone. He's not backing down from anyone. That will bring some clashes, and it has brought plenty of them. When you look at the last 7-8 years in the NBA, Chris Paul is right at the center of all of it. And guess what? So are we, and we weren't on teams.
Draymond Green. I asked
Was he in his bag yesterday?
He was. And I asked him. We chopped it up a little bit.
Over under podcast episodes this year?
I didn't ask him about the podcast. When I did walk away from him after doing the promo show, I said I should have asked him about being a co-host. He needs a co-host. It would be nice. You, me, be a co-host on the side with Draymond Green.
It'd be very difficult considering I'm trying to trade him every other week.
Well,
I'm teasing. I'm teasing.
I know you're teasing, but I'm not in this. I trade all the time. We were sharing laughs, and we said something actually. We were
what
joking
did he say,
around.
Ben Simmons?
Well, no, he didn't say that. But we were talking about something, and his line was, I was like, maybe you could say, but where's your rings at? And I looked at my hands, and I was like, you know what? Anna may be watching and listening. It's probably not something to joke about right now when it comes to rings and something. So listen, he got a good kick out of that. But I asked him, I said, what do you mean by the most important season of your career? He goes, it's about that fifth. That's why. It's about that fifth. And we ain't talking about Hennessy. We ain't talking about tequila.
If it was a fifth,
it was a fifth. And Mr. Fab was walking around.
We'd all be drunk?
Yeah. It's about that fifth ring. That is the mentality. So look, we don't know where it's going to shake out. You can say they're too small. You can say Denver's better or whatnot.
Are they too old?
The Warriors, look, internally, they were a disaster last season.
Yes.
They're in the Western Conference semifinals, despite being a disaster. Just on pure talent alone and no chemistry.
Can I push back a little? Just a little. Could have easily lost to the Kings. We have to acknowledge that.
And you could have easily been in the seventh game with the LA Lakers.
Okay. That's how razor thin the margins are.
Yeah, you got Lonnie Walker one game. Lonnie freaking Walker. We'll never hear from him ever again. Unless Steiny brings him up because he's from Ready, PA. It's the only time we'll hear about Lonnie Walker ever again.
Well, that was one of the main problems. Is you couldn't stop guys like, Lonnie Walker last year.
Candle stays lit.
Here's Sarge. He's happy to be in the Bay.
He feels so satisfied with himself.
No, he does. And what did the Lakers do last year? Not a damn thing. And Anthony Davis is calling out Jokic.
No. They had one of the most impressive sweeps of all time.
Oh, that's right.
Remember?
Yeah, that's right.
It's one of the most impressive losses in 4
the
games.
The Lakers absolutely were terrific in going down in this series. I'm not sure I've seen a more impressive performance in a sweep ever.
Can't argue with that.
Dario Saric, he's happy to be in the Bay.
Did you want to be a part of this franchise as much as fans seemingly want you to be?
Yeah, I wanted to be. I'm happy I'm here. Obviously, I didn't sign the first day of free agency, but I signed the 5th day of free agency. So I'm happy to be here. I looked a little bit in those couple of days. I looked a little bit of videos of Warriors, how they run the stuff. A little bit more kind of like to see how I can fit there, and obviously I think I can. So I'm really happy to be here. I hope the fans are happy. I hope I will prove to fans I deserve to be part of this team, and I hope we're gonna have a great season.
Very talkative young man. He was with my guy Sharky yesterday. Sharky was walking around. You know who you are, Sharky. Sharky goes out there and bench presses 400. He wears these polo shirts, and the guns are just popping out. I'm like, Sharky, dude, put the weights down for a second, man. For a second. He looks like an Incredible Hulk, but Sarge was happy. He was really happy about being here in the Bay Area.
He's going to wear number 20 for the Warriors?
Yeah.
I'm excited for that.
Why are you excited for that?
Well, I can't remember the last time somebody wore 20.
What is 20?
Larry Hughes?
Yeah.
It's a seldom used number.
Yeah, I guess that's only you could bring something up like that.
What?
20. I'm excited to wear 20. Are you going to buy the jersey because it's 20? No, I thought you were going to make a Barry Sanders comparison.
He's Croatian, and I'm rooting for him.
It's Croatian.
Jordan Bell had 20 for a second, and Bazemore, I believe, had it. I think Ekpe Udoh.
That's correct.
Okay. Was Mario Elie 20 with the Warriors?
He was.
Okay.
Wow. I guess 20.
Well, this is actually kind of impressive.
Terry Teagle?
Yeah.
There you go. Another
20
one.
is such a big deal.
Okay.
He's on a roll.
Was Ekpe? Did I say Ekpe Udoh?
Yes.
Okay. And Bazemore?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Not bad, huh?
Not bad.
Some guys have it,
No, I
Me,
guess.
Brock Purdy.
I guess 20 is such a big deal. He's wearing 20.
You missed Jeremy Pargo in 2020. You missed that one, Shasky.
I don't even
come on.
That's good knowledge, but I didn't know 20 was such a big deal for Dario Saric. Now I think about all the 20s. But that's not a good omen. That's not a good omen for Dario Saric. So I wish you didn't repeat that.
To me, he's going to be a hybrid, better version of Bielitsa and Jonas Jerebko.
Yeah, there's no...
Jerebko was solid. People have misremembered. Jerebko had moments.
Insert big European white guy here.
He had moments. Jerebko had moments. Why are you kidding yourself? Remember the game winner?
Yeah, that was the second game of the season, or third game of the season.
That's a moment.
Okay, did he have moments in the playoffs? He was unplayable in the playoffs, and I'm not trying to rip Jerebko.
I'm not saying that he was playable in the playoffs. I'm just saying that he had moments.
Jerebko...
He had moments.
Okay, he had a moment the third game of the season.
That's why I said better version of. See, you gotta roll with me here, brah.
It's not hard to be a better version of Jerebko.
Well, I said a hybrid of Bielitsa and Jerebko.
Well, I don't know if I want him to be. I want him to be completely different than all those guys.
Jerebko was nasty.
Oh my God.
That game winner against Utah?
The third game of the season.
Thank you.
We played Bia out the first 2 weeks of the NBA season during 2021.
And then come finals time, he made an impact.
He had a game.
Thank God.
That's all you need.
But B, really, that's all you need.
But you're going to get more from that from Sarge.
No,
I
agree.
Need more from that
I
from
agree.
Sarge.
But when I look at these bench guys like Rudy Gay, can you give me a game in the playoffs? Right? A game.
Jerebko didn't give you a game.
No, but he had great hair.
No, come on. Let's stop. Let's stop.
He had great hair.
Phil Smith, number 20.
Phil Smith was 20. Yeah, good call.
There you go. Let's hope Saric is better than 7 of those guys that you named.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think he will be.
Maybe we should get him to switch number 20. The curse of number 20. On the Golden State Warriors. Whoever wears 20, boy, you're in for a disaster.
I was going to say Jason Caffey, but I believe Jason Caffey wore 21, not 20.
I thought he was, wasn't he 35 with the Bulls?
He might have been. Yeah, but
KD's
with the
number?
Warriors, I believe he was 21.
Well, I don't want to.
Yes, he was.
See,
I don't want to remember what number.
And then
was.
like Dunleavy went from 10 to 34.
I remember he
and
signed.
Vice
Did
versa.
he sign like a 5-year, $35 million deal
Caffey.
with the Golden State Warriors? 5 years, $35 million, which was a lot of money.
35 was also Brian Cardinal, the custodian.
Custodian, no doubt. Georgia Los Altos, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. By the way, I played Presidio on Sunday and got my butt kicked, Bonte.
That's
so
tough
windy.
Course.
Happens, right?
Yeah,
that's a tough,
uphill,
tough
downhill, tough putting.
There's some holes you can't even see. You're batting. You're hitting uphill.
Yeah, it's called a blind shot.
The blind shots. Yeah, that was.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, I was on that hill. You mean the one with the 3-inch rough and your ball you can hardly.
Yeah.
I know that. I know that one. As to the Chris Paul thing, I'm scared to death because what I hope happens, and if it does happen, I don't see any reason why this team isn't capable of taking this thing the whole way. And what I hope happens is that a second unit that is primarily run by Chris Paul, with Gary Payton as the other guard and Sarge and Moody and Kuminga on the front line. Because I just don't see, and I can't wrap my arms around how you have two floor generals, the necessity for two of them, because Draymond Green is a savant, and Chris Paul is right there as a savant as well. Seeing both of them in the starting lineup, to me, doesn't make sense, but having Chris Paul as the leader of the second unit makes all the sense in the world.
Do you think CP3 could play a little when he's alongside Draymond? If they try to stagger the minutes to some degree, but they're going to play together at times. You think Dre could play more traditional point and CP3 could play a little off ball if need be?
I think it's probably easier for Chris Paul to do that than it would be for Draymond to do that.
That I agree with. What do you think, Bonte?
I'm interested. I think.
Are we making too much of this?
Yeah, I think we do make too much of the starting stuff.
I mean, just no. He's talking about two primary ball handlers.
I know.
Yeah.
I think the pick and roll with Draymond Green and Chris Paul is going to be interesting.
I hadn't thought of that.
Because if Draymond Green, George, if Draymond Green improved his finishing around the rim, teams are going to double Chris Paul right away like they do Steph Curry. And Draymond will have a free release to the rack. Now, can he finish? Can he make that nice touch pass to the guy cutting to the basket like Andre Iguodala used to do back in the day? This time it's Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah.
I could see that happening, George.
That's a good call.
No, I would love to see that too. I mean, we think back about it when we were really going great. Think about the bench that we had with Sean and all the other guys, Barbosa, and man, we were just deep there, and you always had that veteran presence. And thank God we now have a couple of guys like Rudy Gay. I don't know how much he'll contribute, but just having another veteran there, being with the younger guys and having him teach the younger guys what it's all about. There's so much of the benefit that can come with veteran talent on the bench. Not necessarily what they do into the game, but what they teach the younger kids. I think Kuminga and Moody's potential can be limitless.
Yeah.
Really can be limitless if they're allowed to develop and have the right guys. And that's why I think if Chris Paul is willing to run a second unit, and I'm not saying he doesn't start in certain rotations depending upon who we play, but I just see an incredible benefit with his IQ bringing along these younger guys.
Well,
that's
George.
Yeah, man.
Great call, George, because you're on to something here. And here's what Chris Paul had to say about the bench thing. Here's what he had to say, and it sounds like he's going to embrace whatever is coming his way.
I actually had an opportunity in 2008 to come off the bench for the Olympic team. You know what I mean? And that went pretty well. And I think anybody who knows me knows that I'm all about winning. You know what I mean? Whatever I can do to help our team win. So I know coaching us, we're going to talk about it and see what it looks like. We've been hooping all summer, and I think, for the season, it's going to be whatever to help our team win. And I think I've at least tried to show or proven that my entire career. So
I think him just saying that out loud right off the rip just kind of settles the murmurs and just calms everything down. It is interesting. Like, we forget how great he is. Not everyone. Like, we know. Like, the last time I came off the bench was for the USA team.
Yeah.
I mean, that's That's a pretty incredible sentence.
I mean, the guy shot 37.5% from three last year, and he can hit an open jumper. He was third wheel once Kevin Durant came aboard to Phoenix. So,
think about how good and how long he's been this good.
He's been
Curry's
legit.
in his 15th year.
Yeah, 15th year.
08 was 15 years ago, and he was on USA.
I know.
That's crazy.
And speaking of which,
That's
here's
crazy.
CP3 on joining the Golden State Warriors.
I mean, it's been a lot. Even with Dre, we been the craziest competitors against each other for a long time, and there's a lot of things said here and there. I tend to deal with things a lot more privately. So we talked, went to lunch, had a great conversation, all these different things, but also with all the different guys. Steph, Klay. I mean, I told you Klay and guarded me for years. We was playing pickup the other day, and he guarded me, and I looked at, I said, we don't do this no more, And so it's funny, man. Life is crazy. Willie Green, who's like a brother to me, actually became an assistant coach years ago here, and it kind of changed the dynamics of our relationship for a little while. You know what I mean? But it's funny how life happens. But everyone here, all the guys, Steve, everybody has been great. We all trying to build.
We're all trying to build. And I think unlocking Jonathan Kuminga, unlocking Sarge, and then as George and Los Altos said about Draymond Green, what if they do run that pick and roll with Draymond and CP3? Now, Draymond's going to have to finish at the rim, and he's got to improve on that, and I think he knows that. But he may have a free release, and all of a sudden he's playing 2-on-1 basketball, whether it's Kevon Looney crashing the lane, whether it's Andrew Wiggins cutting to the basket like Andre Iguodala used to do back in the day down the baseline for the alley-oops when they were playing 4-on-3. It's a very, very interesting move, and I think the whole bench thing, again, I'm going to say this, I'll say it every day and during the season. The whole bench thing was just, it's such a media and fan creation. Like, I don't think it's a big deal at all when we discuss basketball games. It's about who's in the closing lineup.
I think it matters to some of these guys, but I agree that the way we talk about it is over-exaggerated. That I agree with. But I want to start on the front end of what he said. Have you ever had a work situation where somebody was, I don't know about enemy, that might be too strong of a word, but like a competitor that maybe you didn't like because you guys were fighting over something, whether it's sports? Like I know in sports, I've had a lot of different people that I've gone up against that I couldn't stand. And then when I became their teammate, I'm like, yeah, we got a lot more in common than I thought. I had you kind of pegged all wrong. I hate playing against you, but now that you're my teammate, I actually really like you, and we get along a lot better. I think Dre and CP3 have much more in common than they wanted to admit when they're on, other teams fighting against each other. It's funny how life kind of works out like that. He is right about that.
No doubt. And then I want to hear from Ron Adams on Jonathan Kuminga having the door open for him. Draymond Green with the ankle sprain. He didn't limp around too much. He told everybody he was good. He's good. He's ready to roll. So he wasn't limping? He wasn't limping too much. He stepped on Jonathan Kuminga's foot Saturday or Friday in an open run or whatnot. But I was talking to him. He said he's fine. It would shock me if he's not ready to go opening day against the Phoenix Suns. But here's Ron Adams on Jonathan Kuminga, maybe taking advantage of the opportunity to impress Steve Kerr and get more minutes this season.
Well, the first thing I would say is the door is open for him. I think it's going to be a time for him to shine. We have Draymond down for a bit with that ankle. Mm-hmm. So, again, there's going to be some good visibility for him. I think he's growing up. He's had a good summer. I think the strength of this team is going to be our team intelligence. And there are a lot of people around him and a lot of the new guys that we have brought in who know how to play the game. And so I think this is going to help him. But I think he's growing. I mean, he's kind of on a natural growth pattern. He came in here a very inexperienced guy. Mm-hmm. Again, this is his time. Now look, this is an opportunity league. You get an opportunity like in any sport, and then you got to run with it.
And, he's got to run with it. And he was in good spirits yesterday. And it's a big year for Jonathan Kuminga. Also, Chris Paul yesterday mentioned, he was like, you know what? Jonathan Kuminga can hoop. This guy can play. This is a guy you don't want to give up. So the stars are aligned. GP2's healthy. Andrew Wiggins was around. So Jonathan Kuminga, it feels like that's the guy. If he can pop, it washes away the stain from the missed pick with James Wiseman. It washes away everything that happened with Jordan Poole. We'll remember the Jordan Poole situation. We'll remember him forever for helping the Warriors win that fourth championship in the Steph Curry era. But it kind of washes away that trade. If Jonathan Kuminga can pop, boy, it feels a lot. This organization feels a lot better.
It does feel like there's a lot on Kuminga, and maybe to a lesser degree Moody. Like a lot of this year is riding on them taking a step forward, not some big step, but like they can't go weeks without being productive. Mm-hmm. Last year there were weeks where either they didn't see the floor or they were just simply unplayable, where they would get yanked off the floor almost immediately. That can't happen. With the lack of size and the lack of athleticism and youth that they don't have on this roster, those guys are dramatically needed. Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying for like 40 minutes a night. Like if both of them were 15 to 25 a minute night, depending on who's in, who's out, contributors, now we got something.
Yep.
Now we got something. I think if both those youngsters falter, I think they're going to have a rough year. They need one of them to step up.
All right, here's Chris Paul on Kuminga.
JK can hoop, man. We done had some great moments and pickup and all that stuff, but I'm going to tell you straight up, I'm a hooper. Like, of course, I may be able to help JK, but everybody, you know what I mean, on the team, and I feel like those guys are going to be able to help me. So I'm going to tell you, I'm not like a guy who's coming in like, oh, this is just my focus. Like, I'm here to hoop and to play, and that's the way I am. That's the way I've always been, and that's not changing.
CP3, newest member of the Golden State Warriors. Speaking of numbers, GP2 is back to 0. He's going back to the Young Glove championship days. He was in great spirits. Actually, talked about Outside Lands. He said that was his first ever festival. It's like, man, it's a vibe out there. I got to go to more concerts and festivals. It was a lot of fun out there. But then he dropped, we 11 deep, dog. We 11 deep. Just watch. I was like, okay, we'll be watching. And then there's Klay Thompson. There's Klay Thompson. And Mike Dunleavy Jr. joined Steiny and Guru yesterday. And there's been a lot of talk about Klay Thompson's contract. Of course, he's in the last year of his deal. What's going to happen? Are they going to extend him? Klay Thompson basically is like, look, man, whatever happens, life is great. I'm in a great spot. Great spot. Here's what Mike Dunleavy Jr. had to say about Klay with Steiny and Guru, about Klay being in a great spot.
Yeah, I think Klay's in a great spot. I mean, physically, he looks great. He's been in our gym, working out, playing. Obviously, the shot's there. It's always going to be there. But the other stuff, I mean, this time last year, he just wasn't ready to start practicing, wasn't ready to play in exhibition games. And he's in a totally different spot this year. And that's from the time he's put in, the focus he's put in on it. You know, I think it'll pay off in big ways this season for him.
And here's Dunleavy Jr. on Klay's contract extension.
It is what it is. The one thing I would say is, like, Draymond was a little bit the same boat last year. And, you know, he did it and worked out fine. So, you know, like with Steve, we'd like to extend Klay. We're working through that. And if it doesn't work out during the season, still think we can do it after the season. And that's sort of our mindset. But we want to make it done, get a deal done as soon as we can. And with both those guys, I mean, those are important core pieces that can still perform high, whether it's Steve coaching or Klay playing. So that's sort of the game plan for us.
So there's no deadline or anything. You could theoretically sign him to an extension in January.
That's correct. Okay. Yeah. Yep. So we have some time on that.
Gotcha.
But, you know, I don't think anybody really wants to take it too far into the season. So we'll continue to talk through it. And like I said, hopefully get something done.
Oh, well, that's encouraging. Take it too far into the season. That means that, like, it feels more imminent as opposed to the Draymond. Because Draymond had the option, too. Like, that's the other element of this, right? Draymond had the player option, which Klay doesn't have. Well, that makes me feel more optimistic that something's going to get done sooner rather than later.
Yep, I'm with you there. And Klay could be a lifer here with the Golden State Warriors. Now, the biggest question that I hear a lot about the Golden State Warriors, the age. They're old.
It's a fair point.
So Dunleavy Jr. had to say about the age with Steiny and Guru yesterday live from Chase Center.
Maybe I'll use the word seasoned. I like the word seasoned.
That's not bad.
Experienced. And so, yeah, we always have a plan. We've got a great, like I said, Rick Silabrini and our medical team and collaborates with our players, our coaches, us on how we're going to get through this season. And most importantly, be peaking at the right time of year. And so that plan is in place. It'll adjust as the season goes along. But look, these guys are, you know, we mentioned Klay's work ethic this summer. Steph's, you know, in pristine shape as he always is. You know, Draymond, I think we mentioned, got a little bit of an ankle thing, but overall, we've really managed these guys well over the last few years. That's why they're playing pretty great into their mid-30s. So we'll continue to stick to that plan. I think this year, the other thing that we've sort of been better about is, you know, enhancing the players around them and also having the right amount of youth. Last year, I thought we got a little bit too young and inexperienced as you got further down our bench. I think this year we've added some pieces that will complement our veteran guys, and we're not too over the hill in those areas.
I agree with him on that. There were just a couple, probably too many young guys. If I make you choose between these two, you cannot go off the board. Who needs to get off to a good start more for the overall team? Chris Paul or Klay Thompson?
I think Chris Paul is going to do what he does. It's Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson gets off to a hot start. All of a sudden, the space that he's creating for Steph, for Wiggins, for Looney crashing to the basket.
His confidence level.
Confidence, sky high, value for his money. It's Klay Thompson. Because I think Chris Paul is going to do what Chris Paul's always done. He's not going to change.
Okay.
He's going to slow down the pace. He's going to hit open jumpers. He's going to get guys in the right spot. Offensively, he will be a conductor. To me, it's Klay Thompson.
See, I'm going to take Chris Paul. I view Klay as always been low-key streaky, right? Just in general. More consistent than we want to admit. But he's always had here he goes, 10 for 13, or, 9 from three-point land, 9 for 14.
You don't think if Klay struggles early on, this whole bench thing that we get fascinated with?
No.
He needs to go to the bench. He needs to sacrifice. He needs to stop chucking. Blah, blah,
You think
blah,
that'll
blah, blah.
become a drumbeat?
Oh, absolutely.
See, I think the Chris Paul, because to me, the Chris Paul, it's an easy scapegoat. I think for a lot of people, it didn't work with Chris Paul. Right. Here we go. Klay's kind of minted amongst a lot of the fans. So I think it's a little more important for Chris Paul. Plus, chemistry-wise, I trust Klay to go through his struggles with this team because he's done it before and bounce back. That we just haven't seen it from CP3.
Do we not remember the way we talked about Klay just this past season?
Yeah.
He may be cemented, but he was mentioning trade tell. He was mentioning trade talks with Drew Holiday. So I think if he does struggle, it's don't pay him. Trade him. He's washed. Can't defend anymore. He chucks.
Even more so than CP3?
Because I think CP3, everybody knows, is probably for a season. You know what I'm saying? And, I know people are going to hate CP3, but he gets off to a good start. Great. I expect CP3 to be CP3.
I look at and it's a very different situation, but when they acquired Kyle Lowry, Miami that is,
right,
he ended up being the scapegoat for everything wrong in Miami.
Did Klay Thompson not become a scapegoat for everything that went wrong in the LA Lakers series?
Yeah, but I think it was everything.
But we make it seem like Austin Rivers played 6 great games against the Golden State Warriors when it was really only 3 solid games, and he got better as the series went along. But Klay Thompson was getting roasted on these airwaves.
If we were he was. But Anthony Davis, but Anthony Davis, the main thing that killed Anthony Davis, that was the difference in the series. I think most reasonable people would say Klay wasn't great, and Steph wasn't great either in terms of efficiency. But Anthony Davis was the big reason. If we're pie chart of culpability,
don't doubt
Anthony Davis destroyed them.
But the haters were out on Klay Thompson.
Well, they were looking for it
when it came to the biggest 3 scapegoats after that Lakers series, and even during the Kings series. It was Dre, Klay, and Poole. And you could rotate
internally, yeah.
With the fan base.
Right. Well, Poole was literally unplayable.
Yeah, but people saying Klay Thompson stopped chucking.
Well, I thought that it was more Los Angeles did a great job of turning him into a playmaker.
I agree.
As opposed to Klay going rogue.
I agree.
But Jordan Poole is literally catching the ball and running into 4 people and then falling down.
Klay Thompson struggled to start the season, and they had the players only meeting to tell Klay to stop chucking.
I'm coming
and then the
around.
Fan base,
Okay,
I ain't letting you off the hook, Shasky. You cap it right now.
What do you mean?
We know Klay was, in terms of scapegoats, all last season.
Well, he didn't play good.
He had the month of January. People say, well, Steph was out. He had to be good. He had 2 of the best months offensively of his career, and he led the league in 3-point makes, and it still wasn't good enough. And I get he wasn't great last year. He was not great last year.
You can't say he made the most threes without it also acknowledging he was 110th in efficiency of shooting.
Yeah, well, that's what people say.
I'm just saying, both can be true.
Did he shoot over 40% from 3?
Yes, but he was an inefficient shooter.
40% is 40%, right? 41% on threes. Last time I looked, there's a lot of Westbrook can't even shoot 30%.
Well, that's Westbrook, and he's washed, and no one wants Westbrook.
We're talking about Chris Paul, and he shot 37.5% from 3 or 38.5% from 3. And it's a solid.
But they do other things, right?
They do other things.
They do other things. So it's not just all true shooting percentage or what your overall field goal percentage is.
But you're kind of making my argument on why he needs to get off to a better start. In terms of Chris Paul and Klay Thompson, I think it's more imperative for Klay.
Okay.
For his own psyche, for the contract talks, for everything that goes with Klay Thompson, he's got to get off to a hot start. He's got to.
I mean, ideally, we want them both to, but I made you pick one or the other.
Yeah, and I picked
I'm
one.
going to take CP3 still.
All right. 888-957-9570. Few. We're done. Oh, man. It's time for final thoughts. What a show. Shasky, final thoughts.
My final thoughts are you can try to back me into my 2022 Klay opinions, but I'm going to keep pivoting.
I'm not going to do it. Dude,
here's what I will finish with. It's Fleet Week, and it's one of my favorite weeks of the year for a San Franciscan because when I used to be in grade school, I'd be sitting at St. Gabe's, and you could hear the Blue Angels practicing above your head in the skies, and it was always a great week. And, you know, the people that serve this country, they are the reason that we enjoy the freedoms and the luxuries that we do as citizens, as civilians. And we have a really beautiful day planned today where the Marine Corps, the Navy, the Army, and I believe it is also the Sheriff's Department, the Fire Department, and the San Francisco Police Department, as well as the Oakland services as well, are all going to be competing in softball at Moscone. So if you're looking for something to do on a beautiful day, come down to Moscone. We got food and everything for all the people that are serving this fine country. Fleet Week, it's a great week. Go America.
Go America. You really brought it home right there. I appreciate that.
The Euros kicked our butt in the Ryder Cup, I told you that group of Americans doesn't understand the privilege that they enjoy.
Well, and Steph Curry talked to the media yesterday and talked about the Olympics and maybe, potentially, talk to some people, LeBron, KD. Looking like the saviors are going to come back. We need the old guys to come save us now. Come on. It used to be the youth movement, right? For Team USA. And then they just wet the bed against the Germans. Come on. We can't be doing that. We're America, baby. We need Steph. We need LeBron. We need AD, KD. Come save us. Come on.
Well, man, what you got?
Didn't expect to do an Olympic rant. Sorry, but go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's good. I like it. I like it a lot. I love a good rant. Trust me. It takes one to know one.
You look ready to ask the hard-hitting questions today. You look so ready.
Why? Who's more ready to ask? Who's more ready for the role? The overnight dancers welcoming all the servicemen in the town?
Tuesday.
Or Bonte Hill asking Farhan Zaidi a question?
Yeah, I guess my final thought is I'm excited for this 1-2 punch that Bonte and I are about to be throwing at Farhan in the Giants dugout in an hour or so.
I'm looking forward to this.
What is the greatest 1-2 punch in sports media?
It's Bonte Hill and Sam Ludman.
I was going to say, who are the guys that did the juice thing? Finnerawada or whatever the heck it was. Who was the guy that wrote the...
Oh, they wrote
Mark Finnerawada?
Juice. Yeah,
I'm
the guys
so sorry if I'm butchering his name.
The guys from
What were their names?
Who wrote the Balco scandal.
Yes.
Yeah, I forget their names.
Let's say Mike and the Mad Dog.
Mike and the Mad Dog.
Mike and the Mad Dog
that's
are
radio.
Yeah.
I meant more like
you said
real
media.
hard-hitting journalism.
You know, I'm going Bonte Shasky.
I would say Shams and Anthony Slater. They seem to work on a lot together.
They do. Or Sam Amick.
Yes, you're right. I don't want Sam to not get his appreciation as well.
Doubt. The two snitches.
How about LeBron and Chris Haynes? They seem to be working well together.
Dame Lillard and Chris Haynes.
Adrian Wojnarowski and anything coming out of CAA.
I'm going with Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey or Fred Warner or Dre Greenlaw. And that's it for us. Is Guru out today?
Guru JD in.
Interesting.
Maybe Steiny's going to the presser.
Where's Steiny going? Where's he at? Anyway, he had a good day at Chase Center yesterday. Anyway, that's it for us. Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 2G network. Holy from Xfinity. A little piece of me did die. The future starts now.
Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
All right, what's up, Goo?
Yeah, I'm gonna do my Steiny. What's up, JD? Can I call you Jay Digger?
You can call me whatever you want to call me.
Jay Digger in the house. And you know what? Steiny not here. This is what he doesn't do when I'm out. He'll be like, Guru not here. I'm like, did he have a long night? But Steiny under the weather. We got you in. Let's get it, baby.
Yeah, John Dickinson in for Matt Steinmetz today. Steiny a little bit under the weather, so I'm going to be with Goo here for the next 4 hours. We get you up to Willard and Dibbs coming up at 2 o'clock. Looking forward to it here.
We got a lot.
A Tuesday, there's a ton going on. We'll just give out the phone number right off the top, 888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. Warriors Media Day in the books. Wow. Yesterday, I know you were out there with Steiny doing the show. I was out there in the press conferences.
Look at my boy.
The Warriors, it's back. The NBA is back. The Warriors are back. Their first practice of training camp is today.
Let's go.
In about an hour. And they're 3 weeks away from the start of the season. 3 weeks from today is opening night against the Suns and Kevin Durant at Chase.
And it's only 2 games that night. They're the second game on TNT. I'll say this, Jay. You don't know this about me. This is my favorite time of year. MLB playoffs start today. We got football and NBA during the week to get us to Sunday. And then, pit stop. If you can't wait for football, you got college football and NFL Thursday and Saturday. Let's go. But the vibes, to me, were immaculate yesterday at Chase.
Yeah, I'm always interested how fans view it, because there is that, and you were talking to me about this before the show, that first day of school kind of vibe with respect to media day and everybody being around each other that covers the team, and the players are back, and they're all up at the podium addressing different things that are going on with the team. So there's that initial excitement of, it's back, it's back, it's back. But then, is it really back? Like, I think that's good for I think that's good for 2 or 3 days. And with the Warriors, there's so many storylines to get into just off of yesterday. But I think what happens is you get that initial it's back for like 3 days, and then it's like, oh, you know what? It still is a couple of weeks away till it matters. But today, I think the Warriors are first and foremost at the front of mind here in the Bay Area, and Chris Paul at the podium.
CP3.
And it's interesting because I think when you look at all of the different storylines, and the one that popped up here within the last couple of days surrounding the Warriors is the Draymond Green injury.
6 to 8 maybe, Jay.
Yeah, although Dre said yesterday he feels like he's a fast healer, and he's healing fast.
No walking boot.
No limp or anything like that. So at this point, it's still reevaluated in 2 weeks.
Right,
That's the first step. We know we're 3 weeks away from the opener, as I mentioned just a couple of minutes ago. And so, we'll see. But, he may miss a couple of games. He may miss no games. He may miss maybe as many as 10 games if it's on the 6-week end of the entire 3-week preseason plus the first 3 weeks of the regular season. But it got me to thinking as everybody came in, and I kind of want to get into just I do think you said the vibes were good. I think if you're a Warrior fan, my biggest takeaway from Media Day yesterday was everything that needed to be addressed, it felt like was addressed. And it also felt like it was addressed in a manner that at least gives you hope and optimism about this season with 3 weeks to go before it actually tips off. And even the one negative, which is the Draymond Green injury that popped up, I'm here to tell you, I think that can be turned into a positive because it relates to what the number one storyline was.
And it was a real
injury, and that was
6 starters.
How does Steve Kerr handle the starting lineup with Chris Paul and Steph and Klay and Draymond and Wiggins and Looney? And you just touched on it. He had the 6 starter comment. So to me, when Dre goes down, I'm thinking, well, it's set.
A no-brainer.
It's set now. Now that's at least for the first however long Dre's out, something you don't.
The record
have
continues
to
for
worry about.
CP3. The starting record.
Yeah, the 1200 or 14. Was it 1412 or 1214?
I don't know.
It was. Yeah, it's one of those. Every game of his career, Chris Paul has started, but I feel like maybe it seems like there's still been at least
social
from the
media
fans,
had Jonathan Kuminga stepping up.
Like there's still some kind of question about it. To me, it's a no-brainer if Draymond's out and the Warriors, let's be honest, are going to have to prep this thing like Draymond is going to be out, because he's not there today and he won't be there for a couple of weeks as far as practices. So if I'm Steve Kerr, I'm mapping out CP3, Klay, Steph,
Dre,
Wiggins, and Looney.
No doubt about it.
And that's the 5. And to me, the injury means that whole issue that was going to be a big issue
alleviated.
You get to kick the can down the road and sort it all out when Draymond's healthy.
No doubt about it, Jay. And I was in here so excited to see you. I'm stepping on you early. But listen, we're not yet at the anniversary of Punchgate because the Warriors had good juju when they went overseas, and then that jumped off. So we're not exactly at the 1-year anniversary. But I took an L all last season, and I'll admit it, every turn, JD, when it came to the Warriors' road record. And nobody now can tell me, you put on your white coat, I'm in your doctor's office, Jay. Confessions, Usher, halftime at the Super Bowl. I'm confessing to you, there's no doubt about it that what went on in camp with the punch, that affected the Warriors' connectivity. And that was the word, thank you, that was the word I brought up to Dunleavy Jr., who we had the pleasure of speaking with yesterday. Like, that was a point of emphasis for this Warrior team. So this offseason wasn't just about the additions. It was about what we saw in Arkansas, where Klay Thompson was with his brother, Moody, at his event out there. Like, I think they're working on that. So to me, JD, I want to see now that Poole's in another situation and all the good juju that I deem is about to be on display, it'll get tested. But I didn't like this cloud that is CP3 going to start or not? And you're right. To me, it's a no-brainer. He starts. But, Jay, tell me, this is why I'm at your office. Tell me if he starts because of ego, him accepting it. I don't know if him starting over Kuminga is a greater basketball reason why he starts.
Well, Kuminga hasn't earned anything at this point.
No doubt about it.
So
but if
that's
we go
kind of a separate.
No doubt. But I'm trying to put it all in one
It's not
funnel.
even if it's not CP3, that doesn't necessarily mean it's Kuminga.
Right.
But how could you, if you're the Warriors, get away with, like, it's one thing if Chris Paul's being asked to come off the bench because they had the best statistically starting lineup in the NBA last year, and you've got Hall of Famers galore in that starting lineup. If you're asking CP3 to take a back seat in that because of that,
you don't like that.
That's fine. Like, to me, that's acceptable. If you're CP3, it's like, I'm not coming off the bench for Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah.
I'm not coming off the bench for Moses Moody. Like, to me, it's two separate. I'm cool coming off the bench
when it's Draymond.
When it's Dre and you run into guys that have won titles and all of that with Wiggins and Looney, and it was the best lineup in the league. I'm cool with that if I'm Chris Paul. I'm not cool with it if it's like, well, we want to get Moody in there. We want to get Saric in there. It's because not just Kuminga. We want to get Kuminga in there. Any of these guys.
And I brought up Kuminga because, Jay, you're going to be like,
streets
stay
love
off of
Kuminga. You brought up Kuminga because the streets love Kuminga.
Yeah, and I thought about it also, too, position-wise. You know, Kuminga plays that position. So if it was about size and it wasn't about, records and what CP3 has meant because he's a steward of the league, I could be talked into, I'll go McDonald's. Hey, JK, you want an early nugget? Here you go. Here you go. And you wouldn't be by yourself, Jay. He ain't earned that, but you play that position. You got
he's the backup four. He's the backup four going into camp.
So from that viewpoint, I could see, we could call it scholarship, go college, but I'm with you. It's 90 in my world. It's 99.9% CP3 now or get that opportunity to start.
Yeah, and look, it's not crazy to bring up Kuminga as somebody that pencils in as the backup 4 and all of that. But and look, Chris Paul, I thought yesterday, and this is one of the things I jotted down among the many, and we'll get into them here, Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Chris Paul hinted at the fact that he'd be cool coming off the bench. He talked about the 2008 Olympics, and while he hasn't done it in the NBA, he said, hey, that worked out. The quote was, anybody who knows me knows that I'm all about winning, whatever I can do to help our team win. And again, some of that is, I thought Chris Paul was spectacular yesterday and not having any kind of edge or attitude or any kind of hint of not being comfortable with the surroundings. Like I thought he was like whatever. If he needed time, and we all sometimes need time to process things that are different, good, bad, or ugly in our lives. Sometimes you just need a little time to get your head right.
You tell him.
And it feels like Chris Paul had the time over these last couple of months to where he knew yesterday it was go time. And I gotta be a certain way. I gotta act a certain way. I can't bring no energy that people are going to be questioning because
sour.
To me, he was almost, at least he sounded like, a little bit of a different dude in everything that he said. And look, maybe behind the scenes he's thinking, damn it, I want to start. I want to start no matter what. I sure as hell better be starting if Dre's the guy that's going to be out. But he said all the right things, and he said it with the right demeanor, which, again, is another one of those things that I file away as a positive vibe or a reason for Warrior fans to be optimistic about the fact that this thing can work. It doesn't mean it's going to. Yeah. There's a million things that could go wrong. You know, the Draymond injury, you could already say, hey, this is an older team, and already guys are starting to get hurt. Like that's definitely something that you can put on the other side of it. But so far as Chris Paul goes, I think so good, and that sets the tone for a more harmonious team compared to where things were last year.
Okay, no doubt about it. And I give CP3 an A+ for yesterday. Presentation, attitude. But, Jay, I'm going to go Dr. Phil, and then I'm also go foul pole in baseball. You tell me if I'm not being fair here. And Steiny and I touched on it yesterday while we were at Chase. I do believe that demeanor from CP3 and saying the right things was so easier now that the Draymond injury happened over the weekend. You say what to that?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, because we can never prove it.
You might be right. Like, I'll even give you that. Like, I'll even say, Goo, you're right.
I nailed it.
You're right, Goo, you hit it. So what?
Yeah.
Like, we all in our lives have to fake it sometimes. And the key to faking it, though, the key to faking it is making it out like you're not faking it.
Yeah.
And so I don't really care whether you're real or not. If you can come in and not have a fleck of attitude or anything like that, then you win the day. And I thought Chris Paul won the day because the big storyline coming into camp before the Draymond injury bumped its way to the top was going to be, what does Steve Kerr do?
No doubt about it.
And it's not a lock, I think, at this point,
because it hadn't been decided yet.
No, but the only way Chris Paul's not starting is if Steve Kerr wants to, and to me this would be an overthink, if Steve Kerr wants to say, well, Chris, we want this to be your role when we have everybody, so we want you to get used to that role now because that's going to be the role when we have everybody. To me, that's an overthink. Right now, you put your best 5 on the floor at the beginning of the year because you've already said you need to get off to a good start, and Chris Paul's basketball IQ, especially on the offensive side, is right up there with Draymond's, even though they're different sizes and different positions. Draymond, a lot of time, is the point guard for the Warriors. So, Chris Paul can come in and run the stuff. And to me, it's more important that Chris Paul gets acclimated to the other stars and starters on this team, because those are the dudes he's going to be playing with down the stretch in games to help them win. Even if Chris Paul wasn't going to start, Goo, he was probably going to finish 9 times out of 10. And so to me, all of the reps you can get him with the big guys, the star players, the brand name players, to me, that's more important than trying to fit him in the box of what his role may be if you had everybody healthy. And I'll tell you another thing as it relates to, like, well, maybe you want to get Kuminga in there and give him a shot. To me, Kuminga, it's the opposite. Kuminga needs to accept that backup 4 role and own that backup 4 role So I would still keep him in that backup 4 role, meaning Chris needs to play with the big boys, and Kuminga needs to own that role and be cool with that role and make that role into something where he can be an ultra productive player as that backup 4.
I'm not mad at that, but I'll tell you this: when the trade was announced, stylistically and just it being a natural fit, CP3 on this team, JD, I got my popcorn because I don't think it's a natural fit. And I talked about it, and I still believe it. Draymond, you talk about it, the point guard. His thing offensively is he brings the ball up. He sets up the offense. How is he going to be able to do that with CP3, let's just say, starting alongside Dre? Like, I want to see how that plays out. Now we got to press pause on that. But, Jay, you just keep saying something to me that I keep hearing, and it's something the Warriors are going to have to deal with. If he finishes games, okay, I'll give you the offensive side of, okay, you start the game and do some of the characteristics you have, some of the traits that Draymond does, but physically he does not on the defensive side. So, Jay Digga, you are going to be small when CP3 is out there. And without Draymond, how are you going to make that up? That's what I can't wait to see. Because offensively, you can sell me, I'm bought in, but defensively, I'm like, oh boy, and you're going to get that first test when Phoenix comes in here. You know, if CP3 is finishing games, Jay, how are you going to, IQ and all, how are you going to overcome being small?
Look, I'm not saying he's going to finish every game necessarily, but I think the plan is going to be, and I'll say this, his expectation is going to be that he's finishing games. And again, maybe it's not quite 9 out of 10.
Yeah.
And look, if somebody's having a hot night or there's a matchup, then Steve Kerr's going to have to figure that part out. You know, maybe it's better to stay with Looney in the lineup. Maybe Kuminga is having a great game. Maybe somebody else off the bench is doing something. Mm-hmm. But to me, you don't make the deal if you're the Warriors if you're not looking at it like Chris, Steph, Klay, Dre, and Wiggins can't finish games, or Looney in Draymond's stead in this particular instance with Draymond Green out due to an injury. Now, I'll say this. There's opportunities, I think, for Kuminga maybe to finish games in Looney's spot.
Okay.
At that point, if they want to play him, real small ball 5, if he's having a good night. But again, that doesn't make you bigger.
Yeah.
That makes you smaller because he'd be basically playing the 5 at that point with the other. And how do you combat it? Steph's a better defender than Chris Paul. Steph's got to do his thing.
Yeah, it looked like he put on some muscle again.
And Klay's going to have to guard up. Klay's going to have to be a 3-4 defender. Wiggins is going to have to hold his own, maybe against some more size. So. Or Wiggins ends up on maybe the smaller guard against certain teams. So there's ways to do it. But to me, you don't make the move with the intention that Chris Paul isn't, when all things are going well and you're the best version of yourself, finishing the game. Like that, to me, that's the whole point of getting Chris Paul is, you want him to run the second unit and all of that, but you also think most nights he's going to be out there at the end of the game because you want that basketball IQ on the floor.
Yeah. And I agree with that, but it goes back, and we haven't talked, Jay, on air about, and I'll never question one of the GOATs, if not the best coach in the league right now, currently, Steve Kerr. He's earned that, a Don. But, I didn't, from a personal standpoint, like the 6 starters terminology. I didn't like the fact that they didn't know, and he said it to Willard and Dibbs. He alluded to the fact that, guys got to buy in. And I just thought to myself, okay, so I'm going math here. You break it down to 6 guys. And I'm just like, so all it takes to me is one guy to buck the system and not be happy with whatever the decision was. And it's not the Golden State Chris Pauls. It's the Golden State Warriors who have gotten to the mountaintop 4 times. And Jay, there's just a part of me that doesn't playing into the new booty or the new person, which is CP3's, his brand and ego being so big that the team would do a U-turn or go left when they want to go right to feed that. And that's what I don't like.
I don't think they're feeding
that's off the table right now because Dre is not available. So all systems are go. Let's go.
I don't think they're feeding the ego, though, right now.
Nobody's eating now for 6 to 8 weeks.
Well, that's the thing. I think you're right. There was going to be a question of are they going to fit the square into the round peg to keep him happy.
Yes.
But to me, that's off the table for now. And I'll be honest, before the Draymond injury, I think it was trending toward they were going to ask him to come off the bench. I think it was trending that. I think it was trending that way. I think it all the reports and everything and all the educated speculation and all that was leaning the other way. Like they were gonna cram him in.
That's what I thought, Jay.
And deal with the I think over the last week and a half lead up to training camp, I think that was starting to shift to the point where they were going to have a conversation if they felt it was the right thing about him coming off the bench. But again, that's off the table now.
No doubt
with
about
Draymond being out. Right. To me, he goes right into the starting lineup, and you use this as an opportunity to get him a lot of minutes with the regulars because offensively he can provide some of the things that Draymond provides in a different way because he's a true point guard and somebody that can get the ball to players and in certain spaces on the floor. So you have to use that negative as a positive. To me, you keep everybody else in their roles.
Like Kuminga. You got me thinking about Kuminga. Like you need to perfect
You're still the backup for
your reality.
Nothing changes for you other than you're going to get more minutes because Draymond ain't here. So Kuminga, even though he wouldn't be starting, would still, on paper, going into the season, have a bigger role in my book. But that doesn't mean he has to start because to me, when everything's whole, he's not going to be starting anyway, and you're going to want Chris Paul to be having the ability to play at his best with those other star players because that's ultimately what you're going to need at the end of games. So 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. We do know it's Cowboy week.
Man.
49ers and Cowboys coming up on Sunday night.
Niners own the Dallas. They got some ownage right now.
Right now they do. Right now
in the biggest of games that night, season over.
So we know this is a huge week. We're going to talk 49ers and Cowboys.
Last time the Niners were under 30 points, it was that Dallas game last year here.
It was that Dallas game.
Just think about how good of a unit you got to be to keep this offense under 30.
If you throw out the Purdy game.
Yeah, which I did. Yeah, now you don't like it, but yeah.
That game did happen. It's funny. I was having a discussion.
Uh-oh.
So point is, we are going to talk Niners Cowboys because that's a massive deal. But we are going to keep it rolling here with the Warriors conversation, and I got a Warriors question here coming up. 888-957-9570. But I was having the conversation with somebody about the Niners record.
Okay,
because I said, they're it's 14 in a row now in the regular season, and Purdy. I said, well, Purdy is. I said he's something in one. And this person said to me, I won't share.
They got hot.
They said, well, one, he didn't lose. Yeah, he did. Sorry. We can explain it.
He got knocked out.
We can explain. It was Allen. It was Allen when we did the show at Friedman's. I couldn't remember. It was Allen. We were having the conversation. Allen.
He put that one in
counts.
there.
You can't say he's 14-0 or whatever. It's
now, to help my brethren out.
Now, you can explain it.
Yeah.
You can explain.
He's undefeated in the games that he started and finished.
Sure.
All right.
But to me, it's he's whatever in one. I've lost count because it's so great. He's whatever in one.
Everything is.
But you got it. You can say, but the one was when he got hurt and da. So that all makes sense. All right. Is it a no-brainer with Draymond out that Chris Paul starts? That's the question. 888-957-9570. We'll get into that. And that segment brought to you by Flag and Anthem.
Brought to you by Flag and Anthem. Premium clothes without the premium price tag.
It's official.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
All right, John Dickinson in for Matt Steinmetz. Daryl the Guru Johnson here as always. 888-957-9570. Appreciate Loon. Loon was the 15th of 15 players that came up to the podium.
I love it, man.
Mr. Steady, right at the end there, and I think it's interesting. He, for what it's worth, because he's involved in all this stuff about who's going to start or not. Everybody just throws his starting spot around
because he's so willing to take
he
one
can be
for
in
the team.
And out.
Yeah.
Like I always wonder, because this is just how I roll. Like, and you're right, Looney. I mean, he's just Mr. Steady, Mr. Cool about it. But I always think, is he really cool about it, or like he always says he is? But it's like he could be sitting at home thinking, everybody just throws my starting spot out.
But
like
as long as he doesn't voice it, that's what makes him, like you said, we all thinking. Fake it, but
I hope everybody's not taking Looney for granted.
I feel like I'm the Looney of the station. Like whatever you need me to do, I'll do it, Jay. Jay, real quick here.
I don't think you're the Looney of the station.
Have you? Because before Soda, Nahegan, Bonte, and I, you were the real Soda weight loss because you lost weight. The transformation was incredible. You're still looking good, but I've never really adjusted to the cafeteria high school part of the show, the component now that is YouTube. Whatever you wear, they talk about you. Chris M on YouTube, Guru, it looks like you drunk a pumpkin spice latte on the way to work. All because of the color of my shirt, Chris.
I like it.
It ain't an insult, but
yeah,
damn. Now you got me thinking Thanksgiving and pumpkin pie.
I think you look good.
No, he didn't say bad, but damn, that ain't what I was aiming for.
It's fall.
Oh, there you go.
To me, it's fall. It's October. It's fall. You were at the facility yesterday, so it's going to be a little different. Attire. This is basically your first day in studio in October, which feels like fall. So I got no issue with it.
Let's go, baby.
But I'm with you. Not to get off on a tangent on that, but I never like I don't. I just never like the angles. I hope we got better angles in the other place.
This is the heavy chair, too. So
In the new place, I hope there's better angles. Because I always think, damn, like I put in all that work and the angle ain't right.
It's all about the angles, JD.
The angle ain't right. 888-957-9570. We're talking some Warriors angles here on 95.7 The Game. And the simple question that I posed before the break, is it a no-brainer now that Chris Paul just moves into the starting lineup? Draymond's going to be out, whether it's 2 to 4 or 4 to 6 or 6 to 8. We know he's going to be reevaluated in 2 weeks, which is still going to be a week before the regular season starts, 3 weeks from today. But to me, and it sounds like to you, it's a no-brainer that, hey, Chris Paul goes right into the starting lineup, and it's Steph and Klay with CP3, Wiggins, and Kevon Looney, and you keep everybody else in their normal roles. You use this as an opportunity to get Chris Paul what he probably wants anyway, although he did hint yesterday that he was cool coming off the bench, and you move forward in that vein, and you put the best five you have out there on the floor at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, and I don't care what walk of basketball it is or what level, Jay, what you just said is how I would run my team, and that's the best five. But I will say this again, because you said something, and it just blew me away, and it's how I'm feeling right now. CP3 was presidential. He's been that, again, a steward of the league, but there's no doubt the words that came out of his mouth yesterday, if we could just look deep down, it was easier for him to say those words because now of what's going on with Draymond. And I can make the case because it's all about positivity and connectivity. I can make the case, and this is where you went last block, that if he didn't start now with this injury, it would actually, it would be worse than if he didn't do it and Dre was there. So it's almost like CP3, come on, and that record, Cal Ripken, all the great records we have in sports, the Iron Man record, I mean, this is something that means something to him, and the fact now it wouldn't be or it wouldn't come to an end because of a guy like Draymond and maybe a Jonathan Kuminga Dre, I don't think he would be able to. I think that would hurt a little bit.
Well, and I think that's a fair way of looking at it. Like, I'll be honest, if I'm Chris Paul, I would view it that way. If I'm Chris Paul and you have Draymond and Steve Kerr comes to me and says, I think it's best for the team if you come off the bench, I would say, you got it. You got it, coach. Now, and I'd be cool with it. And I'd roll with it. And I know that I'm probably going to be playing a lot at the end of the games. I'm still going to be playing a lot with the the star players. And so I would roll with it as what's best for the team. If you come to me and say, Dre's out, we're gonna give Moody some run. We're gonna go with Saric because we want to stretch 4 out there with Looney because Looney's not a shooter. Or we're gonna go with Kuminga because we want to let him play with better players at the start or whatever, and he's the backup 4. So we're gonna put it. If I'm Chris Paul at that point, I'd probably fake it like I'm cool with it, but I would not be cool with it. And I may even voice that I'm not cool with it.
Because that's when you're really not cool with it. Oh, okay.
Not publicly.
Because public then it's messy.
Not publicly, but in private, I'd be like, I'm not cool with it. Like,
you're being a pro then.
I'm not cool with it.
Yeah, you're being a pro then if you let them know behind closed doors.
And I don't. And here's the thing: regardless of what I think, it's not what's best for the Warriors. With Draymond Green out, because we can talk about egos and personalities. The best thing for the Warriors, in my opinion, with Draymond out, is for Chris Paul to start. I'll say this. I think the best thing for the Warriors, if Draymond was healthy, would be for Chris Paul to come off the bench.
And we're in the same as Low Neal would say, pew.
So, to me, it's both things are equally true. If they've got Draymond, I would start with the big lineup that they started last year with Looney and Dre 4 and 5 and Wiggins, Klay, and Steph. But without Dre, to me, it's a no-brainer. Chris Paul pops right in there.
God love it.
Let's go to Phil in San Francisco, 888-957-9570. What's going on, Phil?
Not a lot, you guys. How's it going?
Hey.
Yeah, just wanted to chime in a little on your subject about, who starts and who doesn't and how often and everything. I mean, I think the Warriors really have the best of both worlds, I think, in having Curry as a potential point guard and having CP3 because they're two totally different types of point guards. But they understand what their roles are because they're veterans, and certainly with CP3, he's been with 5 different teams now. I think he's going to be more than adaptable, with what Kerr, his job as the coach is to understand and appreciate what their strengths and weaknesses are, and you may have a whole bunch of different starting lineups throughout the season based upon who they're matching up against.
Eventually, that's what it's going to get to.
Yes.
Thanks, Phil.
Well, I think that, yeah.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off there, Phil.
But he got his
point in. That's what it's going to come to eventually is the best lineup for the best match. And look, I think he's going to roll with it a certain way predominantly, but then as we've seen in the playoffs, things can change game to game. Draymond didn't start. Steph Curry hasn't started playoff games for this reason or that. So, Coach Kerr has been, I think, really good at finding the right moment in the playoffs to make sure that he's got the right group out there at the beginning and the right amount of players to have in the mix beyond that.
Yeah, when you get taken advantage of. But I will say this. I'll just use the Lakers. They had a good offseason. JD, you know who their starting 5 is. You know who their starting 5 is in Milwaukee. Let me tell you, how about the NBA champions? You know who their starting 5 is. And to me, that that means something. And it's been that way for the Warriors, although they'll change it up or go small when you get down to the nitty-gritty. But I get a San Francisco Giants type feel. Castani was kind of saying this too, and you tell me what you think because you kind of just touched on it. Oh, they can roll out. They can do the Rubik's Cube, of start lineups. And I'm like, I don't like that. I like the stability of knowing, okay, we're in the Bay. We're going up against this dog that is led by Steph Curry. This is the starting 5. Not on Wednesday it could be JD, Thursday it could be Goo, Friday it could be Spadoni. And I'm just hearing that a lot. And I'm like, I don't think we'll see, that without injury.
No, I don't really either. To me, the best way to handle it is Draymond's out, CP3 starts, like we've been talking about. And then when Draymond's back, you do have to see where things are at. Like, is it going well with Chris start? Because look, I'll lay another scenario out there. Let's say Draymond misses the first 10 games and Chris Paul starts and the Warriors go 7-3 and look really good and they're clicking and Kuminga looks good coming off the bench and everything's kind of fitting, but you don't have Draymond. Well, at that point, maybe Draymond comes off the bench to initially. So just to ease that in because you're having success. And we already know Draymond would be cool with it because Draymond did it in the playoffs last year.
Get sacked.
So it's not if Draymond will read the room, if that's what's going on, and say, you know what, I'm going to take on a role where I survey the game and then come in almost like the backup point guard for Chris. Like you could start that lineup and then Draymond comes in for Chris. And then you've got the other lineup on the floor for a few minutes before you start making other subs. Yeah. So, and you can do it that way and get Chris out and then bring Chris back in at the start of the second quarter, and then he's with the bench group. So just because he's starting doesn't mean he isn't also going to be playing with that bench group at the beginning of the second and fourth quarters.
Good stuff. And I'm selfishly, JD, I keep saying stylistically, I don't want anybody to be injured. I want to see Draymond, and I want to see this Warrior team that I feel like now is connected. And I'm not making excuses. I don't think enough is being made of what they had to endure last season and still get to the conference semis. The whole Wiggins fiasco, I won't even call it a fiasco, a sabbatical. He was gone. That threw everything out of whack to me. Then the punch, and they still got to those heights and lost to the Lakers in 6. My thing to you is that this Warrior team to me still likes to run. I just can't wait to see, okay, they get the rebound. Chris Paul methodically likes to bring it up, get the offense set. How are him and Dre going to coexist? And why I bring up the word selfishly is we got to wait however long Dre is out to kind of see that play out.
Yeah, I think him and Dre
grow.
Him and Dre can coexist, but you have to remember when him and Dre are on the floor together, it's going to be without Looney in all likelihood because somebody's going to have to. If Draymond and Chris Paul are out there, the most likely scenario is going to be it's either the starting lineup with Looney being off the bench, or it's going to be a closing lineup where Looney would probably be the guy if everybody else is healthy because you're not benching Steph or Klay or Wiggins at that point. Yeah. And so I think that can work. I think Chris Paul, when there was a texter that said this Comcast business text line, Chris Paul's mid-range game
come on now.
Is an element.
That's the best part of his game.
I mean, the Warriors don't have too many guys that knock down 15, 16-foot jumpers. Yeah. And
Corey Joseph can't.
Chris Paul's ability, well, he can't. What is he can't make the club from the tub?
Yeah, we saw him.
I mean,
yesterday.
he's made the club,
but yeah.
Well, no, and not to get off on a tangent on Corey Joseph, but I've said I think if he's healthy, he might end up playing some backup too.
Okay,
a little bit. If some of the younger guards are not
40% from 3 last year
up to speed, so we'll see. But he's got to be healthy.
How would you answer this? Never go full Jeff on the First NorCal Credit Union. He said, JD, and I'll let you handle this. I hate that you guys are only talking about CP3 starting if Draymond is out, as if there's no other options. Jeff, you're not listening because we talked about it. It's not just specifically CP3. We talked about it could be Kuminga. We talked about.
Well, that's the question. The question is, I've kind of thought of it as a no-brainer, but
we're both on that.
But I get the impression that a lot of Warrior fans
think it could be Kuminga.
Don't think it's a no-brainer.
And that's where Jeff, I bet it. I don't want to speak for him. I bet he's thinking JK could do it.
Like it's still a question. Is it Moody? Is it Kuminga? Is it Saric? How do you want to do that? But to me, I want Saric in his bench role.
I'm looking forward to
off the top.
Yeah.
I want Kuminga in his bench role off the top. Chris Paul is going to fluctuate no matter what. It's not like Chris Paul, because Chris Paul was going to be in the starting lineup when there's Steph's going to miss games, Klay's going to miss games. Chris Paul's going to go in the starting lineup then. So Chris Paul's role was going to fluctuate no matter what. What I want is the one dude to have his role fluctuating. I want the dude that has his role fluctuating to be the Hall of Famer and not the 21-year-old.
Well,
and not the specialist in a guy like Saric, and not Moody, who came along in the playoffs but still has to prove that he can play in the regular season the way he did in the playoffs. Like people, and I get it. I'm one of them. Moody played so well, you got to let Moody play in the regular season. Totally agree with that. But you know what Moody has to do? He has to be as productive in the regular season as he was in the playoffs, because he was not as productive in the regular season when he got opportunities last year as he was in the playoffs. Playoff Moody has to be there in the regular season at the results level. Knocking down threes, hustle plays, keeping the ball moving, not turning it over, not fouling.
Defend.
Like Moody was really good against Sacramento.
What's your gut tell you about how, full throttle, healthy, Jay, when it was announced CP3 was coming to here, like, how good do you think this team can be? Like, if I told you they're going to the Western Conference Finals, you could easily say, it's too soon. Come on, man. They're having their first practice today. Anybody could say that. But I know how you think. Russell Crowe, beautiful mind. What's your gut tell you if everything clicked, how good this team could be?
I think they're at a minimum a team that makes it to the second round of the playoffs.
All right. Which they did last year with all that drama.
At a minimum, I think but a better version of that. If they're healthy, if it clicks, I think they're a better version of a top 4 team in the West. And when you look at the other teams at the top of the West, I mean, I think it's Denver, it's Phoenix, I think it's the Lakers.
Yeah.
And then
I want to throw Clippers in there.
Can they be the 4th? I'm not throwing the Clippers in there at all.
Because Kawhi was barking back about his availability.
That's fine.
Kawhi.
Yeah, the Clippers are on. The Clippers, I've taken the approach of just like, wake me up. Wake me up when you prove to me that you care. I got they're not going to care enough to be top 4. Again, the Warriors didn't care enough in stretches last year to be top 4. And so I think, I look at it on paper, best of the best. I feel like, all right, it's Denver, it's Phoenix, the Lakers, and then the Warriors in a top group if everybody's rolling, and then you figure it out from there. And then after that, you want to start talking about the Clippers. You want to start talking about the Sacramentos, who were probably already upset that I didn't put them in the top 4 because they were 3 last year.
I forgot.
They got to prove it. Again, that last year wasn't a fluke for them. So but so that's the high end. And then it becomes, if you are one of those 4, can you if you are in the Western semifinals, can you beat LA or Denver or Phoenix in a playoff series? And then can you beat one of the other 2 in the conference final? Like, to me, that's
a bear.
That's what it ultimately comes down to if you're the Warriors. But health is going to be at a premium in addition to everything else.
Let me pick your brain, because we hadn't got into it, about the Klay Thompson and Steve Kerr contract situation. I told Steiny I'm on record. I thought Klay would get done before opening night. I don't know if I still feel that way, but I feel like that'll get taken care of, Jay. But the Steve Kerr going into this year, like, quote unquote, Bob Myers did last year, that surprises me. Your thoughts?
I think Steve Kerr's comfortable enough in his own skin to handle it as far as his part of it. I think I took the Klay deal a little bit differently than I think most people did. I thought Klay was kind of saying, hey, it's possible that it gets done. When he was, it's possible that it gets done, but if it doesn't,
I ain't tripping.
I ain't tripping. And I thought there was also a little hint of, and maybe I'm not here. Like a
little splash of that,
a little bit. I thought that. Like there's a little of it. It probably gets done. If it doesn't get done, I'm not tripping. And you know what? If this is it, I've had great moments here. I'm going to have more great moments here this year, and we'll see what happens. Like I think all of those things, we're not that far away from the prospect of that being reality once you get into the regular season and nothing's done.
Because Steve can get done at any juncture during the season.
Right.
Klay, if it ain't done before Phoenix, then it ain't happening.
Not every head coach can coach on the last year of their deal. Steve Kerr can.
And
Phil
some
Jackson
shouldn't have to.
Phil Jackson did.
Yeah, but it was
lot.
over then, though. You know what I'm saying? It was bad blood, kind of.
No, but they had won titles. Everybody still respected Phil. Like it wasn't that players didn't respect Phil. Like Steph, Klay, Draymond, Wiggins. Those dudes, all those dudes respect Steve Kerr.
Yeah, no
Whether
doubt.
He's
they
in the
should.
last year of his deal. Like, this isn't, Dave Yeager coaching needs another year added on for people. This isn't Gabe Kapler needs another year added on.
What do you mean by that?
So people take him seriously. Like Gabe Kapler, and again, I know it's baseball. Gabe Kapler is a lame duck manager. Stinks. That's a horrible thing. Yeah, Steve Kerr in the last year of his deal, who cares?
I'll tell you, I care, Jay, just from the vantage point that he's a Don. And he was on with Willard and Dibbs a while ago, and he said he still wants to do this. And I took him at face value. I believe that, but I'm always reminded by the guys in the afternoon. Mike Dunleavy Jr. told us Jordan Poole was going to be here a while, and then 2 days later he was out of town. So anything could pop off. But I do wonder, Jay, like a guy like Steve Kerr, if he wants to be here, should never get to this plateau of his contract, because there is a sense of pride and prestige when that announcement goes out. You know what? Steve Kerr is going to be the Warrior head coach. So, again, I'm not trying to be messy. It is just peculiar that, I've won 4. I still got the big 3. Dre got 4 for a hundo. What's up? That's all,
Well, it's a matter of how much of a discount is Klay going to take, because that's the truth. Like he got paid a lot of money for 2 years to rehab. That made perfect sense at the time because of they were coming off of the 5 straight finals in 2019, and he was a free agent, and he had helped them win all those championships to that point. Like it made sense to give him that max deal at that point in time. But now he is going to have to take less. Now, is it Draymond less, 25 a year? Probably not.
My number was 33 for 9. He gets it done.
It might need to be more like 4 and 120.
Right.
And
that's right.
But I do think that's again, I'm trying to put myself in Klay Thompson's shoes in this, right? Like what would the
antis.
But I could see Klay saying, I want. Yeah, okay, I'm not going to make 42, but I want to make 35 times 4. But you start talking 35 times 4, that's 4 and 140.
But he's got the Ronnie Lott right now.
And he thinks that's a discount.
See, and that's where I would hope he's not there, because the 42, if Klay brushes his teeth in the morning, talking to Rocco, walking to the sink, I might not be a $42 million player. That's what I'm getting paid. Not I owe them something. And Steiny pointed out, Jay, hey, Goo, when he was out, he still was working to get back. And hey, okay.
100%.
But that's at minimum. But the team was without his services.
And that was also when he was, 27, 28?
Exactly. So I would hope Klay could be like, you know what, you guys had my back. It was a contract, but you had my back when it was 0-30 and I couldn't ball. I could see, not I'll give it all back, but we could definitely hit the minus button on the calculator, and I'd be fine with that. So I'm interested to see how that plays out.
At that point, though, the Warriors had no choice. Like there was were any team that had cap space would have paid Klay Thompson to rehab for a year at that point, because he was in his prime, and it was only an ACL at that point, which guys can come back at 27, 28 from an ACL. Then once he was under contract, then it was the Achilles on top of that. Which obviously it's taken a little bit, but all in all, I still think Klay Thompson, and I was as critical of him, I think, as anybody last year.
December and January, my goodness.
But all in all, his numbers,
40%.
All in all, I think if you look at Klay Thompson, even though I think the bad games were too bad, and some of the mentality of
straight jacking.
The way that he played was not where I would want it to be. When you separate from that, all in all, I think Klay looks pretty good.
He hit his metrics
for the injuries that he's had and coming back from. Like, again, it's a both things equally true for me. Is he helping him win at the same rate that he used to? No, because his bad games are killing him last year a lot. Did he have a bad mentality last year? Not every game, but a lot
of the team meeting.
In some games, yes. And it like he hurt the team, I think, more than people think.
Okay.
Okay. Not more than he helped. He helped more than he hurt still, but he did hurt him more than I think a lot of fans are comfortable. If that goes away this year, then and he's a little bit more efficient while putting up similar numbers, then they can win a lot more with the Klay Thompson.
I can't wait, man.
That we have. Goo, I see you smiling over there, my man.
Let me tell you why, JD. It's sodaweightloss.com, and I've told you and the listeners I'm down 24 pounds and counting. Let me tell you how. Sodaweightloss.com has provided your boy with his own personalized nutritionist. Hey, Becca. and I talk to her, and she keeps me accountable multiple times a week, and I have my weekly weigh-in. And what I'm doing, JD, is I've cut out all the junk food. There are no appetite suppressants, no extreme workouts. I'm doing all of this from the convenience of my own home, and now I got friends and family asking me, Goo, how you doing it? And it's SOTA, SOTA, weightloss.com, and right now I'm killing it, and I want to continue, and I want you guys to be a part of it. So what I want you to do right now is go to SOTA, SOTA, weightloss.com, find the program that best fits you, and get rid of the fat ASAP. SOTAweightloss.com, state-of-the-art weight loss.
888-957-9570. That segment brought to you by Local Arena Ticks.
Attention Bay Area sports fans, get ready for a game-changing experience with Local Arena Ticks. A family of 4 saves...
back to Chris Paul.
It's a new day.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Going to be a lot of back to Chris Paul this year.
CP3.
Because he really is at the center of everything going on with the Warriors as to can they get back to where they've been and moving forward, get back to where they want to be as the guy that was brought in the Jordan Poole trade to help this team. And look, it's not a no-brainer that things are going to work, and we welcome you back here, Steiny and Guru, on a Tuesday, 95.7 The Game. JD sitting in for Steiny. Goose here, always. Back to the phones. Steiny a little bit under the weather. Phone lines open, 888-957-9570. Comcast Business text line as well. And we're talking about Chris Paul and Draymond Green's injury basically opening the door, in my mind, and it sounds like we're in lockstep on this, for Steve Kerr to just put Chris Paul in the starting lineup. You start CP3, you start Steph, you start Klay, Wiggins, and Kevon Looney at the 5. You leave Kuminga in his role as the 4. You're going to take Chris Paul out probably for Kuminga or somebody in the first 6 minutes anyway, and then Chris Paul comes back in as the backup point guard, likely after Steph plays the whole first quarter, and you move forward with that as the plan to maximize everything you have. But I get the impression Warrior fans not totally on board with that, even with the Draymond injury. I know you brought up the Klay Thompson extension. Does it get done? Steve Kerr in the final year of his deal, if it comes to that, which is where it currently stands, how does that impact things? It feels right now, though, Goo, and this was the overarching takeaway, and we got a bunch of things on the list to keep talking about. It feels, though, now as if the Warriors are in a better place, a better headspace at this point this season compared to where they were after the punch last season, which at least gives them a chance.
No doubt about it.
And at least gives Warrior fans the opportunity at having some optimism. Like, today is not the day, and we may get there, but today doesn't feel like the day to think, oh, the sky is falling and this thing's in trouble. It's fragile, though.
No, but if you... It's freshness in the air. There's no, like last year was, that's why I'm grading with the curve the heights they were able to reach, even with that stinky-ass road record. I believe now I know why that was not getting anybody off the hook, the players. You still got to go out and execute. You're 4-time champs. They should have never got that ugly. But, Jay, again, connectivity. They're more connected now. Obviously, they got to go out and execute and play good basketball, but over the weekend, I had #random, Fathers Under Who Cares. You and I talk when we're not on air. But this weekend, I had a fantasy baseball league to win, Jay. Your boy won. Congratulate me. And I know you were at the Niner game. But when this Drew Holiday, I want to put a rat on the table early, brought to you by Atco. What were your thoughts? Because I didn't get them. Did you think the Warriors might possibly be involved in the CP3 trade? And whoever, Kuminga to land Drew Holiday. I had the text, and it didn't go out, but what would you have responded with? Did you think, they might can get out of even having to go down that alley of somebody else will deal with that watch in Stargate with CP3?
Again, it's twofold. They had invested too much in CP3 and in stating how it was going to work. And I think you saw it yesterday from Steph saying, it was awkward, but we got that all out of the way in the offseason. And he can provide so much. And he said you make it through the awkwardness in the summer. In the summer, just like what's this dude doing on our team? Kind of awkward. Draymond basically saying, hey, he's an a-hole, I'm an a-hole.
But we were battling. He's a war.
But we were battling, and now we got two dudes that can put that on the other team. Klay Thompson said it was an honor to play with him because
you said that was a lot. They weren't trading that investment.
There was an investment in we're going to make this work, and an investment from Chris Paul that he was going to be willing to make it work. There was no defiant energy or edge or annoyed or I don't want to be here or I'm pretending I want to be here. And I'm usually, I'm good at reading the tea leaves on that kind of stuff. There was none of that yesterday. But to come back to what you hit me with, so to me, there was no chance they were going to look to move off of Chris Paul the day before training camp or 3 days before training camp to bring in Drew Holiday. Now, that being said, Drew Holiday's a hell of a player.
I know you like him.
And he's a hell of a fit. He'd be a perfect fit with this Warriors team. Yeah, right. And the Kuminga part wouldn't have been in a heartbeat.
Right.
In a heartbeat.
Spread your wings.
Like if Drew Holiday had been available for Chris Paul in July, I would have done it, and I would have thrown Kuminga in the deal. But once you get to the day before everything starts,
we are who we are.
You are who you are. Right. You're committed to it. And to me, throwing that off right before it starts, to me would have, maybe Drew Holiday eventually would have been a better fit. But you're throwing everything off at the beginning, and basically you're saying everything you said for 3 months was a lie. Was a lie and was fake. And to me, at that point, you can't claim culture's great.
That's deep, man.
That's like, you know what? We really didn't want this dude. We were lying to you for 3 months. We still hate him, and now deuces. Because we could get somebody better.
To be fair, Jay, they really felt that way until you see, somebody's trash is the next man's treasure.
We don't know that,
and Boston didn't even know they were going to wake up after watching their counterparts get Dame Lillard to shake the world. You never knew the byproduct of that was Holiday would be floating. So I get everything you're saying, but sometimes it's like, Drew Holiday. And you're right, Jay. It was too close to the bells about schools in session.
But Boston gave up a dude that doesn't play half the time anyway. And I love Robert Williams III.
When he's available.
But I love Robert Williams III, but they've been through it too much where is he going to play? Is he not? Is he going to be effective? Is he not? Yeah. They can't do that. Yeah. They need a dude. They need a dude that can help them. And they really need a guard, honestly. They need
quietly got rid of Smart. Grant Williams.
Well, this helps him get over. I thought losing Smart was going to hurt him. This helps him get over Smart.
No doubt about it.
And they got off of Brogdon's deal.
No doubt.
So that's it. I think the Celtics are right there. I mean, that's going to be fun to watch with them in Milwaukee. But no, the Warriors, to me, it was more about hey, you made the investment in Chris Paul.
Let's go. All right.
So let's go. And I think we saw that yesterday with the way that they spoke about him. 888-957-9570. It is John Dickinson in for Steiny, Daryl the Guru Johnson here on a Tuesday on 95.7 The Game, talking some Warriors. Is it a no-brainer that Chris Paul, with Draymond out, goes into the starting lineup? How would you dice it up if you're the Warriors? We can definitely get into the fans' perspective on that. Chris Paul did hint, just kind of running through my notes, that he would be okay coming off the bench. But again, to me, that's coming off the bench when Draymond is healthy and ready to roll. I think that's what's best for the team. Then your Draymond acknowledged it. He said, hey, we did have the best starting lineup in the league.
Those are facts.
You can't ignore that. Yet you can't ignore Chris Paul's Chris Paul either. And then Draymond said that he is grateful that he's a basketball player, not a coach, so he didn't have to make the decision.
And they worked out together. Steiny didn't. But I like that camaraderie. I don't know if you saw Paul and Dre working out together.
Yeah.
I like that stuff. Moody and Klay, as I mentioned earlier.
Well, and they had these whole team workouts as well, which were a big part of it, where Chris Paul flew in and I
didn't know any of that. He was here.
They had the young guys involved, not all the time, but when they did these, it sounds like they did some full team voluntaries put together by the players, and CP hopped on the Southwest flight.
Yeah, he probably had his own jet.
Oh no, I think it was somebody made the point that he flew commercial. Like just
saving his chicken.
Like, I'm not gonna mess with it. I'll take that 6 a.m.
Yeah.
And get into the facility. So, all in all, from the way CP3 reacted to the way the Warrior players reacted to CP3, to Klay Thompson's vibe, to Andrew Wiggins looking for a bounce back. Again, they got to get on the floor at Chase, which they're doing right now for the first practice as we speak. But I don't know. I thought, as far as first days go, it was a pretty good first day for a team that needed to have a good first day, considering how everything got off the rails last year.
No doubt about it. And from the Comcast business text line, JD, you take this because it kind of hit me. How can you have the best starting five in the league when you win 11-31 on the road? Please explain, JD, and that's from the 925.
Well, those guys didn't start every game. In fact, there were a lot of games where Steph missed 26, I think, last year, and Draymond missed some games. Wiggins missed 47 games, I think, last year.
So this person is probably thinking they played every game, and the drama
47.
got them.
Yeah, no, it just to me they didn't. They were going through the motions. I mean, that was another theme from yesterday, and another thing that Draymond Green mentioned was the fact that you got a different energy coming off of not winning it. Than the energy,
hunger.
Than the energy when you do win it. And look, they weren't. He's saying they weren't as hungry last year, and then there was other stuff going on top of all of that. To me, they didn't take the road game seriously at the beginning of the year, and then it snowballed into something that they couldn't recover from throughout the year. All those games early where they're playing Charlotte and they're playing Orlando, and they can't beat. They can't beat anybody on. They can't beat Detroit on the road.
Lost to them at home.
To me, all those games early set a bad tone, and I said it at the time. And this is something that they are going to have to avoid this season. The veterans have to I think the veterans wanted to coast last year at the beginning, especially on the road, and not grind and win games with their offense, and it bit them. Because they were kind of going through the motions on the road, which is something that we haven't said a lot for the Warriors over these years. But to me, they were doing that. And the young guys, when they did get opportunities, weren't filling in the gaps. But to me, it was more the veteran players early that set a bad tone, which bled into the whole year on the road. And because, again, you didn't have your full team. As the year went on and they cared more, then they didn't have their full team, so they couldn't win, even though they cared more.
And growing, no doubt about it, the wrong way.
So you're just spinning your wheels at that point, and it was ugly.
And when we got a chance last year during the season to sit down with Steph, Jay, and we talked about the road record, it was halfway getting to what it was, 11-31. He always has answers. He had no answers for that. Even when it was bad, he looked us in the face like he can't put his finger on it, and they never got a hold of it. But I will say this. Castani and I have talked about it, and last year, just last thing about Klay, he didn't touch a basketball, and I understand why. PTSD or whatever, from recovering from the injury. But Jay, he has been in the lab, and he made the most threes and took the most threes. But if you look at his end-all numbers, it's consistent with what he's been his whole career. So now you're telling me this offseason, those legs are going to, what I deem, be stronger? Because if I had $1 for everybody that said the reason last year's team lost to the Lakers, it was because Klay couldn't hit the side of the barn. Curry didn't have his best statistical shooting game. Now, he kept him in the game with all the other stuff, but he was 35, 36%. But everybody wanted to blame it on Klay. I thought that was a tad bit unfair. And that game that they lost, Game 6, he had missed everything. He couldn't hit the side of a barn. Klay, my point is, if those legs are stronger, Jay, maybe we do see a more consistent Klay Thompson.
They need a more consistent Klay Thompson. They need a higher floor Klay Thompson.
No doubt.
They need the bad games to not be catastrophically bad, so bad that you basically lose because of them. Like that you can't have that. If Klay can clean that up, then he's going to be fine.
Right.
Like if Klay can clean that up, he's going to be on the brink of being an all-star again.
All right.
Because
he can shoot it with the best of them still.
Like it ain't like it's over.
No,
but it's got to be better. That's always been my point. I took a lot of heat last year for getting on Klay, and to me, it's not that it's over or he's washed or
he can shoot
hell
it.
no.
Yeah.
It's that it has to be a little better.
All right.
It has to be a little more efficient.
Don't chase it as much.
Don't chase it as much. And we'll see. Like, again, I thought he said all the right things and has said all the right things in the lead up. But it's like everything else, Goo. Once the season starts, you're going to need Steph to be available for 55 to 60 games.
Oh, boy.
You're going to need Klay to be more efficient. You're going to need Wiggins to play 75 games again like he has for the most part throughout his career. Draymond's going to be out, it sounds like, at the beginning. How do you manage that? Kuminga needs to be your backup four and needs to earn those be playoff playable. It's not about the regular season for Kuminga. It is in that he has to do the things in the regular season that become habits so he isn't getting his ass ripped off the floor and out of the rotation in the playoffs.
That was a bad ending for him.
But you got the backup four spot. JK, you got it. Moody's, to me, has got a rotation spot at the beginning. Be the player that you've been in the playoffs in the regular season, because you haven't been the player that you've been in the playoffs in the regular season. And it isn't because you haven't gotten opportunities. It's because when you have gotten opportunities, you've been so bad. Steve Kerr says, I can't go to you anymore, kid. Like that. So that's real talk about what's going on. Saric has to fit and be steady.
I don't know how
solid.
he can't. I'm excited to watch him, but
Chris Paul can help Kuminga. How do they work? Chris Paul still is the number one thing. Because when you look at it, where did Jordan Poole help this team most last year?
Scoring.
Scoring when Steph was out.
No doubt about it.
The ability to win games with Steph. So Steph's going to miss games. And if he misses games,
JP, man,
how do the Warriors handle that? Because they're not as offensively explosive
no doubt about
without
it.
Steph. So does that, Chris Paul's going to miss games. Because that's just a reality. So how do they navigate that? This team has to maximize everything they have when they have it. There's no messing around with tinker this and maybe that, and you got to come up with a plan. You got to stick to it, and as dudes come in and out, you adjust. But there can't be no wishy-washy stuff with this team this year.
But the stuff you can't control is what's scaring me, Jay. Yeah, no doubt about it. But what's scaring me, and going 15 rounds with Steiny every day, Jay, his nickname, and I told him this, is birth certificate, because he always points out how old this team is. And those are facts. They don't play their age, but all of a sudden, what does Chris Paul bring more than his game? Is that birth certificate. Now we're talking about, Jay, the oldest team in the league. So the euphoria that I'm feeling off you and I'm feeling off of the players and the press that were at Chase yesterday, you're telling me that Drew Holiday and the Celtics are opening their early Christmas gift. The Bucks are opening their early Christmas gift. Again, the Lakers had their off season and made some good additions. Jay, I'm on the couch Saturday and I'm on X, Twitter, and the news of Draymond Green in this sprained ankles happen to everybody, but you tend to get injured. I'm staring into Steiny. You tend to get injured as you get older. And now, Jay, I can't not bypass. I can't not think about what you just set up was spectacular. But here we are before game one, and your heart and soul's out 6 to 8 weeks.
But here's where I'm different than a lot of people.
Give it to me.
I can lay out the scenario where it all clicks and what the Warriors are going to need. And I think they need all of those things that I mentioned to be, if they're going to be a contender, if they're going to be 50 wins and top 4 in the West and all of those things. If they're going to be that team, everything I mentioned is going to have to be on the high end as opposed to the low end. They need all of it, bare minimum. But here's the other reality, and this is where I'm different. They're old.
Right.
And so if Draymond's hurt all the time and Chris is hurt all the time and Steph misses 25 games.
It's different now, Jay.
Steph missing 25 games is price of admission. Like, he's going to.
But you had JP to pick up that slack.
And you know what? That's the risk you took. So if you end up with Steph missing 25 games and now you can't win games without Steph like you did last year, that's the cost of doing business. You have to, like, the Warriors are at a point where they have to calculate for everything. You're making bets.
Yeah.
You're making bets that you're going to
it.
be so buttoned up that when Steph misses time, you're still going to be effective enough to be able to win games. You're making bets that you're going to be so much better in other areas that you're going to win. Like maybe you don't win as many games when Steph's out as you did last year, but you're also not going to be 0-50 on the road before you get a win, and you're losing to Detroit and Charlotte and Orlando and everybody under the sun when you're not at Chase Center. So there is a little bit of a balance there.
So, God, the Moody's, everything you just said, you got to take it up a notch.
I'll give you another thing. They're going to have to win 33 games at home, probably. 35 games. They're probably going to have to win, I would say probably 32 to 33
They got a lot of road games early on this season.
They do.
I was 7-9 are on the road.
And a lot
what the hell?
And a lot of
Thanks
those
never go full, Jeff. Yeah.
No, a lot of those are going to be maybe without Draymond.
Oh, my goodness.
So, again, that's where, to me, and bringing it back to the way we started the show, that's where I'm not messing around, Goo, with the notion of, well, Chris Paul's going to come. Like, I'm not having Chris Paul come off the bench because I'm trying to set up my rotation for later and start the youngster when you got all these road games and you've been bad on the road and you got to win. Like, you're going with what you have. And to me, it's ride it till the wheels come off if you're the Warriors. Like, to me, you're going with what you have from the jump because you don't know when you're not going to have it.
Yeah, look at you.
So you got to go with everything. You got to go with the best version of yourself. There's no, we're going to do this to set up this later.
Mario
and
Andretti from the gate is what you're saying.
And there's none of this. Well, by March they're going to be this, and by if we're talking, if I'm going to tell you right now, if the Warriors get off to a bad start. And it's like, well, they could be this in March, and this guy's out, and if it all clicks, done. It's done.
Wow, man.
So I'll give you the positive setup of it, but I'm gonna give you the real setup of it too.
It's
and
scary.
both of those things could happen.
It's scary.
That's the reality. I'm not coming on here saying, all right. Like, I think the vibes are perfect day one, but
it's about basketball at the end of the day.
And bleep's gonna happen. Bleep is gonna happen, and Draymond already might be part of it.
Man. I asked Steiny, do you know how he got hurt, Jay? Was it their workout? He said they were playing full court. Draymond, when he turned the ankle?
Yeah, he fell on Kuminga's foot, or he stepped on Kuminga's foot.
Oh, man, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, it was when they were playing pickup.
Damn.
Tough.
Yeah. And I guess the way he talked about it, it could have been worse, Jay.
Yeah,
he could you imagine? I just signed 4 for $100.
Yeah, but again, ankle, we might have been talking 8 weeks at that
Hopefully
point.
we're not. And he says like you said, no walking boot. He says he's already feeling better, so we'll see.
888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. It is John Dickinson and Daryl the Guru Johnson here on a Tuesday on 95.7 The Game as Warriors Media Day in the books yesterday. The Warriors on the floor right now at Chase Center, their first practice.
Wow.
Of the 2023-24 season. It is here 3 weeks from tonight, Goo. Warriors and the Suns.
Here I go. I got to get over it. Spadoni, Evan, help me. JD, I've told you ad nauseum. I just hate the fact that there's a possibility KD will play his first game in front of fans here at Chase. He's going to get love, well-deserved. And Draymond won't be there for the smoke to guard him in some instances like that. I hate it.
No, but Wiggins
Injuries
will be.
Suck.
Wiggins will be, although then somebody's got to guard.
But they don't have that history. You know what I'm saying? Wasn't no LA blow up. I wanted Dre on KD.
No doubt.
Hard foul.
No doubt. And we've seen it a little bit. We've just seen it in the road games.
Well, you are correct.
Or the games with no
Where they
fans.
blew them out, yeah.
Or the games with no fans.
Hey, how do I get the new uniform, the whole uniform random, the new unis they're wearing? Like, they rolled out a San Francisco black with the yellow trim. I don't know if you. Where can I go to get all of them?
I haven't seen that yet.
Okay.
But
I'm a nerd.
We'll get that between now and then. I can get that to you in the next 3 weeks. And you showed me the website.
Yeah, I did. But
you showed me the website.
They only do that for games,
right?
I don't have the one that says, "Oh, the Warriors 2023 are going to wear these."
You know what? The Warriors put out, and I don't think they did it yet, but I'll try to get it. A couple years back, the Warriors put out it was a perfect one sheet.
I'm getting goosebumps.
In color.
Come on, Jay.
With every one of them. It was like a little box.
Jay,
it was like a little headshot of each jersey.
Jay, I have it on my wall.
And it explained
phone.
which one is which. Like what they're like. This is the city edition.
We gotta find it.
This is the gold edition. This is the and like they put out and I remember I kept it because I'm a little like Steiny. I keep not totally, but I keep papers.
Yeah, not
like
pens. He gets pens on his thing.
I got 4 screens going, but I also like to keep papers.
We gotta find it, Jay.
So we're good. But I kept that paper in my stack all year.
That is too funny.
All year. So I'm gonna get Raymond on that. We'll get Raymond to get one with all the uniforms on it, or Daryl Arata, who does a great job. All right, he's Daryl the Guru Johnson. I'm John Dickinson. 888-957-9570. We'll be back right here, 95.7 The Game.
Have you ever...
I'm learning about artificial intelligence. It's scaring me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
888-957-9570. JD in for Steiny.
Is that really you or are you AI, JD?
Might be AI, JD.
Dude, I got the app. You could tell it to do a term paper on Malcolm X, and it'll write it. Where was this app when I was in school?
Man,
Jay!
Tell me about it.
I'd have made it to Princeton.
Tell me about it. Tell me about it. But no, it is the real JD. It is the real Goo. And we are here on a Tuesday, 888-957-9570. Interesting one on the Comcast Business text line I wanted to throw to you, just kind of shuffling around during the break. 415, do you think Chris Paul will become loved here like Richard Sherman?
If they win or get close to winning like they did with Sherman, that is a phenomenal text. JD, hell yeah. And he was public eating chicken, remember Thanksgiving?
Oh, yeah.
And
Turkey
they
on
forgave
the 50,
him,
man.
No doubt about it. And he's still riding with the Niners. But hell yes, in my Marshawn voice, they would, once you come here and you win, they forget.
Well, in some ways, you could make the case, and you're right, they got to win.
Jerry Rice was a Raider.
But after he was in, that's a little different.
He had the Braves.
That's a little different. Yeah. But to me, you look at Richard Sherman beat the Niners. Like he beat them.
In one of the best NFC 2014 NFC Championship game with the pick.
He beat them, knocked them out, told them about it.
Yeah.
Kicked them when they were down. He did all of those things, and still became beloved. Like Chris Paul, beat him the one year, but the Warriors won.
Okay.
But he took them out.
He ain't over 500.
He took them out once, and then the Warriors started winning chips every year and took him out 5 times, 6 times.
No doubt about it.
So, and he's never gotten over the hump, still to this day.
Because Curry ruined Lob City. Remember when he dropped him?
So it's a little different. It is a little different in that, to me, I'm interested what Bay Area fans would think of it in this term, because I would feel it would be a lot harder to root for Sherman because he prevented your squad from winning it and rubbed your nose in it, and you never won it.
Yeah.
Whereas Chris Paul, the similar antics and all this and that, and talk and Steph this and the Warriors better, all that stuff, but
never victorious.
He never got. I mean, he beat him in a playoff series, but
they didn't win.
Nobody even,
after that.
Nobody even remembers that because the Warriors have won 4 since and. And so to me, in a way, would it be easier to root for Chris Paul?
Oh, there's no doubt. And I think also his age. I think people know what time it is. He wants to win. I won't dare say ring chasing, but he had a chance. He was on a team that was up 2-0 against Giannis.
Yeah. Well, he didn't sign here for the minimum, so he's not ring chasing. He's still getting 30 racks.
So, but he wants to win, Jay.
300 racks.
And nobody's feeling sorry for him, but I think it ain't early CP3. And remember, I'll never forget the game. He did the shimmy to Steph. Remember the Steve?
Oh, yeah.
Now, that was the height of it. But now I think, he's one of us. And he's in the Bay. And he's a dub.
510, one more on the Comcast Business text line quickly, just to clean that up. And we do appreciate your text messages. The same line to get in via text, 888-957-9570. You can give us a call as well. We'll get to Roe in Concord. We're also going to talk some 49ers Cowboys, of course. This feels like
Purdy.
The one day. This feels like the one day where there's that little bit of a lull, right? Everybody's reacting yesterday to the games, and Cowboys look good, Niners look good. It's a showdown. It's not 4-0 like we thought, but it's big. But it does feel like Tuesday. That's the one day where teams usually don't have anything going on. It feels like this is the one little lull.
Because you were at the game, and Evan and I, we've been talking about it, but I just want your thoughts on the defense.
Sure.
I'm not throwing out bad grades, but, Jay, there are some things I've seen, even going back to the Giant game, to where Dallas or better to Philly when they meet, or when they do meet, if it's in the offs, I'm seeing some things to where, nobody's perfect, and the Niners aren't saying they are, but Brock Purdy right now, JD, give me a better start at quarterback, and I'll wait.
Yeah.
And from somebody that was not supposed to be the mailman.
So, we'll get to that coming up here on 95.7 The Game, but the text I wanted to get to, wouldn't it be ironic if Kuminga takes advantage of Dre being out the way Dre took advantage of David Lee being out back in the day? Kuminga is a big key this year to grow up and to do the things he's been asked to become a complete player. I'm pulling for him. That's from Terry in the 510. So
he would have to do a 180, though, Jay, and early, often, and fast. Like, Dre, this is not a soft, well, it's an ankle, but it ain't like, he tore something and the rehab is going to be strenuous and it's going to be months. We're talking about weeks, but JK they need his athleticism. I'll never forget in the play-in game a couple years ago before they got eliminated at home in overtime to Memphis. I don't even want to remember that game, Curry and scoring on DJ. But a young Kuminga was picking up LeBron 94 feet. Remember, he was doing that to Luka. He was bothering them in the Western Conference Finals. Like, dude, athletically is second to none. Can he just put it all together upstairs and cut when you're supposed to cut? Get the easy basket because you're not Durant.
Quick, just stickler for accuracy because I know the streets are coming for you.
What? I felt it too.
Kuminga wasn't on the team yet in that Laker play-in game before when they lost to Memphis. That was 21. No, I'm not trying to.
Okay, no, but here I go.
It was a regular season game.
Yeah, did he pick LeBron up 94?
Yes, it was
Who told you Spadoni or Evan? Or you knew it?
No, I was like, I think he got drafted after that game.
Oh boy!
And it is, but I know the streets are coming. Yeah. I was like, but no, it was in a game the year they won the title.
And he was bothering LeBron.
And it was an ABC game. Yeah, no, it was a Saturday night special.
And he was bothering LeBron. And they came back on the Lakers.
Yeah. So it was that did happen, but it wasn't in the. He wasn't.
I was checking to see if artificial intelligence JD was on his.
Oh, it was like, the robot went off. Yeah, the robot went out. Let's get to Roe in Concord. 888-957-9570. What's going on, Roe?
How's it doing?
Hey.
Well.
Love the show. I just wanted to throw a possible scenario for the weakness of the Warriors that they should attack. Now that we know Chris Paul's tradable, we got to go get Robert Williams, man. That's it. It's a wrap.
Thanks for the call.
But he hit the best ability is I'm out on him. What did Evan tell?
No.
Time Lord.
They need what Chris Paul provides more than they need what Robert Williams
provides. There's no doubt.
Provides.
And Robert is, you're just menacing, but you can't stay healthy.
Well, and here's the other thing. And I mentioned Kevon Looney earlier, like how Kevon gets his spot thrown around.
Just incredible. Iron Man.
Like it's not even a thing, right? Because I remember.
He has no ego.
I just sat there thinking as Kevon was up there, the last guy up at the podium, right? Just Mr. Steady. I kept thinking, I wonder if he ever just feels some kind of way about, and he wouldn't let it on. But I'm like, I wonder if in a private moment he's at home and he's like, man, these dudes take me for granted. Man, they take me for granted. It's like we're just gonna kick you to the bench, and you're gonna be cool, and you're gonna start, you're gonna be happy, and you're making good money, but not great money. NBA, you're making good money, but NBA wise, but you're valuable to the whole thing. So I wonder if you ever feel. I'm getting kind of sick of the whole Warriors need to. I'm getting sick of the Warriors need a big thing again because to me it's almost disrespectful to Kevon Looney. Like the Warriors
they need more of Looney. That's what it is.
But when and I'm
Dwight Howard. Why not?
But why is Dwight Howard cool playing 5 minutes a game every 6 games?
It's better than playing overseas, I would think. But they didn't go. I thought they brought him in. You're right. That's no disrespect to Looney. It's like give Looney some effing help. That's how I looked at it.
But when Looney's not out there aren't a lot of minutes.
Well, JK, I know he ain't, Shaq, but he brings size and athleticism. But
he's not a big in the sense of a Dwight Howard.
Well, let's put all the chips on the table.
Or JaVale McGee or anyone like
Warriors.
Like Kuminga. I think Kuminga is more effective. I think Kuminga is more effective as a big, but he ain't a big 5.
No doubt. But in that
he could be. I think he could be a small ball 5.
But Dwight Howard was going to be 6 hard fouls on Jokic if they met in the Western Conference Finals
in 5 minutes.
Yeah, and Looney could get that in 5 minutes. But you got to have more than just Loon Dog. And we put it all on Looney, man.
I don't disagree with that.
Okay,
but I do think, and this is where I get frustrated. I do think there are a lot of people out there that are like, Dwight Howard would be playing 35 against Jokic, toe-to-toe. So Dwight Howard's going to come in off the scrap heap, and he's going to play 35 minutes because you're playing Embiid, or because Anthony Davis is getting off, or because you're going up against Jokic, and Looney's going to play 5, and Dre's going to play 5. And Kuminga's not going to play at all because that means that Dre's going to be playing more 4. So that means
like Looney plays so hard, Jay, he'll never play 48 minutes. And you're right. You're breaking down the math, but I just want him to have
the math doesn't work unless you're cool playing 5-6 minutes a game.
Well, D. Howard should have been like, I'll play 2 minutes. I just want to be in the league and help.
I don't know the answer.
His body is not rotten. You know what I'm saying? He still had rebounds, affect shots.
Like Dwight Howard, the idea of Dwight Howard makes sense.
That's all I'm asking for.
But what you want is Dwight Howard to be cool with playing 3 times a month for 10 minutes a night. But how do we know that
he wasn't there?
We don't. But to me, the fact that he wasn't signed tells you that there wasn't a confidence level that he would be there.
Or so that would be, in your voice, a problem.
It would be a problem. And to me, it's the Warriors need Rudy Gay more than they needed Dwight Howard.
I'm rooting for Rudy. He sat down with us.
If he can play, like he's an insurance policy. To me, Rudy Gay is the kind of insurance policy and leader, good guy in the locker room that you want. Like, I'll give you an example of Rudy Gay.
All right.
If Jonathan Kuminga made himself unplayable in playoff games, maybe you could throw Rudy Gay out there. Where last year the Warriors didn't have anybody.
I've always been a fan of his body and his game.
So he's not ahead of. He doesn't come in ahead of Kuminga.
Sacramento, he wasn't a star, but he was playing more than they were using him. Like Rudy was getting some minutes. We'll just say that
he was. I mean, he was one of their best players.
Yeah, Rudy was balling.
He was one of their best players, but that's always been the problem. He was a good enough player to where you could kind of pretend like he was your second best player, but you aren't going to be any good. But he really should have been your 4th or 5th best player.
Right.
And if he had been, he could have.
And that ain't on him.
Think Aaron Gordon with Denver, where you've got Jokic and you've got Murray, who are clear cut 1-2. You got Porter, who really is their 3, and then you got some other dudes who can do some things. Aaron Gordon's basically their fourth most important player. And he can thrive because you don't need him to dominate. When Aaron Gordon's your best player on Orlando, you're winning 27 games a year.
Steiny looked Rudy Gay. He goes, "What is this for you, year 18?" And he said all he wants to do, and it was so sincere, Jay. I felt it. He said, "You know what? I just want to win, man." He's never got out the first round of the playoffs more than 3 times.
It's crazy.
In 18 years.
No, it's crazy. And he wound up with San Antonio, and then San Antonio wound up on the – it wasn't San Antonio from 10 years ago either, and so he didn't.
I had to go real quick, I had to go in a lab and make a basketball player not named Shaq, Rudy Gay and his size and what he could do when he was coming out of UConn, he was badass.
He's skilled. He was skilled.
You know what I'm saying?
I liked his game.
Would you say he reached his full potential as an NBA player? I would be like, and no shade if you say no, but dude, you had everything.
You could say no, but I also think he was a little overrated. So I don't think I think he got the reputation of not getting the most out of his full potential. So some guy
Rudy was man.
But I don't know that he didn't get the most out of his potential. I just think people thought he was better than he really was, if that makes sense.
Well,
so I'm in a way I'm not even necessarily putting it on him as I've had time to reflect on. But it used to drive me nuts. People would be like, "He's a star. He's a star." Because
I got you.
They don't. In some cities, they don't know what stars look like because they didn't have any.
Steiny brought up to him his contract situation. He's making the team, right, Jay?
Who?
You would think Rudy Gay.
I can't
think of a better way to use that roster spot.
I don't think it's a guarantee.
Wow.
I don't know. I'll just say I don't know how much he's got left. I really don't on the court.
And how much they need for him to have left. You know what I mean?
Well, to me, you would love to have him from 4 years ago.
Well, that's a no-brainer.
Like him 4 years ago.
You probably wouldn't even have him.
He might be playing instead of Kuminga.
But he'd be on somebody else's
team. But watching in the last couple of years, I think there has been a decline the last couple of years to where I don't know if you can – to me, he's 11 to 15 on the roster.
No doubt. And I think he's content with that.
Not 8 to 10.
Yeah.
But 4 years ago, he might have been eighth man, and that would have helped you. 888-957-9570. CJ in the city next here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, CJ.
Hey, what's up, JD? What's up, Goo? How you guys doing today? Hey, what's up, guys? So I think the Warriors are in pretty good position because, I think the way I see it is, they rely on their offense to score a lot, and so all they need is, to not turn the ball over a lot, and would be in pretty good position, in my opinion. And that's why I think the addition of Chris Paul is a great addition, because he's not going to turn the ball over, and he'll also maximize, Jonathan Kuminga's potential, I feel like, and also make every other player around him much better, because he's a pass-first type of point guard. And also, the Warriors drafted, what's his name, Trace Jackson Davis. I think he played power and coming out of college, but he does aim to play as a center, and I think him and Looney would be, a good duo to handle the season if the Warriors don't turn the ball over and if they remain healthy. So, yeah, I don't think they should go get another big. I think they're pretty good with Kevon Looney and JD. But, all right, that's all I got. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate
I like Jackson Davis and that size. I omitted him if Kuminga were to get off to a rough start. Again, it was Summer League, Jay.
I think you could play him and Saric together.
Man, that boy.
You might be able to play him in. Well, I don't know. I'm going to slow down.
He's got some strong hands. I just like the guys can. Well, who's going to be Curry driving and dishing? But man, he's come like I don't want to call him Brad Doherty, but when he gets the ball down there, it's like he knows what to do with it.
I've come to the point, and I'm going to slow my roll before I've just come to the point where with the Warriors, I'm not going to say that any young player is going to be a factor until they prove that they're a factor.
I think that would be smart after what we've seen.
I'm giving Moody and Kuminga the benefit of the doubt based on the fact, how Moody played in the playoffs,
but it's been a slow start.
And how Kuminga played in the regular season. Like, I don't think how Kuminga played in the playoffs.
He hardly played.
Well, he was terrible.
Yeah.
Like, that's not he hardly played. It's for me. He was terrible in the playoffs and didn't deserve to play anymore. But the point that I'm making is the fact that he was bad in the playoffs doesn't mean that he doesn't play in the rotation to begin the regular season.
Oh, no.
Like, that's not at all. Like, he's in.
Yeah. He is one of their most important investments. And if he was a stock, they want to see this dude, take the bull by the horns, Jay. Best believe that.
Yeah, back up 4. And I agree with the call. CJ says, hey, Chris Paul can maximize. Like, I want to see those two playing together, which I think you will see with the bench group. I think Chris Paul's probably with Saric.
Yeah. I saw GP3 yesterday. We hadn't mentioned him.
How about Chris Paul, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins?
I like all three.
Kuminga and Saric.
We could see that.
As a 5.
Yeah. Man.
I think that could be a 5.
Every box is checked.
I think that could be a 5.
Right.
And maybe you even see Moody in there. Maybe even see Moody in there instead of Wiggins a little bit. Yeah. But I think that's a fight because you want to. Clay's going to get broken up a little bit, but you got shooting out there with Chris. You need a little bit of defense that Wiggins could provide. Kuminga gets his opportunity to play with Saric, who can shoot and play with CP,
Damon
who
Chang
can set
said
him up.
That's filthy, JD. That 5 you mentioned.
Yeah, so to me, I think that's a bench. Like, that's a bench 5, and maybe Wiggins and Klay. You mix one other guy in there here or there. But that's kind of how I'm envisioning it in terms of just balance and skill set and making pieces fit.
Did you?
But that's with Kuminga coming off the bench and CP starting.
You got me excited because now I'm thinking about all kind of them. But GP2 I saw on my way out, and I was just. Did he talk much? Did you get to hear him? And how healthy is he, Jay?
Yeah, they switched up the schedule on me.
Okay.
So I was. It was. Yeah, they had the schedule of how everybody was going to be. I'm just full. I'm just laying it all out on the table. So there was like a moment to grab some grub. And
what'd you have? I had nuggets.
And Gary Payton II was supposed to be later. Like, he was supposed to be like 2:15, something like that, like toward the end, like before Looney. And all of a sudden, Gary Payton, like, there was like a break in the action. I was like, well, I'm going to make a run because Steph was coming still, Klay was coming still, Wiggins was coming still. So I'm like, this is the break after Dre, after Chris Paul.
What'd you get?
I had some nuggets.
Okay.
I had some, I had a burger.
Evan hooked us up.
Anyway, so I'm like, that's the moment I'm going to go grab some grub. And all of a sudden, GP pops up so I watched it on the screen. I wasn't actually in there I watched it on the screen.
Did he say about how healthy he is? Because he's a big part of this.
He is, but here's the thing.
Uh-oh.
No, you can't. He's a 15 to 20 minute a game guy, and he's he's playing and he helps you in a lot of games and you need him, you can't wear him down in the regular season.
When Portland paid him, I don't believe they looked at him as 15 to 20. I thought it maybe 25 to 35.
Well, they made a mistake. And I think that's part of maybe why the Warriors did the Warriors want to pay $9 million a year for 15 to 20 minutes.
Man.
And I think they didn't want to, and then they thought, well, we need to get somebody productive back if we're going to make this Wiseman trade. And so if we're going to pay that freight, so they did, and had some low-key savings as part of it as well. But no, Peyton's a part, and honestly, how they manipulate, because the part of the problem, to bring it back to Kuminga, because it is all related, part of the problem with Kuminga was the fact that he was playing a lot before the playoffs because two guys were out, Wiggins and Peyton.
I think the Wiggins thing crushed him when he came back.
That started it. And then he didn't play well in the other role, and he was done.
I was listening to you on the postgame, Jay, and they'd be like, if you mentioned Kuminga, there was Kuminga mania a little bit. He was playing good.
Well, he was doing what they asked him to do.
Exactly.
He was
going for the loose balls, all the intangible stuff.
It was the Dallas game.
And it disappeared. Exactly.
The Dallas game from last year in March was the template. Every shot he made was either a dunk off of a play made by somebody else and his cut, or it was a wide open corner three. He put a couple of those in, or it was a dunk off of his defense. Like, he had 3 breakaways basically off his own D.
Yeah.
And ended up with 20 or whatever it was, and it was 20, but he was like 10 for 12 or 11 to 13. And it's like, and so he's not taking bad shots. In fact, he really isn't taking any shots.
I thought he was ready, man.
And so, but that, and it was all based on hustle and cut and keep it moving, and it fit in the That's how he gets on the floor. That's how, not. And again, I don't want to
give me the ball up top, clear out, and lose it. Because remember, I told you had to get with Handy to work on that handle.
100%.
Yep.
The handle needed to be much better.
If you're gonna do that.
If you're going to do that. And again, I get the impression, not when he's at the podium, because he does seem like a humble kid.
He
seems like he does seem like a good dude. But his game, I feel like, and I asked Steve Kerr this last week, and he didn't really go with me on it, but it was his game. I feel like there's a pull between what they want him to do and who they think he is right now, and the player that he believes he already is wants to be.
Oh,
and I think there's just a natural pull there. And so, and that's why it ends up not clicking, and he ends up not playing as much as everybody thinks.
Yeah. And we saw how soon as that Lakers series was over, the letter his people wrote.
And that ain't it.
My client wants to know how it don't work like that.
That ain't it.
Yeah.
That ain't it.
There you go.
No. So we'll see, but how does Peyton fit into that? Because Peyton plays that 4 spot on offense. And so if Peyton's going to be out there, then Kuminga really isn't going to be out there. So how do you put Peyton in the right spot? Like, there are some puzzle pieces.
The Lonnie Walker, just real quick, I know we're up against it. When the Lonnie Walker game happened and Peyton was on the bench, I'll never understand how Kerr didn't put him on him. Not that he would have stopped him, but dude, he's your glove.
One of life's mysteries.
Yeah.
All right, this segment brought to you by Local Arena Ticks, and also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It's Cowboys week next here at 95.7 The Game.
Attention Bay Area sports fans, get ready for a game.
We're sheep.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, hour number 3. We're flying along here,
Dude,
Goo.
Man.
2 in the books. 2 to come.
Baseball playoffs.
Man, love the baseball playoffs.
We're rooting for Bochy, right?
Yeah, you asked me earlier during one of the breaks.
He's a whore.
You said, Jay, who you rooting for? I said Texas.
They shouldn't even be playing. They lost 3 out of 4 to Seattle.
Yeah, and we had a little back and forth about did Texas celebrate? Because I was all over it. Man, they just let so many games get away. Texas had probably 10 games.
When you don't have a bullpen, that happens,
yeah,
Jay.
And I said this to you, I think, a couple times this year. I'll just put it out there. Like, to me, the Rangers had the bullpen of a team that didn't expect to be good.
Wow. And they lost 98 last year and 100 before the year before.
Like, they thought, hey, Bochy's going to come in, get everything organized. It's going to be good. It's going to be a lot better. We're going to be on track to be in the playoffs. But I don't even know that they thought they were going to be in the playoffs.
No,
so they skimped on the bullpen. And then once they were good, the bullpen ended up preventing them from being great. And now here they are, and Bochy chose to have them celebrate, which I liked because they have been so bad the last few years. It's like, hey, we're not going to get caught up in not having any celebrations for what we've accomplished.
Like, let it out now.
So let it out now. They're in the wild card series against Tampa, and we'll see what happens. They played for them. Lucky it's Tampa and not Minnesota. Minnesota took 6 of 7 against them.
Oh yeah, but
not to get in the weeds on that, but they had a better opportunity.
Minnesota at home to who they got. Toronto and Gosman is going to shut them down. Like, I don't like Minnesota's home field. They don't got it. You know what I mean? Toronto should be able to handle themselves in that series.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens. But the baseball playoffs are underway. Warriors Media Day in the books. The Dubs are having their first practice right now at Chase. And so if anything comes out of there here between now and 2 o'clock, we'll make sure to let you have it. Farhan Zaidi had another. He had just for people that are like, why is he talking again? Because I think some people are like, why is he talking again in the dugout? He likes in the dugout for whatever reason, and just like Gabe liked that leather couch in the office with his whiskey showing. But like, can you do a damn press conference? That bothered me.
Think about that.
I'll be honest.
Yeah, I hear
that
you.
bothered me. Like, you know what? Do the press conference or if you don't want to be in the podium in a room with the back, then you know what? Stand up in your office and let everybody gather around you.
You're not the manager. Stay out the dugout.
Like you ain't. Well, I was talking about Gabe.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I was talking about Gabe on the leather couch. Like, hey, how's it going, everybody?
Oh, that's awful.
You
sound like Wolfman Jack.
I just got done sipping my whiskey.
Yeah.
That was a consideration.
And thinking about our process.
Dude, did you ever see the video I sent you, him and Amy G, and they were at the bar sipping the whiskey?
Oh, I remember.
It was awkward. I was like, is this an effing date? What's going on? And he was glad to be out there at the game off the yak.
For me, nah.
Real quick, who do you think will be the next one?
I would hire Bob Melvin if you could get him, would be my first choice. And my second choice would be Stephen Vogt.
Yeah, Willard brought up Vogt.
Yeah, I brought Vogt last year. It's funny. I found the tweet. I think it was last October 4th or 5th. It was when everybody knew
he's ready.
Everybody knew Gabe was going to be back at that point. But I said I put it out there. I said I'd have Stephen Vogt be the manager of the Giants right now.
And real quick, why is he getting so much traction? People think he's ready, or just all his playing years being a catcher?
I think he's a new wave. I think he's a new wave thinker. Right, he came up with the Rays and the A's. He's a new wave thinker,
like Ross with the Cubs.
He's a new wave thinker with old school values, and like he was around Bochy and all that with the Giants there for a minute. Like he was around Melvin. Like I think there's a Bochy Melvin influence to him, but there's also I came up in extremely analytically driven organizations. Obviously knows Farhan from his time with the A's as well. So to me, like I think he is as well liked and respected a dude as there is for just his personality. So I think he would be a phenomenal choice if you can't get Melvin. And I don't see why or how the Padres would.
I'm surprised it wasn't Black Monday for Melvin. As soon as but it ain't happened
if I'm the Padres, I'm not letting him just go to the Giants like you let Bochy just go to the Giants. We saw how that turned out. I know it's different regimes and different eras.
Of them. He got them 3
in different decades. But there's no way I'm letting Bob Melvin. If I'm the Padres, there's no way I'm letting Bob Melvin go to the Giants. Like, there's just no way. I would keep him another year, even if the GM and him are not
fighting.
meshing.
Yep.
I'm not letting that happen. So 888-957-9570. Farhan talking again. For those who were wondering why, like that was the hey, we fired Gabe press conference.
I kept my job. Yeah.
And today is more the end of season. Like, what do we got to do to get better?
Oh, so it's just the State of the Union.
It's like it's the yearly. You would have had this one even if Gabe was coming back.
All right.
One. So that's the difference. In why is he talking twice in 5 days or whatever?
I was hoping the media not would attack him, but would try to get bring Gabe back up, like the fiasco there was.
Yeah, no, I think it's more like managerial search, sure, but also how does this team get better? Kind of a tone to it. But we don't want to bury the lead because really the lead this week is
Sunday
49ers
night football.
Cowboys.
Man. The world will be watching it again, Jay.
Again, and the 49ers have had the upper hand, winning the last 2 times in the playoffs, knocking the Cowboys out. Niners are 4-0. Dallas looked good against the Patriots, but slipped up against Arizona the week before. The Niners did not slip up against Arizona, although the Cardinals look better than people think.
I think they got a chance at the playoffs. It's early, and I know they're 1-3, but man.
Look better than people think to this point, but it is Cowboy week and everything that goes along with it. Man. The rivalry, the Cowboys already talking about it. The Niners have not really been talking about it.
Because they're daddy. Dallas needs this game not for the math, but for their psyche. This game means more to the team in Texas than the Niners. Now, I'm not saying the Niners aren't ready. This is, Brock Purdy. If you want to treat yourself to some good-ass football, go rewatch that playoff game last year that resulted in a Niners 19-12 win. You appreciate both efforts from both defensive units. Brock Purdy being put in the fire his second playoff game, not one error. JD, how does this kid have the mechanism not to turn the ball over? No, that's not on Kyle. That came with him.
Well,
that's his attribute.
He's in lockstep with Kyle.
He threw some balls that could have been picked, but they're dropping them.
He's had a little turnover luck. Huh? He has.
He has a lot.
He has, but he's also made some big-time plays, man. He's
him and Ayuk got a thing.
Here's the thing. You know what the great quarterbacks do?
I was going to say win.
Yes.
Okay.
But what the great quarterbacks do is they make throws that when the ball leaves their hand, you're like, oh, damn, like how's that going to get there? And then it gets there.
Like the one that Ayuk Sunday where 2 Cardinals were 3 flies up.
The greats are like, that ain't a good decision. Oh, my God, it's a touchdown. Oh, my God, it's a 50-yard gain.
Damn.
Oh, my, it's the throw. The great quarterbacks, and Niner fans this is going to drive them nuts because it was a bad play.
Better be careful.
But the great quarterbacks, the throw that I think of is the Aaron Rodgers throw with the one time that he beat the Niners in 21 in the regular season.
When they came back Sunday Night Football,
it right over the top of Fred Moore, and you're like, that's getting picked 5 different ways, and it's perfect into the dude's hands, right over the fingertips, like that.
You couldn't have drew it up better.
The great quarterbacks make those throws where you're like, oh my God, and then it ends up being a big-time play, and Purdy has had the knack for a few of those that you think, how's that getting there? And it gets there. He's also had a little turnover luck.
Yeah.
There's no doubt.
Right, but at the bottom line, he's got a goose egg in that column right now, JD, and it's just, luck is involved in everything we do, every aspect of life, but JD, what the Niners do is stop the other team on the first drive, and let me tell you what happens because you're watching.
They score on the first drive.
Score, but let's talk about the other side of the ball here. I do believe this Niner defense is not playing up to par to their standards that they set, and I'm shocked because we had Leroy from Oakland call yesterday, and he put it at the doorstep in regard to the D-line and the pressure. I don't think they've been disruptive, and I don't think it's Bosa not being here for camp, but when I heard Hargrave was coming and you plucked him from your rival, I'm not seeing that dominance yet. And to be honest, in the Ram game, the Rams won the time of possession. That was a close game. The Rams had to lead at certain times. Arizona did some creative things on offense, from running the ball to passing to running. but they drove the ball on the Niners 99 yards. You could say, Guru, what do you speak of? Because they only scored 16. No, I get that. And they only gave up to Joe Montana. But I'm wondering, a better team, and maybe Dallas, if they see something, that secondary, getting guys to bite on the play action what Dallas is running now, the Texas, their version of the West Coast offense, and Dak is getting rid of the ball. I do wonder, can the Niners get to where they want to go with the defense playing like they're playing now? And it's not bad, Jay. It's just not as good as the offense is playing and the defense that we're accustomed to just last year under DeMeco Ryans.
My take is that every game isn't going to be dominant. Right. That was my take. And I think right now Arizona is competitive, as the Cowboys sure as hell know. Because they put it on them. I
thought they would come here flat because they got that win. They were down 5.
I also think the Niners jumped on them, and then the Niners jumped on them, and then they got back in it, and there was a moment where it was like, oh, this is a game, and then
he throws to Ayuk.
The throw to Ayuk, that was that was the play of the game. Wow. After it got close.
Yeah.
That was the
you get a stop there,
even though they hadn't scored.
Yeah,
that was the play.
But first play.
That was the play where I was like, the Niners are not losing this game. It's not even, and not only are the Niners not losing the game, but it's not even going to be tight.
All right.
Even though it's tight in that right up until that moment. So, to me, the Niner defense, my thoughts on them coming into the season were that they were not going to be as dominant as they've been.
Explain that, because I didn't think that.
I think guys are getting a little older.
Okay.
I think Bosa's off. I think Bosa is great.
The holdout.
I think Bosa's going to be great. I think he's still working his way back in. I think Hargrave's been a monster. Hargrave's been terrific.
Right.
But it's been a little more hit and miss. It's been a little more, they've either been dominant or they've been
we can drive on them a little bit.
So the Rams had their success on them. Maybe
that shocked me.
Maybe the dominance of the first week was a little more about Pittsburgh being inept offensively.
Because your boy missed some throws. And I don't want to sound like a hater. Pickett missed some throws. Yeah. Like, okay, you had your man beat. We can all understand that, but the throw was off target.
I went into it thinking it was also going to be a work in progress with Wilkes as far as the way the 49ers have been used to doing things and him coming in as a respected defensive coordinator, but a guy that's gone about it a little differently with the blitzing and things like that. Like him finding his comfort zone versus a guy that's one of the better defensive coordinators in the league, and he's an OG. He's been doing it for a minute, right? Like he comes in with some clout, but yet the Niners have had a way they've been doing it, and so he's got things that he knows they can do versus the things that they have been doing. And so I think that was going to take half a season in my mind to gel. Then you add Bosa not being a part of it initially, so that's part of it. Hargrave, I think, has been a monster. Warren Greenlaw, I think, have been monsters.
What about Leroy putting something at the doorstep of Armstead? Because you and I did a show before the season started, and you're like, Goo, this not calling them out. You were like, he had a pretty damn good year last year. No, you didn't get a lot of credit for it.
He wrecked shop against Pittsburgh. I think he's been less noticeable in the 3 games since. I think that's fair. But I'm not panicking about the defense at all. Okay. Like that's the main
I'm
theme
really not
is
either.
The main theme is I think they're maybe not as good as they've been. Overall, I think Bosa's still great. I love Hargrave. 54 and 57 are fun. I mean, 57
Greenlaw.
I blink and 57 is going to come lay me out on the YouTube stream. And,
might get a flag for it.
Might get a flag for it, but like he's just a monster in the best way possible. So they've been fine.
Okay. Let me tell you.
I don't feel like the secondary's been exposed or anything like that, but
Brown and Wilson got off. Hollywood Brown, 7 for 96. Wilson had his first touchdown, 7 for 76.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say to you is...
But has it felt like the secondary's been exposed? It really hasn't to the eye test to me.
No, but this has been, I don't want to say a reoccurring theme, but I know Ronnie Lott is not back there. But it starts up front. If the Niners are going to give quarterbacks time to throw, you know the old adage, somebody's going to get open, Jay. And what I've learned this year through 4 games is this Niner offense is so lethal that if I'm an offensive coordinator, you know how I deal with that offense is keep their ass on the sideline. And you know how you do that, Jay? Is 99-yard drives. And you know what Dallas has done and what they're trying to do is keep Dak from turning into a Y.A. Tittle. There are no more games where he's throwing 40 to 50 times. They are trying to run the ball, run the clock, and move the chains. And I'm curious, Jay, it might not be Dallas. It may take Philly. It could be Detroit. But if you're telling me this defense ain't going to get nasty and get after it and wreck shop, then the way you keep this lethal offense of McCaffrey off the field is running the ball and those short, immediate routes. But I saw Arizona, and I'm watching that game like, Jay, tell me if this is off basis. They earned their way back in this game.
They did.
They took some chances with the fake punts. But you know what I mean? Like, they had some plays that I'm not accustomed to seeing the Niner D give up.
They did. But again, I'm just not in panic mode.
Right. And I'm not either.
The defense might not be as good. But the offense, I feel like, is better.
There you go.
Full season of McCaffrey, full season of Purdy. Kyle and Purdy are clearly in lockstep.
It's incredible.
Ayuk is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Debo's back. It's 2 or 4 years ago, Debo.
Yeah.
It's kind of a combination.
Last week he shouldn't even play, but he was just being John Wayne.
So to me, I mean, McCaffrey is a superstar.
MVP.
Kittle's not even hardly involved except for the 1 week they need him to be involved because Debo's out or because Ayuk's out, and he has a big game in that game when they need it. So I think they've got it dialed. So the defense may not have to be as good if the offense is going to be at the level that the offense has been at, scoring 30. But I'm also open to the fact that the defense still has time. I think the defense is going to be better as the season goes on and they get more comfortable with Wilkes and he gets more comfortable with them. And injuries obviously can flip that a little bit. So I'm not really tripping about the defense. But you made the point. The Cowboys were able to come into Levi's in that playoff game and hold them to 19. And they've been they played an excellent defensive game to
every
give themselves
that
a shot.
McCaffrey tried to get through, it was you're going down. You might got 2 or 3 yards, but no more than that. Limited Debo in the big plays. Jay, there is no Diggs for Dallas this weekend. And now that Brock has the success, he didn't have success after the Cowboy game. They lost that game. But these first 4 games, why do I feel like I keep using the football puberty word, but I feel like now they're so confident in what they're doing, they're going to test Dallas more than they did that game last year, if that makes any sense, because now I feel like they know they're on to something.
It's possible. I think the Niners they're due for a loss. I mean, they really are. But
it happens.
I mean, I guess what I want to ask you is, and I think you're going to have. I think I know what you're going to say, but
tell me if I'm right when you ask me.
Like, who needs this game more?
The scoreboard is 1,000,000 to nothing. It's Dallas. Now their season's not over. It's not about the record. It's about the mindset. You have to go slay this dragon that is physically beating you up and ended your season. Not beat you in the regular season, ended your season 2 years in a row. So they're already Dak's getting cranky with the media for bringing up how did you feel after the Cowboy game and Jerry calling the Niners Super Bowl favorites. Those are the truths. But to me, Dallas is playing with fire from this standpoint. If you lose, Jay, I don't know how they get up off the mat. They're going to win games, but emotionally, they're going to be like, they kicked our ass again.
See, I think, and you did answer it the way I thought you were going to answer it, for the record, since you asked me. But I tend to feel like I look at it a little bit more literally in the sense that, all right, the Cowboys haven't quite been as good as the Niners because they slipped up and lost to Arizona. But if they get this game,
oh my goodness,
all of a sudden,
oh my goodness,
they got the same record. And the Cowboys have shown they can beat them.
No doubt.
And look, Dallas has still got to fend with Philly.
Yeah, no doubt.
So it doesn't automatically put them ahead of the Niners because they still would be second in the division.
But even if you lose those Phillies game, the Eagles game, you can go toe-to-toe with Tyson.
But to me, I kind of feel like the Niners need – I feel like the Niners – it's not that they need it more, but I think they need to continue to keep Dallas thinking that they ain't got it.
Right. Okay. It's just us in Philly.
Because if you come in and win early, and now all of a sudden it's everybody knows that it could go either way.
We called it a 3-team race. Everybody did basically coming into the season.
So I think, you start looking at it like if Dallas is 4-1 and they beat the Niners are 4-1, but they beat Arizona, and that's the difference. We'll see what happens with Philly. I think that's where you're more not that the Niners wouldn't still believe that they could beat the Cowboys in a playoff game if they have to, but I feel like you want to keep that edge for as long as you have it, because we still don't know what this 49ers team is going to be all about this year. Like maybe we look up at 6 weeks from now, 8 weeks from now, and it's like, damn, the defense really isn't as good.
Okay.
Like everything you're saying.
They got dates with Baltimore. I get it, Jay. I get it.
And at that point, you double back when you look at the whole picture and say, oh, there's this. Oh, and they lost to Dallas. Like then you feel a little bit of a different way about. Whereas if you beat Dallas, then you're not. You're just like that box. There's never even going to be a shred of doubt that comes in your mind, as no matter what you end up doing later, because you at least had that game in hand. And I'll tell you another thing: with Dallas having to play Philly twice, if you beat them and go to 5-0, and Dallas is 3-2, probably ain't any way in hell you're going to have to play that game on the road.
Oh no, that
right
would
there.
be secure, right?
So to me, it's that, and it is. I think the Niners kind of know that. I think the Niners know that it's as you said, that they're the daddy.
Right.
I think they know, and I think that's, to your point, why they haven't been talking about. Like the Niners almost seem right now like their mission is bigger than Dallas. Like their mission is. We're trying to win. We're trying to be 8-0, 10-0,
no doubt,
15-2. Where it feels a little bit like Dallas's mission is, we're obsessed with the Niners.
Yeah,
we need to show.
We lost our best corner.
We can show we can beat the Niners.
No, Jay,
because they knocked us out.
No doubt,
2 years in a row in our house, in their crib. So. There's a lot of dynamics in play in addition to
Brock Purdy owning Dak. Dak.
The rivalry's back. Dak's lost to Jimmy and to Brock.
And could it be Brock again? Like I asked Steiny yesterday, we talked about it briefly, and we'll get to it on the other side, Jay. I can't give you 5 quarterbacks right now that are currently playing or mastering their offense like Brock Purdy. And if Brock were to come in a second time and beat Dak, I think he's better. Naturally, his stuff is better than he reads it and sees it better than Dak. You come in here and lay another L on Dak. I mean, what are we talking about with Brock? Like, who wants some? Like, forget Debo Samuel. Brock is going to be Debo. Like, I'm coming to take your food.
I think right now,
give me 5 QBs.
Or coming into this season is the way I'll put it.
Oh, okay.
I think
that's different.
Well, coming into this season, I think most people would say Dak is the better, more proven quarterback. If Brock balls Sunday and Dak continues
to stink it up and they got red zone issues,
the conversation's going to start to be, do the Niners have the better quarterback? Like, I think without a doubt. And you're right. We're already seeing signs that you could make the case that the Niners have it. That conversation's already
happening. Brock would just be put in to others better than Dak because that's already it started.
And that all goes into the headspace of, do the 49ers have ownage? And,
Sunday night.
There's a lot to get to. So we're going to 888-957-9570. We'll come back. We'll keep the conversation going. We'll hear from Dak. You alluded to it.
Yeah.
We'll hear from Jerry Jones. I'm like, why are these people talking about it already, especially Jerry?
Well, JD, if you take the pig around the barn and you come back with bacon, what happened to the pig? That's not Jerry.
That's good.
Some say Ronald Reagan.
No, that's pretty good. All right, that's coming up right here. Steiny and Goo, Tuesday, 95.7 The Game.
This customer service week, bank.
right now. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
Kittle like a Niner.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
888-957-9570. John Dickinson in for Steiny. Feel better, Steiny.
Yep.
A little under the weather this morning. Hopefully he's back tomorrow.
Steiner.
Goo here, as always, in his pumpkin spice glory.
Mm-hmm.
Got
that back up.
But I had to get it in.
Sweet potato pie.
Why don't you let everybody know where that came from real quick for those
Chris M
watching
on YouTube said it looked like I drunk a gallon of pumpkin, spice?
Pumpkin spice. Yeah. Again, I think the fall colors, man. That's a good color. I like that. I like that. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union here on 95.7.
Can I tell you a quick story about
and then we'll get back to the Niners Cowboys.
Yesterday?
Yeah.
Two things.
Of course.
So,
Not a media day.
Yeah, Steiny had his birthday. I hit Bob up to call in. Bob Oblige all the way in New York, a real one. And Bob we had the little thing going to where I get the courtside seats when maybe once a year if he you know how that goes. So I'm having fun for material. I'm running material with Dunleavy Jr. and I ask him, JD, hey, did Bob send you the email? Of course not. He was, after like I can't believe. But anyway, then I see we're doing the show in the restroom. There's a hallway and the restroom is right there. So whoever's using the restroom, I can see. So to my left, who do I see towards the end of the show? The chef. So, I do the throw it he look, and he put the two hands up for the cans.
Like he's going to come over.
It was, JD, I almost took off the headphones. I think I subconsciously did. Hey, I'll talk to y'all later. It's not willing to do.
I'm going to go do my own show.
Yeah, he was fresh
Steph.
cut. Hey, and he looked like he didn't put on some yolk, man. Yeah. The chef.
Again,
Curry looked strong.
That's what's kept him going.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
That's what's kept him going.
Go ahead.
15. You're 15.
And he used to be a string bean giving guy, like when they played OKC, what was it, 16?
He was 14? Also, 25?
Yeah, but dude, all those dudes, this dude's a rock. Shout out Andre Johnson.
He's
Dwayne Johnson.
Not Andre Johnson.
Yeah,
know your Johnsons.
Yeah.
know your Johnsons with Darryl Johnson. Know your Johnsons.
Johnson and Johnson.
49ers and Cowboys, Goo. Let's get back into it.
Right.
We talked about Dak. You said, and I wanted to read this one to you from the 805. Goo, how do you handle your emotions in a game like this weekend with the Cowboys and Niners? Will you actually root for the Niners at all?
It is a litmus test that I've known they are going to fail. I study these games and I watch them because just my hobbies. And, Jay, there is no emotion because I know that this team, without Kellen Moore, who is now in San Diego, and they told him to kick rocks, had Dallas last year as the number one red zone team, but yet he still caught hell, and subconsciously, I thought he was the problem. Now, San Diego, Los Angeles, they're top in red zone. Dallas is bottom 3. You got to be buttoned up to beat this Niner team. And, Jay, they're coming here not being able to get in. They can move it 20-20, but they don't have Zeke. They don't have a bell cow. No shaded Pollard. Jay, there's no way in hell they can win this game. I know it's the NFL.
Are you doing the reverse jinx thing?
No, there's none of that.
You doing the fan thing?
No, Evan knows it. There's none of that. But go show me, Dak. But I don't believe you can see it nor read it.
Well, you've been out on Dak for a minute.
You're fine.
You've been out on Dak for a minute. This is not new material,
and it hurts. Yeah, this ain't fun.
But you're rooting for Dallas to answer the question.
Of
course you are.
Yeah,
of course you are.
I'm rooting for Brock Purdy, who already passed this. Do I dare call it final exam in the playoffs because he didn't make a mistake? Diggs dropped it. I want to see part 2 to. I got to give Dallas credit. They are a damn good defensive unit. The second go-round, can Dan Quinn exploit anything that – let's be honest, Jay. The Thursday night game, and this is Brock Purdy on a pedestal. He's playing his ass off. There were some throws. Evan was at the game. We texted on the thread. End zone throws, red zone throws where a better safety would have picked it off. Maybe 2 balls. Yeah. But I can't come in here and say they're interceptions. But I told Stein, I had never seen that. Then we're watching the game against the Giants. You know, the safety right there takes the wrong angle. So I'm wondering, is that eventually going to catch up to Brock? Doesn't change his narrative, but is he due for a bad game, Jay?
He might be. And I think I stopped short of he's passed the final exam because we haven't seen him play a full season.
All right. And where do you put Philly on that test? Because
it's a huge test because we haven't seen him play Philly.
Well, was it a fail that he got knocked out?
No.
Okay.
No, because he barely played.
No. All right.
And no, I'm not blaming him for getting hurt. Like, never. But, I mean, the loss is still on the record.
No doubt.
But, no, you can't really take anything away from it. We'll find out, hopefully, December 3rd when these two teams play. 2 months from today, December 3rd, when the 49ers go and play at Philadelphia.
Wow.
But as great as Brock Purdy has been, and he has been great, I don't think anybody can take that away from him. We still need to see him play a whole season. Like, to know his strengths, his weaknesses, just how good or great is it?
Well, he's undefeated in the regular season,
100%.
and I know it's not a full one. But
right, but it's not even a full one of those yet.
Ooh.
It's not even a full one of those yet. So, to me, it's, again, that is not to put him down in any way. It's just we need to see a full year and see what a full year looks like. Maybe he has 3 games in a row where 2 of them he's not good, and 1 he's so, and then he wins the rest of them, and you look up and you at least see some weaknesses, right? Right now we don't see any weaknesses. What's the weakness?
Right there, help me.
Right, there isn't any. Maybe it's at times tries to be a little too much of a gunslinger when the play breaks down.
He ain't had to pay for it yet.
But he hasn't had to pay for it
yet.
And
I do wonder, JD, like Martindale from the Giants, there was a juncture where that was a 1-score game. I'm the Rams. Why don't they blitz him more? And you could say, well, I don't want to get cut. You know, I don't want the play to go 80 yards. But I just don't get why coordinators aren't trying to take advantage of his youth to where, you know what, we got burned, but we tried to turn the furnace on his ass all the way up. Well, so here comes a blitz, and I'm just sitting back, and I haven't seen that yet from a team. As much as I were a coordinator, I would be throwing the kitchen sink at him.
The reality is, though, teams have blitzed him, and it hasn't worked, and teams have not blitzed him, and it hasn't worked to this point.
Wow.
Like, it's so along the lines of, you know, I'm not selling him short by any means, but we do still need to see a full season where you go through the gauntlet. Can you stay healthy for all of it? Can you know,
that's on the board for everybody, every player,
yeah,
right?
But
he got hurt in the play, but
like,
you know what I mean?
You can only go by the information you have, but you need to see the whole. Like, you need before we start talking about all-time greats and top 5 and all that. Like, let's see him put together a full let's just see where it ends up January 7th.
Okay.
Like, let's just see where, and it might end up 15-2 with great, 40 touchdown passes and 8 interceptions or whatever the heck it is. Like, it might be unbelievable, but at that point, I'm going to be more confident in what he has in the tank than I am even now. And now I'm pretty confident because everything we've seen to this point has been fantastic.
It's just his ability to read and process and get rid of the ball, Jay, is just, it's incredible, man. And you know what? The other caveat is he's not a statue. So if he needs to move just enough, it's like, man, I get what you're saying. Let's watch it play out. But, Jay, as these games come and go, we're going to get to a juncture down the road to where, and I'm not saying you're not doing it now because it's just obvious it's fantastic right now, but sooner or later, that wall is going to get knocked down of, well, guess what? It's the NFC Championship in 2023. Here we go again. Like, for them, the Cardinals to get that to a 5-point game, Kyle, I don't think he would have called the same play with Jimmy. He just whops it to Ayuk right there. Like, I don't think that's going away. Now,
Kyle seems like he's
coordinators
as
can
in
try to
on
take
a guy,
that. No, go ahead.
He's as in on Brock as he's ever been on any quarterback he's ever had. It looks like look, the Niners are checking every box. The only thing they have to do is keep checking them.
Yeah, and Moody not kicked the ball out of bounds. I was a couple times.
That's not great. Then we've started. Look, it hasn't been perfect, but here's the thing: it hasn't been perfect, and they haven't been threatened. They really have not been legitimately threatened. Like the Rams were playing a perfect game against them.
Now that was I thought
and then one dude has a ball go off his hands and the game's over.
Come on.
But think about that. The Rams were doing their thing.
They were.
But the first time it got off schedule, the game was over. And I remember thinking that sitting in SoFi in the press box, I was like, damn, the Rams are playing a perfect game right now.
That's how I felt.
But you know what else I was thinking? The only way they're going to win is if it stays perfect for the next two quarters.
The ball right through his hands.
And the ball goes right out of his hands, and that flips everything, and it all of a sudden the Niners controlled it from that point. Maybe didn't dominate, but controlled the game. The Rams were off kilter the whole rest of the game. The Niners punch it in. The Niners win the game comfortably. I know they got the field goal at the end, but they won the game comfortably. The Arizona game, did you ever think they were going to lose? No. I didn't. Now, it was getting a little weird when it got to 5, but the throw to Ayuk, was like, nah, they got this. Like, they're going to punch it in.
If I can, Jay, kind of rewind it. When it was 21-16, I go, are we going to see the first Purdy, just a bad read, maybe a fumble? Everything was on the table. The bird even looked evil on the side of the Cardinals helmet because I'm like, oh my gosh.
You were on the brink of, okay, maybe this thing is going to veer off the track. But it didn't.
No, he just whopped it a perfect pass to Ayuk.
But it didn't.
Like, damn. And Ayuk's I keep hearing McCaffrey, MVP, rightfully so. Willerson out a tweet, hey, Purdy ain't too far behind. I'll give you all, it's 4 weeks, I get it slow. I get all that. But, Jay, I just feel like Ayuk's not getting enough credit. And I know he missed it. He's playing his ass off, and the balls that are coming his way, 8 out of 10 times are getting caught.
Absolutely. It's all clicking for the 49ers right now. 888-957-9570. We do want to get to the Dak sound and the Jerry Jones sound, which caught my ear earlier this morning when I heard it. But we also have some people that want to get on the phone lines. And that's Joe in San Jose, who's up here on Steiny and Guru 95.7 The Game. Hey, Joe.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Thanks for taking my call. I think you guys are kind of right. Don't rush to judgment on Purdy, on Purdy because he still hasn't. My thing is, I'm not saying that the 49ers wins have been garbage, but they haven't played under pressure. I haven't seen Purdy come from behind to win, and I think that's a good sign of a team if they can come from behind and win. And the other thing I want to say, Christian McCaffrey, he makes the 49ers team, not Purdy. So without Christian McCaffrey, the 49ers don't go nowhere. Do you guys agree with that?
Yeah, I think he's unlocked. He's a superstar. He might be the MVP of the league the first 4 weeks.
And I told Evan this yesterday.
We talked about that a lot.
How did we forget about him being out? Just sports and life. You get product of your environment. JD, let's put the rat on the table. Brought to you by Atco. We forgot about McCaffrey. He was left for dead, basically.
Trent Williams, said, I didn't think he was that. Kind of was like, damn, I didn't think he was, he's better than I thought he was.
I didn't hear that.
And I thought, because of the injuries and everything, I knew he was that dude at Stanford. He was the dude that he's been with the Niners with Stanford for sure. And he was early on with Carolina. But I think because it's Charlotte and because they weren't winning a lot and because he was hurt, I think I'll speak for myself. I thought he just wasn't that dude anymore. But yet he comes here and he's a superstar. He's in some way, he really is kind of, for the 49ers, he's the Steph Curry.
There's no
he's
doubt
the guy
about
that draws,
Yeah.
He's not, I'm not saying he's that level of a superstar.
But the gravity.
But he come in on a team where we would always talk about the weapons. we'd always talk about Kittle, and we'd always talk about Debo, and we'd always talk about Ayuk now coming on. Christian McCaffrey's better than all, like in his own cut. It's like the Christian McCaffrey level, and then draw a line, and then it's Ayuk and Debo and Kittle. As far as weaponry, and we always considered those guys ones or A's. Yeah. Well, McCaffrey's ahead of those guys, like by a level.
Okay, there's no doubt, but tell me what you give me for this, and I'm not caping for Kyle.
But I slept on it.
Okay, and we all did. But at the end of the day, this system that Kyle is running, JD, it's almost like Purdy. You could just do it for any position because Kyle Shanahan, pre-McCaffrey, had his team and an average quarterback at best in a Super Bowl and another NFC championship game with the likes of Elijah Mitchell and Debo being the McCaffrey. So I'm not taking nothing away from C-Mac, but it makes me want to give Kyle more flowers because you've shown us you can do this with what you're currently doing, and he's Marshall Faulk now, and maybe the first non-quarterback to get the MVP since 2012, Adrian Peterson, but you did it. The offense wasn't strong like it is now, but you got to the great heights without him.
Yes.
That's incredible.
I think
it's incredible.
Become such a huge part of what the 49ers are doing now, though, that McCaffrey, that I wouldn't want to see them without him for an extended period. To me, he's such a huge part of it that
I feel
it wouldn't be if he had to miss a month, it wouldn't be just plug and play and everything's going to be fine.
You would feel it now.
Like I think they've got the thing dialed to where you even saw it with the game Ayuk misses. It was a little clunky. And then they figured it out, and Kittle did more, and everything got well. But the safety net for the 49ers offense is McCaffrey. You need a play to get throw it to McCaffrey. Run that pitch, inside, and he
watch me hurdle a dude
7.
As I go to the end zone.
Like how many times do they run that pitch and he picks up 7? Like
he doesn't take a shot either.
Like it's nothing. And when he does take a shot, he gets up. So to me, he's become such a big part of it that I would not want to have to see what it looks like without him and have to see them adjust. But at some point, we probably will.
So do you understand another caveat of this week's game and Dallas's defensive unit, why I give them credit for what they did last January? And let me just read some of the numbers for Purdy was 19 of 29, 214, no touchdowns, no picks, sacked twice.
They played an excellent game, Goo.
McCaffrey, 10 carries for 35 yards.
Excellent game.
That's just Debo, 5 for 95, average 19, 5 targets, and his longest one was, Kittle for 31. Kittle was 5 for 95, but Debo 4 for 45. Like Dan Quinn, that was phenomenal. And since then, outside of the Philly game, because Purdy didn't finish, 35 points when we hit the field.
Dallas did everything they possibly could to keep themselves in the game. I think it's the best defense the 49ers faced. Clearly last year. We'll see.
Well, Philly.
We'll see.
But that don't count because your boy was gone.
I think the Cowboys had better defense than Philly.
Well, now I feel like Philly didn't lost a lot. Hargrave being one of them and some dudes in the secondary.
Yeah, no, I think Dallas had a better defense last year. And again, we'll never know. I mean, you can't compare game to game because of the injury and all that. But Philly was good. Philly, obviously, they were good enough to go to the Super Bowl, and they play a style that really hurts the 49ers. I just think when you look at, you can run at Dallas, like you can kind of hit them and that's, to me, that in a way plays into the 49ers' hands, but they took that away in the game last year. And so in the playoff game. So we'll have to see. Look, the Cowboys gave themselves every opportunity, but the Niners still won the game.
Yeah, and Brock Purdy was his second playoff win.
But so to me, it's a matter of, and there's all these different things. who has the most to prove and this
all
and
that's
that.
Dallas. They're like Niners. They're professionals. But to the caller's point, real quick,
But
JD,
this is still the biggest test the 49ers will have had this year.
Yeah. Oh, well, you were down saying Brock Purdy hasn't faced any any adversity. You were down 7 against the Rams. I know that's a regular season game. If I go back to last year, if you allow me, you were down at halftime to Seattle, home
down
playoff
against the
game.
Raiders.
Down against the Raiders. That was his last interception, Brock Purdy. But it's not like it's been all, we haven't had to come back at all. And the Ram lead lasted for 20 seconds because they came down with 1:40 and scored. But I'm wondering if this Niner machine is so prolific, what's going to be the time frame of minutes in regard to games that they trail, Jay? Because that's where this thing is going. We can't say it's a negative or we're got to wait and see when they're behind, when they're kicking behinds to where I don't know how many times they're going to be behind. I know it's a long way to go, but man.
Every team ends up behind in games. Like there will be a couple of games and it'll be games that you're not even maybe expecting it. Maybe they get down 14-0 at Minnesota. And then they're able to come back and they win 28-21. Like there will be games that the 49ers have to. That's to my point as it's not that we have to see it, but I don't want people getting it twisted because in today's world everybody gets everything twisted as to like, oh, JD said Brock Purdy, we need to see more. No, we don't need to see more, but we're going to know more when we see more. Like, because there are going to be games where he's behind.
And he's young.
There are going to be games where he throws picks. There are going to be, because every freaking quarterback does that.
You would think.
So that's to my point of we're still learning about Brock Purdy. We haven't really seen him enough to even really know what his weaknesses are.
But to that point, Jay, 2 playoff games to me, one being one of the best defenses in the league, that constitutes enough of what we've seen.
Well, he played pedestrian against Dallas.
It's been spectacular.
Because they were a great defense.
Yeah,
but
no
was
doubt.
good enough to win the game.
Exactly.
He was great against Seattle.
Right. But my whole thing is, I get you on, I got to see more. We need to see more. There's no doubt. And you're not saying, here's the water hose so I can rain on your parade of people being excited of what they've seen thus far.
It's just we just don't know the full spectrum of what
that's
he is.
all coming
good
down
and
the
bad.
road. No doubt about it.
Because even if he is Tom Brady 2.0, there's still going to be weaknesses that we're going to learn that he has just because we're going to get to watch him for 17 games straight.
Right.
Like that, and so that's the part where I'm just like, let's just see how it shakes out. There's no judgment. It's just let's enjoy it. He's checking every box to this point, and we'll roll with the rest of it as we move forward. All right, 888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. We'll get Bobby and Los Altos on the other side. The rivalry is back. We still haven't played the Dak or the Jerry Jones cuts. We'll get to that as well. Who has more to prove on Sunday Night Football? It's all coming up as this segment was sponsored by Local Arena Ticks.
Brought to you by Flag and Anthem. Premium clothes without the premium price tag. It's official.
Yak, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Niners are pregnant with greatness.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Final hour.
No, you never mess up.
Final hour.
Yeah.
JD for Steiny. Guru's here. 888-957-9570. 650 on the Comcast Business text line. JD, are you telling me Purdy's not going to be perfect? Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
None of us are.
None of us are. But the 49ers are going to win a lot of games. I don't think 15's off the table, to be honest.
Dude, I won't even go there, but hey, man.
Regardless of what happens this weekend, I think 15's on the table with the way that they've played. But things happen over the course of an NFL season, and right now Purdy's checking every single box. The rivalry is back. What message can each team send with a win? That's one of the questions we're throwing out there. 888-957-9570. We still need to hear from Dak and Jerry Jones. We'll do that, but I want to get back to the phones. We got people that want to talk.
You know how we
Some
do it.
Niners Cowboys.
Yeah.
The rivalry renewed here. That's Bobby. We appreciate him waiting patiently. Bobby in Los Altos on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Bobby. Bobby, are you there? Oh, we went to Sonny. Oh, there's Bobby. Hey, Bobby.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey.
What's up, Bobby?
Okay, folks. Thanks for taking my call. Look, I want to talk about the Cowboys game, but can I just quickly say before that, honestly, it kind of hurts me how much people say about Purdy, but he hasn't shown us this or that. He can only do what he can do. Why are we so fixated with the unknowns? It's not like we're saying the dude's getting enshrined in Canton, but he can only do what he can do. I kind of feel like people just want to hedge and say, if things go bad, we want to be able to say on the record, I told you so. I told you he wasn't that great. So it really bothers me. I wish we could just give him credit for what he's done. But in terms of the Cowboys game, I don't actually care about who wins or loses this game. I mean, of course, I want the Niners to win, but that's not what I'm focused on. I'm focused on whether or not the Cowboys defense is the truth. It's the Niners offense versus the Cowboys defense. And let's be honest, Goo, every time the Giants play a game, the Cowboys defense looks less and less impressive because the Giants are just horrific. But to me, the Niners are the most complete team. I think the Niners defense at some point is going to get us let down. But I just don't see how this Niners offense can get shut down. And so the Cowboys defense, how much can they contain the Niners offense? And if the Niners happen to lose in a shootout and inexplicably somehow Dak scores 50 points and the Niners lose, 50 to 45 or something, to me, that's not, I didn't learn anything. The only thing I'm taking away from this game is how does the defense slow down or stop the Niners offense? And I think a lot of things will get answered in terms of who's going to be the best team in the NFC based upon that matchup.
Hey, Bobby, let me ask you this. All good stuff, but did you not, and I'm asking because there is no Trayvon Diggs, but did you not learn anything from the Dallas defense via the Niners offense in the playoff game last year where it was 19-12 Niners? Because we just kind of talked about that was a great job by the Cowboy defense.
Absolutely. But all I'm going to say is every year, the teams you think you're going to be great aren't that great. I mean, who would have predicted the Bengals predicament?
Oh, no doubt.
Who would have thought the Giants would be putrid? So I'm just going to evaluate season to season. And I'm a Trayvon Diggs fan because his big brother is Stephon Diggs, University of Maryland. Trayvon decided to be a traitor and go to Alabama, but I was really hurt when he tore that ACL. But look, they got historically a great defense. I got to start every season afresh.
All right.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Bobby. Good stuff for Bobby in Los Altos. 888-957-9570. I don't see the 49ers losing a shootout to Dallas. I really don't. That's the one thing. Like, I could see Dallas slowing the Niners offense down because we saw them do it in the playoff game. I'm open-minded to that. Maybe longer possessions, fewer possessions, leading to a lower scoring game or a tighter game in that vein. I think the Niners could really click. and blow them out if there's some turnovers, something like that. I don't see a shootout, though, where Dallas ends up. I just don't think Dallas offensively, even with the 49ers defense a little bit more vulnerable, I don't see the Cowboys putting up a big number. To me, the Cowboys, if they're going to win, it's going to have to be 19-16 or 16-13.
And you know what, JD, that's a stellar point, and they live off of turnovers, the Cowboys do. So what happens if you don't have any turnovers? Right there, you shoot them in the foot. And I talked about it with this new McCarthy calling plays, the offensive coordinator, head coach. They're moving the ball from the 20 to the 20. So I don't see a shootout because they haven't, forget the Niners, they haven't perfected their new identity offensively against lesser teams. But I will say this to you, Jay. You know, I've talked about, hey, when are we going to see disruption, major disruption from the Niner D-line? What's going on in Dallas? Their O-line, they've had 3 linemen out the Arizona game, the Saturday before the Sunday. So it's been musical chairs, Zach Martin and the rest of the gang, Tyron Smith. So that's in flux. So I could see a scenario to where we see a Bosa 3-sack game or 2 sacks from Hargrave and maybe 1 from Bosa. There's some eating at me that I think this Niner D-line and it being Sunday night, the prize fight, did we see the Niner front get after it and put a stamp on this game?
They've been generating pressure. They just haven't been getting home as consistently as you want to see to get, really get teams behind the sticks and or turn the ball over or just end possessions, but they have been generating pressures. Like they really have, and as games have been going on, they've been generating pressures. But the glory stats haven't totally been there to this point to show it.
Yeah, you know what? It's interesting. Dallas had a blowout against New England, and Micah Parsons. They had a bum ankle or got rolled up on, Jay, and people were saying take him out, but he was hunting for the sacks. There was no doubt about it. He wasn't coming out. And then somebody puts on Twitter, oh, Micah leads the league in pressures. I get that, but I come from the Reggie White, Fred Dean, Charles Haley school, Jay. I know analytics have taken over, and the pressures are pressures, but there's nothing like the Denzel you just mentioned, the glory of getting to the quarterback, and Bosa did that better than anybody last year and got DPOY.
Absolutely. Dave in Pleasanton next. 95.7 The Game. Hey, Dave.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Well.
Hey, hello?
Yeah, we got you, Dave.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the game. I'm a Cowboys fan. Was there 9 months ago. And the same holds true, in my opinion, for this time. If Dak throws 2 interceptions, it's over, right? So that's what happened last time. And if he throws 1, it better not be a red zone interception. But there are some differences, too. Pollard's not the same right now. I can't believe he's playing. He broke his leg 9 months ago.
That's incredible.
But and this time we also have a kicker, which is good. The guy's red hot. So this is going to be a low-scoring game, and we'll see what happens.
Thanks for the call, Dave.
Now, hey, I love Dave. I love that he pointed out Dak's errors. They were critical errors in the red zone. It was the 2-for-1 where they were going to have the lead and get the ball, and you're throwing on 2nd and 2. Like, that's Kellen Moore. Like, why didn't you run the ball? Why would you allow Dak to throw? But with that said, Jay, I'm being so real. I'm going to say my prediction. But, Jay, the Niners are going to the 30 streak ain't coming to an end. How about that? That's how I feel.
You think the Niners are putting up 30 on Dallas?
Arizona put some stuff on tape that the Jedi that is Kyle Shanahan, and I know Brock Purdy's not Dobbs, but now you don't got Trayvon to run with Ayuk. Not that he was going to shut Ayuk down, but he had fresh legs. And I'm going to say something. Father Time is knocking on the door of Gilmore. He's still good and serviceable, but he can't run with those youth legs. Is it going to be Debo? Is it going to be Ayuk? I just matchup-wise, man, I just think the Niners are going to eat. And I'm going to have my popcorn. I'm going to be there. I'm just keeping it so real. Show me, because right now, without Diggs, I just don't think you can do it.
We'll see. Right. I think the Cowboys are good enough to where the Niners are not going to get a low-level effort from Dallas. They're going to get a big-time effort, and I think that's enough to keep them in the game. I think the 49ers are the better team at this point. I think the Diggs injury leads it farther down that path. I think ultimately that's one of those where I kind of think in the grand scheme of things, Dallas can't win it all without Diggs, right? But can they win a Week 5 game against another good team? Yes, I think they can if they play well. But the reality is, for me, the offense for the Cowboys has to be better if they're going to hang in this game. And I don't have I have a confidence that the game might be low scoring. I don't have a confidence that if the Niners are going to hit their mark of, let's say, 27-30, then the Niners are winning the game probably by double digits.
That's what my gut tells me,
at that particular point in time. How about Dak Prescott, who already getting a little upset when the 49ers come up? We'll play that for you.
Dak, what was the feeling leaving that locker room last January against those guys?
No, I mean, it's obvious. I mean, we're so far past that, to be honest with you, but that's obvious. I mean, you just want to piss me off going into this week, and I appreciate that. I do, actually. I do. Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate that.
That lost drive you guys.
I mean, every day. Every day. Every day, Ty, every day.
Wow.
What, Jay, you
Post-game
said wow,
Sunday.
But the guy asked you a question. You're the one that blew it and threw the picks, and then you're going to go Drake on him and you can piss me. Like, you know I'm not into the Draymond Green doing the podcast stuff. Just go out and ball. Mike is starting to do it. He's got his podcast, and then when they run at his ass and neutralize him, he don't come to the podcast and say, oh, they neutralized me. It's always something like, okay, Dak, you're going to come at the reporter for just asking you a question like, take that to San Francisco and ball out. Don't go at the reporter.
The wow for me goes back to what you said an hour ago, which is the 49ers are the Cowboys' daddies.
Oh, there's just no doubt about it.
Right now. And I think that kind of an answer from a guy like Dak Prescott is usually Mr. Buttoned Up, Mr. Thoughtful, Mr. Appropriate, Mr. I'm gonna, he is stately.
You don't get that from him.
He is stately at the podium most of the time. Like he's what you want your quarterback to sound like. Honestly, like
so that was out of character.
So for him to like that tells me that that I don't want to say the Niners are in the Cowboys' heads a little bit, but the Niners might be in the Cowboys' heads a little bit.
Yeah, Comcast Business Text Line JD 530 says, "Goo, that was a terrible question from the reporter."
No, it wasn't.
And that's what I just was going to ask.
No, it was not. Let's hear it again. Let's hear it again.
Dak, what was the feeling leaving that locker room last January against those guys?
No, I mean, it's obvious. I mean, we're so far past that, to be honest with you, but that's obvious. I mean, you just want to piss me off going into this week, and I appreciate that. I do, actually. I do. Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate that.
That lost drive you guys.
I mean, every day. Every day. Every day, Ty, every day.
I mean, that's as basic a freaking question as you can
God
get.
Almighty.
And I get it. It's post game after a game you just played where you won and you dominate all that. But you know what? Nobody gives a damn about you beat the Patriots.
Yeah.
Just like nobody really gave a damn about the Niners beating the Cardinals.
All right, but
don't
act like that was a horrible.
And look, I get it. It's different when you have knocked a team out the last couple of years, and there's a legitimate sting that the Cowboys have from knocked them out at home, got knocked out on the road. I think the Cowboys, they're wrong for thinking it, but I think a lot of the Cowboys players look at the Niners and think, we're better than them. Like I think there is a legitimate. And so it kind of eats at you when you're not.
All right.
A little bit. So I get that, but you know what it reminds me of? You know what?
Give me 3 seconds, because I know you 3 seconds. Because we talked about who.
That's funny.
Yeah, give me the. I'm gonna say it's Warrior related.
Yeah, it reminds me of all the teams that the Warriors took out that would just lose themselves in the media before.
You said all of them.
Honestly, it reminded me of like a Chris Paul press conference after the. Reminded me of James Harden.
Well, you're just sick of it.
It reminds me of the dudes that the Warriors would take out.
That's pretty good.
And you knew the Warriors, it was rent free.
Like that means something, that rent.
To where there's a legitimate question.
Oh boy.
And you go and you lose
good.
it.
Yeah. Houston Rockets, whoever
There's
you want to
nothing wrong with that question.
KD, OKC.
Russell Westbrook.
That's pretty good.
Russell Westbrook is still ticked off.
I want to throw the Cavs in there because the one they got, they shouldn't have got.
I guarantee you Russell Westbrook still to this day.
Well, oh, boy.
He goes, I'm better than Steph. Steph. I'm 10 times better than Steph.
No,
He's wrong.
That's a 4.
But I'll bet you he says it.
No,
I'll bet you he thinks
good,
it.
Jay. Oh, boy.
So I think the Cowboys definitely, to a man, think they're better.
This game would be 3 wins to them from a mental standpoint.
But
Jay.
this one caught my ear this morning. There's somebody that doesn't think, at least right now, that the Cowboys are the better team.
They are right now probably the most likely team to go in the Super Bowl. And but in order for them to get there, they've got to go by us. Hopefully 2 times, if that's the way it falls in the playoffs, and we're in the playoffs, of course. But the bottom line is that you're playing the best. This is a certainly you don't need the game to tell you that you're playing the best, but you need the game to show you how you stack up against the best.
Wow,
there it is.
The Jerry Jones
Man.
giving the Niners, hey, it's them right now.
No doubt about it.
And trying to maybe take a little pressure off of his guys.
Well, I love the hope word. He was like, they kick our ass this week.
Jerry,
ain't no guarantee it'll be round 3.
Sounds like Jerry knows what time it is what it sounds like.
No doubt about it. It's Niner week, man. I'm telling you.
That was not 1993, Jerry.
Oh, man.
That was not 1994, Jerry.
Yeah. Who admitted he cried the year Deion pass interference, Michael Irvin, when they got down 21-0, the Niners won their Super Bowl. He said that's the only time he cried after a game.
Wow.
Yeah.
It just, to me, I mean, I remember 93, 92, 93, 94, Jerry Jones.
I was there. Oh.
Never thought they were going to lose a game to anybody.
Yeah, no,
let
that
alone
was
the
happy,
49ers.
and they won that game. Aikman to Harper in the rain, in the mud.
A couple of them in the mud.
Yeah.
The two.
I want to go one.
But so what? That's un-Jerry like.
Yeah.
My first thought was, wow, that's un-Jerry like.
I hadn't heard that. Wow.
And so to me, that's like. I feel
so
like
you get where I'm coming from.
To me, he's coming from a completely different place than Dak.
He knows they're better.
Yeah, like Dak's like, damn, I don't want to hear about it. Yeah. Jerry's like, hey.
Damn.
Hey, they
I'm
got
keep
our
it real,
number.
Son.
They got our number.
And the Niners have earned that,
one.
JD. And that's why we were all – I know you're going to say, and you can,
well, they
you're
have
my
earned
dog.
It. They are the better
team right now. No, but you're going to say, Goo, you're living in the past. But I am. We were all ripped off from Reddick's injury and hit, rightfully so. What do you want to do? Take out a quarterback. Nobody will say it, but you want to. We were all ripped off and robbed of watching that Philly offense and defense against this Niner offense and defense. That was Ali Frazier, man, and it was over in the effing first round because he got knocked out.
The Jerry Jones audio, by the way, from 105.3 The Fan in Dallas.
Sister station.
Yeah, one of the many, Jerry, I think he speaks twice daily and 3 times on Sunday.
Hey, but one thing I've been noticing about Lynch, he got some Jerry in him. He's making his way down to the sideline after dubs.
Yeah. Sonny in Fairfield next here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Sonny.
Hey, guys. How's it going? Hey, real quick on Dallas. I think the Niners defense has not disappointed us at all in a long time. I think they show up again on Sunday, and the Niners win that game. I'm thinking it's not quite double digits, but I'm thinking 8 or 9 point win for the Niners. The other thing is on Brock Purdy. I think we're already asking this question kind of like that, and I'm not making the comparison at all, but when people think about Tom Brady, they think of the question always was, well, who made who when it came to the Patriots? Was it Bill Belichick or was it Tom Brady? And I think you can already kind of see that with the Niners. Like, is it really Brock Purdy playing out of his mind, or is it really just the scheme that Shanahan is putting him in to have success? I think we're kind of headed down that path. As long as, Purdy can keep doing what he's doing and we have some long-term success, I think that will be the discussion eventually because, a late-round pick and all that noise about, we don't really know who he is yet. He hasn't done anything to really tell us, like, oh, man, he's got a monster arm and he can really throw downfield and he plays well under pressure. We don't know any of that yet. So I kind of see that being the question as we go forward. Like, is it really Shanahan and Purdy's just executing the plan to perfection almost, or is Purdy really the guy?
File that away for me, Sonny, and the things we're going to find out as we get to see him play more.
Yeah, I love Sonny J, and I get where you're coming from, but he's not a robot out there. He has to perfect the play. He has to look and make the right read, and then on top of that, have the accuracy and make the right throw. Outside of the Ram game where he missed Ayuk, Jennings, and Debo with the overthrows, other than that, Sonny, I'm not mad, but it sounds like Sonny's holding on. You're not holding on. You want to see more, but damn, he's not a robot. He's out there perfecting his part or portion of the plays, the plays being successful. That's just it's just incredible. I go to Pittsburgh. Steiny tried to say, "Goo," it wasn't a paraphrasing. The throw to Ayuk that dropped right in his basket before the pylon for a touchdown. Oh, it wasn't the best pass. It wasn't going to get picked. It was a good enough pass.
Great pass.
The pass to Ronnie Bell against the Giants. I mean, the one against Debo against Sonny, I'm not saying he's Joe Montana, but he's bringing something to the table, guys.
He's been fantastic.
I appreciate that.
He has run Shanahan's offense and been in lockstep with Shanahan.
I love that word.
Almost to perfection, in a way.
Okay. You're right.
But he's also been able to make off-schedule plays that have
Jimmy couldn't.
When the right call hasn't been there, he's able to still make a play.
Man.
And that's the difference. Jimmy did some of that. He actually did do some of that, but he also did it while making mistakes.
The Jimmy O-nos.
Or while missing some, and not only the O-nos, but missing some plays that were there to be hit.
Mm-hmm.
Purdy has hit more of those.
Oh, my gosh.
And he's made more off schedules, and he hasn't made the mistakes. So it's in a lot of ways, it's like 3 or 4 little boxes that Purdy checks, better. And I wasn't making it specifically about Jimmy, but it's the companion nature of what Shanahan wants to do, and it goes hand in hand. And Purdy's been able to not only execute it, but add a little bit of his own flair to it that have made the 49ers, with McCaffrey on top of it,
there you go,
a dominant force offensively, to where you do start to think of them more as an offensive team that still has a borderline dominant defense.
I couldn't have said it better. And that's what we're watching. And that's why I'm not, I know it. I'm nitpicking about the Niners D, but I do wonder, Jay, because right now there's no doubt. I don't think any Niner fan will tell you that the offense is not ahead of the D right now.
It is.
And it still may be good enough.
But the defense has been good.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, the defense dominated Pittsburgh.
And you gave up 16 only to Arizona.
They dominated Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Offensively challenged team, but they dominated them on the road. Hit them in the mouth and dominated the game.
But the Rams won. But if you're going to tell me, how do you beat the Niners? Just get rid of the ball.
They dominated the second half against the Rams.
You're right. Okay, I get that.
I mean, the Rams scored what?
But still held the ball.
6?
Yeah, they still had some long drives.
And 3 of it was at the end when they covered.
And the pick help from Stafford.
Yeah, so
the 2 picks.
But picks are defense.
No doubt.
I mean, they dominated the second half, made the adjustment.
My point was
nothing was comfortable against the
14th
Giants.
And 15 round. Yeah, that was over.
And Arizona scored. Arizona did some things, put 99 on them and all that.
Stopped them a couple times, the Niner offense, to get the ball back.
But 16.
Yeah.
On a bad day.
On
a bad day, you hit 16. So 888-957-9570. Still time for some phone calls. 49ers and Cowboys coming up on Sunday. Going to be fun. We got Willard and Dibbs coming in here as well. As that segment brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Since first opening its doors in 1964, Fremont Bank has approached banking with a simple idea in mind.
live on Twitch and YouTube right now. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, John Dickinson for Steiny, Daryl the Guru Johnson as well. Still time to sneak in a couple of calls. We've also got Willard and Dibbs going to be coming in here in about 15 minutes.
Willard was down at the Farhan extravaganza
for the crossover, and so we'll talk a little Giants, I think, with the guys. As you know, we didn't get into it really much today, but I think the Giants are in a much and I know you know where I'm I just think they're in a better place than people think. Just
I would love for you to elaborate on that.
I just can't and maybe it's just me because I didn't feel Gabe from the jump, but the fact that they ripped that Band-Aid off and got rid of Kapler, even though he was basically a puppet of Farhan Zaidi and doing everything that Farhan wanted to do.
How many errors did he make, Jay?
It doesn't matter. I'm not even getting into that.
I'm just saying, but that's why I'm asking you. Why do you feel they're in a better place? Because he's gone. They still got stinky players.
Because they had a manager that brought nothing to the table.
Oh, you didn't say that when they won 107.
Actually, I did. He brought nothing to the table.
But it would have sounded like haterade. Because he won 107. He was the manager.
Nothing to the table. That was always my point on Kapler, was that
I know you weren't down on him.
He executed the plan.
Yeah.
Win or lose, he executed the plan. He brought nothing extra to the table. And when the moment things weren't good, all of a sudden there's whispers that stuff's
I can't
weird.
Argue that.
Stuff's weird. And because to me, he was a front runner. When things were good, he could kind of fake it like he was doing this or that when he really wasn't. And he'd pick his spots and he'd kind of sit back. He had Gabe Kapler had a good scam going. He had a good scam going.
Jay.
He had a good scam going. And the only thing that showed it was when they started not winning. And he couldn't the simplest way to put it is he brought nothing. He was just a flatline manager. He brought nothing extra of value to it. So when things were going well, he kept it on schedule fine.
But you said he was fronting a little bit.
But he always would pick his spots to front. I'll watch so-and-so's early BP, and that's why. No, you didn't. And that's why I pinch hit for him.
Wow.
No, actually, you pinch hit for him because it was a straight left-right platoon.
Wow.
And you don't sell me like you did something extra. He was constantly trying to do that.
That's amazing.
Again, but I feel like all right, pressure's on Farhan, but without Gabe.
All right.
Without Gabe now. And again, I'm not even really saying it was his fault.
But you were out from the beginning.
Well, I'll say this.
On the man that is
the manager.
Yeah.
I think he really tried to show everybody that he was a good guy because there were some wondering about that based on some of the Dodger stuff.
Yeah.
And I think he succeeded in that.
He took a knee.
I think he was not for that reason, but I think for baseball reasons, I think he was pretty phony. I just think he was just a phony. But my point is, Farhan can't, the energy's going to be different next year. And I think Farhan Zaidi is better at his job than Gabe Kapler was at his job when Gabe Kapler was basically a dial tone. So it's all right, Farhan, go get it. Go find the right manager. Because that was the first red flag for me on Farhan.
Or close the deal, Jay.
I thought Farhan sharp, brilliant, good hire, right? My first red flag on Farhan was when he hired Gabe. I thought, why would a dude that's that sharp, that impressive?
That's concerning.
Why would he hire Gabe Kapler? Why would that be his guy when nobody else was going to hire Gabe Kapler and nobody will hire Gabe Kapler to be a manager ever again?
You think it's over?
I
asked the guys that yesterday.
It's over. It's over. So? He's not managing again.
Okay, but boy, you let me know how you really feel about Gabe. But about that smart man.
But he wanted him.
No doubt.
That was his guy.
And he wanted Haniger. See, now I'm moving past Gabe.
Well, that's fine.
Because they're starless. But you haven't closed the deal.
I like the fact that he's getting one more shot because of the young players that are on. Because I think he hid a little. I think this is Farhan. Yeah. I think Farhan hid behind the young players a little bit. Oh, Bailey's up, and we peppered these guys
to save
in.
Himself,
but there's still enough perceived value in these young players to where Farhan could sell, they're coming, and they're going to be good.
But are we going to compete?
And that's me. So now he's got to add the rest of it.
Yeah, no doubt. And you got to get your hands dirty.
But I love the fact that Gabe is done, and now it's all Farhan. Pick the right guy this time. You picked the wrong guy last time.
And we don't know if there was a mandate that said, you want to keep your ass here, you got to go get rid of your boy.
And you know what? If there was, perfect. If it was, that's a win for whoever said it.
Right. Oh, boy, you're out of my man game.
Just the Giants are, again, it's unpopular to say it. The Giants are in a better place than they were 4 days ago because Gabe Kapler's gone.
Wow.
That is a
Now,
fact.
I don't think you're by yourself there. I just hate that your boy kept his gig. Because you're right.
And I'm not arguing with anybody that says
thinking, if he's that smart and intelligent, Jay, thinking Gabe was the guy.
I'm not.
Remember that red flag?
That was my first red flag. Like, Farhan's so sharp. Why would he hire him?
Man.
But I love the fact that now it's like there's no excuses. You got to win. You got to get it. And
you need a lot fast. I don't know if he's got the Kyle Shanahan in the years. I know he doesn't, Jay, but you got to get something. See what's up with Trout. See what's up with anybody that is worth their salt,
and
man.
You know what ultimately I think he's going to do? He's going to end up trading some of the young guys that he used
to save his job.
Of what they could be, saved his
I wouldn't even be mad,
He's going to end up trading some of those dudes.
I'm so sick of the Dodgers.
For proven players.
Yeah. And say what you want about the Padres. Bo Mill holding on, fighting for his life, but even though, Jay, they had talent. You know, you'd come to the ballpark to see Machado and the rest of the gang. Soto.
I
didn't
get
have
it.
17th in attendance.
Look, I get it. Giants fans are still furious and because Farhan's still around, but just take a deep breath and go,
that's so funny.
No more I feel better about where they are.
I can't wait to bring this up
significantly.
to the guys.
All right, go. I see you're smiling.
Oh, yeah, JD, let me tell you why, man. It's because of SodaWeightLoss.com and what they've helped me achieve. And JD, this is achievement. 24 pounds and still counting. I'm fighting and I'm dropping the weight. And right now, let me tell you how I'm doing it. No late night snacking, no Red Bull, no sugary drinks. Right now, it's just about mind over matter. And I've been provided with my own nutritionist. Hey, Becca, because she's a big part of this. And when I think I can't keep going, she helps me out. So they provide me that. And I'm taking it to the next level. And now the best part is friends or family. How do I get a part? How do I do it? And I say, you know what? Go to the internet. It's SOTA weightloss.com, state-of-the-art weight loss. Find the program that fits you. And get this, you can do it from the convenience of your own living room. And that's what's happening in the Johnson household. So again, SodaWeightLoss.com, state-of-the-art weight loss.
All right, that segment also brought to you by Lucky, California.
Monopoly Kickoff the Savings Game is now at Lucky. This week, earn bonus game tickets with General Mills cereal. Select varieties $2.99 when you buy two. Play to win at Lucky. No purchase necessary. See store for official rules. Monopoly is a trademark.
you take the pig around the barn and you come back with bacon, what happened to the pig?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, time for the crossover. JD in for Steiny. Daryl the Guru Johnson. There's some mics coming on.
Hi, JD.
Am I at the improv or 95.7 The Game?
Come on.
Everybody in Fuego, as old Dan Patrick would say.
I'm just going to let me start out.
Yeah, let's go.
JD,
I need a minute.
JD, congratulations. You got your guy fired.
On? Oh,
he just took his victory lap early.
No, I need the victory lap. I need a part 2. And congrats to Mark Willard, who quietly the MVQ, the most valuable questioner today at the Farhan Extravaganza.
You made it out there, Will?
I don't know if I accept your nomination. I'd like to.
You already got the award. You don't have to accept
really?
it. You can have somebody in place of Mark Willard.
I'll accept it. Why not?
You were great today. You were fantastic.
Was he in the dugout, Will?
Yeah, he's in the dugout.
I don't
the dugout, and it was a, I guess, like Dibbs referred to it earlier as a packed house. I don't know how you pack that house because it's a dugout, so it's a little bit informal. But it was.
Were you on the bench?
I did not sit down.
Okay.
No. And Killian was right next to me, and she, because she refers to herself as height challenged, I will say this on the air. Ann needed the bench.
I love it.
Right? So Ann was standing on the bench.
Are you saying mouse in the house?
Ann was standing on the bench, and I was right next to her. And no, but it was probably a good, solid 20 to 25 people who never wanted to stop asking questions. This was actually a press availability where the Giants called the fight. Not that it was that, it wasn't that it was that contentious or anything, but usually in situations like that, it just comes to a close.
Yeah.
And everyone just kind of all right, you guys good? Okay, we're good. And somebody leaves.
Everybody had one more.
The Giants were like,
Totally.
3 more. 2 more, 1 more. All right, done. And Farhan's, no, I got 1 more from John Shea. And then, they had to call
Johnny
it because
Shea.
everybody
What
wanted.
did you learn? What can you tell her? Like some of what you asked.
Headlines. Well, I asked a bunch of stuff.
He was great.
I asked why. I did, I heard you earlier say, why didn't, last week come up? And it did. I asked him. I said, now, the perception.
To finish the season, Jay.
Well, the perception is out there that you and Gabe Kapler were together on this.
Yeah.
And so why did this fall on him? And the answer, to paraphrase it, was kind of just like, when things don't go well, that's the way it goes. That's who gets fired. Was essentially, now I think there's more to it than that. I very, very, very firmly believe.
But I feel that, though.
I think that the fans are out there going, should have been Farhan also. And what I'm saying is there were clubhouse dynamics related to Gabe, I believe, that were more a part of this decision than just, hey, we weren't good, so the manager gets fired.
Pasoy on line 1.
Yeah, few other headlines. Few other headlines. He absolutely stated that Marco Luciano will probably start the year as the starting shortstop next year.
Wow.
Okay. Let's hope he's good enough to back that up on October 3rd.
Yeah.
Okay.
Brandon Crawford's time with the Giants is done, whether Brandon retires or not.
They've been waiting for that one.
He didn't say that out loud, but what he said is obviously the starting shortstop job is Marco's. And then as far as whether Brandon could be like a 3-day-a-week utility guy, Farhan called that a, quote, tough fit.
So that's a no.
So Brandon's
a hard no.
Brandon's time with the Giants is done. I'd also say, though,
talk about the rotation.
Said they would not be looking to add starting pitching depth. If there's a top of the rotation addition to make, yes, but the depth pieces are going to be names whether it's Manaya, DeSclafani.
Stuck with?
No, not Wood.
Okay.
He's a free agent.
All right.
Stripling, stuck with?
Stripling.
Manaya. All of his bad signings that they are still stuck with.
JD.
Webb, Cobb. I would imagine Harrison obviously jumps in.
He didn't name Harrison, but he named younger guys.
And Harrison, let's be honest,
year.
had one good start. One great start.
I'm comfortable saying that. You're
and
right.
One great start.
Well, the last start of the year was a no-hitter through 5 innings.
What do you have, 5 starts?
Yeah, and the fastball wasn't being thrown like it was the first time.
He had a no-hitter going in the last game of the year.
He ain't a known commodity going into next year.
Not a known
That's
commodity.
my only point.
But I'm not moving on from people who haven't had their 23rd or 24th birthday by any stretch.
You got to give up somebody to bring in all these new players that are going to make them better.
Well, I mean, that's mostly obviously going to be on the offensive side of the ball, but he also said, look, 15 up to 20 players on this roster will be people who are already on it. And I know that sounds awful, but it's like how many, you know what I mean? Like you're not going to have 18 new players.
So your dream lineup is it ain't dead, but the Sotos and the Bellingers.
I don't think any of that's. I don't think any of that's off the table.
All right, okay. They're trying to go after hitters.
Now, he was asked, how are they now compared to when he started 5 years ago?
Oh, I can't wait for this.
One of the things he pointed to was the farm system. So I followed up and I said, if the farm system is in so much better shape, what is your willingness now to use some of those assets to go get established players?
Great question.
His answer was very, very high.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Which we just talked about.
Very, very high on the table for sure.
Yeah.
So
we just talked about the fact that, like, hey, he's probably going to trade a few of these names for guys that are proven.
I think he's going to try like hell.
And if it doesn't work, I'm getting fired anyway. Because no matter what happens, it has to work.
And they asked him about his contract status, and he admitted that it's a 1-year deal.
Yep, that was Bonte.
Oh, wow.
Bonte asked him about that.
Did he ask him?
We just said this is not a topic. It's not a topic for the Giants right now. No one's talking extension. No one's talking firing. He's going into the last year of his deal, and that's put on the shelf over here.
Arsenio Hall, he's got to get busy.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I had to give you a headline that fans are not going to love, Farhan really somewhat repeatedly refused to divorce himself from analytics.
And
in other words,
but why would he?
That's not surprising. It's not to say we're going to keep doing it the same way, but he absolutely reserved the right, and he kind of said whoever the new manager is. It's like if the new manager's here, and on a Tuesday in July, he thinks that an opener is the right way to win the game that day, then we're doing it. That doesn't mean I'm also not telling you we're going to do 35 opener games again next year.
Well, 32 this year, I think, right?
Something like that.
He talked about how
it's a full year of
that's one turn, yeah. And he actually did mention that the record with openers was actually quite good.
Yeah.
It was better than it was when they didn't have openers. So
it's fine.
Gosh, any other sort of headlines that came out?
You asked him about
the 1-year deal.
Manager.
Wow.
You asked him about his openness to hire a first-time manager,
a rookie manager, and
which I thought was a great question.
Well,
partner.
thank you, Dibs. He
crushing on my partner all day.
I was asking that with openness, but also I had a specific thought in mind.
You believe in Stephen Vogt.
I do believe in Stephen Vogt, and I wanted to know if his answer would basically sort of confirm or deny or remove someone like Vogt from the conversation, and he did not. He said we would probably interview at least a couple candidates who have not managed before.
Which, to me, makes complete sense because there are probably double digits candidates that have no experience that could be better than the last guy.
One reason it's
why would
interesting.
you ever rule that out? Victory lap coming.
But one reason that's interesting is, and I don't know how many of you remember this.
I do. I know where you're going.
5 years ago, he was asked specifically about hiring someone like Gabe Kapler who had just failed. And he specifically pointed to, another data point, our research shows that guys who are in their second try have learned a lot of lessons, and therefore that learning turns into success in their second try. So I wanted to know if that was firm, like it's got to be someone who's at least on their second try.
That was the tipping point to where it looked like, oh my God, he actually is going to hire Gabe Kapler.
Yeah.
Back then. Because, again, he couldn't decipher the difference between Gabe Kapler and Bob Melvin or Bruce Bochy as far as who's holding that number up.
Speaking of Melvin, I'm reading as much as I can in San Diego to see which way this one goes.
Him and they hate
AJ
each other.
Preller, but it still feels like this could go either way.
Like he could stay.
He could.
And that's one of those, I got talent if I stay. This could be different next year. We could win.
Would he leave that roster, or would management go, is this the right time to let him go?
Yeah.
because he's going to end up on our division rival if we do.
Exactly. And I
pointed
said that
out.
to Goo. I
Who
said,
was the
there's
last
no
guy
way
that
in
did
hell
that?
if I'm the Padres
Bochy.
that I'm letting him go to the Giants. And if that means I keep him another year and it all blows up and people get fired next year, then so be it. I would. So if I'm them, he ain't getting here.
The other thing he said about the manager that I found interesting is that he said that he wants someone who will be a good recruiter. And when I heard that,
I thought he was the recruiter.
Well, so this immediately to me, now I'm reading between the lines here, but go back to when I said I firmly believe that the dismissal of Gabe Kapler has some things that we don't know behind them. I read that statement, and again, this is me just reading. I read the statement of we need a good recruiter to a certain degree means that the manager we had was somewhat of a detractor to previous free agents.
Not hard to believe.
Yeah. I went
to Buster Posey when you
zero
said
to
that.
the table.
Not that I'm just saying he would have the ability to recruit.
And he has said that he will. He's going to be a part of that for sure.
Man.
But and that's another, to me, kind of a point in favor of someone like Stephen Vogt. If you want a great recruiter, that's probably going to be someone on the younger side. It's going to be someone who still is friends and colleagues who are still playing in the game today. Do you know what I mean? The old school managerial types, like even take Bochy, who we love.
Yeah.
Would you consider him a great recruiter? I don't know.
His resume is.
He wouldn't be a detractor, I don't think.
No, definitely not a detractor. But is he somebody?
That's a 4.
Come to San Francisco. I Vote to me, someone like that. That's someone who could really recruit.
He just played. Let me ask you two this because real quick, I know JD. I'm asking you the truth serum. When it was announced that Kapler was the manager, I didn't know you then. I knew who you were. Were you in or out on Kapler? And I can't remember where you were at when it was announced he was going to. Were you like, what the hell are they doing?
I was a little bit flummoxed that would be the hire based on what he had done in Philadelphia and all of the controversy down in L.A. And then he came in and won 107. It's like, okay, Kapler's the guy. He's new school. Let's go.
I dismissed the stuff in L.A. because I didn't find it to be necessarily definitive or relevant.
But it got kind of heavy out
here.
You know
what I mean? Like that was an organizational wide issue, not a Gabe Kapler issue.
Right.
And Gabe was involved in all of that. To what level? There's still mystery. And so I didn't really look at it as in or out because like his record was 0-0. When Bruce Bochy was hired, people were like, retread? What are we doing with a retread?
Who failed.
And now he's going to go to the Hall of Fame and there are 3 rings. So no matter who they hire, I can already tell you what my opinion is going to be, and you're not going to love it. My opinion is going to be, okay, let's see what happens. Let's see what he does.
Even if it's Vogt.
Absolutely. Yeah, like I don't know. I'm not going to get too hot and bothered, right, over hiring. I mean, I like they're going to hire a baseball person.
They're going to hire a better manager than they had before.
Because you were out on him.
Almost by default.
Well,
and for the
they're
record,
going to hire they're going to hire like the opposite. The pendulum swings in the other direction.
Well, again, I mean,
Right.
if it's somebody that brings anything to the table tangible would be. I mean, I think as far as Stephen Vogt goes, as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. JD and Goo and Willard and Dibbs. As far as Stephen Vogt goes, I put it out there a year ago, and this is when we knew Kapler was going to be back. I'd hire Stephen Vogt today, meaning October, I think it was 5th, 2022, to be the manager of the Giants. I think he'd be a great fit. Melvin would obviously be tremendous. I don't think the Padres are going to let that happen. They shouldn't let that happen. Maybe they do. Yeah. Melvin would be at the top of the list. Vogt would be number 2. After that, it gets a little bit murkier, but kind of along the lines of your thinking, coupled with my thoughts, you can't really do Will Venable. Like you could.
What about Melvin if they ask him?
He'd be number 1 on my list.
Yeah.
But Will Venable, Mark DeRosa, Ron Wotus, Joe Espada, Donnie Ecker,
right.
any of these guys are going to be better than what they had in my mind. So And that's not being dismissive of any of them. I just think they're all, to their core, more impressive than Gabe Kapler.
Well, the one thing they need more than anything else is accountability in the clubhouse based on what we heard over the past 2 weeks and the way they failed the last 2 months. You need to have somebody who can hold these professionals accountable for their failure. And when things were going south this year, they kept going south, and it doesn't seem like there was anybody who could step in and right the ship.
It's just kind of wild because Gabe's whole thing is being all buttoned up and prepared, and Farhan essentially has subtly pointed over the last week to a lack of preparation. And what happens, I feel like, is Gabe felt like he was prepared, but some of the players were not preparing at the highest level, and he allows them to police themselves. And
that's
so,
what got you.
And there you go. So, like somebody,
and when you win, nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
Right.
But when your calling card is preparation, and some of your players feel unprepared,
and you lead the league in errors.
And my point, and again, this is me coming from where I'm coming from on it. I think there was a phony. Like, I think Gabe knew how to talk like a guy that sounded really prepared, and I think that's where. Like, I don't think Gabe was as prepared. I'm not saying the players weren't. Well, but I never thought Kapler was as prepared as
I do think there's two different things here. So, is he prepared? Yes, he was very prepared in terms of the game plan and what they wanted to do. But
yes, because that was given to him.
But are the people prepared? And that's where true leadership and that's where true management comes from, especially in Major League Baseball. And if you're going to have a roster that is all 25 guys be ready to go every single day, then you need to have communication, you need to have role definition, you need to have all these things that maybe he was not so good at. You need to have somebody to be able to go in the clubhouse every day and say, all right, this is what we're doing. This is your role today.
Man.
This is where we're at. Be ready for this, be ready for that. And if you have professional players who don't know what they're supposed to do or don't feel confident doing what you're asking them to do, then forget the analytics because it still comes down to human beings.
And there was the belief that he was a better communicator than I think he ended up being. Like, I think that was kind of what was sold, was that he was going to tell these guys that he was going to be great at explaining it to the media and thus the fans, and he was also going to be good at a communication guy to the players. Like, this is why your role is going to be platoon, or this is why you're going to be not a starter, and we're going to go with an open. And to me, when that stuff when it worked, he didn't have to explain it because he could just, hey, it's working. When it didn't work, he couldn't explain it, and that's where he lost everything.
Well, and you literally had players complaining about the lack of communication in the clubhouse, saying, I was told that I was going to pitch on Monday
on your guys'
and be activated, and then I'm not.
Never forget it.
Right, the phantom IL stint that Ross Stripling brought up. So communication, man, is such a tricky word because you see people like Farhan and Gabe, and it's like, oh, well, they're excellent communicators. Well, not necessarily. They can talk, but that's not necessarily being an effective communicator. And I still have questions there, more so about Gabe than Farhan. But, Dibbs, I feel like you've said this a number of times that these are guys who are examples of talking a lot without saying anything. And you even, Gabe, like, yes, he speaks in an interesting way. He says unique stuff sometimes, but is he getting his message across?
Right.
Farhan was asked about the team's brand today, and his answer was minutes long and talked about doing all of the little things the right way and adding up to a very, very high sort of total. And I'm like,
that's a miscalculation.
That's not a slogan. And I know that Farhan's not a slogan guy, but you know what I mean? Like, this organization needs to find a different way to communicate with its fan base.
To me, that's
a problem right now.
That goes back to the 2021 year where they had a lot of success, and I think that team was some guys that have been here, some older guys that have been here. But I remember Farhan, and I'm paraphrasing. He said, "Hey, if we win, it was along the lines. If we win, like, fans are going to be thrilled, and it doesn't matter who the names are. Like Lamont, people are going to love Lamont Wade, and people are going to love." And I remember thinking, that ain't that.
Well,
and it's nothing against Lamont Wade,
of course. Let me ask you guys this though,
but fans here want to know, like, they want Buster Posey.
They do.
At a minimum. They want, they want Ohtani at a maximum.
Right, but this team outside of Barry Bonds and in its winning years has never had Ohtani, and Buster was not Ohtani. Buster's a great...
But they've always wanted that.
Yeah.
And I think the only reason that the last regime didn't, like, because this came up in the Bonds era. Why can't you get another star? Why can't you get from Vlad Guerrero to, like, the fans wanted, and then they...
Well, you had one with Jeff Kent.
But then they started winning.
But did you? See, that's kind of the point.
He
won an MVP, but is he a star? Like, the anatomy of a star is fascinating to me on this, and I think this is maybe the question that the organization should sit back and ask itself this offseason, because Farhan was asked this exact thing today, and he did not divorce himself from it. He said, we have always conducted ourselves under the idea that if you win, the fans will come and be interested. And he goes, and we largely still believe that to be true.
That is a red flag.
Well, okay, in 2021, were you entertained?
Sure.
I was entertained from the standpoint of shock. How long can this keep continuing? You guys are playing your ass off, but entertained?
It wasn't real, and everybody knew it wasn't real.
I was waiting for the other shoe to drop.
But, I mean, answer the question however you want.
I'm going to say no.
His point is...
And the last 2 years proved it wasn't real.
And there you go.
Okay, but...
Get us a star.
His point is, if we win, you'll be entertained. The fan base's point is, you're boring, even kind of when you are winning.
We want to be attached.
This year is the
We want
great
to be
example.
attached.
I mean, it does fall into this question. Like, okay, would you rather be the 2021 Giants or the 2023 Padres?
And Giants fans would rather be the 2023 Padres.
And who would answer the 2021?
Without a doubt.
Oh, my
Without
God, Willard. Who would want to be the 2021 Giants?
Without a doubt.
You would rather miss the playoffs with high-priced stars than make the playoffs with middling players.
Well, I guess I was calculating the next 2 years
because you don't
want
to wait till June to get excited about your team because, oh, my God, they're 60
running back. They got action.
They're 60 and 30.
Yeah.
That's where I disagree
with you,
Oh, my God,
I'm surprised.
Talent is not
It's an entertainment product, and the
Oh, my
Padres
gosh,
are more
Willard.
entertaining even at 82
and the Padres
and
sold out.
Look at the
Okay,
attendance in 2021.
One at a time.
Man, you
First
answered
off,
your own question.
Well, no, I didn't, because if you went to San Diego right now, they're furious.
They sold out 60
And they
games.
should be.
Great. They
Yeah.
sold out.
Yeah.
The fan base is furious.
But if we run it back, you might get what you want. Everybody relax.
Maybe.
We don't have nothing
sitting
here
here
but
talking-
seeds hoping they blossom.
We're sitting here talking about taking their manager. They might fire the guy.
But there had to be a fall guy.
You've got
Yeah.
sellouts and you've got wackadoodle City Connect jerseys. You are huge underachievers.
Okay, but you don't need to go close deals in Diego because you got the product.
No, that's
the Giants got to go find the product and get somebody to say yes.
But I like no
multiple times.
The Padres do not have the product. They have a broken clubhouse and might get a very accomplished manager fired with a payroll that's paying 8 guys 9-figure deals.
Oh.
Like.
Sign me up, Willard.
I'm not disagreeing with you guys about the entertainment factor of this team. But if you want to put 2021 Giants up against 2023 Padres, there's no question what's a better product. The Padres were an absolute...
What attracted more fans?
Well, but that's...
I mean,
there's
and
a,
that's
this
where...
is a one-sport town.
Sure. The Giants...
That's a one-sport town.
JD mentioned they sold out 60 games. The Giants in 2021, and I know we were coming out of the pandemic. I went to a bunch of those games.
That's not...
Attendance is not a fair mark, but if you look at radio ratings, TV ratings, they were nowhere. This team was not attractive to the audience.
You're not wrong, but comping the Padres it's just not the same.
Major League Baseball
for the 2
attendance.
reasons you just said.
I saw this yesterday. You may have seen this. Major League Baseball attendance is at a 30-year high.
Yeah.
This year was the highest since 1993. The Giants, I believe, this was going into the final weekend, are one of 4 teams
down to
who
4.
declined.
Wow.
This is accurate.
Yeah.
It's accurate.
And we all know why. Like,
No
that's
doubt.
not a shocker.
No doubt. But I guess so...
Farhan has a year to do a lot that I think is almost impossible.
Apparently not, because you guys don't care if he wins. You just want him to spend.
Well, that's how you win.
No, it's not. Look at the Mets and the Padres, Goo.
No, but listen.
Hold on. Are we asking him to win?
Chapter 2 or 3 of the Padres running it back with that talent pool that they have.
Go. I'm not going to get pinned here.
I feel like you're robbing them of that. We know what this is after 107.
I'm not arguing the boredom. But you actually just made Farhan's job way easier if that's your bar. If all you guys care about is fancy players who will win 82 times, that's easy. I could do that.
But Willard,
I can
do that.
Yeah, I can. Because all I can do. I'll tell you what, Aaron Judge. I know you want 350 from the Yankees. We'll give you 550.
Didn't want to play for Gabe. But
he would have for 550.
But Willard,
that's all you guys are asking for. Apparently,
before you even play game one of the accomplishment of closing that deal,
of course,
and the promise people feel collectively
of course,
that now this thing may work.
Listen to you though. You want the promise. What would you say to Kyle Shanahan if that was the bar? The promise of a good roster that excites you preseason? Or do you need to bleeping win or else we're going to march? Like, that's all I'm saying here.
That's two different things.
Because they're winning. They're getting damn close.
89 baseball versus 8 football.
No, but if the 49ers had a fancy roster and we're 2-2 right now, we'd be furious. My point is not that anybody's wrong about the excitement of the Giants. They've got a ton of work to do. But if all you're saying is the San Diego Padres were a wild success this year because you've heard of their players,
I would never.
They were a disaster.
No one said wild success.
Right. No,
you
but
asked,
how can
you
we?
asked if you would rather have the Padres this year or the Giants in 21, and all three of us said the Padres this year.
Okay, so let the Giants know they don't need to go to the playoffs then.
Because you
forget the playoffs.
You're not giving us the other part of that.
What's the other part?
They get to run it back in 24 with that same talent pool.
Exactly.
They get to run it back. You don't got to go ask anybody to dance. You're married.
Okay.
They got their stars.
So Farhan gets an extension then because you're giving him 2 to 3 more years to get that roster to the playoffs.
Well, you just said there's a 1 year. I don't think he has. If there's a 1 year thing, he don't got enough time to get what he needs.
He's had 5 years to do what the Padres were able to do, and he hasn't done it.
That's not true. The Padres have not achieved anything that the Giants have achieved.
They brought in stars. That's the point
of
what we're trying to say.
Okay, great. They won one more playoff series.
And next year,
when
it starts, you would think the Padres, with new management, might have action.
Listen.
The Padres had a better year this year.
No, great.
And last year,
right? That's incredible.
But that's just it. The Padres underachieved in 21. The year the Giants overachieved
and
massively.
23.
And
it's
not
then
guess what happened?
Talent, though,
but then guess what happened? Nobody thought the Padres weren't going to be better last year.
What is
even
it
off
then?
of 21?
No, Goo. It's not because of talent.
Oh, there's no
then
doubt.
What is it?
It's the same thing that infected the clubhouse here. You had a bunch of me guys, and you didn't have a sheriff to put people in their place. And I think now the next manager will be tasked to do that, and somebody's head is going to roll. It may even be one trade. One of the players might not be there, and the message will be sent, okay, playtime is over. We got to go ball out.
Listen,
but we don't got to no want ads for talent.
Nobody's denying that the Giants need to be more interesting. No one's saying that. But you guys are shocking me today with this comp because Farhan does have a point. And if you guys want to be angry at the Giants to the point that you don't want to hear it, that his point is that winning leads to interest.
And how do you do that with talent?
Maybe.
And you haven't closed the deal.
He's not wrong, but you can't.
The Blue Jays are playing the Twins in the playoffs right now.
The Blue Jays got one of the nice lineup.
Name 4 players on the Twins. Go ahead.
Well,
go ahead. They're in the playoffs. Here we are. This is how you win. You win with great players.
This is always the argument he goes to.
Name 4 Twins.
He always tries to play the roster argument.
Okay, it's kind of funny he got correct.
3 Twins.
What's my other guy in center field?
No, you don't have to answer that question.
No, but I want to. But
you don't have to answer that question.
He just got the ball.
Because I'm not allowed to play aggressive today.
You can play aggressive all you want, but this is your calling card. This is what you go to when you get cornered.
I'm not cornered.
You asked a question, and all 3 of us answered the same way, and you feel triggered by that.
I'm not triggered, and I'm not cornered. I am fully disagreeing.
Because we all think that the 2023 Padres are more interesting than the 2021 Giants.
Am I allowed to disagree with you?
You can disagree.
Great. Then I'm not triggered nor cornered.
But you always go to the name blank players card.
Because it's a good point, Dibs.
I don't think so.
I was told just now that amazing high-priced talent is what wins in sports. The Twins are on TV. You can't name a third player.
It's what's more interesting. It's
great.
not what wins. And we're just saying that the Padres are more interesting than the Giants.
And you're welcome to that opinion, and I don't share it.
Right.
I would much rather be in the playoffs than have people have heard of me.
Sure.
You got to win.
But it's one time in what now is a fluke season that it worked out, and you're kind of coming back to that, and that's fine. But it's what confidence level do you believe in the Padres next year more than you believe in the Giants next year?
Sure.
That's the point.
Oh my gosh.
Sure.
But that's
I don't want to believe in them. I don't want to believe in something. I want to have something tangible happen.
But that hasn't happened with the Giants.
And you're telling us right now without doing it, Willard, I don't even think you're aware of it. You're saying to us, everybody listening, that there's another avenue outside of adding talent that could equate to them winning. That's what has my head spinning.
Okay.
You win with talent.
How many examples do you want?
Give me one.
Okay, well, I just did. The Minnesota Twins.
I got my four.
Okay.
They got
the Minnesota Twins, but
and the 2021 Giants.
Okay.
Okay. Who else is in the playoffs this year out of the National League?
Who we got?
The Florida
Atlanta.
Okay. Well, yes, Atlanta.
Okay.
How about the Arizona Diamondbacks?
The
Loaded
Giants,
with
the
35
How about
home
the
run hitters?
Astros? How about the Astros?
How about the Astros?
Okay.
But Giants fans would.
How about the Rays?
No, I want to stop you at Diamondbacks. Giants fans would love to have homegrown athletes that run around and play good defense.
I'm not anti-talent, for God's sakes.
But
I'm asking if you guys would give Farhan a tiny bit of space, that he's not wrong, that winning creates intrigue. More so than just
I'm
names.
not fighting that.
Okay, that's all I said. That's literally the only thing I said.
With the other.
But Farhan, and I think the Giants above Farhan, miscalculated the fact that they could put any team that wins on the field, and it was going to. They
Who's arguing
completely
that?
miscalculated.
No doubt about that.
Because you're in the minority. Like you're just. I'm a fan. If my team wins, I love them.
Yeah.
Most fans are not
but
that
you're
way.
on record as saying this team
and
was
Giants
boring.
fans are especially not that way.
Who's defending this year's team? Not me.
No, right.
But my gosh, would I be more offended today if I were a Giants fan or a Padres fan? It's not even close. The Padres and Mets fans should be absolutely pitchfork laden. That's a joke what those teams did.
Padres missed the playoffs by one game.
Okay.
I
they blew
think they're in different
billions of
categories.
dollars.
Okay. But I'm going to say this about the Mets.
They finished
it was a
the Giants by
debacle.
what, 2?
Willard.
Three.
I'll take what the Mets
One
did
game
as
out
a
of the
fan
playoffs.
all day. They closed deals, and they saw somebody, and they got him. It didn't work out, but they closed. Farhan is yet to close a deal. I'm just blown away at how you think. I'm asking you, what can change realistically for the Giants in a year adding talent?
All kinds of things can change till next year. When does sports look the exact same from year to year?
Closing the deal is a part of that.
When did I say I'm not for that? When did I say the roster doesn't need to change?
No, it's not about you being for it. It's can he do it?
I have no idea.
Now that he's on his what we think is ninth life.
We're going to find out. We're going to find out. What I'm trying to figure out is, are you just here for the glitz? Is everybody a bunch of Kardashian fans? Is that all we're doing now?
No, people want the bling.
Great.
And you want to be attached to players.
Yeah.
I think
that's wonderful. But does Farhan have a tiny point? Just a tiny point.
You know what, though? Maybe he does, but at this point, he doesn't get the benefit of the doubt.
That's
because
fine.
he's failed.
And that's stating the obvious, Will. You win, people are going to come, Willard, right? You win, people are coming.
Exactly.
And you know what? I'm sorry. We can go back now and revise history. I haven't been one to do this, but we can go back and revise history and say he chased Bochy off. And look what that's done.
No, Willard, for real,
just
come
go
on
back
now.
and revise it.
He didn't.
It's
do
the
that.
Belichick-Brady thing.
Ownership did that. And I know the morning said it about 417 times today.
What is that?
that he chased Bochy
How
off.
could you not say?
Ownership chased Bochy the second they made the hire. That thing was over. Everybody knew that.
Well, he didn't want to be a part of it.
Which it's
again,
fine.
I'm not even being.
You hire a new
serious.
president of baseball ops. He's going to bring in his own guys, which is why I'm surprised to see that he gets on a 1-year deal. He gets to hire a new manager, and he did say today, and he mentioned Greg and Buster and Larry, which I thought was fascinating. Like on the board, I'm going to talk to Greg and Buster and Larry
Buster is
when
up.
I make my hire.
Wow. Yep.
Buster's all the way up.
And
he also said Logan. He also said Logan.
Yeah, he said whether or not
yeah.
I want to hear from Logan, I'm going to hear from Logan, which I thought was fascinating.
And Buster and Logan are two buzzwords in Farhan's mind of, if I mention them, Giants fans might like me because Giants fans like them.
But also, JD, honestly, to defend Farhan, he has to defer to that
100%.
mentality because they are the core of this team. Outside of Logan, and I was asking Mark this before the firing even happened, like, who do you look at in this clubhouse as the leader? And it's not Yaz. It's not Wilmer. Tyro called a players-only meeting. It's not any of the rookies.
You don't have
It's
one,
not
Dibs.
Jock and the Pusoy Dose.
Yeah.
It's not Lamont. You have no leader. So
he got fired. The supposed leader got fired.
If it's Logan and Buster, then so be it.
But when you build the team the way they built the team, they don't really
But I do think that he spoke to that
don't
today,
care about
and
leadership
I do
because you're
think
just
that
trying
he
to.
spoke to that in saying that they do need to now bring in more long-term guys, and they need to change that part of it to where you can't just have guys in and out. And he did also say that they had the fewest number of pitchers appear on their roster than any other team in baseball this year.
If I were to be concerned
Yeah,
about
I said
anything
that.
he talked about today, it's that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Like he did. There were about probably 3 times where he sort of sounded like he was trying to convince people that this year's roster was better than you think, based on the data. We were a good offensive team in the first
Third
half
in
of the
ERA.
year. Yeah, we were third in ERA. We used the fewest number of pitchers in all of Major League Baseball. And it's
Facts.
like, of course, they're not facts. I don't know that
The bottom
right
line
now,
is the bottom line.
Yeah, well, the right now is just not the right time to try to trumpet that because people are frustrated and the roster is not good enough, and that's all incredibly, incredibly clear. I just think he does walk out. To me, maybe this is just my way of fanning. He does walk out with a fair point when he says that. I will never, ever.
The winning brings that.
I will never root for people or contracts over winning. I would not. Of course, the answer is both. Of course, the Giants roster needs to change. Of course, they need more long-term, more money, more everything. They should. Like every time I go down there's another building that popped up that they own.
Yeah.
So of course they should do all those things. But to get to the end of a year like this and think that the Padres were more successful than the Giants or the Mets were more successful than the Giants, the Mets, my God. Like, that's gross to me when you have...
It's a disaster.
Yes. But they're going to trade their people.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So I think he has at least 1 point there that, you win.
Okay.
If you win, you're interesting.
Padres ended the year 14-2.
Great.
Willard, I'm going to go football on you.
I mean,
They ended
you
the
wanna-
year Sunday the same way the Giants
They
did.
ended the year, 3 games ahead of the Giants, and they ended the year pushing toward the playoffs.
Willard, his
and the
point
Giants
is they
ended
don't
the
got to
year
go do what
4-12.
the
That
Giants are
matters.
looking for.
That
Their
matters.
Soto and their
Padres had a better year than the Giants.
It's
without
not
a
that
doubt.
the year was
drew
better.
more.
They got their
played
guys.
better.
They're
The
losing.
Padres had a
Guys,
better
you're all
year than the
talking at
Giants.
once. You're all talking at once. I disagree. Based on the
Okay,
money that they
okay.
spent, based on the expectations, if you actually want to go to the over-under in Vegas, tell me that the Padres had a better year than the Giants.
Yeah.
They won more games. They were more interesting. They were also a debacle.
They underperformed a lot
They
more.
underperformed.
They have better
They
players.
underperformed.
That's how
Of course they do.
But they literally had it. Like, they're not in the same category as the Mets and the Cardinals. The Padres literally had a better year than the Giants. Like, full stop.
Based on
their record.
great. We would not be
Well, that's a
happy.
fact.
We would. Gabe Kapler is still fired if the Giants win 3 more games.
I hope so.
You either make the
I actually
playoffs.
am not so sure.
You either make the playoffs or there's a 0 next to your name.
But
the Giants and the
okay.
Padres,
I'm gonna leave you
in
with
my
this.
mind, have the same year.
And
they both missed.
By the way,
they both underperformed.
on the Farhan hinting at, the first half was this, and like there were still some things that he looked at that he really wanted to say, but he didn't want to fully say because it would start pissing people off. That was kind of the thing that I came back to as far as we all assumed, and I think rightfully so, that it was Farhan and Gabe, and they were really in lockstep. I heard a lot when Gabe got fired of, well, Gabe did fine. Like, it wasn't his fault, and I'm not even going to argue that point. But the point that I brought back to people that said this is, you think Farhan looks at his team that he put together, that he does all the numbers with? Like, do you think Farhan looks at this team and thinks that Gabe got everything out of his baby that he put together with his numbers and his special sauce? Do you think Gabe? So I think there was a point in which Farhan says, you know what? Part of the reason I'm firing this guy, internal stuff, agree, but was also Farhan looks in the mirror and goes, this team should have won 87. And why didn't it? And he wouldn't admit this, but in his mind, he's thinking, because it can't be me, because it's the manager.
I agree with that.
So I think in that way, he did separate. Like, I think he liked Gabe. I think he was the only guy that would have hired Gabe. But I think when push came to shove, he was like, this team should have won 86. And if we had won 86, everybody would be getting extensions.
I won't mention the media member, but on the way in, one of the media members goes, I don't even really feel like I know what to ask today. And I said, well, I'd like to ask him why this landed on Gabe. And that media member looks at me and goes, well, because you can't fire yourself.
And there it is.
On that note, Willard and Dibs are next.
Attention Bay Area sports fans, get ready for a game-changing experience with local Arena Tix. A family of 4 saves about $150 when attending the favorite Bay Area sports game. Sign up now at localarenatix.com and enjoy a 30-day free trial. Visit localarenatix.com now.
Hi.
they're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, people, the whole show starts with a false start on my part. We're sponsored by Local Arena Ticks. There we go. Okay, it's Willard and Dibs. I'll tell you this. JD just said something to us on the way out the door, and I agree with him.
He was hot.
Well, great. That's a wonderful thing for sports, and it's a wonderful thing for the Giants because that's kind of new. Like, even just think about the way, if you ever do watch a baseball game, it can be background noise. It's summer. Your flip-flops are on. Oh, this is sixth inning. Oh, it's the seventh now. Okay, what's the score? The vibe about baseball is very, very different than the way we watch other sports. Well, I was in the dugout a couple of hours ago. Bonte was there. Loveman was there. A lot of dignitaries around San Francisco sports. And I'm telling you, the mood has changed. And so that's what I dig. And JD was just pointing this out. So whether it's you thought both should be back, you thought both should be gone, or you're willing to split the difference like the Giants did, Gabe's gone, Farhan stays. Either way, there's a whole new tone around this. And the word that I always love more than any other word in sports, urgency. That's what it needs. It's what baseball needed when they entered the pitch clock. It's what makes football games so incredible. There are 17 of them. You can't lose and have it be okay. But in baseball, you can go into a week and you're like, if we only lose twice, that's a good week. Baseball has a problem sometimes with urgency.
Right.
And it has been created around the Giants, obviously, as evidenced by the conversation we just had.
Yes, and the urgency for Farhan is you have a one-year deal and you need to make this thing right. And the urgency on the Giants organization is the majority, maybe not the majority, but a large piece of your fan base has tuned you out. And I live with a Giants fan who loves her Giants hat. And I have other family members who are Giants fans. And they, this year, were not tuned in at all. Yeah. From game one to game 162, there was no captivation at all in any way, shape, or form. Even when the team was 13 games above 500, it never felt like this was something that you had to watch. And that's a big problem.
Listen, I want to make sure everybody understands the conversation we just had in the crossover. What you just said, you have my 1,000% full agreement.
Yeah, yeah, and I know that.
And I am completely aware that most fans are not like fans like me, who I love to get home from work and make a little dinner and turn on the game. 6:45, turn the game, and it's on, and it's on all the way until low man goes to sleep, and that's our process. And I love that. That's not to say that I can't tell that the Giants are way too boring, or maybe a better word that did come up in the press conference today, disconnected. And there is a fair concern to have right now when Farhan says things like DeSclafani's going to be in the rotation.
Oh, boy.
Or the majority of the roster is going to be back. Or we are operating as if all of the opt-in, opt-out guys are going to opt in. There's a fair concern when he does answer the question, even though I somewhat agree with him, when he says, we believe it starts with wins and then the fans come. That's a fair concern. I also do think this, based on being in that room with him today. I think Farhan's going to go out of his way to promise a hell of a lot less this offseason, because I think he slipped and fell into it sounding like that last year.
Sure.
I know people, he promised they'd get big free agents.
Right.
He didn't say that.
No.
But it sounded that way. And so we went into the offseason with these huge expectations, and Judge and you and I are out in Linden, and everybody's freaking out.
Wow.
Right? And they end up with Michael Conforto and Mitch Haniger. And so it struck me today. He's going to go out of his way to not promise or sound like, oh, we're very optimistic going into free. He's not going to say anything like that this time around.
Right, but the rat on the table brought to you by Atco Pest Control is that he has to go out there and do it. So say it or don't say it, it doesn't matter. We all know the reality. You're on a 1-year deal. You have no extension. He addressed it today, and you've got to not only get better, but get more interesting and get more exciting. And the way to do that is by bringing in some hitters, because your offense this year was not good enough. And your attendance, I'm looking right now at ESPN, they were 17th in Major League Baseball in average attendance, and that's not good enough. And I know that your park is not the biggest park, but in terms of percent capacity, they were at about 70% capacity the majority of the year, and that's not going to get it done here.
Shout out to Bags. He asked him, so I know that you dive into a lot of the data and the metrics. Is attendance one of them? I loved the question. And Farhan said, absolutely. And he said, I understand that people are voting with their feet to a certain degree. This is all paraphrasing, but there's no doubt that came up in the conversations with what's happening next. I do think, however, Farhan is going to, and maybe this is the only way he knows how, and maybe it does mean it's his last year with the Giants. He's going to battle that. I'm not saying he won't go get a big player, trade for a big player. I'm sure he's going to try. But Farhan believes, it was clear to me, that his way out of that mess is to win. Not to win the offseason.
Sure.
To win the regular season. And, with that, I'm without saying that I don't want great players, high-priced players. I do. But I agree with him on that front. I would rather win the regular season than the offseason.
I don't believe that is the cure, though, for absolutely solving the attendance problem. I don't believe that is the cure for that. And looking at 2021 is unfair because we were coming out of a pandemic, and I went to a number of games where it was, okay, you have these 4 seats, and then there's nobody for 8 seats, and there's nobody in the row in front of you. It was very limited in terms of attendance. But if you go back historically, even to 2016, the last time they were really good before the pandemic, it's not fair to look at those measurements either, because the city was a different place and the world was totally different. So you kind of have to do it in a leap of faith standpoint in terms of, will winning fix the attendance problems? I'm not sure if it will. I look at San Diego, and they were 3rd in the league this year in attendance, and they won 82 games. And I know it's a one-sport town, so it's a little bit different, because if you're a San Diego sports fan, you have Aztec football, and you've got the Womback over-the-line softball tournament. Yeah. You got some soccer, and you got the Padres.
They do love the soccer down there. They love the soccer.
No, they love it. Yeah. And there's a lot going on there. But in terms of major league properties, this is it. But they had a team that was attractive. If you wanted to go out and watch a team that was mediocre or even not very good for the majority of the year, you at least had Soto and Tatis and Machado and Snell and Darvish and all the rest of them.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying I'm not jealous of some of the players they have.
Sure.
At all. I just, I think, put it this way, I'd much rather watch an overachiever than an underachiever. But first and foremost, I'd like to watch an achiever. So,
sure.
Yes, the perfect idea is, Dodgers and Braves. Have really good players and then really good records.
Yep.
But second to that, to me, is really good record with some players, as opposed to got great players. We don't have any wins, but we got great players. That's all I was really saying in that conversation.
I get it. The attendance figures would show you that the second level of what you're talking about is really good players and not wins. The Yankees were second in attendance, and they stunk. And it's because it's a huge market. I know that. And it's a big brand. But also they have guys like, let's go see Aaron Judge, even though they stink.
Well,
and no Pulse Parlos Giancarlo. I think I got that wrong, but I was close enough to.
No si Parlo.
No si
Pusto
Parlo Giancarlo.
Giancarlo. He's always there for me.
No si può Stoparlo. Yes, exactly him.
What did I do wrong?
I butchered it.
Yeah,
but they were second. In St. Louis, they were terrible. They were fourth in attendance.
Big
but
baseball town. And
so,
one sport.
But again, that's where we look at. Well, they have the Rams still, kind of. But they got the Blues.
They're mad at the Rams.
St. Louis Blues on
fair.
ice.
That's
but
fair. That's fair.
And coming up in all these teams, you look at Houston, they're good. Philly, they're good. Atlanta, they're really good. And then you get all the way down to the Giants, and they're down with Cincinnati in attendance. That's unacceptable.
Yeah.
It's because you're boring and you're mediocre.
No, there's no question. Yeah, absolutely. By the way, and we're going to go to the phones on this in just a sec. 888-957-9570. Anything to say on this conversation at all? Here's the attendance response from Farhan.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think you look at, the number of confounds that we're dealing with as an organization, a lot of what's happened over the last 10 or 20 years, but kind of people vote with their feet, right? And as a baseball group, I think it's our responsibility to put a compelling product on the field. And we've talked a lot about how, if you win, that usually drives attendance. And I still think that's true. So, from where we were in August, if we had played better, if we, had a chance to clinch the playoffs during this last homestand, would the attendance, would the energy have been different in the ballpark? I think almost certainly. So, I continue to think that's our primary responsibility, just win games, because that's what fans want. That's what's going to attract fans to the team.
So I'm going to mostly agree with him, but also lodge a concern with Star Command. I got a concern in there, which is he referenced this year. I agree with the overall concept. Sort of like if you build it, they will come.
Yeah.
If you win, then attendance will go up. That's obvious. But then he referenced this year. He's like, yeah, like if we had played better in August and we had won 6 more games and ended up in the playoffs, I think this building would have looked a lot different. Also, not factually wrong. However, Farhan, you don't think that this team was going to be good enough, do you? Even if they had scratched their way into the playoffs. And I think that, for me, is the discord that remains between Farhan Zaidi and the fan base, which is, yes, make the playoffs, but you also have to at least feel, I think, as a fan and as a player on the team, you got to feel as if when we get to the playoffs, we got a shot. You play the Braves and the Dodgers, and I don't care what their record was against them this year, even though it wasn't all that great. Not against the Braves, but I know they played them tough. But come on, you cannot look at their roster and this roster and think that you're playing the same sport. You just can't.
And I think that winning, as it relates to attendance, is more of a September thing than it is April through August. And, if you're a Giants fan and you want to be, going to a game, you're more interested in who are you going to go see. You're not looking at the standings like, okay, we're 6.5 back, and this is a big game, and we're 2.5 out in the wild card, and it's August 4th. Okay, I'm going to go because I'm feeling the urgency. Even though there's 47 games left to go, I think you go, for the most part, to look at stars, and I'm looking at the attendance figures right now. Miami, playoff team, 29th in attendance.
Yep.
Tampa, playoff team, almost every year.
I know.
27th in attendance.
Those two markets do not dig baseball.
Right, but even when they're good, and Tampa is good, Tampa's always good, and Miami this year, they're young and exciting and good, and they average 14,000 a game. And I know it's a different situation.
I mean, have you ever been to Tampa and seen the baseball
situation? I've been
situation?
to Tampa. I've never been to a baseball game. I went to an arena game in Tampa.
It's like across the really long bridge. Like it's so far from...
It's brutal, Tampa St. Pete.
It's terrible.
I flew to Tampa with the SaberCats and forgot to bring pants.
Oh.
So I wake up in the morning.
It's like forget your toiletries or something.
I had pants. I had like jeans for the flight, but I needed slacks.
Did you have some on at the time?
So I go into the luggage. I got no pants. So now I got to go out to Brooks Brothers.
Okay.
And it's like 6 miles away, and I go to get in a cab. This is pre-Uber, and it's one of those 90 days.
Oh, yeah.
90 degrees and 90% humidity, and your boy is dying. To say I'm pitting out is an understatement.
Well, I mean, if it's humid, it's nice to not have pants. I would think that helps.
It would have.
Yeah, that's.
I was trying to be professional.
Get a little air going.
I was like
there.
a young Grandy or a young Giddings. Tampa's brutal, so I get that.
Yeah,
but I think the point,
not a baseball state. It just isn't.
No, but even though like teams who are good don't necessarily get that attendance bump.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I do think in a market like this that traditionally, historically, has loved its baseball, you put a good product on the field, and when I say that, I just mean a good team. You're going to do well. Do you need some recognizable, whether it's personalities or just people the fan base feels connected to? Of course you do. Of course you do. No one's arguing against that. I just do. I wonder what is sort of, I guess, priority A. I want both. You want both. Everyone wants both. When we're saying both, we're talking about big name players and winning.
Exciting and good.
Great. I want both. We all want both. But if you're going to give me a choice and I got to pick one over the other, or what's really driving the bus, is it being good or is it being exciting? I'm going to give the nod to good. The Padres did really well attendance-wise. They should. They got a great ballpark. They're the only game in town, and they do have players who flash on a screen. But I can also tell you, I mean, you know this. You know that I used to work there, and I've got I've got very close friends who are running post-game stuff with the Padres. People are mad.
Sure.
Mad at that team.
But they showed up, and you vote with your feet, and they drew 3.271 million this year. They were third in Major League Baseball. And so it's interesting what you say, because the Giants are also the only game in town. The Warriors season is Warriors is October to April.
No.
And Giants are April until
then that's saying that every baseball team is only game in town.
In terms of this town, and you can't tell me that the Giants are suffering from a lack of foot traffic because of the pandemic, and then also say, well, they're not the only game in town.
Oh, no, I blow off the whole foot traffic pandemic thing now. I think it was a thing 2-3 years ago.
Right.
It's not now. That's no longer an excuse.
Well, then you have no excuse other than the fact that you're boring.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
no one's arguing that
your
this year.
ballpark is as beautiful as San Diego's.
Of course.
And you won almost as much as they did.
I'm just arguing the whole only game in town thing. The entertainment dollar is spread based on what's going on. Are you traveling during the summer? Are you saying, okay, kids, and in fact, this happened with my kids just last week. They're like, can we go to a Niner game? And I'm like, no. Not because
it's going to be a no from you, Dad.
But it's just because of work. It's because I got the show on Sundays.
Man.
I can't do it. And the other nights are school nights, and it's far from where I live and all that stuff. And immediately my daughter goes, well, what about a Warrior game? I said, oh, that's happening multiple times. But you see how the entertainment dollar gets pulled. They're not playing necessarily at the exact same time. The Warriors aren't playing yet. But
Giants don't play in October.
No, they don't.
We know that.
Not this year. Hey, Drew in Sunnyvale. What's going on?
Go to the phone.
Let's go, Drew. What are you doing?
What am I doing? I'm listening to you guys, and I listened to that entire crossover segment. Good points made by both sides. I think, I think how Giants fans are feeling it's in a little bit of the middle, and I'll explain that here shortly. But I think the biggest problem with the Giants over the course of Farhan's tenure is that there were no recognizable names on the Giants, right, over the course of that tenure. And what I go back to is actually 2008, right? In 2008, the Giants did not have a very good year. In fact, it was a very bad year. But there were names of people you could connect to. Tim Lincecum, Matt Cain, Brian Wilson, Pablo Sandoval. And then Buster Posey came 2 years later. We all know what happened after that. But there were names that you could connect to. There was a light at the end of the tunnel. And that's all we're asking for as fans. We're asking for the light at the end of the tunnel. And when we don't necessarily want the Ohtani or the Judges or the Trouts necessarily, but we want people who will be on the team and we can connect to, right?
It's so interesting, though. Yeah, Drew, go ahead.
Elliot Ramos, when you send Elliot Ramos up and down the farm system, you do the same thing with Luciano and Matos. This is what happens, right? And I just don't feel like guys like Lamont Wade and Mike Yastrzemski are the guys that we necessarily connect to just because of the way that they got on the Giants in the first place, right? So that is really my main complaint is that there's no light at the end of the tunnel. There's no future vision.
Drew, thanks. That's totally fair. This is so interesting, right? Basically, he's saying that that you can't be that guy if you were acquired via trade. Lamont Wade and Mike Yastrzemski had done nothing in baseball until they came to the Giants. Maybe they haven't quite been successful enough to be that guy, and people all go buy jerseys and whatnot.
Well, they don't have that guy. Like, Yaz would be the closest thing to that guy because people will buy his jersey.
Right.
But he's pre-arb 3. Like, Logan Webb is here. He's been signed to a 5-year deal, and they showed him the money.
Homegrown.
Yes. And, Yaz, he's here, but he's almost an indentured servant.
That's kind of the key. Like,
in baseball.
Look at a guy like had a really good year. Really good year. And he's been a Giant for a long time. Wilmer Flores. Why is Wilmer Flores not someone who people go, yeah, that's our guy?
Do you do a Wilmer Flores impersonation?
I don't. I can do his batting stance, but that doesn't work on radio.
I do an impersonation, and it sounds a lot like my Andrew Wiggins, so I'm not going to do it because I'm not trying to beat this thing into the ground. But
save it. We got a big basketball season
that's the
coming.
point, is like Wilmer is not a guy who he's,
that's fair.
We don't see him a lot. We don't hear from him a lot. He is quietly efficient. And he's your best hitter, but he should be your 5th best hitter.
But Hunter Pence was acquired, and I thought he became a guy. He became a guy that the fan base connected to. So it doesn't have to be homegrown.
No, but he had a catchphrase, and he had a nickname, and he led you to a championship.
Yeah, he had a speech. Here's where I'll agree, and I think Farhan does too. He has stated publicly now a few times they're going to look to more long-term contracts. And that's how you do it. That's how you do it. Even some of the guys who've been here a long time, you don't necessarily know. Like, Wilmer's been re-signed once or twice. So it's like, yeah, he's been here a long time, but we didn't know he was going to be here a long time. So that's fair, and I do think you're going to get some of that. Now, there's a little bit of a problem with that, with Farhan being the one who potentially tries to bring those guys in. We can explain that here in a little bit. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We'll keep going with your calls. Tom, Kevin, hang right where you are. That's coming up on Willard and Dibs.
This is the lunch rush at your local deli. Orders are flying in. Online,
live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Can I play another one for you?
Please. You look very pensive. You're deep in thought during the break.
It's a good word, pensive.
You're grinding. You're grinding right now.
Always grinding.
Yes,
when am I not grinding?
At times, you are, doing family stuff.
Yeah, sometimes I'm texting or calling.
At times, you're a little bit more jovial. Today, the brow's a little bit more furrowed than normal.
Well,
You're a little bit more serious.
We got a schedule today.
And you're coming off of a great performance at the Farhan Presser. So I expected you to be a little bit happier. You're grinding today, Mark.
I'm incredibly happy right now.
Really?
As happy as always. Absolutely.
Even after the crossover where you got served. That's my favorite. Oh, you got served.
Oh, it's so funny to me.
I know. It makes you smile.
You're triggered. I'm not triggered.
You know what happened?
I just don't agree with you.
You got served. It was like you were in a restaurant, and I was the waiter, and JD was the maitre d', and Guru was the chef. You got served. So served. Anyway.
I always think it's funny. There's a lot of people, like the whole Fox network was actually built on this. Like people, it's like they get to the end of a conversation and they'd like walk away from the microphone as if they had just won a round of boxing.
Totally.
I'm like, you're talking. You're just, this is not an Eminem rap battle. We're not, that's not what's going on
I
here.
was looking at your shirt and I thought I saw some pasta sauce over there. Mom spaghetti.
No pasta so far this week.
Okay.
But no, I wanted to play this one for you because this is everyone's worry, right? And you're one of the guys who says this all the time. What free agent is going to look at this clown car and come here to Wackadoodle USA with Triples Alley and a bunch of 6A players? What is this crap, right? Am I right? All right. Well, here's what
Am I right?
Here's what Farhan has to say about that.
The main focus for us as we go into free agency is being able to sell our situation, our baseball situation, as much as anything. I mean, top free agents want to be in environments where they think the team's going to be successful. They're a big part of that, but they also want to feel like whether it's the current roster, whether it's the farm system, there's going to be help, especially when you're talking about guys who have a chance to be here for a long time.
Now, also standing right behind me, very uncomfortable because he's so damn tall, this guy, Bonte Hill, right over my left shoulder.
Okay.
For the whole presser.
He's legit 6'5", by the way.
He's behind me, isn't
he?
Good Lord, what a presence. Anyway, he brought up that comment that Farhan made a year ago about that at minimum sounded like he was saying it can be challenging to bring free agents to San Francisco because this place is crazy, y'all. That's not what he said. I'm not even paraphrasing.
You paraphrasing?
No, I'm coaching, actually. But anyway, that came up, and here's what Farhan had to say about it today.
As far as the geography, I'd say the same thing I said with the manager. This is, a great storied organization. This is, in my opinion, the best ballpark in Major League Baseball. I think everybody loves playing here. When I talked about, the idiosyncratic nature of it, some of it is as simple as, how cold it is when we play our games. There are players that don't like playing in colder, in colder evenings. There are players who are born and raised on the East Coast, and that's their strong preference to sign with an East Coast team. There are players born and raised on the West Coast, and that's their preference. So, I still think at the end of the day, it's about, especially when you're talking about guys who are looking to sign somewhere long-term, it's the overall baseball situation, their confidence in the organization, and I think that carries the day. But honestly, every team, I think, deals with the market and recognizing that there are players for whom that isn't the ideal landing spot.
So one thing kept coming up, the baseball situation. And I do think that this is a very fair concern for Giants fans this year. This is why when this conversation came up a lot throughout the summer, play the young guys. It's not like you're going to win the World Series this year. Why does it matter? Let's see Matos get 500 at-bats.
My response was the same thing every time. No, it matters incredibly to make the playoffs this year, and I find it to be a major concern that they didn't, because they need to be able to show free agents that this is currently, not building toward, currently a winning roster that can threaten people in the playoffs. And if I had number one concern right now, it is that. It is pitching to free agents that you can show up and win here next year. I think that's a tough putt right now.
It's an impossible putt in terms of what you have coming back and what you've been able to attract. And so that to me is a big part of it. And, Farhan talked about the ballpark and people love the ballpark. Well, I wonder how many hitters would actually come out and say, oh, I love the ballpark. I love hitting here. It's so much fun hitting, 340-foot bombs that end up on the warning track, or shots to Triples Alley that aren't even triples. They're actually long outs and all the rest of it. So, yeah, the ballpark is beautiful. And he kind of answered Bonte's question with climate factors. Well, if you're out from the West and, it's warmer here, and if you're cold weather, warm weather, that kind of dodged, I think, the greater question. And the implication is what he had said before. And, Bonte paraphrased that, Farhan had said that, the factors of the city are maybe a deterrent. Whether or not he actually said that or not, it's been hard to disprove based on what he's done in free agency.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and he's addressed this before. He addressed it with us a few months ago, and so I do think that he's a little hesitant to dive back in.
Sure.
Every time somebody went back like north of 8 months for their question, there was a little bit of an eye roll from Farhan. It wasn't visible. It was internal. You could feel it, though.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to the phones. Tom in San Jose with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Tom. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Yeah, thank you for taking my call. When did the San Francisco Giants fan base, when did we all become fans who wanted to see the deck reshuffled every year and to find diamonds in the rough? It's been a failure since he got here. It's just not, and it hasn't worked for Billy Beane either. So, but we were coming off 3 World Series, and there was, and like you two have been saying, there was people you could relate to, people you could root for, and I didn't go to one Giants game this year, and I was bored the whole year with them, and I suspect next year will be the same. 18 people coming back. Is he gonna sign up 7 starters? I don't think so. I don't think so.
No, Tom, he actually said exactly who the starting rotation is going to be. They're almost all here already.
Right. So, do you have any? Do you think the Giants are going to be in the mix next year? They're not. They're not nearly like our competitors are Atlanta and the Dodgers and some. San Diego, if they were playing well, would be our competitors. But if I was in San Diego, I'd go out and see I'd go to 5 or 6 games just to see the people that are in our lineup. There's nobody in our lineup I want to see. Nobody.
Tom, thanks. Yeah, appreciate it. I'm sure there's.
And don't sleep on Arizona either.
Sure,
they'll be better.
You know what though? Like, this is just me now. I'm out on having a discussion about who's going to be amazing next year.
Right.
Like, I have no idea. Yeah, sure. There's some things I guess you think you know. You think the Braves are going to be probably pretty good baseball team next year.
The Braves and Dodgers. You could probably.
Dodgers.
I mean, you could pen them in.
Yeah. Yeah, but can
Arizona young and getting better?
You'd think. I mean, it's not like they were dominant this year. 84 wins. Can the Giants compete next year? Of course.
Yeah.
I don't know who's on the team.
Well, they competed this year until the last month.
Until the end.
They didn't.
Well, and I'd also say this, like when you go, oh gosh, 18 of these guys are going to be back. Well, yeah. You didn't think there were going to be 15 new players, did you? Nobody signs 15 free agents.
Right.
So if they did have 8 new players, that's a lot. That's a lot, And if one of them's name is Cody or Pete or Shohei or Juan, that's a game changer. I don't know if they will be, but yeah, you're going to have a lot of the same players. You need to acquire some difference makers, whether it's through trade or free agency. You need young guys, ones you have met and ones you haven't met, to come up and be good. Can all of that happen? It could. Do I think they're going to be better than the Braves or Dodgers next year? Probably not. But it's not out of the. I mean, come on. It's October 3rd.
Sure.
I don't know what this is going to look like next year. We got to wait and see what the roster is.
It's got to look dramatically different, though. It can't just be one or two players in terms of upgrades. You got to upgrade like 4 or 5 different spots. And it was interesting what he said about the pitching staff and how, the back end of the rotation is pretty much set. And he even talked about this year how they came into the year thinking that they had an excess of starting pitching with DeSclafani and Stripling and Minaya and Wood and Webb and Cobb, and they felt like they had 6 or 7 legitimate starters, not even counting the young guys. And it didn't really work out that way. And now, was that Kapler's fault? Is that the player's fault for not pitching well enough early on? Is it Farhan's fault for misidentifying, or all the above? Either way, going into next year, it doesn't feel like it's going to be much different.
Sponsored by Local Arena Ticks. I mean, Marco Luciano's going to be the starting shortstop. Maybe that'll go well. He's supposed to be a game-changing bat.
Right.
Supposed to be.
Sure. And so you've got Bailey catching, and you've got, Matos in left, or Matos in right?
I don't know anything about the outfield. I don't think anything is.
They don't know anything about the outfield.
I don't think anything's in ink about the outfield. Michael, Kevin, stay right where you are. 888-957-957. And keep taking your calls on Willard and Dibs.
Attention Bay Area sports fans. Get ready for a game-changing experience with local...
Twitch and YouTube right now. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Got some Warriors and Niners stuff for you today. Wait till you hear what Aaron Rodgers said about Brock Purdy, and wait till you hear what I've got to say about Chris Paul. Okay?
I'm looking forward to that. Oh. It's going to be good. I know it's going to be good.
You feel like it's going to be good?
I heard a little preview of it, and I was stunned.
I was in the other room rehearsing.
Flabbergasted by it. I had to actually check your ID to make sure it was you based on what you were saying.
That's me.
I didn't understand the words that were coming out of your mouth.
Well, wait until we actually go live with it.
Okay. We'll do it live.
Also, for those of you either just joining us or obviously if you did not get a chance to hear a lot of what Farhan Zaidi had to say in the Giants dugout earlier today, we've got a bunch of different key comments to play for you. We'll do it here in just a moment, but want to continue going with you on the phones as well. Kevin and San Mateo here on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Kevin, what's up?
What's going on, guys? Hope you're doing well. But as a Giants fan, born and raised in the Bay Area, I'm completely out on Farhan. But I think maybe one move that he could possibly make that'll somewhat be of a little bit of an interest among Giants fans. Are we sure Will Clark doesn't want the job? Because I know he still does a lot. He still kind of hangs around the game a little bit. He has the podcast with Eric Burns, and just kind of want to hear your guys' thoughts on that.
Yeah.
I love the thrill, and I love the podcast with Eric Burns. And
why do I feel like a butt is coming?
It's not a butt. It's more of an and. And I don't think that he is cut out to manage in this day and age. Because in this day and age, there's a lot more hand-holding and a lot more, how you feeling? Are you okay? What can I do to help you? And the thrill is cut from a different cloth. And he's more from the old school, and the old school doesn't really work anymore with today's modern athlete.
Does not feel like something that would work, does it?
No.
And nothing against Will. He's my favorite player growing up. Absolutely was obsessed with Will Clark. So I love everything about the Giant he was. I don't even know if Will would want this job because of some of the stuff that you just said. That job doesn't work that way anymore. I know exactly how so many of you feel. I have 3 children. I know. You want to just go, hey, rub some dirt on it, get your butt in the shower, brush your teeth, do your home. Let's go. 2 claps out the door.
Do you ever do that?
Yeah, and it doesn't work. It never, ever works. And I only do it when I'm like at the end of my rope. It doesn't work. So that's my thought on Will Clark. I love him. He's my favorite. It doesn't work. This guy sitting over there bumpkin in the corner of the dugout. Like, I mean, come on. That doesn't, you're not going to.
Will, you've got a media availability today at 3:15. If I do.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
It's just not, it's just not the way that job works anymore.
I do think, and you talked about the pendulum before, because on the other end of the pendulum, it is Gabe Kapler, who is perfectly manicured and perfectly dressed, and every word that he utters is not only accurate, it's well enunciated, it's well thought out, it's perfect. Everything is just on this other spectrum of modern analytics and perfection and grooming and presentation and all the rest of it. But the pendulum has to swing to where you get somebody in there who makes these guys feel a little bit uncomfortable.
I agree, but what I guess what I'm saying, because the Gabe thing obviously in the end didn't work either. A lot of times whenever you're making a change in life, it's kind of like, okay, let's say you're in a marriage for a long time and then...
Okay. Let's just, hypothetically, let's just say you go 25 years with the same woman.
But the cliche...
Hypothetical.
The cliche is 25-year marriage, you get divorced, and the guy goes to find someone who's 27 years old.
Okay.
You swing the pendulum, maybe... It's a little bit too far in the other direction.
Maybe.
I'm not saying love is love, okay? Whoever you find it,
okay,
rock and roll. But
check my phone here before this bit goes any further. All right. No text. Go ahead.
I'd like the Giants to find something that's in the middle. okay? Manicured GQ model is over here, and then it's like, swing it the over, let's get somebody over there in the corner's going to flip something up there. Like, no. Can you just find a good manager? Can you find someone who's good with the players, with the media, with the analytics, with all of it?
It's forget all that.
Run the clubhouse in a very, very efficient way.
For me, it's the one piece of that you said that's the most important, and that is the players, because the analytics are going to be the analytics. If Farhan hires you, you're gonna understand what he wants out of a manager, and if you agree to the job, you're going to do largely what the vision is in terms of analytics. To me, the biggest problem with this year's team was the people. And at some point during the year, Gabe Kapler lost the ability to reach these people, because you can tell me all you want to tell me about analytics, but at the end of the day, you've got a human being up on the mound, you've got a human being at the plate with a bat in his hands, and that person, that human being, this is not AI now, this is an actual person who has to be in a certain mind space and a certain level of confidence and a certain level of training and preparation and all the rest of it to be able to perform the way you want him to perform. And that, to me, is where this year fell short.
Yeah, I mean, look, you have to have your employees' attention. You have to have your people's attention. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to be loved. You don't have to be players manager. You have to have their attention. And I don't know if that's where that exactly was this year. We'll keep going on the phones, but also want to get everybody sort of back together on what the biggest takeaways were from being in the dugout with Farhan today.
And it was in the dugout. It wasn't in the press room which I thought was surprising. It was obviously intentional, and I think Farhan wanted it to be maybe a little bit more informal than formal.
Probably.
It wasn't carried live on TV, and it wasn't one of these things where, I mean, it was announced, but it wasn't a very formal thing.
Right. I mean, it was the end of the season State of the Union address. If they put it this way, when they hire their manager, that's going to be inside.
Exactly.
That'll be inside. Last time I was inside with them was, Buster's retirement. That was in a different portion of the inside, but that was inside. This was, I think they wanted to keep it informal. Probably because they knew there were a lot of questions, and it could have gone a certain way. And they wanted to keep, the vibe, if you will. They wanted to keep it as relaxed as possible. One of the things I found his answer interesting. I asked him if he was open to a manager who had not managed before.
We are open. I would anticipate that we interview a couple of people who don't have managerial experience. One of the things we talked about last week, which I think will factor into the choice, is, we want somebody who can be an effective recruiter. And, as we go into free agency, again, I think we, like every organization, we want to sort of build a brand of players wanting to come here and play here, and I think the manager is a big part of that. So, there are guys who don't have managerial experience, but maybe they just ended long playing careers, and they have relationships, and they can be effective recruiters and be sort of attractive leaders for players. But that's definitely going to factor into it.
Okay, I saw two things there, and yes, I did ask it with Stephen Vogt in mind. I did.
Yeah.
Just wanted to see if he would eliminate someone like that from contention, if you will. Guys, grab line 3. I'm not sure what just happened there. I want to make sure nothing funny goes out on the air. But anyway, thank you. Anyway, I asked, would he eliminate Stephen Vogt or people like that? He did not.
Yeah.
He certainly did not. But his answer to me, I might be reading something that's not there, but going on and on about how the manager is a recruiter, a leader that people want to come play for. I thought, not a shot, it was not a shot, but I thought a window into something that I think the Giants at times in the last few years found challenging, which is that when they were going for free agents, I don't think that they found that Gabe Kapler and his presence were helping that much.
Or maybe they were actually hurting in terms of, so you want a recruiter, you don't want somebody who's going to be a negative in terms of, making your decision. And I have heard from a couple of different people I've talked to today about the Aaron Judge saga and the fact that maybe Aaron Judge was turned off by Gabe Kapler, as well as other factors around his recruitment, wanting to stay a Yankee and all the rest of it. If it comes down to, every decision you're going to make, can my team win? How's the money? What's the situation? Do I like the ballpark? Who's the manager? And if you get down to that level and you look at the manager and it's not somebody that you necessarily want to play for, then it becomes a big turnoff because that's number one, the person you're going to have to deal with the most.
I've been waiting all day to ask you about this one because this was another answer that I found interesting.
Okay.
Most of the questions today, in fact, maybe all of them, all of the questions that were not asked by 95.7 The Game personnel were like about right now, like this week. What about the manager? Where's, who's playing shortstop next year? All that stuff.
We came strong at this presser.
There were a few of us there. I just wanted to go back to last week because I felt like a lot of Giants fans still had the question of why Gabe? Not meaning they wanted Gabe to stay. Why only Gabe? Why Gabe and not Farhan? Or have you heard the word scapegoat in the last 6 days? I bet you have. So I asked him, why Gabe? I want to know what you think of this answer. Here's what he said.
I don't mean to sort of avoid the question, but this is sort of the dynamic that happens anytime a team moves on from a manager or head coach. I mean, they bear a disproportionate level of the responsibility. In our case, it's my responsibility to the fans, to ownership, to the organization to decide if a change would be in the best interest and give us the best chance to succeed going forward. And, that was my view, and that's why I made that recommendation.
Okay, so at the end, that was my view, that having somebody else in that job gives us a better chance to win. That's a very damning statement, number one. But the beginning of it where he says, look, it's kind of the way it goes. Like the manager gets a disproportionate amount of the blame.
Yes.
We could have followed up, I guess, and been like, well, in some places, so does the GM. But
no, you heard his answer, which was, it was my responsibility to ... and it was my decision to ... which tells me he wasn't getting fired. So he went to the meeting with ownership and they said, all right, Farhan, you got to fix this. Not we've got to fix this and replacing you as part of the fix. It's you got to fix this, which tells me that they said to Farhan, you're getting a chance to make this right. And how are you going to make this right? And so Farhan had no choice but to replace Gabe Kapler as manager. That's what I heard.
I mean,
he's not firing himself.
No, but
guys, I'll be honest. I got to go.
No, but ownership.
It's me.
But ownership could have.
No, but just his answer. He talked about I had the responsibility and I had a decision to make. So when he went to ownership, it was clear to me that ownership said to Farhan, "How are you going to fix this?" In other words, you get to fix this. And so at that point, Farhan's like, I got an idea. I stay, he goes.
Or he presents a new plan and they don't like it. And they say, actually, neither of you stay. They could have done that. It could have gone that way.
It could have.
And I thought the reason I asked it is because I thought there were a lot of fans out there who are still wondering, why did they get set apart? I mean, I think you were even one of them who thought like this was, didn't a lot of people think it was a package deal?
Absolutely.
And it's not.
I'm stunned that it's not.
Well, you're right. We're not going to get a clean answer as to why he's staying because he's him.
Yes. And if you play it again, just for the sake of listening to it in terms of what he says that he had to do. And that's what struck me.
And I want to let everyone know how I phrased it. Why did it fall on Gabe?
I don't mean to sort of avoid the question, but this is sort of the dynamic that happens anytime a team moves on from a manager or head coach. I mean, they bear a disproportionate level of the responsibility. In our case, it's my responsibility to the fans, to ownership, to the organization to decide if a change would be in the best interest and give us the best chance to succeed going forward. And, that was my view, and that's why I made that recommendation.
I guess
it was my decision.
Yeah, my question to you would be this. Does Farhan truly believe that getting a different manager in gives the Giants a better chance to win? Or did he have to offer ownership some change? And that's the only one you can make right now.
I think they're both yeses. And I do think, based on what I heard from the entire presser today, that he feels like Gabe could have done better with what he had to work with. So, first and foremost, yes. Could Gabe have done better in Farhan's eyes? I do believe he thinks that. But also, I think that Farhan knows that the team has to get better. So, the short-term fix is bring in a new manager, and hopefully, if our team doesn't get a lot better, maybe that manager gets 5 more wins out of this group, and we make the playoffs and we're able to keep this thing going. But short of that, Farhan knows that this team has to get better.
Another takeaway that was very clear to me is Brandon Crawford has played his last game in the Giants uniform. I don't know if he's played his last game, but 2 things came out. One, Farhan was asked if Crawford could sort of become a 3-day-a-week utility guy. Farhan called that a tough fit. And then he also said this with regard to the starting shortstop for next year.
As we sit here now, we want to give Marco Luciano the chance to be the everyday guy next year. So, if anything, his call-up was slowed down by the injury he had this year. His time at the big leagues, we would have liked to see him up here a little bit more, but, he's worked his way up, earned this opportunity, and we're really excited about what we saw last night.
Okay, Marco Luciano, starting shortstop.
Yes.
Opening day next year.
Well, at this point, we would like to give Marco every opportunity to be the everyday shortstop. And he did start the answer with, at this point.
Yeah.
In other words, if a shortstop that we love pops open in free agency, we can address that. Or if we can trade for a guy, we'll do that. But as of now, we believe that Marco Luciano has the opportunity. He's earned the opportunity to be the everyday shortstop.
I mean, last year there were a ton of shortstops on the market. That's not really the case this year. I don't see them. I don't even know who would be available that's like some sort of a bopper that like, oh my gosh, you can't pass up that opportunity. Although they did that last year with Brandon Crawford on the team, and they were going to move him to third.
Yeah.
And then when they signed Carlos Correa. And then they didn't.
Well, and then he's actually still playing here in October, and his team's actually doing well. So, Correa still playing, Crawford not playing.
Farm system was something that Farhan pointed to that's much better now than it was 5 years ago. So the follow-up question there was, if the farm system's in great shape, are you now willing to use some of those assets to maybe bring in a very established player this offseason?
I think even at the deadline this year, we were very open to trading just about anybody, and I imagine we'll have the same outlook this offseason.
Open to trading just about anybody.
That one hit me a little bit empty because he said at the deadline we were open to trading just about anybody, but you did nothing. You traded nobody. You traded a bag of baseballs for A.J. Pollock, who played 3 games and was gonzo, and so ends the trading deadline acquisitions for the Giants, and then you ran the Michael Crabtree fade route from then on. So that one feels a little bit not disingenuous, because I do believe he believes what he's saying, but that one hit me empty.
I get it. Listen, I was shocked that they didn't do more at the deadline. I always hesitate in this particular kind of a conversation because I don't know what was offered. I don't know what was available. I know other teams went out and got people. I still don't think there were any landmark acquisitions for any team at the deadline this year. So without, Farhan answered a number of times like, I'm not going to make a deal just to make a deal. And so I get it. It's frustrating. I don't know what was actually available. One more for you before we go back to the phones. And this is with the next manager. Whether this is true or not, Bochy is seen as a feel guy. Kapler's seen as Johnny Button-Up analytics guy. How do you balance analytics and feel for the next guy?
Part of the detail and understanding the detail is when to not make a move, right? When to kind of stick with your guy. But that comes from sort of a complete level of preparation and understanding of who your guys are, what they need. And so I actually don't think it's inconsistent. And again, I would just, I think we need to look at everything. Our next manager is going to be largely, if not entirely, influential on how things are managed. But, I don't want to I'm not saying, we're going to be anti-platoon or anti-opener. I mean, I said it before. It's just everything in kind of the right amount, everything that helps us win games. And if, our manager thinks, well, I understand that on paper this move makes sense, but I think, leaving this guy in is best for us in the long run, I completely respect that because, that's something that's sort of hard for any of us to know. And nobody's going to understand that better than the manager who has kind of the heartbeat of the team.
You look like you had a hard time with that one.
That's a tough one. It's a tough one. From the team that ran out more openers than almost any other team, and a team that was almost exclusively platoon. And if I'm Gabe Kapler and I hear that, I am, shaking my fist at the radio because, now Farhan's going to be okay with me leaving a pitcher in. And, if the manager thinks that leaving a pitcher in for longer is the right move, then that's going to be the manager's call.
Yeah, well.
And that one felt a little bit like empty rhetoric to me.
I hear you. I don't think there are going to be as many openers next year because I think that one of two things will happen. Either fewer starting pitchers will get hurt or fewer starting pitchers will pitch like crap. That's the hope, at least. I don't know if it'll happen, but that's what led to it this year. Steve in San Diego. Hey, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What's up, Steve?
Hey, guys. Long-time listener, multi-show caller, first-time caller to your show, lifetime fan of Dibs, and Mark, you're growing on me, man.
I'm trying.
And I'm here. Well, I'm new to you, so I like it so far. The thing that you guys are touching on that I'm talking to is I smell something. I smell a deflation sensation here. It's
a
like,
buck.
Farhad was brought in to kind of reset the team, reset the salary. He brought in his friend for the coach, Gabe, the coach, through the chaos. It worked out better than we hoped last year, and this year not at all. And so, we can look forward from that and say, hey, he's now starting to turn the corner. And so we're building. The next coach is about building. And I think it's the unarticulated elephant in the room that we've reset the salary.
Steve, it's interesting. Steve, thank you so much. Appreciate it. I don't know. I mean,
I don't think that this franchise is constructed to deflate salaries in any way.
It better not be.
Well,
but that has happened across the board in baseball.
Right.
Largely because it is, in our mind, the manager's the boss. He's not. He's middle management.
Yeah.
He's the boss of some things, and it's kind of like what you said a few minutes ago, which I like, which he's the boss of the clubhouse. He's not the boss of the whole baseball operation.
Well, neither is Farhan Zaidi.
Well, he is the president of baseball operations.
Right, but if he says, let's give Shohei Ohtani $500 million, and ownership says no, it's a no. It's going to be a no from us, dog.
Right, except for from what we're hearing, they would not say no.
Correct,
They'd
but
say
they
yes.
are the ones that he has to knock on their door to say yay or nay.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Always open to your phone calls, but also want you to hear something. Coming up next, wait till you hear what Aaron Rodgers said about Brock Purdy. That's around the corner on Willard and Dibs.
Soda, the nationwide weight loss program that is 100% over the phone.
requirements are no longer met. 0% APR.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay. Peter King, by the way, often joining us throughout the football season on Tuesdays. This week, will join us on Wednesday.
I look forward to it.
So that's tomorrow. Not today.
Okay.
Okay.
Big fan of the Peter King stylings here on this very station.
Me too. Always good in the football season. And speaking of football, look, this no longer feels like a refrigerator on my back. And by the way, it was an uncomfortable journey through the offseason.
Oh, you're such a hero.
Just listen.
Before you continue pontificating, let me thank you, Mark, for carrying this burden, this Brock Purdy burden, this Brock Purdon, because one man, and Larry, let me try again. 3, 2, and 1. One radio host had the courage. 2.5 men, actually, had the courage to carry the burden that Brock is a good quarterback on their back. And here we are, 4 games and 20 for 21 later, and the burden has been lifted as Aaron Rodgers leads the parade of thank yous to the doorstep of 3, 2, 1. Mark Willard, true American sports talk hero. Go ahead.
That felt right. I honestly, I loved it. I
Dripping
thought that was
with
about
disingenuousness.
You know what month it is, don't you?
It's Brocktober.
It sure is. It sure is. It's Brocktober. No, the reason it was a burden all summer long to be Brock's second biggest fan.
You're a hero.
The reason.
Did you ever know that you're my Brock Purdy hero?
Dibs, I want my flowers. No, listen. The reason it was difficult is because even I have to admit, I didn't know 100% if I was right. I didn't know if he was going to be healthy. I didn't know if he was going to play. I saw what I saw. I thought what I thought. But I also thought the Giants were going to be good this year. So what the hell's that worth?
Well, you're 1-1.
Okay.
That's what it's worth.
And you know how people feel about a 500 team.
Yeah, you get
Somebody gets fired.
Just so you know, and this from Beard on the YouTube feed, courtesy of First NorCal Credit Union, Brock Purdy, PFF 73.
I know. It's the same guy who said it yesterday. Beard's been after me all week long.
I got Beard's back.
And that's fine. It's only Tuesday, so it's not that tough yet.
Do you know the burden of carrying Beard's material on your back?
Listen, it is difficult, and I feel for you. I know what it's like.
And all the other Willard haters that I have to trumpet.
But the beautiful thing is the refrigerator on my back has been taken off by the fan base because now everybody loving him some Brock, except for Beard. That's fine. But everybody's loving him some Brock. And everybody can see what they see. The team is 4-0. He hasn't thrown an interception. He's a top-rated quarterback in the NFL. We can look at whatever angle we want. You can go to PFF, where apparently he's like 15th. You can go to whatever metric you want. How come he's only got 5 touchdown passes, Mark? How about those 3 passes that he overthrew in L.A.? What about that? A
lot of yak yards.
Listen,
he's nothing without Shanahan's laminated play sheet.
Hi, my name's Alan Stiles. Must be nice to have Debo and C-Mac on your team. Wowza, are they good or what?
I give you 2 for your Stiles, but a 3 because it's really mean-spirited.
Until we get to October 24th and the bet goes away, Stiles and I are rivals. And then after that, we'll go back to normal.
That bet is dead. It's a shame.
I know. I love the guy. But anyway, point is it's over now because most people are now just debating what level of good. Is he good? Is he really good? Is he super duper good? Is he super califragilistic good?
Wow.
Or
Mary Poppins.
Or is he great? Okay.
I've got him as the best ever.
Okay. Okay. Why don't
Purdy 1, Brady 2, Montana 3, and then you can have the field.
I mean, sounds right to me.
Mm-hmm.
But why don't we go to somebody who plays the position?
Ayahuasca.
Okay. So when not making fun of Travis Kelce and all of his vaccines, Aaron Rodgers on the Pat McAfee show had this to say about Brocktober.
I didn't see the game, but I saw the stats, and I'm a fan for sure. I think he's done some great things. I think people always have to have some sort of caveat. Like Kyle's such a great play caller, and he's got CMC and Debo and Kittle and all these guys. At some point, I think some of that's going to die down. They're going to realize that Brock's a pretty damn good player. And Brock has done some great things. And at some point, people are going to be like, okay, well, maybe it's not just that Kyle's a great play caller and he's got these weapons, but you still got a guy who's got to pull the trigger every single time and make decisions. And I watched the game a couple weeks ago, and I thought he made like 3 or 4 really high-level throws, back shoulder throws and tight window throws, and then a couple look-offs. So I got nothing but praise for Brock and respect for the way he's played.
Is it pronounced caveat, or is it just a caveat and Aaron misspoke? But he's right. The caveats have to stop.
He's not right.
He's absolutely right.
I want you to play the first
Let's play it again.
Play the first 5 words and then stop it. I didn't see the game.
But he's not,
all right, Aaron.
No, but he's not talking
back
about...
into your dark room.
No, he's not.
Back to your ayahuasca.
Okay, no.
You didn't see the game, but I saw the stats. Thanks, A-Rod.
Stand down.
You know what you are, dog? You are like 97% of us who are football fans who... Hey, it's the fastest 3 minutes of sports. Back. So you watch Chris Berman at halftime of the Monday night, Sunday night, Wednesday night game.
You're aging yourself hard right now.
Tom Jackson
Why did you
and
just
Chris
go all
Berman.
the way to Cosell?
Back.
Remember at halftime of the Monday night game when we learned that there were games the day before?
Mark, it was the only time ever I was allowed to leave the dinner table during dinner. My folks, old school Sue and Dwayne, R.I.P., they would let me push away, and we go to Pittsburgh. Ska-da-da-da. Dude, that was my joint. When you start your statement with, I didn't see the game, you lose me. Go ahead and trumpet ayahuasca.
No, it's time to play it again because...
Play it!
I won't just stop in
I
the
didn't
first
see the
5
game,
seconds.
but I saw the stats.
No, but he's not just talking about the one game. Listen, if he had said, I didn't see the game, I saw the stats, and I've decided he's really good because the box score told me so, that'd be a stupid thing to say, but that's not what he said.
I didn't see the game, but I saw the stats. And I'm a fan for sure. I think he's done some great things. I think people always have to have some sort of caveat. Like Kyle's such a great play caller, and he's got CMC and Debo and Kittle and all these guys. At some point, I think some of that's going to die down. They're going to realize that Brock's a pretty damn good player. And Brock has done some great things. And at some point, people are going to be like, okay, well, maybe it's not just that Kyle's a great play caller and he's got these weapons, but you still got a guy who's got to pull the trigger every single time and make decisions. And I watched the game a couple weeks ago, and I thought he made like 3 or 4 really high-level throws, back shoulder throws and tight window throws, and then a couple look-offs. So I got nothing but praise for Brock and respect for the way he's played.
See, you had shut down.
I watched the game a couple weeks ago.
You shut down after his
Thanks,
first 5 seconds. You didn't make it to the end when he said,
Thanks.
no, when I watched, I saw high-level throws.
Caveat.
Thank you. Caveat. This is what I'm trying to say. This is where the Brock conversation has to go now, because everybody is now in agreement that Brock is good. We don't need to do any more of these shows where people are trying to convince other people that Brock Purdy's good.
He's good.
It's official. He's good.
I don't need a guy who just looks at the stats to tell me he's good.
But here's where I do think it needs to graduate, because I don't think we're here yet. I do think that Brock, in football games, every time does have some high-degree difficulty, aggressive, outside the numbers, deep or back shoulder attempts. I'm not going to say he completes all of them.
Well, he did Sunday.
But we've now gone, well, okay, he's good, for that offense, and he makes decisions, and he can deliver it really nicely 6 yards away from his face. No, that's not there's no data metric in the league that states that that's what he's doing. In fact, if you want to actually dive into air yards.
Let's get into air yards.
Yards per attempt, even total yards. He's ahead of Patrick Mahomes in all of them this year.
Well, since when is he the gold standard? Honestly, he's so washed.
So no, I'm not saying he's better than Patrick Mahomes. Don't you dare put this in my mouth.
You just did. You're the one who brought him into the conversation.
But it's time to stop acting like what Brock does is low degree difficulty. Get the ball in the hands of Debo and McCaffrey or Ayuk. Let them do their thing. And that's how his yards get built up with all of this yak. Brock is aggressive with his throws. His arm is plenty. It's not Herbert, but it's plenty. It's been shown. He can complete it with accuracy downfield. He can do back shoulder. He can do outside the numbers.
Of course.
I don't care how talented any of your receivers are. You can't do that in the NFL unless you are very, very high level. So I'm not here to rank him. I'm not here to break down anybody's this, that, or the other. Here's what I'm here to say. It's time for the caveats to go away. There's no more caveats.
Caveat.
It's not.
Caveats.
It's not. Brock Purdy. Here's the one sentence. Brock Purdy is not good because of someone else. That's my sentence.
Well, your sentence has to end with either a "you're welcome" or "as I told you."
No, just a period.
You can't start the segment with getting a refrigerator off your back unless you're going to take a victory lap.
I mean, I'll take a victory lap after the show. Or actually, I'll wait till February and do it then.
If you do it in February, then you and Larry can go arm in arm, and you can skip down Market Street.
We will. Maybe
Intended air yards per pass attempt, he is 22nd in the NFL so far. So it's not like he's...
what did you just call it?
Intended air yards.
But what's intended?
That means when you throw the ball and you're intending to throw it, like pass attempts. This accounts for how far you're intending to throw it. In other words, if you have a guy in a 20-yard route and you throw it 40 yards, you don't get 40 yards worth of credit.
He did that in L.A. a few times.
Right. Intended air yards per pass attempt.
Yeah.
Completed air yards, he's 9th.
Okay.
So what that tells you is he's completing more deep balls per pass attempt than other quarterbacks are attempting them.
I'm not ... victory lap. Just, that's my opinion. Brock Purdy is not good because of someone else. Period.
No, he's good.
Period.
He is better than he would be because of someone else. So now you can put this however you want to put it, and I'm putting it the way I want to put it. So if Brock Purdy this year has been an 8.5 on a scale of 1 to 10, just as a number, you could put him at a 9.5.
Yep.
You can put him wherever you want to put him. I would give him not a big portion, but a portion of that is because of who he plays for and who he plays with. And that's my opinion.
And you're welcome to it. You're welcome to it.
The throws he's making to receivers who are as open as they are open. He's making good throws in tight windows. He's connecting on deep balls to receivers who are open, and receivers are making great plays for him. I don't remember a lot of times where receivers are doing him wrong with drops. He's been helped out by a talented team around him and a very, very good play caller.
It's interesting.
It's not to say he's not good.
Well, listen.
And don't you dare say that I'm saying that, because I'm not.
You know what I am going to say?
Say it.
I'm going to say that you're listening to 95.7 The Game.
About time.
KGMC FM in HD1, San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And I'm also going to say caveats, because it's fun to say. It's not a word.
Caveats.
But anyway, listen, I don't know. Somewhere in here we can split the difference. I mean, I also spent half the offseason trying to hold up Kyle Shanahan. I got accused on YouTube 48 times of sleeping at his house. So, yes, Brock Purdy's got a great coach. You don't need me to say that. I say it every day. He's got a great coach. He's got great teammates. They're obviously a very, very good team. I just have where I struggle is I do not remember the comp when a team has really good players, which good teams usually do, and when their quarterback crushes it with timing, accuracy, decision-making, puts those players in the best position for them to succeed. I don't remember hearing, that quarterback is a production of what's around him. I actually think I could argue the exact opposite as well, without even disagreeing with you. Is Brock in a great situation? Yes. However, I will also argue this. Brandon Ayuk's about to put up numbers that he's never been able to do in his career. He's never going to be able to do that with Jimmy. He certainly would not have been able to do that with Trey Lance. And we can do that all around the league. Is a great receiver making a great quarterback, or is the great quarterback making the great receiver? The answer is probably some of both.
Yes.
Right?
And I think the answer to your question, and I just looked it up to make sure I had it right, it was the 1999 St. Louis Rams, the greatest show on turf, quarterbacked by a guy named Kurt Warner.
Sure.
Kurt Warner did not get the credit that he has subsequently gotten after the fact because he had Isaac Bruce, Torrey Holt, Marshall Faulk, Azair Rakim. I had it wrong. My thing scrolled on me.
No, that was good.
No, because
Azair. Yeah, right? Azair Hakim.
You weren't even born, Grandy. You don't even know who I'm referring to.
He is now.
But go ahead and buzz it out.
The buzzer is correct.
I don't know who it is, but I know you were wrong.
Hakeem. And don't even let me forget Ricky Prohl.
Oh, Ricky Prohl.
They had a talented team, is all I'm saying.
Sure.
They had Hall of Famers. And Kurt Warner was a former grocer who nobody believed in until he became Super Bowl champ. They go 13-3. They go undefeated in the playoffs. They win the Super Bowl. He goes on to be a Hall of Famer in his own right.
Okay.
So I think that, to me, and I'm not saying that Brock is going to be Kurt Warner, but that's where we are with this team.
Can I put a face on it with something you and I have discussed?
Sure. I just put a face on it, but put a different face on it.
Let's put a different face on it.
Put a second face on it.
You have been
Two-faced.
very...
Go ahead.
You've been very impressed this year with Tua Tagovailoa.
Yes.
Okay. Why don't I hear with Tua what I hear with Brock? Because what's the damn difference?
Oh, you do?
I
Are
do?
you kidding me?
I'm not kidding you.
I came on this very station after they put up 70 and
What
talked
other station
about...
would you go on? Anyway, go ahead.
Alice.
Okay.
Sarah and Vinny. They have me, talking Taylor Swift. She shows up, I show up. That's the way that goes. And I talked to you, Mark, about Miami having the 3 fastest players in football and them being a glorified track team and them also being coached by a disciple of Kyle Shanahan.
Disciple, yes.
So it largely is a very good comp because they've got weapons across the board, and we could argue which team has a better collection of skill guys. I think it's the Niners. We could argue who's
Top
a
to
better...
bottom, I agree. Sure.
We could argue who's a better coach, and I think it's close in terms of offensive play calling, but I still would say Kyle. And we could argue who's a better quarterback, and we could argue, but it probably is Brock right now, but maybe it's not.
I don't know. Look,
That's a great comp, though.
Well, that's my curiosity because I don't hear it the same way. It's not that he doesn't have weapons and good things around him. He does. What I hear is sort of like, what about Tua? Whenever everyone gets into the Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Hurts, what about Tua?
Right.
Look at these numbers, 466 yards. Right. And yes, I want to give him all the credit in the world because I don't think quarterbacking in the NFL is easy. So I don't think you can just be like, well, my guys are fast, so that's why I'm good. No, you have to hit them. You have to be amazing. You have to have presence, accuracy, decision-making, timing, leadership. All of it has to be good for you to be good in the NFL every single time. So if he's hitting Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, then he gets credit for that, even though Tyreek doesn't get caught from behind and Tua gets a TD pass for that. I hear it, put it this way, a lot less. I hear it a lot less than I do with Brock. But Brock apparently, with his timing, his leadership, his decision-making, his accuracy, is somehow, well, that's Debo and Christian and Brandon, as opposed to the same thing that we would hear with Miami and Tua. I do not find those conversations to be equal.
Yeah, I think the conversations are happening in equal amounts, and maybe you're not listening in the same way in terms of Tua, but I'm looking at the numbers, and Tua leads the league in yards after the catch.
Interesting.
616. So he's racked up almost half of his yards after the catch, and Brock Purdy is 10th in that category.
That's an interesting stat.
As a comp. Completed air yards per attempt. They are tied for second at 5.1. So they're both averaging 5 yards per completion beyond the line of scrimmage. So, and Jimmy Garoppolo actually is first in that category at 5.3. But again, it's per completion.
He's only got like 3 completions.
Right. That's
one
air
of them must have been
yards
long.
per attempt on completed balls. If you do it just on attempts.
Are you on some sort of wacky analytics page?
No, Pro Football Reference.
Okay. I didn't know
Pro Football Reference.
I thought you were on farhanzadi.com over there.
You go to the advanced passing stats. There's passing stats, and then you get into the advanced passing stats. They have accuracy numbers, pressure numbers, play type. How do they do based on RPOs and play action and all the rest of it?
Look, I mean, I get it.
I think it's an interesting way to compare, especially these two guys.
Well, I like what you said about Kurt Warner, and quite frankly, there's a Brady comp here too. And again, what I don't like is when we start comparing Brock Purdy to Hall of Fame QBs. That's not what I'm doing. I'm talking more situationally about what the arc of their success was. And I remember the Patriots' first Super Bowl. People were not like, wow, this Tom Brady. They were like, wow, he came in and held this thing together. And then I think it was the next year, and he started. He's good. He's good. They've got a great defense. And Tom makes the throws that he needs to make, and they win 20-17. And that's how people talked about Brady. Flash forward 15 years, they're like, this is the guy's the most accomplished thing that's ever happened. I don't know where Brock's career is going. I think everyone needs to have that patience. So I get it. When the guy wins a Super Bowl, all of this goes away. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
And in the meantime, there's going to be talk about, system, play sheet,
caveats,
talent. There's a lot of caveats. Offensive line. And, another caveat that Aaron didn't mention is, they haven't really played anyone yet. Haven't really played anyone.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to drop that caveat on Brock Purdy because he is undefeated as a starter in the regular season.
Let's go to the phones. 888-957-9570. JB in Fremont. Hey, JB, what's up?
Hey, I was just going to say, just for a second, let's just drop the analytics, okay? And as far as Brock Purdy's concerned, I mean, just as a fan watching these games, this guy is executing Shanahan's playbook exactly. I mean, he's dropping dimes. The way that the passes are getting to the receivers, we haven't seen that in years. He's got a decent arm, and I think even if he's underestimated, I think he's going to be fine in the league. I'll tell you one guy I would be worried about, and I'll say it again, Patrick Mahomes. Did you see that last game, those interceptions? I could have intercepted that.
Gosh, this is a weird game, wasn't it?
Even you, JB?
It was the weird... Yeah, even me, with 10.4 40 speed.
Thanks, JB.
Thank you, JB.
Thank you for that, JB. Sometimes get something that you don't realize that you really needed.
That was the most energetic listener laugh we've ever had on this show.
That might be the laugh that I needed.
We get a lot of them. We get a lot of them. It's kind of our thing.
You never know what you really need until you get it sometimes.
Right.
It's the laugh we all needed.
It's not the, no, it's a little different, the Counting Crows line, right?
You're on your own here.
And it always seemed to go, you don't know what you got till it's gone. It's a little different.
That's Joni Mitchell.
Well, yeah, it was a remake.
Come on, Coach. Come on, Counting Crows.
Now, listen, I'm not going back to Joni Mitchell. What do you want to recite Love Actually together? Good
Joni
Lord.
Mitchell is an absolute American treasure, and you watch your mouth.
Yes, but that CD that was in the pocket of the trench coat turned out it was a necklace for another woman, and everything went sideways.
Oh, really?
Sorry, spoiler alert if you haven't seen Love Actually 28 times. All right.
Sorry.
We're sponsored by the Inn at the Tides. Fall brings the best weather, breathtaking views, and amazing sunsets to Bodega Bay. Come enjoy it all at the Inn at the Tides with the Fall Midweek Special. Now through November 26th. Rooms start at just $279. Book your escape now. InnAtTheTides.com. Tim, Cameron, Richie, everybody, get online. 888-957-9570. We'll take more of your calls on this next. Plus, still ahead. Oh, wait till you hear what I have to say about Chris Paul. I cannot wait to discuss this with you all today, right here on 95.7 The Game, Willard and Dibbs.
Yeah, even me.
UCSF Sports Medicine.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Grandy. It's an old soul. Was that so hard, Mark?
Yeah.
It's the voice. Sorry, YouTube. An angel singing. Put up a pocket. Ooh, na, na, na. Yeah.
Do you know how awful you must sound on YouTube without the music underneath you?
I sound
Hey, YouTube, how
amazing.
awful did Dibs just sound?
Ooh, na, na, na.
Yeah, I got nothing against Joni Mitchell. You're not going to turn this into I hate Joni Mitchell.
You don't love the old people. Grandy, stock up.
I love a few old people. I don't love all of them.
I don't love the young people. I'm spelling Mark with a C from here on out. That's it. Mark with a K, you're out.
That's fine.
Thank you, Grandy.
That's fine.
I do love Mark Grandy. Go ahead and record that.
He was just Googling who is Joni
Whatever, you got
Mitchell.
it done for the old guy.
Oh, come on. No.
Thank
Joni
you,
Mitchell,
Grandy.
she's a legend.
Thank you.
No one said otherwise. Facts, Counting Crows remade the song. Okay. I mean, you ever listen to All Along the Watchtower?
Sure, Jimi Hendrix.
Oh. Or was it actually someone else's song?
Might have been.
Okay.
It's not a classic.
It's not?
From Drew Down on the YouTube feed. Voice of an angel. And he's talking about me. Thank you, Drew Down. First NorCal Credit Union. Yeah. Score this one for the Dibber.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. You know what? You know who came up with a 49er concern? Baldy. Baldy did.
No chance.
Well, it is. I'm not going to say it's something that hasn't come up on our show already because it has. But we'll give that to you here in just a little bit. Let's keep going on the phones. Cameron and Martinez. Hey, Cameron, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What you doing?
Hey, Gavin Shag, first-time caller.
Thanks.
I just want to say I don't agree with you on how you can say that Purdy's success isn't based on the team around him.
Okay.
He's got the best running back in CMC. He's got great receivers with Ayuk and Debo. If you were to put Purdy on a team like the Jets, he's not going to have the success that he has with the Niners. Nothing to say that Purdy's been nothing short of amazing, but you have to attribute to the team that he has around him.
Okay, so here's what's weird, Cameron. Do you think if we put Patrick Mahomes on the Jets, he would have the same amount of success that he has with the Chiefs?
I think Patrick Mahomes has more success on the Jets than he does with Purdy.
Okay, but that's not what I asked. Just so that we're clear, do you think Patrick Mahomes would have the same amount of success on the Jets as he has on the Chiefs?
Probably not.
Okay, would Josh Allen have the same amount of success on the Jets that he has on the Bills?
Your Honor, objection. He's badgering the witness.
Cameron.
All right, but what I'm saying is you got to attribute Purdy's success to the team he has around him, right?
No, but only to the level that we do with everyone is all I'm trying to say, Cameron, because the comment you just made about Purdy, no one would ever make it about any of the other QBs. I've never heard anyone do it. I've never heard someone say, if you put Jalen Hurts on the Bears, I don't think that team would be very good. I've never heard someone say it. It's true, but I don't hear people go, dude, A.J. Brown on one side, Devontae Smith on the other, Dallas Goedert up the middle, and 4 running backs I've heard of on fantasy teams behind me. Never heard someone say it, not once.
Agreed. I think there's just less of a potential with Purdy than other quarterbacks.
Okay, and that's totally a fair opinion. Cameron, thank you so much.
Cameron, thank you. And I'm sorry, Cameron.
For what?
For the badgering that he had to take.
It's not badgering. It's an accurate point. It is a fair question to ask.
You were going to go through every single quarterback and ask him whether or not quarterback A would be better on crappy team B.
Uh-huh.
You didn't have to do that, Mark. That was heavy-handed.
I did too.
It's because I had to step in after one because Cameron, if I may, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. Would you like a radio show without any talking?
No.
Do you not want to be challenged?
I want to have the callers know that this could be a safe space.
You could all gang up on me on the crossover to the point of being like, "We've got you cornered."
It's a good half hour.
But if we talk about it in the other direction, we're not allowed to do this.
These are callers, Mark. These are our constituents. These are our people.
I was not mean to Cameron. Cameron answered my question like a champ.
Cameron, if I took Joe Burrow and put him on the Crapzilla of Charlotte Crapzillas, Would he be as good?
Answer the question, the Dibbers.
The answer is no.
Of course.
But we do this with other quarterbacks in other situations.
We don't.
We just did it with Tua.
No, we don't do it with Tua.
Tua is a different quarterback this year than he was last year,
Well, yeah,
in
he's
large part
upright.
because he's upright, but also because he's got a better supporting cast around him. And he has, he's got a new rookie running back who can run a 4.140.
He showed up a week ago.
And he's been amazing.
He has, but they scored they scored 36 on the Chargers, come from behind, and the guy was not even playing.
Raheem Mostert now is
Yes.
a fixture.
Yes.
And they didn't even have Jalen Waddle, and they put up 70 in that game.
Right.
On Denver.
Right. One game. But they've had Waddle in all the other games. They have Tyreek Hill in all of the games. They've got Mike McDaniel calling plays like a crazy person on the sideline, running away from camera
Nobody's
people.
ready to put Tua in their top 5, and many people don't have him even in their top 10.
I've heard a lot of people starting to dance him around 6 and 7 in the league. And,
Why, that's not top 5.
And power rankings, some people do have him in their top 5. But
Let me
power
find my
rankings,
33rd team QB rankings and
power
see how we're doing.
rankings, schmauer dankings. Nobody, I
Okay.
don't care about that. Grant me this. Do you hear these caveats with Brock Purdy more than you do the other quarterbacks?
Well, that's a loaded question.
Why?
Because I work in this market and I spend 20
right.
hours a week with you talking about this very thing, and I spend another 50 hours listening to this talk in this market on this very station.
My good friend Dan.
My pal Mark, that's a loaded question.
What sound launched this conversation today? Who was talking?
Some injured nobody who takes drugs and goes into a dark room and sends Christmas presents back to his own parents.
Fine, but where does he play football if and ever he ever returns?
The Big Apple.
Okay. And the show he was on originates where?
I think it's in Bristol. He's kind of all over the place, that Pat McAfee. He's so big, he originates wherever the hell he wants to.
Rich Eisen did 7 minutes on it last night talking about Purdy as an MVP candidate. This is not a local story. This is not a local dynamic. The Brock Purdy caveats are a national subject. And the reason is that nobody does to these other quarterbacks what we do to Brock Purdy. I've always dismissed this concept. We did it to Draymond Green for years. Well, if you put him on this team over here, right. And if Tom Brady spent his entire career a Bear, Tom Brady would not be the GOAT. Joe Montana still would be. That's just part of the deal. No quarterback in the NFL is penalized to the level of Brock Purdy in terms of the way people view him because of teammates. Nobody other than Purdy.
It's because of draftism is what it is.
Thank you.
It's because of draftism. And I do think that there are pieces of those caveats that they're true and they're real. And it's the fact that he's on this team with this quarterback coach, with whatever, the head coach, the play sheet, the talent around him, and all the rest of it. Those are caveats, but I do think that they're appropriate, at least for the short term.
Yeah. I don't see it that way. Because it paints Brock as somebody who's along for the ride. And he's not. Oh, the Niners are good. Right. One of the big reasons is him. One of the very, very, very big reasons why the Niners are so good is him.
Yes.
Okay. And nobody, certainly not me, is saying that Brock Purdy is not in probably, I guess you could argue the best situation in the NFL. You could totally argue that.
Let me just ask you this while we're browbeating callers and each other. If I can just browbeat you with this, and then we can go to the phones and you can start beating up people in Pacifica and Queens.
Just you wait, Tim and Nick and Richie. Oh,
I'm coming for you.
I got a big old hammer. Go ahead.
If Brock Purdy was not quarterbacking this team and Sam Darnold was, would they be 4-0?
No.
Who would have beaten him?
Probably the Rams.
I don't buy that.
Yeah.
I don't buy that, but
I do.
I'm not trying to sell it. I just want to throw that out.
There's no way to prove or disprove.
No, it's hypotheticals.
No way to prove or disprove.
You answered definitively, so you'd have him at 3-1 though, with Sammy D. Because boy, Arizona's coming for you.
Well, but okay, they beat everybody by double digits,
right?
Significant double digits. but I have no idea how the offense moves and how that changes a field position battle.
Yeah.
And
according to Vegas, Purdy's only worth 5.5, right, on the spread.
Was it even that?
I think it might
have been. I
4.5
I thought it was more like 3.5 or 4.
Boy, okay.
It's like 4. But, that changes after one game if Sam goes out and is very mediocre. And I don't know. I don't know what he would look like. Richie in Queens. Hey, Richie. What's going on? You're on with Willie and Dibby.
How are you?
Good, Rich. How are you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. The conversation is pretty good. I mean, it's really tough, especially I think a quarterback gets more of this attention, like if he's on the right team. I think of Archie Manning. I go back a ways, guys. And I remember Archie Manning. If he was on the Packers, how good would he be? And obviously being in New York, Daniel Jones is coming up. Like, is he really the guy that we paid, spent $40 million on? Your guy, who's been phenomenal, is, and I think until he gets a reputation of winning and winning a playoff game, it'll be that way for a while. Is he there because of the system? But the bottom line is, I just appreciate anybody that just wins. And what he's doing is phenomenal. As a matter of fact, I think you guys know I'm a San Francisco Giants fan who lives in New York.
Indeed.
I'm becoming a 49er fan because that's always been my second team. But the New York teams are pretty much in the toilet at this point, especially after last night. But, I really called real quick because I knew I tried to get in earlier. Were you surprised that Kapler was not given the weekend that they fired him when they did?
Originally, yes. And Richie, thank you so much. We love it when you call. Yeah, originally, yes. I mean, we all got caught off guard. Hell, Dibbs and I are sitting here talking to Fred Warner.
Yeah.
So
terrible timing, Farhan.
If we had had any inkling that was about to go down, we might have adjusted some things a little bit. I was very surprised. However, my analytical side of my brain looks at this sort of with a curiosity before any sort of a criticism, because I do think I liked what you said yesterday. Originally, you were upset. You said they did him dirty.
Dirty.
I feel like it was more likely that it was so obvious what was about to happen that Gabe called a meeting and said, if you're going to do it, do it. I don't want to sit here in the dugout and act all weekend long.
Right.
So get me out of here. Let's get out of the way of the Brandon Crawford celebration.
Yeah, man.
And let's do it.
Reminds me of Hank in Breaking Bad.
I think that's more likely what happened, but you then followed up and said, if that's the case, then it's on the Giants for letting it become so obvious by Thursday night.
Yes.
That, to me, is a very fair point.
That's why it feels like Hank in Breaking Bad. I know you didn't watch the show, but
I
Hank,
know it. Yeah.
Yeah, and they go out in the desert, and it's Walt and it's Hank, and they're both kind of at the end of it. And
don't ever go out in the desert.
Walt is begging for Hank's life, and Hank looks over and goes, "You dummy." He made up his mind before we even got in the car. And Walt's like, and he had already made up his mind before he got in the car.
Yeah.
Didn't go well for Hank. Spoiler alert, apologies. But it's been a good 8 years. So I think you're right in terms of Gabe. He probably called the meeting and said, if you're going to do it, let's just do it. And let's do it now. But I didn't think it had to come to that.
Yeah. And, in the end, it is one of those things I think that maybe we obsess about in the moment. And I don't think anybody's even going to remember 3 years from now that it went that way. Like, you're firing someone.
Right.
It's kind of hard to be like, do this in a wonderful way. No, you're firing someone.
Right.
This is not. We're not going to walk out of here with hugs and handshakes and love for one another. You're firing the guy. I'm sure he disagrees.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's bummed. And that would have been the case on Sunday night also.
Kai Correa also bummed because he's sitting on a .333 winning percentage right now as a skipper.
But he's got one in the hip pocket.
Got to win.
He's got one.
He's got one dub.
He's got one, and it's over the Dodgers, too.
Yeah, woohoo.
Special dub.
Really showed them.
2-1 win. It was all a bunch of rookies playing, too.
Gutsy.
Let's go to Tim in Pacifica. Hi, Tim. What are you doing?
Hey, man, I'm driving my son to his flag football game where I'm at. But
oh, nice.
I love the show, and I want to, Mark, I want to thank you for your service with the refrigerator for all those years.
Yeah, no problem, Tim.
Carrying that on your back.
Thank you.
It
would be great if you could show up with like a dolly or something next time. It would have been easier.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do.
Thanks.
So I was originally calling because I was thinking about comparisons with point guards in the NBA, particularly old school point guards back, not a Curry point guard, but like a John Stockton, like the Stockton Malone, the old debate, like would Stockton have been any good without Malone and vice versa.
Yeah.
And, you can go all down the line with point guards. And then I got annoyed with myself, and I was like, it's a specious argument. It's the beauty of team sports, that it's a team. You cannot separate one player from another player any more than you can separate a chef from his ingredients. The chef at French Laundry is not going to come down to Jack in the Box and whip up some gorgeous souffle that's going to be on the Cooking Network and make people pay $700 a night for it, $700 a plate for it. So I don't even know where I'm going with this, but I was just sort of enjoying the comparison until I got mad at myself for bothering the comparison. And I hope you all have a splendid afternoon.
Well, we hope
Thank you, Tim.
We hope that your son wins his game. Thank you, Tim, in Pacifica. Flag football season already underway in some areas, not in others.
Oh, but big time in my neighborhood.
Yeah.
We've got a little Saturday morning league. First kick is like at 8. So you go out for the walk with the baby at 8, and the neighborhood is littered with SUVs.
I'm thrilled that in my hood the flag football season is in January. It starts in January because we don't play on Saturdays, we play on Sundays. And if you play on Sundays in the fall, those games happen at the same time as real games.
Yeah, that's brutal. But then you do have to juggle the CYO flag football
a little bit,
double dip.
A little bit.
If your kid's an A player, and I'm
Right.
sure he is. Because I ref in the B's. Is he a 4th grader?
He's 4th grader.
I might get Jude this year.
Evals this Sunday. Let's go. Call every foul. Call them all.
Ask our boss, look, about how I dealt with his son. Because I do the 4th and 5th grade leagues. His son was out there. No, you only get 5, son. You don't get 6. This is not the association.
Oh.
He was earning his keep out there.
He will tell you all about he knows players you don't know. I'm telling you. This guy will tell you the Hawks roster if you want him to.
Man.
So be careful.
Just tell your boy,
Be careful.
any slight, don't even make eye contact with me. I'll give him the baby T.
No, actually, he's not like that.
No, he's not.
He'd be fine. I can't wait.
Ref, there was not a travel. That's the older one.
He's
I
not
know.
like
I
his
know.
older brother at
I'm
all.
sorry. Are you going to call 3 in the key or what, Ref?
Napoleon Dynamite is very much high school, not elementary.
Totally.
All right, Rich and Fremont, you next up. What's up? What you doing, Rich?
Hey, Mark. Hey, Dips. Look. Okay, look. Hey, I'm going to be honest. I agree with Willard. I think that if Darnold was at the helm, the Niners would not be 4-0. And one of the reasons why is if he's playing against the Rams know they can rattle him. And before you know it, he's throwing interceptions. I mean, hey, this is the same quarterback who when reporters asked him, I think he was playing for the Patriots then, and they asked him, he said, I saw ghosts. And it's like, I don't care. If you're a quarterback in the NFL, you don't admit that you saw ghosts, dude. That is a no for me, dog.
Yeah! Rich.
Thanks, Rich. That's become a real catchphrase.
I think we need T-shirts. I really do. But
that's enough for me, dog.
Exactly right.
Add that one to the list, Rich and Fremont.
Exactly right. Yeah, like
I think that's going to be a no for me on the front, and then the back just dog.
And by the way, we spelled that D-A-W-G.
Just a picture of a dog. Pick your dog, and we'll throw it on the back.
I did get the kids some. You can do that now. There's like a website called Face Pajamas, and you send them a picture, and they'll put it all over the clothes.
Okay.
So they've got penny pants. They got penny PJ pants.
That's cute.
Yeah. They grew out of them in like 2 seconds.
That's the way that goes.
That's the way it goes. Anyway, the Darnold question that you asked me is an interesting one, and it is unanswerable in a factual sort of a way.
Of course.
But I guess what you're asking, I know the Niners didn't need all 30 of their points in every game, but there's a game flow that goes with that. In other words, if you're not doing that, are you giving the other team a shorter field? Is the defense then taxed because your offense is not going on long drives and not staying on the field? It goes a completely different way. If you're asking me if Sam Darnold could average even close to 30 points a game with this 49er roster, my answer is no. I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I would bet against it.
Yeah, you beat Pittsburgh 30-7. Feels like Sammy D could have navigated that one to a victory on the road.
The defense was amazing in that
Rams,
game.
you beat them 30-23. That one was the one that might have been in some sort of jeopardy. You beat the Giants 30-12. That was a Debo production, and I don't recall a lot of those throws being super duper difficult. That game was a complete domination.
Yeah.
And it was an adjustment because the Giants blitzed the snot out of Brock Purdy.
Does that turn into a fumble, sack, and a defensive score for the Giants?
Or does Sammy D figure it out quicker and march down the field?
Maybe.
I mean, Rich is right about him seeing ghosts, and that makes it a little tough. And then you beat the Cardinals. I think you beat the Cardinals anyway. But as somebody said on the YouTube feed, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, if Darnold was starting, they'd be 5-0. And I got to agree with that person.
I don't even understand that.
Oh, it's because they're 4-0, and he's so good they'd actually be 5-0.
They have to play 5 games to be 5-0.
They would have counted for 2 wins because he's that good.
That's not a statement that you agree with. That's ridiculous.
It's a statement I actually made, so it's a statement that I must agree with.
Why does everyone think that Sam Darnold? This is the greatest.
I don't know why
life
you're
hack.
hating on Sam Darnold.
I'm not. It's the most amazing life hack. I want this.
It's the best job this side of vice president.
I want this. You should all want this. You should want in life to have a resume that says one thing, and then you switch jobs, and all of a sudden, everything you've done in your life is actually no longer true. You are now valued.
Politics.
You are valued twice as much as you ever were before without doing anything other than showing up to work. What is this?
It's politics. Let's look at the current governor of California and a future possible presidential candidate.
But politics are built on lies. Sports is not. It's actually
resume. Politics is built on resume.
Okay, that's fair. And resumes are built on lies. But my point is it's what I love about sports. It's why I get mad at college football every year, because they base their win in the end on opinion. They get into a boardroom and we go, we think you should play for a national title.
Right.
But the beauty of pro sports is there are no lies. You win, you're in. You lose, it doesn't matter what we thought of you. You've got to go do it. And that's why
there are lies in pro sports.
If it sounds like I take the Brock Purdy stuff personal sometimes, it's because not about Brock, it's the dynamic. It's the dynamic of seeing somebody achieve something and having other people, many of us sitting on couches with bellies, going,
jeez,
I don't really think it was that good. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Stop diminishing achievement.
Right.
His resume is his resume.
But it's not solely his resume.
And Sam's is too. We have somehow gone so wackadoodle that we can take Brock's actual achievements and diminish them, and take Sam doing nothing and elevate him. What's happening?
Well, what's happening is you're picking and choosing on. So Sam's bad play is his resume, and Brock Purdy's good play is his resume.
Correct.
Forget the teammates that they have, and forget the coaching and the situation and all the rest of it. Sam's not good because he played on bad teams and he played badly. Brock is really good because he plays on good teams and he plays really, really well. I think that you're trying to parse the difference between resume and success, because Brock's success is built on 2 things. He's really good and they're really good. And Sam Darnold's resume is built on 2 things. They were really bad.
Right.
And he was not very good either.
Okay.
Now, would he have been better here? If he was here his whole career, would he have been better? Of course he would have been better.
Better is fine. That's not what people say. People think he's going to be great, really good, or like this team wouldn't miss a beat.
Maybe 4-0. I mean, you're crazy to think otherwise. Somebody on the YouTube said they'd be 5-0, which I thought was a genius take.
Then it must be true.
Must be. First NorCal Credit Union.
Speaking of banks, we're presented by Fremont Bank.
Oh.
Full service banking, no compromises. Maybe a little more space between those two next time.
That's
Dibs.
my bad.
All right.
And I love Fremont Bank. I'm a customer.
Your call's next. Mark with a C. You'll be first up, even though your take is wrong. And we'll do the Chris Paul thing also. Okay? Willard and Dib.
caveat.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I should have known. How dare you come down my road like this on a Tuesday? It's the worst day of the week.
Oh, whatever. Your daughter's down. You had a private audience with Farhan Zaidi.
No, not
bouncing
at all.
your step.
No,
got here early.
We get, you and I get to do what we get to do, but it's also about what happens next. Like, the tradition around my place now. Lovely Christy, come by for dinner, get the kids around. Everybody get some food. If there's a game on that you want to watch, let's watch the game. What are we watching tonight? What am I watching? A Phillies Marlins game?
Lock in.
Come on, bro.
Lock in on the fish. Let's go. Anytime that Philly is involved and Philly can have its collective heart broken, I'm in.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm here for it.
Young Jew does have an interesting fascination with a Luis Ariz.
As he should. I mean,
how many of you even know who that is?
The guy was sniffing 400 for half the year.
He's an amazing hitter. And he could be standing next to us right now, and we wouldn't know.
It's a problem with baseball.
But, yeah, I know. No, that's true. That's true.
Major League Baseball?
No, don't
You're better.
say it. Yeah, exactly.
Better. You had a better year this year. Proud of you, baseball. Flaccid Rob.
Not you, Giants, but everybody else.
Not you, Manfred. Keep the A's in Oakland, and I'll let you out of my crosshairs.
How about, can we get 30 seconds on this?
Sure.
How about that just went away? Oakland,
what, A's to Vegas?
Yeah, it just got quiet. It's not confirmed. It's not done.
Right.
And
owners are going to vote in November, I think, right?
It's just, but remember, there was a drumbeat for about a month and a half, and every day, and people were taking videos and putting them on the internet from, lawmaker proceedings in Nevada, and all this stuff was going on, and then it just.
Well, it's done, except
closed.
for, there's one last hurdle.
Well,
owners say yes, and then off you go. I think.
Maybe.
No, you're right.
Yeah. I mean, how many times have you ever seen a house get sold and then it's like, nope, butt caught? Not always. Anyway, 888-957-957. We'll get to the Chris Paul stuff in a little bit. Let's keep going with the phones. Hey, Mark in Oakland. And I think we did this once before. First of all, thank you for calling. How do you spell your first name?
It's with a K.
Okay, thank you. Will you stop doing that in the other room? Stop it. They keep putting your name up here as Mark with a C, and they're just trying to get under my skin, and I won't have it. Thank you, Mark with a K.
But it's working.
No, Mark with a K.
It's going great.
Thank you for being a part of the club. Hello.
I'm glad to be here. So first of all, I just got to say, I, as a 49er fan, am glad that what we're debating is if the undefeated quarterback on the undefeated team, if others could do that job. That's a cool spot to be in as a fan, because that means we're really good.
Amen.
So first off, I'm happy with all that. Second off, this is how good your topics are, you two, and the way you're getting into my head. I'm watching the game yesterday, and I'm like, how am I going to call tomorrow and explain how Purdy isn't as good as Mark thinks he is? That's what I'm thinking.
Am I right?
Oh, man.
But here's my answer.
If you're thinking of us, Mark, if you're thinking of us in the middle of the game on Sunday, I like it. Favorite compliment of the week, easily.
Nice. Well, that's what you guys stayed with me. So here's what I'm going to come with today. I don't think it's outlandish to say that you could have a solid mid-level quarterback who's not necessarily great on a team like this, and they're doing good. And I feel like, Mark, possibly you're doing a little gaslighting, but it's kind of fun to play with. And here's how I think. If someone comes in and goes, anyone could do that, I could do it, that's kind of crazy. And I know I'm not someone like that. Like, I could get up there and throw touchdowns for the 49ers. I know I couldn't. I do think about half of the starting quarterbacks in the league would be doing about as good as Purdy, because this team, he has so much time and so many weapons and such a good coordinator. So I think, but you will act like that's crazy if someone says, well, maybe he's just solid and this is a great team and it's making him look good. You're like, no, like you're a heretic or something. So I feel like you're going the other way with it, which actually makes it fun, because then I can sit here and try to convince you. But first, I want to know, is that what you really think? Is there not any party that's like, he might just be decent and this team is really good? Because it feels like you think that's not a possibility, and I think that's a reasonable possibility that needs to be considered.
Yeah, personally, I think the word decent is not appropriate. Yes, so no, I do not find that, and here's why. I'm not gaslighting, Mark. What I honestly believe is that the things he does are undervalued. Like, we don't see them. When we talk about quarterback talent, and this is why we've coined the word draftism on the show, is when we look at quarterbacking, we love to marvel at certain things. Arm strength, size, mobility, improvisational ability. These are the things that, like I just described, Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. And they're Adonis-looking dudes with massive arms, the improvisational ability, and winning teams. And so that's sort of what our standard is. What Brock does, but I think he does it at an elite level, is the little stuff that, quite frankly, in the end, matters more. Doesn't mean he's going to ever be Mahomes or Allen. I don't necessarily even think that. But in order, and Mark, thank you so much, in order to be a successful QB in this league, I actually think there's plenty of data to suggest that decision-making, timing, and accuracy are probably the three most important things for a quarterback to have. Now, if you can put them along with howitzer arm, unbelievable legs, ability to move within the pocket, now you're going to get a Mahomes, right? And I'm not saying he's that, but I would take these subtle Purdy skills over the Jamarcus Russell skills, Jeff George.
Yeah, it's funny that you picked those two out of the hat.
Howitzer
two
arm,
absolute bums.
Right, but how they got all the tools. Howitzer arm.
All the tools.
The size, the draft, all of the stuff that we want the quarterback to have.
Your breakdown was great until you used those two guys as comps.
Then let's pick two new ones.
Let's pick current quarterbacks who have big arms, who maybe aren't absolute washout busts.
Okay.
Jamarcus Russell, in terms of ability to study and learn and make decisions, he is among the worst in storied history. And Jeff George was not ever known for his football acumen, but the big arm from Jeff George.
But they were drafted incredibly early, and there were high expectations.
I do think now, especially in this modern football, we're in a time where what Brock Purdy does is more valued than ever before, because more offenses now are run in what fashion? It's the RPO. More teams do RPO or that type of quick pass, read and react offense than ever before. So the howitzer arm is not as important as it used to be.
Okay.
And we actually had that article in ESPN. I think you shared it in terms of like death of the deep ball.
Yeah.
And you really have, like Brock and his deep balls from the other game, they were very designed and they weren't like, one-on-one, man-to-man, let's throw it 55 yards down the field.
I mean, we had this, I feel like we started this conversation the week, maybe the day after the Giants were in town, that Thursday night football game, the opener. So let's take Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones, big dude, good legs, good arm, 7th overall pick in the draft.
Right.
And somehow, even after that game, and maybe it was because, Brock was wobbly for 2 seconds. Remember, there were a couple throws that almost got picked off. But anyway, there are people who believe that if you swapped out Daniel Jones and Brock Purdy, that the two teams would look exactly the same. And yes, Mark, in Oakland, I think that's crazy.
Brock Purdy would be in a hospital if he was on the Giants.
Well, okay.
Daniel Jones got sacked 11 times last night.
Did you see Eric Armstead's tweet?
Did you hear what I said?
Yes.
He got sacked 11 times. Brock Purdy's been sacked 7 times all year.
First of all, the entire offensive line was hurt. So he's working with nothing but backups.
And so Brian Dable thought, let's just drop back and sling it.
I mean, have you seen any other ridiculous coaching moves this year?
Did
you see Eric Armstead's tweet?
Yes, I did.
For those of you who didn't see Eric Armstead's tweet, I don't have it in front of me, but I'll paraphrase. It was something along the lines of, damn, Daniel Jones, why couldn't you sit back there in the pocket and look for receivers when you were playing us so that we could have career days too? And it immediately goes to the point I was making to you yesterday about people who are worried about the 49er defense right now. I think a lot of the completions that you're seeing other teams put out there are because they're being told, when you drop back against the Niners, get rid of the ball immediately. And it is exactly what Daniel Jones did when he was playing the 49ers, and he did not do it last night. They disrespected the Seattle defense, and they paid because of it.
Dearly.
They paid dearly.
They paid very dearly, and that's where, It's tough to make those comps, but I think Daniel Jones is a fair one because he is a bigger guy with a bigger arm. I do think that he's able to execute the short passing game, but right now they're in trouble. They have no offensive line, and they don't have a real running game. So you're asking the guy to set back there when the other team knows that you're going to throw the ball.
So if Daniel Jones is the 49er quarterback, what does it look like?
They're probably 4-0. And you could pick, we could play this game with about 18 other quarterbacks, and I would have them at 4-0.
And what would the Giants be if Brock Purdy were their quarterback?
Probably about the same. They might be a little bit better, but...
You think they're interchangeable?
I think Brock Purdy's better than Daniel Jones, but I think the Giants are in a spot where they're in real trouble. I don't think that their coach is very good offensively. I think that their offensive line is terrible, and they don't have a lot of skill guys. And this is not to denigrate Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's been amazing. And if I go through all these metrics, and I'm looking at all of them, on target percentage, he's 5th in the league right now in OTP, the all-important OTP. And he's actually 4th if you take out Gardner Minshew. What percentage of your passes, excluding spikes and throwaways, are on target? And he's at 82%. And that's only behind Dak, Herbert, and Mahomes.
Yeah.
I mean, that's heady company.
It's really, really good stuff.
So, yes, Kyle schemes.
Yeah.
He schemes his guys open, but then Brock Purdy figures out who is supposed to get the ball and then delivers the ball to that player.
Well, I also think
this is not to minimize what he's doing. It's amazing.
It's not a video game, though. Like Kyle schemes it open. Yes, there are certain plays like, okay, 4th and 4, they go to Kittle. That's option one. That's a scheme. Okay, but to think that Brock is not going through progressions. Remember the play to Ayuk down the left side against the Rams when Kyle said afterwards, like, I was kind of surprised with where the ball went.
Yes.
Like, Brock is not a joystick. There's not a button where you're like, okay, throw it now. Like, he's actually out there making those decisions. You look at Daniel Jones last year when he was on a better team. They went to the playoffs. He got a massive contract out of that. He played in all the games. He threw 15 touchdowns and had 5 interceptions.
What do you have, 7 on the ground? Maybe more.
7, yes. Yeah.
And he rushed for like 700 yards.
708 yards, yeah.
He was a big two-way threat, but I don't think that you look at Daniel Jones last year and think, yeah, this is a guy we want to give $40 million a year to. They gave him $40 million a year. They were kind of stuck. If Brock Purdy continues to play like this and he gets to his contract situation, he's getting 45 or 50 a year, and he will have earned it.
That's going to be an interesting one. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I do think the 49ers are in a better situation than maybe people realize when it comes to this, and it's not for today, but the financial conversation with Brock Purdy. So a lot of people don't know this. We've mentioned it a few times. He is not even allowed to ask for an extension until after next year. He can't even ask for one. This like against the CBA rules because he's only in year 2.
Can't even hint at it.
No, he could I know people who are like, who's going to hold out next year? No, he won't.
He's not even allowed to address Parag Marathe.
No, he cannot speak to him.
No. No. Christmas card? No.
So after next year, you got 2 more full seasons of Brock, this one and next one. And then you see where you're at. And if it is this good, let's say he's like, still never lost a game, well, then that's fine. But let's say it's just, good, solid quarterback play. Then the pre-year 4 extension conversation happens. What does that look like? And
sweet Jesus.
Well, I don't think it actually is, Brock's going to get a Burrow contract. I actually think...
You tell me that Farhan now works for the Niners?
No, I'm telling you that...
It's a joke.
When you're about to play football for a 4th season and you've been paid a sum total of like $2.5 million over 3 years and someone is looking at you going, okay, we would like to give you a bucket that has many, many, many millions of dollars in it, or you could, play the season or hold out.
Yeah.
The Niners are going to be in a situation with Brock that's a little unique. He's not a number 1 overall pick.
Plus, they can franchise him if they really want to go that route. There's a lot of things they can do.
He's going to want a bit like Brock Purdy will, for the first time in his life, a piece of paper will get put in front of him that basically says on it, would you like to not worry about money ever again? And he'll say, yeah. He'll say, yeah. So there's not that Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert leverage for Brock in a year and a half.
I'll buy that
we're used to. I'm not saying it won't be big. It'll be big. But it's not going to be top of the market. I don't think.
Well, even if he wins the Super Bowl,
unless
they
he
don't
wins
have.
two.
Well,
I mean, if he still hasn't lost a game a year and a half from now, then we'll talk.
I guess the public pressure would be there, but what's Brock going to do? So if they offer him a deal after year 3 and he hasn't won a Super Bowl, but he's been good, maybe not this good, but he's been really, really good, and the team says, yeah, we want to give you $40 million. We want to give you the Daniel Jones contract, $4 and $160. How about that, Brock? And Brock's like, well, that would make me the 13th highest paid quarterback in the league.
And they'll go, good, that's your
number. It's going
number.
to be a no from me, dog. Then, I mean, it would. I don't know if the team wants to get into that sort of a push-pull with the fans obviously siding with Brock.
Sure.
That's a conversation for way down the road.
That's enough for me, dog.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Aiden in San Jose. Hey, Aiden, you're on with Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, guys. Awesome show. Always love hearing you guys.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm looking for some advice. I've got the most annoying Broncos fan next door to me.
Okay.
And he doesn't believe in Brock the way that, me and my fellow fanatics have. Trying to see if you guys can give me some advice on some arguments or some sides here to prove that, supporting Brock's side and what he's already accomplished with the Niners.
Well, first of all, you could get personal and just say that the Bronco fan is being a hater because of all of the misery that they're going through and the fact that not only do they have a poor team with poor quarterback play, they're locked into it for the next 3 or 4 more years.
What you could do is
you could play dirty right away.
You could play really dirty by blasting Sierra music like "My Goodies, Not My Goodies" at the top of your speaker's volume to just drive home the point that they have Russ and Sierra in Denver.
But Aiden, I would actually say
Great
this.
ideas.
I would actually say this, Aiden. I want you to go and meet that person where they live. And I know that no, listen. Remember,
shake that man's hand.
No, not that.
Okay.
No. But what I mean is that person's expertise is with the Broncos, right? Not the 49ers.
Yeah.
So you go to that person and say, what was it that happened when John Elway finally won a Super Bowl? Just ask him. Ask him. And what do you think he's going to say?
You tell me.
He's going to say, well, they finally put a team around him, and Terrell Davis became the best running back in the league, and so we went out and won back-to-back Super Bowls. And you're going to say, oh, so you mean great quarterbacks are allowed to have great running backs behind them, and that doesn't take away from their legacy, right?
Got it.
That's what I want you to do, and you'll just be approaching with questions, so he won't think you're being aggressive, and you'll pin him. You'll pin him on the floor like a wrestler, Aiden.
Oh, I'm so glad I called you.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
Hey, or you can take the dibber route, Aiden, and just go up there and say, you know what, John Elway, overrated. That's
right. Because you just throw stuff
you
at their
look at
door.
his career, until he got decent players around him, good players that carried him, Elway, he's nothing, my dude. 57% completion for his career?
Is that true?
Dude, you are Tannehill. Thank you for calling.
Is that a
Aiden.
real stat?
56.9% completion.
Gosh, quarterback stats have just gotten sideways.
Elway led the league in yardage once. Led the league in touchdowns never.
It's wild.
Threw 300 touchdowns to 226 picks. He led the league in attempts twice. Oh, he's a gunslinger. He was carried by his teammates.
Wow. I mean,
John Elway, overrated. There it is. That's Aiden. That's what you come with.
Cut it. Send it to Aiden.
Thank you.
No, quarterback stats are different. They are. It's funny because those of us, if you've been watching football for a minute or two, some of the guys we think are great, and then you're like, you'll get into arguments with people. You'd be like, oh, Joe Montana was unbelievable, and John Elway, and then you pull up the stats. You'd be like, look at this. And then you look at the stats. You're like, oh, crap. My argument just kind of died on the vine because it was a different league. We didn't do 75% completion and 18 guys over 4,000 yards back then.
70 is what 60 used to be.
Yeah.
Like 70 back now, 70 is like, whoa, 70 is great. Remember when Drew Brees was at 70 about 8 years ago and it was record breaking and all that? And this year you've got, I think, 7 or 8 guys above 70 because it's pitch and catch. I was surprised when I just punched up the Elway numbers how
that's really surprising.
Mediocre.
Yeah.
And he was the MVP in 1987, and they went 8-3-1, 19 touchdowns. It was a shortened year.
Yeah.
But, I mean, John Elway, overrated.
Great player, but...
he's all right.
You know.
It's my new take.
Great players need, I don't know, more great players around them.
Brock Purdy, greater than John Elway.
I love it.
There.
I mean...
You happy?
Well, no, I'm not happy. Now I'm upset that I didn't go to Warrior Media Day yesterday.
How come?
Because I wanted to let Steph know that he's a product of all the good players around him.
No, it's, I mean...
Like, no, Steph.
Has he ever won a title without Draymond Green?
Steph, you're good. It's not that you're not good. You are. You're good. I mean, but what a situation, am I right?
What did he do before Draymond got there? The answer? Not a damn thing.
Got Monte Ellis traded.
Yeah, that hurts. Somebody asked me on Twitter earlier, or X earlier today, where the I'm a Warriors, I'm always going to be a Warriors, and that's Monte Ellis. That was Monte's quote from, God, back in like 06 or whatever.
Yep.
I'm a Warriors, I'm always going to be a Warriors.
Yep.
So that's where that comes from. But anyway, your Chris Paul mea culpa coming up in 10 minutes.
Yeah,
I'm trying to forward promote here, Mark. That's what we do.
Good job.
I'm teasing.
Oh, man. Everybody's going to stay.
And Adam Sandler tickets to give away last week, in case you missed him. He looked at his sheet. That was so good.
Made you look. You totally did. You made me look.
Wait, we're giving those away
I
again?
didn't see that. When we
Sandler
do?
tickets last Thursday. Don't miss it, Filmo Mike.
You have me freaking out for those. Did I tell you that?
The whole station just went into a state of chaos.
That felt great.
Adam Sandler tickets. People are running down the hall. What? No, that's an old read. Oh my gosh, that was funny.
Yeah, sorry. I'll take the buzzer. I'll take that one gladly.
I think the show has already happened. No, it hasn't. Telmo in the city. Hey, Telmo, what's going on?
Well, that was an awkward period to be live.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
sure was.
Sorry, Telmo.
They all are, though, Telmo. They all are.
Boy.
It's a weird job that we have, honestly.
I've been on hold, and I feel like Willard just really nailed home some of the points that I was calling about. But just to recap quickly, I think a lot of people get obsessed with this mobility and the ability to throw these bombs. And that's like 5% of quarterback play in the NFL. And on all these small things that Brock's really good at, because I think he played 4 years and against defenses that were much better than him and gave him the ability to learn against athletes and defenses that they were overmatched by, and he got better. But I'll just kind of say this point was, you can see how he thinks or how his brain works as a quarterback, because against the Giants, they blitzed 33 out of 38 or 39 of his dropbacks, and his reaction was was to process quicker. He got rid of the ball. I believe it was average 2.3 seconds, which was the quickest that he's averaged as a starter. So that tells me when teams dial up pressure or bring different schemes or try to make them make an error by reacting quicker, that he's able to just step it up and process what he sees on the field quicker. And that's really what Shanahan's been looking for this whole time, because he believes that he can scheme people open. He just needs a quarterback that's going to be able to find them as fast as possible or make the best decision possible. And in terms of the money thing, and going back to what you were saying, yeah, I think it's going to get to the point where he's going to have to make a decision. But if a team's offering a lot of money, it's because they need a quarterback. And they probably need a quarterback because they haven't had success. So if you're asking a guy like, hey, do you want to make $20 million more over the next few years but get sacked 9 times a game? Or do you want to stay here with this team and keep competing for a Super Bowl year after year? I think a guy like Brock, who seems to be really down to earth and humble,
I think he's going to make the better decision, and that's, hey, I can extend my playing career a few more years by not getting beat up every game and maybe make the money up that way.
It's interesting. Telmo, I think you got a lot of points that you threw in there, a lot of them good. The one at the end is interesting and I think circumstantial. Thank you for the call, by the way. I don't think there's a whole lot of data to suggest that early in a guy's career, when he has not gotten the bag yet, I don't think there's a lot of data to suggest that person looks real hard at, like, how's this going to play out? Who are my teammates?
Yeah.
Am I going to win a title here? Am I safe here? They're going to take the biggest bag. I don't think Brock Purdy's ever going to get to free agency, so that's like not even, quite
Sure.
frankly, it's probably irrelevant here. But guys usually don't get like that until the back half of their career, where they're either searching for that first shot at a ring, or they're like, I've already made my money, so now I'm really thinking in terms of like, well, where do I want to live with the family?
Right,
Or
right.
whatever. Maybe I'll take a tiny bit less. Early in a guy's career, when he hasn't been paid yet, man, that person's going to take whoever offers him the most.
And you're going to ball as hard as you can to play as well and win as many games and be in a situation to get that first bag. And Brock Purdy's in a really different situation. And I'm just looking at the list of quarterbacks on yardage right now, the yardage leaders. And I'm just going down the list, and I'm trying to find a guy who is outside of the first round. Because you got Tua and Stafford. Cousins, I think, was a third rounder, but he's already gotten the bag. C.J. Stroud is fourth in yardage. He's obviously a first rounder. Justin Herbert and Josh Allen. Jared Goff was number one overall. Then there's Brock Purdy. Russell Wilson was a second.
rounder.
He was a third rounder.
Third round.
Then you get to Mahomes. The point being, the majority of these quarterbacks, you got Trevor Lawrence in there. Dak was, I think, a fourth rounder, third
or fourth, yeah.
So the majority of these quarterbacks, by the time they get through their first contract, they've already made a good piece of change to where they don't have to necessarily worry like Brock Purdy has to worry.
Did you see Brock's got some commercials
I
bouncing
did,
around?
yeah.
Like, look at you. Normally I don't look at a pro athlete in a commercial and I'm like, good for you. Go make a little money. Good for you. He probably made more for the commercial than he does for his salary.
And honestly, considering what rental prices are like in the South Bay, especially,
God.
he's probably out there begging for advertisements. Hi, I'm Brock Purdy for... Wait, what's this again?
Guy's going over to his backup offensive lineman. He's like, you guys want to split a place?
Seriously.
You want a roomie?
Hey, Trent, can I hold a little bit? I mean, because Trent's making about...
Oh, my
he's
God.
making 20 plus, right?
Yes, he is.
He goes in the huddle and he looks. He's like, Kittle's making about 18. Debo's making a solid 17. Trent's making 23. Guys, I mean, what are we doing here? I'm making like 40 grand a game.
What's the number? I think, gosh, Rudolph has had this stat a couple times on the weekend. And
How did Rudolph do in his career?
Oh, gosh.
Have you've looked it up, haven't
no,
you?
I haven't.
Oh, I'm going to look it
I
up.
haven't. No,
No,
I'll
you talk,
race
I'll
you.
look.
I'll race you.
You talk, I'll search.
Do you know, and all I'm going to be able to do is ballpark it.
Yeah.
But how
here
many
it is.
How many quarterbacks this year in the NFL?
Look at Kyle.
How many?
Look at the big wallet on Rudolph.
Yeah, where are you looking?
59.9.
Damn.
He better be taking you out to lunch before your
Well,
show.
he is in Florida, so it's a little difficult. We do it
Loophole.
over Zoom.
I know.
I think there's something like 70 quarterbacks in the NFL making more money than Brock Purdy this year.
Did you say 17?
70.
Ooh. Good Lord.
70, actually, to be accurate. But, yeah, I mean, how many teams are there? Most teams have two quarterbacks, at least, who are making more money than Brock Purdy.
Yep.
Some of them have three. Obviously, he's not even the highest paid quarterback on the 49ers. I wonder what the veteran minimum is.
Oh, my God.
Is Brandon Allen making more than Brock Purdy?
I believe so.
I bet he is.
I just looked at the Spotrac list, and they've got him at 81st.
Okay.
Ahead of Tyson Bagent and behind Logan Woodside. Tanner McKee makes more than he does.
Logan Woodside, that's not a real person.
Jake Luton makes more than he does.
Okay.
Jaron Hall makes more. Sean Clifford.
Okay.
Clayton Tune.
I have confirmed. Brock Purdy is the third highest paid quarterback on the 49ers. Third highest on the 49ers.
He's ahead of. No, he's behind Brandon Allen.
Behind Brandon Allen. Yeah. Brandon Allen makes 1.08.
Tim Boyle makes more than Brock.
They all do.
Hendon Hooker makes more than Brock.
Stop it. That's
Who
also,
are you?
It's also not a real name.
We could play the game of real QB or made-up QB because there's some names on this list.
Logan Woodside and Hendon Hooker. Get out of here. Burns and San Bruno. Hey, Burns, what you doing?
Not much, guys. Got my COVID booster.
Oh, you and Dibs
I
today.
got mine today too, brother. Let's go.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah.
Hey,
Aaron Rodgers will be featuring you on his next podcast.
COVID.
COVID.
Yeah. Great.
Anyway, go ahead, Burns.
all right, guys. So there's a yes in me, dogs.
Oh,
I think.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that dog's name is Brock Purdy. We got to understand the Niners have been a team of dogs for a long time. And when we had Jimmy behind center, that man is a poodle. He's not a hunting dog. You got Kittle. He's a golden retriever. You got CMC. That man's a Rhodesian Ridgeback.
Woo!
We got Ayuk. I think he's more of a greyhound type. And then Debo, our pit bull. So my question is, what type of dog is Purdy? And pay that man.
His money.
Extra.
Yeah.
Burns, thank you. Rack that guy. It's a great call. What kind of a dog is Brock Purdy?
What kind of a dog is he?
Got to be smart.
That's a great question.
Smart and durable,
but
loyal.
Also, but like with a sneaky streak in him.
Yeah.
Like
versatile.
a little, like a dog that's not a beta. Look like a beta, not act like a beta.
Chocolate lab.
He's the opposite of Penny.
I like that chocolate lab
Penny
call.
looks like an alpha, acts like a beta. Brock is the opposite. He looks like a beta and acts like an alpha.
Penny comes up soft at the dog park.
Oh, gosh. Penny lets little dogs take stuff from her.
Oh, Penny.
Yeah.
Taking L's all over town.
Dude, yeah. Christy's dog is half her size and nowhere near as fast and, will go take the ball from her.
Oh, it's so
and
great.
then Penny will just stand there and bark at her.
Penny.
Yeah, go get it. You're twice your size. Take it from her. Penny's just like, rough.
So great.
Rough.
We had a play date this weekend with 3 1-year-olds on the blanket.
Oh, gosh. I already have a headache just listening to this.
The toy's there. One baby goes for the toy, and then the other baby goes for the toy. I got a mean little baby. My baby's not. She's out there taking
Look
names.
at the shock on my face. Look at the shock on my face when you told me that.
This other baby tried to go for her snack cup. Didn't go well for another baby.
Look how surprised I look.
Baby's got edge.
No way.
She's cute
No
but
way.
edgy.
What's her last name?
She's Dibber. Little Dibber. Little Dibber's got some edge on her.
She's a Dibber.
She's not about to get rolled up on.
I'm like, what's her
some
last
baby.
name? You're like Mila the Dibbers.
I tried to put that out there.
Amazing.
What kind of dog is Brock, though?
What kind of dog is
Chocolate
Brock?
Lab from Lucas. I like
Lucas,
it.
why do you say Chocolate Lab?
Because Labradors are very loyal.
Yeah.
They're fun-loving.
Right.
They're the perfect family dog.
But where's the aggressiveness in there?
Chocolate Labs are known for being a little more off than your average yellow or black lab.
Okay.
They got a little angry streak
Yeah,
in
like
there.
a little vibe in them. Okay. All right, I'm open to it. I don't know enough about the characteristics of different dogs. You know, I'm the one who everybody at the dog park has had to tell me what a Belgian Malinois is. I'm
Gotcha.
like, what'd you
I've
just
never
say to
heard
me?
of it. It's made up.
Yeah,
it's like these quarterback names. Jake
Would you
Luton.
just call my dog Hendon Hooker? Get out of here with that.
Loco Moco on the YouTube feed says Beagle. Darkness says Purdy is a Staffordshire Terrier. I'm gonna have to take your word for it. We got Shepherd Dog. We got Border Collie from Dublin Marge. Lori Matthews, mean spirited. He's a Chihuahua, small but gutsy.
Small but gutsy.
It's a 3, Lori.
Okay.
Anyway, the breeds are coming in on the First NorCal Credit Union text on the YouTube feed.
Yeah, I don't know. But he would fit in at the dog park. I know that. He'll go for it. He's fearless. And if somebody comes at him, he'll have something to say about it.
Sure.
Yeah.
You need smart. You need efficient. You need highly accurate. It can't be like one of those like racing dogs,
like a greyhound.
He's just not that fast.
Those things are crazy.
And it can't be like one of those Great Danes because he's not that big.
Not that big. Yeah.
Not that big.
Not that big, man.
I mean, Daniel Jones is more like a Great Dane. It's like, man, look at that dog.
Speaking of dogs.
Useless.
Speaking of dogs.
Yeah.
People have often used that word to describe people who have the attitude of Chris Paul.
Oh, I've been waiting for this.
I listened to him yesterday. I try to be open-minded, okay? I try to be. I'm not saying I am. I try to be. And well documented that I am a Warrior fan, and a Warrior fan by definition is not a Chris Paul fan. And so you were in on this right away. You were thumbs up on the idea. Steiny was thumbs up on the idea. And when you were both thumbs up on the idea before it even happened, I was like, I knew I didn't trust those guys. So then it happened, and I think the two of you had a head start in terms of wrapping your head around it because you were already there. I have not been able to wrap my head around it. And then I moved a little bit of a way down the track where I'm like, okay, all right, okay, Warriors, you're all telling me that you're very smart, good basketball players. You look a little old to me, but okay, I'll bite. Let's see if this old group can get together and do it. And then certain things have tripped me up along the way. One of them was the availability of Drew Holiday, where I was immediately like, yep, get him out of here. See you later. Bring me Drew Holiday. And the other one was you coaching. I wasn't offended by it, but I thought it sent a message that was not what the Warriors needed. And I think plenty of people within the team agree with me. But yesterday was media day, Dibs. And a few things were said. Many were asked. Chris handled them head up, shoulders up, talked to people respectfully, playfully.
Eye contact?
Eye contact. Ooh. Listen to this one.
I mean, it's been a lot. It's been a lot. Even with Dre, we been the craziest competitors against each other for a long time. And there's a lot of things said here and there. I tend to deal with things a lot more privately, so we talked, went to lunch, had a great conversation, all these different things, but also with all the different guys, Steph, Klay. I mean, I told you Klay and guarded me for years. We was playing pickup the other day, and he guarded me, and I looked at, I said, we don't do this no more, And so it's funny, man. Life is crazy. Willie Green, who's like a brother to me, actually became an assistant coach years ago here, and it kind of changed the dynamics of our relationship for a little while. You know what I mean? But it's funny how life happens. But everyone here, all the guys, Steve, everybody has been great. We are all trying to build.
See what he did there? Like, how would you describe what you just heard?
That was awesome. He brought, he invoked the name of a beloved former assistant coach and told us something that we didn't know. I didn't know about Chris Paul, that he and Willie Green were that close. He's like a brother to me. And Willie Green, when he coached here, that kind of changed our relationship a little bit, Chris Paul says. And it's like, wow, that's awesome that, you have that awareness and that level of humility to be able to get over everything and still come here. And I also liked what he said about Steph. He's like, when Steph came out and picked me up full court, we're not doing that anymore. Okay, we're not doing that anymore. I'm sick of that. You've been doing that for the past 10 years. So I liked it. Really, really self-effacing there and humble.
Vulnerable. Transparent. He let us in.
Yeah, he shared with us things that we didn't know about him.
He let us in. And when he first arrived and the media assembles and goes, like, again, you can ask it however Kendra asked it, just as an example. I don't want to harp on that back and forth anymore. But the Warrior media assembles, and I think that, we show up with a big measure of ego too. This is Warrior basketball. This has been highly, highly successful. There are big names, big stars, big success. And so if there had been more of a, sort of acknowledgement of that in the conversation of look, yes, I'm Chris Paul, but this is the Warriors and this is amazing and we're going to see how this looks and how it works, and just sort of as opposed to what felt in that moment to some as brick wall. You coaching?
I'm not letting you in here. That's the coach's decision. So I don't even want that topic in front of me. Was it a little quick? Does he not want it? I don't know. Maybe. I'm not inside. But that, to me, is what I look for. I'm not saying you need to tell us all your secrets. You can be Andrew Wiggins, and you can do your impersonation, and you can never speak, and that's fine. Do you want to do your Andrew real quick?
I'll save it for the regular season.
All right,
You're on
fine.
a nice little roll.
Right? But, like, you can let us into whatever level you want to, but an acknowledgement, basically, of, yes, I'm here, but so are you. I get that you're here, Steph, and Klay, you're here. Draymond, you're here. Steve, you're here. Hey, fans, you're here. We're all here, and there was, I thought, a branch that was sent out yesterday. Could it be fake? Absolutely.
Sure.
Raymond Ritter is amazing at his job, right? Because there was also this.
I actually had an opportunity in '08 to come off the bench for the Olympic team. You know what I mean? And that went pretty well. And I think anybody who knows me knows that I'm all about winning. You know what I mean? Whatever I can do to help our team win. So I know coaching us, we're going to talk about it and see what it looks like. We've been hooping all summer, and I think, you know, for the season, you know, it's going to be whatever to help our team win. And I think I've at least tried to show or proven that my entire career. So
it's just media day, okay?
I like the notion of that. I had an opportunity to come off the bench in '08. Let me see. 15 years ago, you were 23, and you're playing alongside the likes of Kobe Bryant and Jason Kidd.
Right.
You had the opportunity to come off the bench. No,
You were
number
told.
3, you're coming off the bench.
Exactly.
13.
But you know what he showed yesterday? Above all else, awareness. And I'm a big, big fan of that. And so whether he's just doing the media the way some players do or wherever all of that came from, yesterday for me was an opportunity to see a little bit of a different side of Chris.
Oh.
The season's about to start. Drew Holiday has been traded. Maybe I'm the last one to the party, and Chris doesn't give a rip about this from me anyway, but I'm still going to say it out loud for the benefit of you, me, and our audience. I hereby, on October 3rd, 2023, I am ready to accept Chris Paul. I am ready to welcome Chris Paul into the Warriors family.
Can you go one step further?
I don't know. What are you asking me to do?
Just simply say, I accept him. Not that you're ready to. Just say that you accept him.
I accept Chris Paul.
Was that so hard?
No.
No, it was so hard.
No, the only
because
reason,
it's been.
No, but I didn't feel it till now. It has. I'm not going to say anything.
Well, maybe you're faking it.
Well, but I'm not.
Well, I mean, Chris Paul, you're basically saying that he could be faking it.
Could be. I don't know. I've never met the man. But all I can do, it has to be authentic.
Okay.
It has to be authentic.
I want you to go all the way there, and I'm glad you did.
I was not feeling this.
And now you are.
Well, I don't even
feeling you.
I don't know
Vic
if
the
I'm
Brick.
feeling it, but I'm there. Let's play ball.
You accept Chris Paul.
Absolutely.
When Chris Paul comes into the game for the first time, because he's not starting apparently, although maybe he is now.
Probably is now.
And you're there, whenever you're there, and Chris Paul does a good thing for your team, you'll applaud.
I'll cheer. I'm not going to boo him.
No, but you will give him every bit of Mark Willard energy that you would give to Moses Moody, Kevon Looney,
Well,
Steph Curry.
Moody and Looney do yoga.
They do.
So they get a little extra.
But if you're going to accept him, you got to fully accept him now. You can't pick favorites among your dubs, much like with your children.
Well, yes, you can. Yes, you can.
But it doesn't mean, you're right, because when Draymond when Draymond Green does good things, I cheer him, but it's not the same level of cheerhood.
Well, and this was famous at Oracle, obviously, that like a Steph three-pointer sounded different than other threes.
Sure.
Right? There's a louder cheer there. So, yeah, I reserve the right to pick favorites.
Okay. Just don't hold back because it's Chris Paul.
When the Warriors are in the playoffs this year, whoever has the ball in their hands and it leaves their hand toward the hoop, I would like it to go in with equal desire.
Even if it's number 3.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
It's big of you. I'm glad you were able to make this capitulation sensation because you have now come on board.
Not that anybody was waiting for it.
No one's waiting for it, but it happens to everyone at different times. Did you hear what Draymond Green said about Chris Paul yesterday at Media Day? He basically called him an a-hole. And,
They both are.
Right,
They
but
both
it
kind
was
of
kind
are.
of funny when Draymond was up at the platform answering questions, and he's like, he's boop. And it's like,
I think we got it. Here's Dre. Here's Dre yesterday.
If you've ever watched Chris compete, he's kind of an you may say the same thing about me, and that's okay. But he's also one of the most competitive guys that I've played against over my 11 years in this league. I'm also an extremely competitive guy, and I'm not backing down from anyone. He's not backing down from anyone. That will bring some clashes, and it has brought plenty of them. When you look at the last 7-8 years in the NBA, Chris Paul is right at the center of all of it. And guess what? So are we, and we weren't on teams.
I cannot wait.
It's a great quote.
It's a wonderful quote, and Draymond is 100% correct in terms of Chris Paul and how Chris sees him and how he sees Chris, and neither one of them backs down from anybody.
Well,
and I wonder what happens when there's an internal clash.
Right, that's like I think you're right, and he's right.
Yeah.
And those two guys do get toward the end. Look, they're great players. I don't know.
Hall of Famers.
Nobody thought otherwise. But, yeah, what happens if it does bring clashes on the court between the two of them? I have, in fact, no doubt that it will.
Right.
No team ever has not had that happen. So it will. And how do they get through it? Because they are maybe the two most stubborn players in the entire league.
Right. So you have a situation where Chris Paul does not rotate appropriately on defense, and you give up a bucket, and Kerr's got to call timeout, and Draymond goes into one of his classic, I'm going to let you know what you didn't do correctly in the moment tirades, and Chris Paul's not going to be the kind of player, and God bless Steph and Klay, who have been on the receiving end of a number of these, and they water off a duck's back. You very rarely see them clap back because they know what it is. It's just a moment. It'll pass. Draymond wants to win, and you just get over it and you deal with it. But I wonder how Chris Paul reacts in that same moment, or if it goes the other way where Draymond maybe throws the ball away when Chris Paul is just standing there wide open, and he says, come on, Draymond, find me with that pass. I wonder what the back and forth is going to be like, because it's going to happen.
I'll give the Warriors this. We've spent a lot of time today after being in the dugout with Farhan. We spent a lot of time talking about the internal workings of a professional team. And obviously the Giants have struggled a lot with that in the last couple of years. The Golden State Warriors, and this goes from top to bottom, okay? They have effectively, in the last 6 months, even less, they have effectively reworked themselves out of what was a real pickle. And they've done it in a way that was at times controversial, at times surprising, at times frustrating. And they arrive here in October, and I'm amazed that largely the fan base is like, okay.
Lock in, Dub Nation.
We can accept all of this.
It's unprecedented. Think about the timeline.
It takes a lot of work, yeah.
Let's see. Player A punches player B in the face, and it basically costs us our season in some way, shape, or form. Okay. How do you fix it? Well, popular general manager, we'll let him go. Young star player whom we wanted to give hundreds of millions of dollars, we're trading him. Number one enemy veteran player who may be forced into a role he doesn't want, got to acquire him. What else can we do? I mean, Mark, it's an unprecedented blueprint, yet here we are, and it's hands in the middle. I cannot wait for this thing to start in 3 weeks.
And you'll never hear anyone right now be like, who's running this clown show?
Right?
No, the opposite is true, in fact. We have arrived at a spot where most Warrior fans I talk to are like, I can't wait to see this.
Right.
Now,
and it's not, I can't wait to see how bad this is. It's, I can't wait to see how fun this is going to be.
Like, there is legit optimism.
And I forgot to add in the Draymond Green extension as, one of the inexplicable, let's give him 4 years.
Look, there's plenty of legit questions to ask. I think that I think that they're on the old side, obviously, with their key players. Is Kuminga going to take a big step forward? I don't think that they're a real title contender unless he does, but he might. I mean, there are questions like there are with almost every team. So those are there, and those are legitimate. But by the same token, I do think that a lot of fans right now look at this and they're like, okay, I'm in. I'm excited. Let's see this thing hum and take it even further. I've heard respected NBA analysts who are like, yo, that's still Chris Paul. It may not be all of him, but that is still Chris Paul. Wait till you see what that does for this entire group. And I'm at minimum in a spot where I'm like, I'm curious. This is absolutely elite level, like, put the fire out type behavior for a team. Because as you just detailed, what they've been through over the last calendar year.
It's crazy.
To arrive at this point with your replacement player being one of the most hated in the history of this organization and have the fan base sound like it currently sounds?
Raymond Ritter, am I right?
I mean, restaurant quality.
Just the VP of communications. And he's
it's not just him.
Of course not.
I mean, yes, he's the best, and we know that.
But when it comes to overall fan optics, it's very difficult to make what they've done look as good as we all think that it looks. And it helps to have 4 titles and the chef and Steve Kerr and all the rest of the positives that are here. But what you did that could still blow up in your face, you've been able to polish it up pretty nice.
It's amazing. We're sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track. Overdue tolls. Vehicles with overdue unpaid tolls may not be able to renew their DMV registration until outstanding balances are paid. Payment assistance is available. Visit bayareafasttrack.org/assistance today. I mentioned earlier that Baldy on the Morning Roast did touch on one, maybe the only, 49ers concern. We'll get to that coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
When you pick up some scratches because you want to...
Hey, Filmo, what are you doing?
I'm smoking tree.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I love our listeners. He paused. Do I tell him?
Pause.
Of course I tell him.
I'll
smoke a tree.
Let's just be honest. Yeah. Like, I got a little bounce in my step right now.
Did you hit some tree during the break?
No, but I got an announcement to make. I am going to be here tomorrow.
Oh, boy. Wait, was that the wrong reaction? I mean, yeah! Yeah, Mark.
Oh.
Why wouldn't you be?
Well,
it's only your job. I
got this little summons in the mail.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
That's never good.
Summons in the mail.
Anytime you get summoned,
it's
it's usually not good.
Just for my civic duty.
Okay.
But I will not be needed, so I will be here.
Good for you.
You just got summoned.
That's a 4. You got summoned.
Just got served.
That's really good.
That's right. Well, I served you back. And my obligation sensation.
That's a buck.
All taken care of.
Good for you.
Without me doing a damn thing other than coming here to talk to you about sports. No way I was going to miss Peter King. You kidding me?
Looking forward to that 3:15 tomorrow.
Yep.
And between now and then, you might be able to get through Football Morning in America. It's about an 8-hour read. You know, start early, start often.
We should ask him when he starts it because it's all up to date. It's like got so much stuff from the day before.
You people are full of crap.
It's very prolific.
It's unbelievable. It is big. It is, God.
He spent time in what he calls Dion's Colorado.
Okay.
So we will ask him about Dion's Colorado and who he thought was the best quarterback on the field last Saturday.
Ooh, yeah, Caleb Williams.
Man, I
versus
wonder.
Shedeur Sanders. Oh,
Yeah, you should wonder.
Lucas, stand down, okay? Stand down. You don't want to get trampled by Traveler. Let's go
Ralphie.
Let's go to sophomore.
Good matchup.
Sophomore in Pacifica. What's up, sophomore? What are you doing?
I'm doing great, man.
Oof, boy. No, actually, sophomore, I'm glad you're doing great. Your phone is not. Give us a call back if you can.
Maybe by junior year, you get a good phone.
Yeah, so what about this? Brian Baldinger this morning, and just to kind of wet the whistle, listen to what he says about Christian McCaffrey.
You know, it's one of the reasons why the offense is, the only offense in the league right now that's scored 30 or more points in every game. Like, they're just consistently dynamic, and he is a huge part of it in all the different ways that they use him. I just hope that, they sort of manage his touches over a 17-game schedule.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't care who you are. I mean, unless your name is LaDainian Tomlinson, everybody can succumb to, just too many touches at that position.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's my only caution. And look, it's difficult. Why would you want to take him off the field?
I know.
He seems indefensible.
Yeah.
But you're going to have to start thinking about that.
Okay. This, to me, is really the only major concern. I even think the defense is a work in progress and has been better than maybe your eye test sees it to be. But here's my concern, and we talked about it a little bit yesterday. Christian McCaffrey touches, but for multiple reasons. There's the obvious one. Dude, are you still upright when it comes to December and January and hopefully February? That's one. But I also think people forget, how old is Christian now? Is Christian, what?
I'm going to put him at 28.
Christian McCaffrey is 27, okay? Christian McCaffrey is still a guaranteed, locked-in, contractual 49er for at least 2 more years after this one, as he approaches his 30th birthday, which is obviously a game changer for running backs, but it's especially a game changer if you're talking about guys who are doing 400 touches a year. They wear out quicker. So I don't just want Christian to be amazing this year. I want Christian to be amazing next year and the year after that as well. And so I do think this is a fair concern and conversation for the 49ers to figure out how they can still be as effective as they are without running Christian into the ground.
I love what Brian said, Baldy, about LaDainian Tomlinson, because I think that McCaffrey and LT, it's probably the best comp, and that's high praise for McCaffrey, but LT's touches by year, 398, 451, 413, 392, 390, 404, 375, 344. Then he turned 30. 243, 271, and his last year with the Jets, 117. The thing about the comp is he didn't get hurt. He played in 16 every year except one. He played in 15. McCaffrey's had a little bit of injury, not an injury history. He's missed games. McCaffrey's touches are 197 as a rook, then 326, 403. Then he got hurt. He still was hurt. And then it was 329 last year combined. Yeah. So, I mean, for him to go on an LT-like pace, he's there right now. He's at 98 through 4, which is 24 per, which brings you right up to about 400 for the year.
I'd also argue a little bit more of a physical runner than LaDainian Tomlinson. I mean, not that there's a way to be running back without being physical. I get that. But Christian just seems a little bit more hesitant to run out of bounds than some other running backs I've watched in the past.
Yeah, interesting.
It feels like he runs with a little bit more ferocity. But yeah, yes, there's been injuries there for sure for Christian.
The thing about LT though is more carries too than
the more carries than
catches. Yeah. So the violence, and he was over 300 carries his first 7 years in the league.
It's wild.
But that was back when it was like, here, Jerome, you're the bus. Have 36 totes.
Yep.
You don't see that anymore unless you have guys on my bench in fantasy, which, trying to get over that still. Steiny beat me.
It's a tough one.
League bunched up, though. I'm 1-3.
No.
Still in 10th.
No, you can't lose it in September. You can't lose it. Even if you went 0-4, you can't lose it in September.
Boy, that hurt. David Montgomery. 32 totes.
Call your boy next time.
All right. Well, I mean, I do a show with you. I
didn't know you were going to sit David Montgomery and play Kareem Hunt.
I'm sitting Kareem this week. Okay?
You better.
He's on a bye.
I
had a hunch.
You know who he plays the week after that?
The Niners.
Better sit him again.
I may drop him.
Better sit him again.
Mad at you, Kareem.
When you played him, how many did he get? What did he get?
He ended up with maybe 4 points. Not a total.
Number 4.
Grandy, you and I are having a good show. Don't need you right now, Grandy.
We got 3.5 minutes left. Yeah, don't do that. Just talk to your boy. I'll help you out unless you're playing me. I'm not playing you this week, am I?
I'll look.
Are you playing each other? When do we play
I'm
each
playing
other?
Peer into my Cristobal.
Oh,
whoever that is.
I don't know who that is.
That's Lubman. Miami, Cristobal,
Yeah, Cristobal.
Boy.
Oh, God.
My team stinks. Have a closed door meeting.
Anyway,
whatever.
I will say this. Even Christian, when he turns 30, let's be real. Probably not going to be a 49er anymore. I think there's a fair chance that it's 3 more years for Christian with the 49ers. Maybe. We'll see where he's at and what he commands and what the 49ers have done between then and now. But that's also when Brock's contract is, in theory, going to get expensive. So I'm not trying to look into a crystal ball there or a crystal ball. Whatever. We'll see where that goes. But the 49ers need to think of the short play and the long play, at least the short-term long play, if you will. The next few years, if everybody's in agreement that this is not the same team without him, then, it would feel good to prioritize this a little bit.
Yeah, and you have to prioritize it now, but knowing that, running backs tend to have a precipitous drop, as I just mentioned with LaDainian Tomlinson, where LT was an absolute machine through being 29. He was 29 years old. He had 11-10 on the ground. He caught 52 passes. He was still a legitimate force, and then his 30, 31, and then he fell off the table at 32. And McCaffrey hasn't had that many carries compared to LT, but spend some time at your leisure and go back and look at his Stanford carries. And I do think that actually matters in terms of these conversations.
It was a lot.
Oh, my God. I'm just guessing that he was near 1,000 touches at Stanford.
How did that man not win the Heisman Trophy? How did he not win? I mean, I already know the answer, but it's still ridiculous that he didn't win the Heisman Trophy. This is such East Coast bias.
Always. And, Stanford was Stanford. He only had 731 touches.
Okay. That's still a lot.
3 years.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot. Yeah. I mean, it'll be interesting. And I say that as someone who's been reminding people that whenever you've got a 4-0 team, I think this is natural. The fan base starts to obsess about injuries. And you'll see people and hear people every Monday. We're going to come in here, oh, my God, we need to stop throwing over the middle. And Debo is playing too hard, and Kittle's a crazy person, and McCaffrey's got another 25 touches. And, yeah, it's football. Football. They're all going to get into a car wreck every single weekend. And none of them are going to be any more physical than this one that's coming up on Sunday night. And you just have to deal with that and get a little bit lucky and all that stuff. This one is interesting, though. I do wonder, especially if Eli Mitchell gets healthy, I do wonder if they adjust this a little bit.
I don't think this is the time to adjust it because Dallas is legit.
Oh, not this weekend. I just mean at some point.
Oh, I thought you meant this week.
Some point this season.
At some point, yeah. It's called the bye week, Mark. I do think you have some softer opponents down the road where you can, make those adjustments. But these next two, you got to put on your big boy pads because you're playing some tough defenses.
Want to do it again tomorrow?
Big time.
Yeah. So does the Marin County Superior Court. So we'll do it tomorrow. Here comes Grandy, everybody. It's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Best of the game, full hour. Coming up next for Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Hi, I'm Holly O'Neill, Chief Client Care Officer at Bank of America. Each and every day, our employees come to work to make financial lives better. And listening to our customers is how we do it well. During this customer service week, I want to thank my teammates who go above and beyond for our clients.
What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/about. Bank of America NA, member FDIC, equal credit opportunity lender.
Hey, Bay Area friends. Shane Company's San Mateo store is moved. We're now in the Bridgepoint Shopping Center, only a couple miles from our previous location. Shop our beautiful selection of handcrafted fine jewelry, create a one-of-a-kind piece in our new gem studio, and step into our pop-up radio booth to share a real story about your jewelry. And of course, you can also visit us in Cupertino and Walnut Creek. Now you have a friend in the jewelry business. Shane Company and ShaneCo.com.
There's a whole lot of savings going on now at Staples. During Staples Sit-a-thon, you can save up to $150 on select office and desk chairs. And when you buy a chair, you save 25% on desks, storage solutions, and office accessories. Plus, your local Staples now accepts Amazon returns. And when you return an Amazon order at Staples, you receive a coupon for $10 off your next $30 Staples purchase. Now is definitely the time to save at Staples. Chair offer ends 10/28. In-store only. Exclusions apply on Amazon offer.
Thanksgiving is almost here. Bring on the food and your extended family. But first, bring in the new carpet. The Home Depot has the styles you want in colors you'll love from brands you trust. And installations included. Schedule your measurement by October 16th and purchase by October 30th. So the carpet goes in before the family shows up. Get your house holiday ready at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Installation included with qualifying purchase. Exclusions apply for licenses. See homedepot.com/license numbers.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3. It's because of the Xfinity 10G network. Internet that can handle a house full of screens at once, with basically no interruptions. And it's only getting faster. When I was their age, internet like this was a pipe dream.
You sound like my grandpa.
Please go home.
The next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gigabit internet on the Xfinity 10G network for just $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless bill and auto-pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary.
I'm living the life that I lived before I started having knee pain 10 years ago.
Meet Julie, a woman who makes the most of every moment in life. But over the last years, those moments were filled with agonizing pain until she discovered QC Kinetics.
Finally, the pain got so bad that people around me are like, oh, when are you getting your knee replaced? I was walking, hobbling. I listened to my last QC Kinetics commercial and I said, I'm done. I got to find out about this.
What Julie found out was QC Kinetics treats osteoarthritis with regenerative therapies, taking your body's own healing properties and concentrating them in the areas where you feel pain, helping heal and restore those damaged areas. No harmful steroids, surgery, or downtime.
It changed how I'm living. I'm able to do the things that I wasn't able to do for a long time.
Get back your life before the pain. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics 877-70-REGEN. That's 877-70-REGEN. 877-70-REGEN.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. EPI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But EPI can be managed. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
My dad has a cold, but also has high blood pressure. That's why I got him Vicks NyQuil High Blood Pressure for fast, powerful nighttime relief. Unlike some ordinary cold medicines, it's specially formulated for people like my dad. NyQuil High Blood Pressure is sugar-free, alcohol-free, and decongestant-free.
Vicks NyQuil High Blood Pressure. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, cold, and flu for people with high blood pressure.
Like my dad.
Medicine. Use as directed.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Welcome to the best of the game. We're highlighting the best interviews, topics, and sounds of the day.
Hey, everybody.
On 95.7 The Game.
Happy Tuesday. Welcome to Best of the Game here on 95.7 The Game. Mark Randy with you until 7 o'clock. A lot to get to, so let's dive right in. First with the morning roast, Bonte and Shasky. They welcomed on Brian Baldinger as always here on Tuesdays throughout the NFL season. Brian Baldinger, Baldy's breakdowns live earlier today on the morning roast, again with Bonte and Shasky. You know and love Baldy. You see him on NFL Network all over the place, of course, as an analyst on NFL broadcasts every Sunday as well, and you hear him every Tuesday here on 95.7 The Game, and then you hear him again here on Best of the Game, and that's how we kick off this Tuesday edition of Best of with Brian Baldinger as we get ready for Niners Cowboys Sunday Night Football. It is officially Cowboys week, and Brian Baldinger helps get us ready for that. But first, a look back to last week, a near perfect performance by the 49ers offense. Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, and company were phenomenal against the Arizona Cardinals. And then again, Baldy gets us ready for Niners and Cowboys as well. That whole conversation right now on Best of the Game. It's Brian Baldinger on earlier today with the Morning Roast.
Some of the most excellent football I've seen played at the quarterback position from the 49ers and Brock Purdy the other day. The anticipation, command at the line, arm strength, ball placement, understanding pre-snap, post-snap, who to attack. I mean, Baldy, I don't know what he needs to do for some of the people that are doubting him at this point. He feels like he is the best Niner quarterback since Steve Young, since Jeff Garcia. Am I wrong?
No, but, you know, I remember back when Bill Walsh was coaching and West Coast offense was in vogue and everybody was taking a piece of it someplace. Holmgren was taking it to Green Bay, et cetera, et cetera. They used to have these Friday practices, Joe. And it was like, okay, the goal of practice today is the ball not to hit the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was the whole Friday practice. Ball didn't hit the ground. You know, you got Jerry out there. I mean, you got all the Hall of Famers out there playing. You Brent Jones, whatever. The ball didn't hit the ground. Like on Sunday, the ball didn't hit the ground. Like it's almost impossible to play that perfect like that. And it's not like they're throwing screen passes. Like it's just, you know, it's just beautiful perfection in what they did, and he makes it all go. He makes it all go. And his ability to make these snap reads and get off it and get to the next guy is about as fast as anybody in this business right now.
Wow. So you're saying his brain, his football mind is as good as anyone in the games?
It's a beautiful mind. I mean, that should be the documentary right now. Start putting it together, Joe.
I love it. You know, you've watched this offense for, 5-6 years in a row, breaking down every single game. I'm not trying to diminish Jimmy or what they were prior or whatever, but are they doing anything different offensively in terms of the schematics? Because it just feels like guys are wide open, or even if they have a step or two, he sees it and recognizes it and is hitting it on target every single time. Is that a byproduct of the play calling, the quarterback, or just they're all in lockstep?
Well, they have McCaffrey, which makes a difference. And Ayuk has developed into an elite player, and he wasn't that 2 years ago, but he is now. And so those two elements certainly help. But, they ran just basically a hit screen on the outside where McCaffrey scores, and he jumps over the rookie corner, Clark, on the play. But, to see that screen set up on the outside, I don't even know how you practice it, Joe, because, literally Kittle gets to his spot and Debo gets to his spot, and all of a sudden they get to their spot, and there's a defender trying to run through them to get to McCaffrey, and they're all there. Like they ran this screen route 20 yards downfield, and everybody got to their spots. It was like, it's like, how do you even practice to make something look so perfect? And so, it's all that. But, what you don't see from Brock right now, what you would see from Jimmy, and I'm not here to criticize Jimmy, but what you don't see is, and I know you guys are going to understand this, is you remember it would be late in the play, maybe into the third second, late in the progression, and Jimmy looked like he would just get stuck, and he'd make that snap throw late over the middle, and you're just holding your breath that somebody didn't tip it or intercept it. It never seems like it ever gets late to Brock in the progression, where he's just frozen in the pocket. He's going to get blasted, and he's going to make this throw where you just want to close your eyes. You didn't see one of those on Sunday, and you see very few of those type of plays because he's getting through it to the open guy so quickly.
Baldy, we called them the Jimmy O-No throws. There was going to be about 3 to 5 Jimmy O-No throws. As you mentioned.
That's it.
You hold your
good
breath.
description.
You hold your breath, and you say, all right, we can live with that one, move on to the next play. But I don't feel that with Brock Purdy. You're absolutely right. He looks like a point guard. He looks like Magic Johnson, Isaiah Thomas, and he's giving his wide receivers a chance to get that yak. Before we get to Brandon Ayuk, we have to start with Christian McCaffrey. Whenever you break a Jerry Rice record, Joe and I were talking about this yesterday, Baldy, at Warriors Media Day. Wilt Chamberlain has all these records, and Steph is now breaking them in the Warriors franchise history. And they're like, wow, Wilt Chamberlain's like a mythical character. The numbers he put up were just stupid. With Jerry Rice, you were in the league in 1987 when he scored 23 touchdowns and scored a touchdown in 12 straight games. Christian McCaffrey just broke that record. Scored a touchdown in 13 straight games. And now when you start rewriting the history books in this 49ers franchise, in the history of the 49ers franchise, now all of a sudden you're talking about something. And this guy is now putting himself in a category to where you're talking about MVP. He's in that conversation. I know we're early in the season, but Christian McCaffrey is right there as being one of the best players in the league.
Well, that's what I said. It's one of the reasons why the offense is, the only offense in the league right now that scored 30 or more points in every game. They're just consistently dynamic, and he is a huge part of it in all the different ways that they use him. I just hope that, they sort of manage his touches over a 17-game schedule. Yeah. I mean, I don't care who you are. I mean, unless your name is LaDainian Tomlinson, everybody can succumb to, just too many touches at that position.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's my only caution. And look, it's difficult. Why would you want to take him off the field?
I know.
He seems indefensible.
Yeah.
But you're going to have to start thinking about that. and you can't think about the records. But I mean, I remember his first game when he came. Like Jimmy hit him on a check down. Like he's just standing on the sideline. You know, he's like, okay, on this play, I just go and I'm just the safety valve in case everything breaks down.
Right.
And Jimmy just kind of found him, and he started moving. And next thing you know, he probably started that streak, but he's in the end zone. And he can score on the field on any given play. And people say, oh, it's a home run hitter. Okay, well, and people want to put different players in that category. But legitimately, he can score from anywhere on the field on any given play. If you just, if you're not pursuing correctly, if you're not having proper tackling angles and all that stuff from anywhere on the field at any given time, and there's just very few players that have that ability.
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. Joins us every single Tuesday at 7:30. We consider him our modern-day John Madden because he knows it all. He breaks it down and the players respect him. And you brought up Brandon Ayuk a couple moments ago, Baldy, saying that he wasn't where he's at today. And we agree. 6 catches, 6 targets, 148. He had the 8 catches, 8 targets week 1 against Pittsburgh while you were there in the booth. When you go back and look at that draft, I think 2 years ago you could say, boy, Dallas has CeeDee Lamb, Broncos have Jerry Jeudy, the Raiders had Henry Ruggs at the time, and you had Justin Jefferson in Minnesota, and you had all these receivers in that class. The Niners got stuck with Brandon Ayuk. Boy, what a whiff. Now when you look back, you're saying there's Justin Jefferson, and then you can make the argument, Brandon Ayuk and CeeDee Lamb, you can flip a coin right now because Brandon Ayuk's playing that well, Baldy.
Well, what he's doing different than even CD, though, is just the big chunk plays like we saw. We're not seeing that from CD with any regularity right now in this offense, and you'll see it on Sunday. I mean, exactly what CD's averaging, but he's not getting 12 yards a catch right now. And so you're not getting the explosive plays down the field. But one thing about when Brandon was coming out of Arizona State, like he was a great route runner in college. CD's a good route runner too, and he's extremely tough. I can't take anything away from CD. He's a great player. But, Ayuk was an elite route runner. And the thing about route running is why isn't everybody a great route runner? Like, that's all you do is run routes. Like, why isn't everybody a great route runner, right? Like, that's what you should ask yourself. But there's a hidden little ability that the great route runners have, and that is they can change directions without losing speed. So some guys have to break down to change direction. But some guys' ankles just bend. Their body just you watch Stephon Diggs run routes. And like some of these guys, and Ayuk's in that category, Keenan Allen, some of these guys can maintain top flight speed and change directions a couple of times. And that's what turns corners around and makes them think like you're going on a go route and they're 10 yards off you and you're on a stop route. And that's just, not everybody has that ability. And he does. And now you're hitting them in stride. Now, and that's the fundament. That's a foundation of the accuracy of your quarterback, who's averaging over 72% completion percentage right now, and averaging over 10 yards air yards per attempt right now, which is tops in the league. But that's the function of that is he's hitting him in stride, and he doesn't break down once he catches it. Like some guys got to go jump and catch the ball and make sure they secure it first because they don't trust their hands. Well, that's not Ayuk. Ayuk catches the ball without ever jumping, because he trusts his hands.
Baldy, back to CMC for just a split second here. And you're talking about Ayuk, and I feel like because he gets great separation and because they have to honor the other spots and other guys, Kittle and Debo and Christian McCaffrey, Ayuk's open downfield. But I feel like CMC commands so much coverage. You watch this every week. I mean, this guy feels like a Hall of Fame talent, period. But I'm watching what I'm seeing right now, and I'm saying, this is MVP-like production as well. I know it's only October. I understand that. And I know that quarterbacks get all the love. If ever there was a case for a guy to be in the MVP conversation, it feels like CMC in this offense would be it.
Well, look, if you put Steph Curry in, I don't know, the Knicks offense, he might not look like Steph Curry. Like he might, he's still going to be a great player. He's still going to hit 3-pointers. He's still going to see he's still going to be a great player. But I don't know if he's the best player in the league, if he's in the Knicks offense. Like Christian McCaffrey had 400 touches, and he was the best player in the field when he played in Carolina a couple years ago before the injury. But in this offense, like it is it's not catered to him. It's the same offense, but they do a lot of things with him, with whether it's the motions, whether it's the movement, the cutbacks. I mean, they run a lot of the same plays that they've been running, but he's just an elite talent in an elite offense with an elite play caller right now, and a quarterback who's playing as well as any quarterback in this league. So I think it's a combination of all those things right now, Joe.
I love that. Everybody was losing their minds online about Nick Bosa, no sacks, and we're not seeing him in the backfield making big plays. You put out a video basically explaining that he was putting a lot of pressure on Dobbs. What are you seeing from Nick Bosa thus far?
Well, Josh Dobbs ran the ball 12 times the other day, and I think 3 of them were designed runs. Most of it he was scrambling because the pocket was being collapsed by Nick Bosa. I mean, he ruined both tackles, DJ Humphries, the rookie Paris Johnson. I mean, he collapses the pocket like nobody else. Now, sometimes other guys get sacks because of that. Sometimes the quarterback escapes. Sometimes the quarterback, to Josh Dobbs' credit, he did the same thing to the Cowboys. He gets the ball out quick, and he's very decisive in his reads. The 49ers are his own defense. He knows where the soft spot is in his zone. He got the ball out. They double move Michael Wilson on the outside against Ambry Thomas. The ball's out quick. But he's there. He's hitting the quarterback. He had 4 or 5 quarterback hits, but he's routinely collapsing the pocket. And sacks, look, Khalil Mack didn't have a single sack until Sunday. He got 6 on Sunday. Right. So these things can come in bunches. You can get 3 in a hurry, and you get right back in the sack race if that's what you're interested in. But right now, the defense is playing at a high level. Arizona did some good things in that game. They made it a game, to their credit. The quarterback did the same thing to Dallas the week before. They ran the ball right down their throats. The quarterback made a lot of big-time plays. And you can't just dismiss Josh Dobbs because you don't know who Josh Dobbs is. But Nick Bosa is doing his job. And the worst thing he can do, honestly, guys, is try to, add to a sack total and not play disciplined football and just play his own game. That would be the worst thing he can do.
No doubt. Baldy, as we do get ready for Cowboys week, they're coming in for Sunday Night Football. Micah Parsons, DeMarcus Lawrence, and his defense that is flying around. That was a dominant performance over the New England Patriots, and I'm probably understating that right now. How much has Spencer Burford and Colton McKivitz improved to the point to where, all right, are they going to be able to hold their own against Micah Parsons and company on Sunday? What have you seen from that right side of the offensive line as we get to the second quarter of the season, Baldy?
Well, like I think I said last week, I mean, they play so well as a unit right now. You can't just separate right side, left side. I mean, they're playing as a unit, and they're not committing penalties. They're not putting them in negative positions, and they're giving the quarterback enough time to make these decisions. So they're playing very well. But, Micah Parsons is just a different animal. He's just different now. He banged his ankle up the other day. He's the same thing. He didn't have any sacks. Well, his win rate is ridiculous, how quickly he wins. And if your quarterback gets flushed and he starts to chase you, no quarterback's getting away from him.
Right.
None. They have scored 4 defensive touchdowns in 4 games.
Yep. Wow.
4.
Yep.
They've scored 8 offensive touchdowns. They've scored 4 defensive touchdowns.
Do they have the best team speed on defense, Baldy, in the league?
Well, look, I mean, last week, the decisions that the quarterback was making.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what Mac Jones was doing. I can't imagine any quarterback keeping a job in this league making those decisions. I mean, he could have thrown a couple more interceptions. To be honest with
Baldy, looking back on it, Trey Lance is obviously he's not a player in the NFL. Mac Jones isn't far behind.
We don't know about Trey Lance. We got to see him get a shot. I get it. Right now,
he's a third stringer. B.
Right. I think I've seen enough of Mac Jones to go, this isn't a starting quarterback.
There you go.
Not with what they have.
Yeah.
And not the way the offense is constituted. There's not an ounce of creativity to that offense.
Really?
Not an ounce. You could say Billy O'Brien's off. I don't care who he is. There's no creativity from motions to movement to surprises to, nothing. I could close my eyes and tell you what they're doing on most plays that they're doing.
Yeah.
It is so safe what they do offensively. They don't challenge you mentally at all, pre-snap, during the play at all, and anything that they do.
That's sad. This Cowboys offense, without Kellen Moore, he's now in L.A. coaching up Justin Herbert and that Chargers offense. Mike McCarthy took over the play calling. Any big differences there with the Cowboys offense this year as opposed to last year? What challenges are they going to present this Niners defense?
Well, I say most teams have a red zone offense. I think that Cowboys have a dead zone offense. Like, they get down to the 5-yard line, they can't score. I mean, it's been going on every week. It's happened 4 times in a row against Arizona. Like, 4 second-half possessions ended up inside the 10. They didn't score a single touchdown. Same thing happened last week. Twice, they got down to the 5, they couldn't score. And you watch what they're doing. Like, it looks like they're just grabbing straws. All right, there's going to be a fade route that's going to be incomplete. There's going to be a late read over the middle because they take the first read away, and Dak's going to be stuck and throw the ball into the turf. It's actually a month of just futility when they get close. And so I said, like, everybody in Dallas is all upset because I showed their dead zone offense. And they're like, well, if they win 38-3, what are you complaining about? I'm like, they ain't beating the 49ers if they are kicking field goals or getting stopped on downs inside the 10. They're not beating the 49ers if they don't. So if you want to win big games, if you want to make a statement, if you want to get on a plane ride home on Sunday night and feel good about yourself and beat a great team like the 49ers, you're going to have to convert.
Yeah.
When you get those opportunities. And right now they're not doing it. And that's you could say Mike McCarthy, Dak Prescott, what's the problem? Well, it's a problem one way or the other. And they got to figure it out as a group right now.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this matchup. Can that Dallas Cowboys defense slow down this run game by the 49ers and Brock Purdy? And what you just said there, we're going to be looking at this Cowboys offense, especially if they do get into the red zone, or as you dubbed it, the dead zone. But we know Cowboy fans can be a little sensitive, Baldy. But you got a lot of fans around the NFL, including Javon Holland. I want to play this for you, Baldy. Just let me know how it makes you feel, because I think we appreciate your work, right, but to see the players appreciate your work, check this out.
Really, the one that's more important is what Baldy thinks of me. That's like the most important. He's like the best analyst I've come across. So I love what Baldy says. If I'm in Baldy's breakdowns at the end of the week, then I know I did something right.
I mean, Baldy,
that's so cool.
These players love it. I see you share it on Instagram all the time. These players are aware of what you're doing. They're waiting for your breakdowns. And when I say you're the modern day John Madden, I'm not just saying that out there, Baldy, because you love the game. You're out there on the turf before the game. You're walking the field. You're checking out the tailgates. You have a lot of Madden qualities to you. Now, there'll never, ever be another John Madden. I don't want to do that. It's like comparing quarterbacks to Tom Brady and Joe Montana. But these players really respect you. How does that make you feel, Baldy?
Yeah, it makes me feel good, Bonte. It really does. I mean, I work really hard at building relationships with these players. Like, for example, I'm on the field last week, Philadelphia, Washington, and I've never met Emmanuel Forbes. But I knew he was going to get a heavy dose of A.J. Brown in the game. And I just, I respected the kid coming out of Mississippi State. I just went up, introduced myself, and I started talking to him. And one thing he said to me, he's pretty confident now. He said, most corners, they'll be happy to win a 50-50 ball. He goes, if there's a 50-50 ball up there, I'm getting it 80% of the time. No 50-50. Huh. So I actually said it in the broadcast. He actually did get his hands on one. He got his own teammate had some friendly fire and knocked him out. But I enjoy meeting these guys.
Yeah.
I don't want to be that analyst from arm's reach away that is criticizing somebody. I want to talk to Chase Young before a game and see what he's doing different this year and where he's at. I want to talk to Lane Johnson about certain things. The only way to become the best analyst you could be is actually by talking to the players and the coaches and see what's on their mind and what they're thinking and what they'll share with you. And I'm there to soak it all up. I'm never, ever going to be that analyst, Bonte, that's ever going to act like I know it all, because I don't. Right. But as long as I keep trying to learn, I'm going to keep teaching the people that want to listen.
That's what makes you the best. You don't take yourself seriously, Baldy, and what you just said there. You know what you don't know. You know what I'm saying? And that's
who's
beautiful.
Gotten mad at you, though?
Right.
Come on. Keep it real. Somebody's gotten mad at you, because believe me, I've said plenty of things about different players, and they're not happy about it. Who's gotten the most mad in a fun way?
You know what's funny is I've had certain players get real mad. Like, for example, Hassan Reddick got really pissed at me when I broke down the Super Bowl. And a lot of players were slipping on the field to Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. So I show Hassan Reddick having basically no impact in the game. And I show a couple plays, like they couldn't get off the field in the second half. And I showed players slipping too. So anyways, I was critical of Hassan in the game. He's 19.5 sacks. He ruined, Brock Purdy's, playoff and the 49ers playoff game, the whole thing. And he came after me. He goes, how in the hell do you, criticize me when you know how bad the field was? I'm like, how many times you change your cleats? You change it. Like I saw some players not slip at all. So I just held my ground. So Hassan he's from Camden, New Jersey, literally 15 minutes away from here. And I just said, look, if you got a problem with me, Hassan, just come to the film room. You know where I'm at. Like, I've known you since your sophomore year at Temple.
Yeah.
So, like, if you got a problem, come to the film room, show me where I'm wrong. So, anyways, that thing, like, blows up. So I see him at training camp this year. So I go up and he's there practice, and I go up to him. I go, Hassan, do we have a problem? Me and you, do we have a problem? He goes, no, we cool. We're cool, Baldy. I'm like, look, I want to put you in my breakdowns all I can, Hassan. I love you.
Right.
But, like, I'm going to be critical, too, if you make no impact in the game and you're blaming your poor play on the grass field. Like, that's – like, no player should do that.
No.
Yeah, no doubt.
So I'll stand my ground. Like, come to the film room. If I'm wrong, show me I'm wrong. Brandon Marshall got on me one time about, like I said, he was dogging his route. And he goes – and he was getting on me. He was like, Baldy, they actually teach us to run it like that. I'm like, get out of here, Brandon. That's nonsense. Like, you're just not exploding off the line. He goes, Baldy, I'm telling you, it's the craziest. Like, he was laughing at me. He goes, it's the craziest thing. They teach me to slow play this play. I've never done it before, so I'm just trying to do what they're telling me to do.
That's Brian Baldinger on earlier today with Bonte and Shasky on the Morning Roast. A great conversation as always, and to get it to fit in here in Best of the Game, I had to cut off just the last couple of minutes. So if you want to finish off that conversation, again, from the Morning Roast with Brian Baldinger, it is available on the Odyssey app. Just search 95.7 The Game or search the Morning Roast. You can also visit youtube.com/957 The Game. The interview in its entirety is up there for you. All right, time for a quick break here on Best of the Game. When we come back, we will change gears just a little bit. Farhan Zaidi spoke to the media today. Willard and Dibbs and JD and Guru, part of that conversation, a really good conversation as well, and then a lot more coming up on the other side here. It's Best of the Game on 95.7 The Game. We're sponsored by Lucky California. More coming up next here on 95.7 The Game.
Monopoly Kickoff the Savings Game is now at Lucky. This week, earn bonus game tickets with General Mills cereal. Select varieties $2.99 when you buy 2. Play to win at Lucky. No purchase necessary. See store for official rules. Monopoly is a trademark of Hasbro and is used with permission.
This is the lunch rush at your local deli. Orders are flying in. Online, on the phone, and in person.
Order for Nick.
So is it possible that fast internet could help your business outrun the rush? It is with Comcast Business. Up-leveling your speed with gig speed Wi-Fi, powering all your devices, in fast downloads and uploads, powered by the next generation 10G network. With Comcast Business, next level speed isn't just possible, it's happening. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying internet bundle. Call or go online to learn more. Ends 11/12/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments. New 50 megabits per second internet and security edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig Wi-Fi requires gig internet and compatible router.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Since first opening its doors in 1964, Fremont Bank has approached banking with a simple idea in mind. Growth comes one customer at a time. You see, while some institutions might be on the lookout for the next big thing, we like to think that's what you'll be. And when you achieve great things, it leads to success throughout the community. It also allows us to continue our tradition of giving back to the region. It's a strategy that's proven successful for nearly 60 years, and we expect to continue success for years to come. Fremont Bank. putting the community in community banking.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-920-4487. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-920-4487. 800-920-4487. 800-920-4487.
San Francisco, clear conditions, overnight low 57 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and great shaves start with Barbasol Shaving Cream. Close shave, America. Close shave Barbasol.
95.7 The Game is streaming live on Twitch and YouTube right now. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Now, back to the best of the game on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Best of the Game continues here on 95.7 The Game. Mark Randy with you on a Tuesday up until 7 o'clock today. We just heard from the Morning Roast, Bonte and Shasky. They talked to Brian Baldinger. Baldy's Breakdowns live earlier today on the Morning Roast. Let's change gears a little bit. One of the bigger stories of the day, of course, revolving around the San Francisco Giants because of a decision they made at the end of last week to fire manager Gabe Kapler. Farhan Zaidi, though, today met with the media at Oracle Park, and he said a lot of things about Gabe Kapler, about why the blame for this season went on Gabe Kapler, about what the team is hoping to accomplish this season, this offseason, that is, in free agency, about what they're looking for in their next manager, about the future of the shortstop position, because it seems very likely that Brandon Crawford's time, at least in the orange and black, is done. All that and a whole lot more from Farhan Zaidi today. And I know I said we might hear from JD and Guru as well. I was thinking about playing the crossover here on Best of the Game because it was a really good and fired up crossover. I did, though, want to make sure you heard some of the things that Farhan said today. So as a result, I'm going to play you a segment from a little bit later on in the day with Willard and Dibbs when the guys went through some of their biggest takeaways from what Farhan Zaidi said today, and you get to hear from Farhan himself. So that's coming up. If you do want to check out the crossover, and I do recommend it, it was a really good and really extended edition of the crossover. That's available on the Odyssey app. Again, just search 95.7 The Game, as well as on the 95.7 The Game YouTube channel, youtube.com/957 The Game, and you can see the crossover there. But for now, let's get to Willard and Dibbs. Again, the guys reacting to what Farhan Zaidi told the media today and what stood out. What are your major takeaways from what Farhan Zaidi said as the Giants head into the offseason currently without a manager? That conversation wraps up Best of the Game right here on 95.7 The Game.
You talked about the pendulum before, because on the other end of the pendulum, it is Gabe Kapler, who is perfectly manicured and perfectly dressed, and every word that he utters is not only accurate, it's well enunciated, it's well thought out, it's perfect. It's everything is just on this other spectrum of modern analytics and perfection and grooming and presentation and all the rest of it. But the pendulum has to swing to where you get somebody in there who makes these guys feel a little bit uncomfortable.
I agree, but what I guess what I'm saying, because the Gabe thing obviously in the end didn't work either. A lot of times, whenever you're making a change in life, it's kind of like, okay, let's say you're in a marriage for a long time, and then
let's just hypothetically. Let's just say you go 25 years with the same woman.
But the cliche,
hypothetical.
The cliche is 25-year marriage, you get divorced.
Yeah.
And the guy goes to find someone who's 27 years old.
Okay.
You swing the pendulum. Maybe. It's a little bit too far in the other direction.
Maybe.
I'm not saying love is love, okay? Whoever you find it,
okay,
rock and roll. But
check my phone here before this bit goes any further. All right. No text. Go ahead.
I'd like the Giants to find something that's in the middle, okay? Manicured GQ model is over here. And then it's like, swing it the over, and let's get somebody over there in the corner's going to flip something off there. Like, no. Can you just find a good manager? Can you find someone who's good with the players, with the media, with the analytics, with all of it?
It's forget all that.
Run the clubhouse in a very, very efficient way.
For me, it's the one piece of that you said that's the most important, and that is the players. Because the analytics are going to be the analytics. If Farhan hires you, you're going to understand what he wants out of a manager, and if you agree to the job, you're going to do largely what the vision is in terms of analytics. To me, the biggest problem with this year's team was the people. And at some point during the year, Gabe Kapler lost the ability to reach these people, because you can tell me all you want to tell me about analytics, but at the end of the day, you've got a human being up on the mound, you've got a human being at the plate with a bat in his hands, and that person, that human being, this is not AI now, this is an actual person who has to be in a certain mind space and a certain level of confidence and a certain level of training and preparation and all the rest of it to be able to perform the way you want him to perform. And that, to me, is where this year fell short.
Yeah, I mean, look, you have to have your employees' attention. You have to have your people's attention. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to be loved. You don't have to be players manager. You have to have their attention. And I don't know if that's where that exactly was this year. We'll keep going on the phones, but also want to get everybody sort of back together on what the biggest takeaways were from being in the dugout with Farhan today.
And it was in the dugout. It wasn't in the press room or, which I thought was surprising. It was obviously intentional, and I think Farhan wanted it to be maybe a little bit more informal than formal.
Probably.
It wasn't carried live on TV, and it wasn't one of these things where, I mean, it was announced, but it wasn't a very formal thing.
Right. I mean, it was the end of the season State of the Union address. If they put it this way, when they hire their manager, That's going to be inside.
Exactly.
That'll be inside. Last time I was inside with them was, Buster's retirement. That was in a different portion of the inside, but that was inside. This was, I think they wanted to keep it informal. Probably because they knew there were a lot of questions, and it could have gone a certain way. And they wanted to keep, the vibe, if you will. They wanted to keep it as relaxed as possible. One of the things I found his answer interesting. I asked him if he was open to a manager who had not managed before.
We are open. I would anticipate that we interview a couple of people who don't have managerial experience. One of the things we talked about last week, which I think will factor into the choice is, we want somebody who can be an effective recruiter. And, as we go into free agency, again, I think like every organization, we want to sort of build a brand of players wanting to come here and play here, and I think the manager is a big part of that. So, there are guys who don't have managerial experience, but maybe they just ended long playing careers, and they have relationships, and they can be effective recruiters and be sort of attractive leaders for players. But that's definitely going to factor into it.
Okay, I saw two things there, and yes, I did ask it with Stephen Vogt in mind. I did.
Yeah.
Just wanted to see if he would eliminate someone like that from contention, if you will. Guys, grab line 3. I'm not sure what just happened there. I want to make sure nothing funny goes out on the air. But anyway, thank you. Anyway, I asked, would he eliminate Stephen Vogt or people like that? He did not.
Yeah.
He certainly did not. But his answer to me, I might be reading something that's not there, but going on and on about how the manager is a recruiter, a leader that people want to come play for. I thought, not a shot, it was not a shot, but I thought a window into something that I think the Giants at times in the last few years found challenging, which is that when they were going for free agents, I don't think that they found that Gabe Kapler and his presence were helping that much.
Or maybe they were actually hurting in terms of, so you want a recruiter, you don't want somebody who's going to be a negative in terms of, making your decision. And I have heard from a couple of different people I've talked to today about the Aaron Judge saga and the fact that, maybe Aaron Judge was turned off by Gabe Kapler, as well as other factors around his recruitment, wanting to stay a Yankee and all the rest of it. If it comes down to, every decision you're going to make, can my team win? How's the money? What's the situation? Do I like the ballpark? Who's the manager? And if you get down to that level and you look at the manager and it's not somebody that you necessarily want to play for, then it becomes a big turnoff because that's number one, the person you're going to have to deal with the most.
I've been waiting all day to ask you about this one because this was another answer that I found interesting.
Okay.
Most of the questions today, in fact, maybe all of them, all of the questions that were not asked by 95.7 The Game personnel were like about right now, like this week. What about the manager? Where's, who's playing shortstop next year? All that stuff.
We came strong at this presser.
There were a few of us there. I just wanted to go back to last week because I felt like a lot of Giants fans still had the question of why Gabe? Not meaning they wanted Gabe to stay. Why only Gabe? Why Gabe and not Farhan? Or have you heard the word scapegoat in the last 6 days? I bet you have. So I asked him, why Gabe? I want to know what you think of this answer. Here's what he said.
I don't mean to sort of avoid the question, but this is sort of the dynamic that happens anytime a team moves on from a manager or head coach. I mean, they bear a disproportionate level of the responsibility. In our case, it's my responsibility to the fans, to ownership, to the organization to decide if a change would be in the best interest and give us the best chance to succeed going forward. And, that was my view, and that's why I made that recommendation.
Okay, so at the end, that was my view, that having somebody else in that job gives us a better chance to win. That's a very damning statement, number one. But the beginning of it where he says, look, it's kind of the way it goes. Like the manager gets a disproportionate amount of the blame. Yes. We could have followed up, I guess, and been like, well, in some places, so does the GM. But
well, no, you heard his answer, which was it was my responsibility to ... and it was my decision to ... which tells me he wasn't getting fired. So he went to the meeting with ownership and they said, all right, Farhan, you got to fix this. Not we've got to fix this and replacing you as part of the fix. It's you got to fix this, which tells me that they said to Farhan, you're getting a chance to make this right. And how are you going to make this right? And so Farhan had no choice but to replace Gabe Kapler as manager. That's what I heard.
I mean,
he's not firing himself.
No, but
guys, I'll be honest. I got to go.
No, but ownership could have.
No, but just his answer, he talked about, I had the responsibility and I had a decision to make. So when he went to ownership, it was clear to me that ownership said to Farhan, how are you going to fix this? In other words, you get to fix this. And so at that point, Farhan's like, I got an idea. I say he goes.
Or he presents a new plan and they don't like it. And they say, actually, neither of you stay. They could have done that. It could have gone that way.
It could have.
And I thought the reason I asked it is because I thought there were a lot of fans out there who are still wondering, why did they get set apart? I mean, I think you were even one of them who thought like this was, didn't a lot of people think it was a package deal?
Absolutely.
And it's not.
I'm stunned that it's not.
Well, you're right. We're not going to get a clean answer as to why he's staying because he's him.
Yes. And if you play it again, just for the sake of listening to it in terms of what he says that he had to do. And that's what struck me.
And I want to let everyone know how I phrased it. Why did it fall on Gabe?
I don't mean to sort of avoid the question, but this is sort of the dynamic that happens anytime a team moves on from a manager or head coach. I mean, they bear a disproportionate level of the responsibility. In our case, it's my responsibility to the fans, to ownership, to the organization to decide if a change would be in the best interest and give us the best chance to succeed going forward. And, that was my view, and that's why I made that recommendation.
I guess
it was my decision.
Yeah, my question to you would be this. Does Farhan truly believe that getting a different manager in gives the Giants a better chance to win? Or did he have to offer ownership some change? And that's the only one you can make right now.
I think they're both yeses. And I do think, based on what I heard from the entire presser today, that he feels like Gabe could have done better with what he had to work with. So, first and foremost, yes. Could Gabe have done better in Farhan's eyes? I do believe he thinks that. But also, I think that Farhan knows that the team has to get better. So, the short-term fix is bring in a new manager, and hopefully, if our team doesn't get a lot better, maybe that manager gets 5 more wins out of this group, and we make the playoffs and we're able to keep this thing going. But short of that, Farhan knows that this team has to get better.
Another takeaway that was very clear to me is Brandon Crawford has played his last game in a Giants uniform. I don't know if he's played his last game, but 2 things came out. One, Farhan was asked if Crawford could sort of become a 3-day-a-week utility guy. Farhan called that a tough fit. And then he also said this with regard to the starting shortstop for next year.
As we sit here now, we want to give Marco Luciano the chance to be the everyday guy next year. So, if anything, his call-up was slowed down by the injury he had this year. His time at the big leagues, we would have liked to see him up here a little bit more, but he's worked his way up, earned this opportunity, and we're really excited about what we saw last week.
Okay, Marco Luciano, starting shortstop.
Yes.
Opening day next year.
Well, at this point, we would like to give Marco every opportunity to be the everyday shortstop. And he did start the answer with, at this point.
Yeah.
In other words, if a shortstop that we love pops open in free agency, we can address that. Or if we can trade for a guy, we'll do that. But as of now, we believe that Marco Luciano has the opportunity. He's earned the opportunity to be the everyday shortstop.
I mean, last year there were a ton of shortstops on the market. That's not really the case this year. I don't see them. I don't even know who would be available that's like some sort of a bopper that like, oh my gosh, you can't pass up that opportunity. Although they did that last year with Brandon Crawford on the team, and they were going to move him to third.
Yeah.
And then when they signed Carlos Correa. And then they didn't.
Well, and then he's actually still playing here in October, and his team's actually doing well. So, Correa still playing, Crawford not playing.
Farm system was something that Farhan pointed to that's much better now than it was 5 years ago. So the follow-up question there was, if the farm system's in great shape, are you now willing to use some of those assets to maybe bring in a very established player this offseason?
I think even at the deadline this year, we were very open to trading just about anybody, and I imagine we'll have the same outlook this offseason.
Open to trading just about anybody.
That one hit me a little bit empty because he said at the deadline we were open to trading just about anybody, but you did nothing. You traded nobody. You traded a bag of baseballs for A.J. Pollock, who played 3 games and was gonzo. And so ends the trading deadline acquisitions for the Giants. And then you ran the Michael Crabtree fade route from then on. So that one feels a little bit not disingenuous, because I do believe he believes what he's saying, but that one hit me empty.
I get it. Listen, I was shocked that they didn't do more at the deadline. I always hesitate in this particular kind of a conversation because I don't know what was offered. I don't know what was available. I know other teams went out and got people. I still don't think there were any landmark acquisitions for any team at the deadline this year. So without, Farhan answered a number of times like, I'm not going to make a deal just to make a deal. And so I get it. It's frustrating. I don't know what was actually available. One more for you before we go back to the phones. And this is with the next manager. Whether this is true or not, Bochy is seen as a feel guy. Kapler's seen as Johnny Button-Up analytics guy. How do you balance analytics and feel for the next guy?
Part of the detail and understanding the detail is when to not make a move, right? When to kind of stick with your guy. But that comes from sort of a complete level of preparation and understanding of who your guys are, what they need. And so I actually don't think it's inconsistent. And again, I would just, I think we need to look at everything. Our next manager is going to be largely, if not entirely, influential on how things are managed. But, I don't want to, I'm not saying, we're going to be anti-platoon or anti-opener. I mean, I said it before, it's just everything in kind of the right amount, everything that helps us win games. And if, our manager thinks, well, I understand that on paper this move makes sense, but I think, leaving this guy in is best for us in the long run. I completely respect that because, that's something that's sort of hard for any of us to know. And nobody's going to understand that better than the manager, who has kind of the heartbeat of the team.
You look like you had a hard time with that one.
That's a tough one. It's a tough one. From the team that ran out more openers than almost any other team, and a team that was almost exclusively platoon. And if I'm Gabe Kapler and I hear that, I am, shaking my fist at the radio because, now Farhan's going to be okay with me leaving a pitcher in. And, if the manager thinks that leaving a pitcher in for longer is the right move, then that's going to be the manager's call.
Yeah, well.
And that one felt a little bit like empty rhetoric to me.
I hear you. I don't think there are going to be as many openers next year because I think that one of two things will happen. Either fewer starting pitchers will get hurt or fewer starting pitchers will pitch like crap. That's the hope, at least. I don't know if it'll happen, but that's what led to it this year. Steve in San Diego. Hey, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What's up, Steve?
Hey, guys. Long-time listener, multi-show caller, first-time caller to your show, lifetime fan of Dibs, and Mark, you're growing on me, man.
I'm trying.
And I'm here. Well, I'm new to you, so I like it so far. The thing that you guys are touching on that I'm talking to is I smell something. I smell a deflation sensation here. It's
a
like,
buck.
Farhad was brought in to kind of reset the team, reset the salary. He brought in his friend for the coach, Gabe, the coach, through the chaos. It worked out better than we hoped last year, and this year not at all. And so, we can look forward from that and say, hey, he's now starting to turn the corner. And so we're building. The next coach is about building. And I think it's the unarticulated elephant in the room that we've reset the salary.
Steve, it's interesting. Steve, thank you so much. Appreciate it. I don't know. I mean,
I don't think that this franchise is constructed to deflate salaries in any way.
It better not be.
Well,
but that has happened across the board in baseball.
Right.
Largely because it is, in our mind, the manager's the boss. He's not. He's middle management.
Yeah.
He's the boss of some things, and it's kind of like what you said a few minutes ago, which I like, which he's the boss of the clubhouse. He's not the boss of the whole baseball operation.
Well, neither is Farhan Zaidi.
Well, he is the president of baseball operations.
Right, but if he says, let's give Shohei Ohtani $500 million, and ownership says no, it's a no. It's going to be a no from us, dog.
Right, except for from what we're hearing, they would not say no.
Correct,
They'd
but
say yes.
they are the ones that he has to knock on their door to say yay or nay.
Now, that's Willard and Dibs from earlier today reacting to a bunch of the things that Farhan Zaidi told the media at Oracle Park today as the Giants embark on an important offseason currently without a manager after firing Gabe Kapler late last week. All right, that'll do it for Best of the Game on this Tuesday. We're back bright and early tomorrow morning with Spadoni, of course, for the pregame show, and then Bonte and Shasky, as always, from 6 to 10. Steiny and Goo after that. Willard and Dibs as well as we get ready for Niners and Cowboys. It's Cowboys week, and we're getting into that tomorrow here on 95.7 The Game. For now, though, this is Mark Randy signing off. Thanks so much for tuning in all day long, and have a great rest of your Tuesday evening.
Dick Butkus here. I've got a game changer for you. When it comes to creating a winning website, there's only one team I trust, AmericanEagle.com. I've known them for 25 years. In my career, I learned that success isn't just about talent, it's about teamwork. That's what you'll find at AmericanEagle.com. They'll listen to your goals and work with you and handle all your digital properties. They'll ensure your website is user-friendly, responsive, and